Chapter 1. This is a dense rainforest. The scorching sun penetrates through the overlapping leaves of the rainforest, casting its light downwards. The air is suffocatingly humid, and the lush vegetation thrives abundantly due to the ample rainfall. Vines entwine and roots intertwine, creating formidable obstacles. The young girl, Ziti, runs desperately through the rainforest. She possesses a mane of curly black hair and a sun-kissed complexion. Her delicate features delineate a beauty that transcends the ordinary. Most captivating are her large violet eyes, as clear and bright as amethysts. Yet at this moment, those eyes are filled with fear and panic. Huff, huff. She gasps for breath, her mouth agape, her chest already aching faintly. Sweat pours down her body, and numerous wounds are bandaged, the white cloth stained with patches of fresh crimson. Faster, I must go faster. I need to get away from here as quickly as possible. Ziti encourages herself, but her speed remains severely limited. For draped over her shoulder is a thick hemp rope, which seems to be tethering something heavy behind her, greatly hampering her pace. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoes from afar, followed by the haunting howl of wolves. The girl shudders, as if struck by an electric shock. Then, a sense of crisis and urgency grips her heart like the claws of a monstrous beast. In that instant, a singular voice resonates in her mind. Run, run. Abandon everything. Do not look back. Otherwise, you'll be slain by that monstrous wolf, just like those guards, torn apart, chewed to bits, and ultimately devoured. Her complexion pales, her gaze frantic, but when her eyes fall upon what lies behind her, determination floods back. She drags a length of hemp rope, the other end firmly attached to a stretcher on which lies a young boy. This boy, for reasons unknown, lies unconscious with his eyes tightly shut. Yet his golden hair gleams brilliantly, and his features are strikingly handsome, exuding a natural air of nobility. Undoubtedly, the boy is her burden. To be dragging someone heavier than herself in such a life-or-death situation is akin to relinquishing her own chance of survival. Gritting her teeth as she gazes at the boy on the stretcher, Ziti steels herself. Suppressing the terror and tension within her, she continues to pull the stretcher, braving the horrific pressure of encroaching death as she forges ahead. She pushes aside the vines obstructing her path, shoving her delicate frame through the dense thicket, and unexpectedly, the once dense jungle begins to thin, revealing a cerulean sky. The sound of flowing water grows clearer, and soon after, a small river comes into view. Estimating its depth, she realizes it likely reaches only to her waist. Yet she dares not step into the water. This isolated island is fraught with peril one cannot judge by ordinary standards. I'm almost certain that within this small river lurks a fearsome crocodile or a horde of piranhas. Originally, she had 16 guards by her side, but now only she and the boy remain. Along the way, her comrades have fallen one by one, their lives sacrificed to illustrate the terrors of this jungle island. Damn it, if only I could use magic. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ziti bites her lip and resolves to cross the river. The great wolf behind her is akin to the Grim Reaper, likely savoring the hunt. Though filled with dread, the girl has not completely lost her wits. She maintains a clear awareness and judgment of her predicament. She drags the heavy stretcher along the riverbank. Moments later, a glimmer of hope flashes in her eyes. She spots a small tree growing at an angle, its trunk extending from the shore, arching gracefully over the water to reach the opposite bank. Cautiously, she inspects the tree and finds no hidden venomous snakes or thorns, yet the trunk is covered in moss, making it exceedingly slippery. Climbing such a trunk alone would be perilous. One misstep could send her plummeting into the river. Moreover, she bears the weight of a burden. The boy on the stretcher remains in deep unconsciousness, his eyes firmly shut. Perhaps she should abandon him. Carrying an unconscious boy across the river is an insurmountable challenge, fraught with danger. But gritting her teeth, she swiftly unties the hemp rope from the stretcher, hoists the boy onto her back, and then tightly binds their bodies together with the rope. Having prepared herself, the girl removes her boots and wedges them into the gaps between the rope and her body. Finally, She takes a deep breath, using all her strength to carry the unconscious boy, and begins the daring ascent up the trunk. The moss on the trunk scrapes off, rendering it even more slippery. I can do this, I will succeed. Ziti, you must not falter here. You are the president of the Zetian Trading Association. You must avenge your father. The brave girl continually motivates herself. With all her might, she clings to the trunk, inching forward, her violet eyes fixed ahead, filled with resolve. At last, she successfully climbs across. The combined weight of the two compresses the small trunk, causing it to sag as Ziti reaches the opposite bank. This facilitates her landing. With the pressure lifted, the trunk rises again, causing branches and leaves to sway, stirring up a gust of wind. Exhausted from carrying the boy, Ziti feels as though she is on the brink of collapse, unable to rise, and can only kneel on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. Her face is pale, her head spins slightly. Sweat drips from her nose and chin, falling onto the lush grass below. After a moment of catching her breath, the dizziness begins to fade. A profound joy spreads within her heart. Unbelievable! I did it! I truly made it across. But soon, she senses a tingling sensation creeping into her limbs. This is the aftereffect of having exerted herself to the limit. Howl! The wolf's howl suddenly erupts, and an enormous figure leaps forth from the thick underbrush. The girl trembles, instinctively turning to see a massive, deep blue wolf. In that moment, her pupils constrict, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The wolf is as large as a calf, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Baring its teeth, remnants of fresh flesh cling between its fangs. The wolf's eyes blaze red, fixated on the girl, brimming with cruel malice. The girl gasps in horror, collapsing into the grass at the riverbank. Her hasty turn caused her to forget the weight of the boy on her back. The boy's weight creates a powerful inertia, dragging Ziti down. In such a feeble and disheveled state, the wolf's ferocity is only heightened. Yet the giant wolf remains on the opposite bank. It leaps and prowls in place, eyeing the flowing river with evident trepidation. Seeing the wolf's reaction, the girl realizes how astute her previous actions were. But the next moment, the wolf spots the trunk and begins to mimic her, stepping onto the extending branch. Undoubtedly, this fierce and brutal wolf possesses a terrifying intelligence. Though the wolf's body is robust, its balance is impeccable, and it moves even faster than the girl. In shock, Ziti feels as though she has been electrified. She hastily pulls a dagger from her pocket, slices through the ropes binding her, and leaps to her feet, colliding forcefully with the elevated trunk. The trunk sways violently from the impact. Though the degree of movement is not extreme, it presents enough trouble for the wolf. Its balance is disrupted, nearly causing it to tumble into the river, forcing it to awkwardly leap back to the shore. Howl! It roars at the girl, baring its sharp fangs, growing increasingly agitated. Ziti feels a surge of joy at having thwarted the wolf, only to be quickly followed by regret. I should have let that beast cross halfway along the trunk before striking, sending it plummeting into the river. The girl stands in a standoff with the wolf across the water. The wolf continues to howl, never retreating. Ziti stares intently at the beast, not daring to relax for a moment. As soon as the wolf makes any attempt to climb the trunk, she will strike it, causing it to sway. Moments later, clarity dawns on her. Her earlier actions, born of desperation, had indeed been correct. For how far the wolf can leap is beyond her estimation. If the wolf climbs even a short distance, it might leap directly to the opposite bank. Even if the wolf is shaken into the river, the lurking dangers within the water might not be triggered. And even if they are, whether they can stop the wolf remains uncertain. Therefore, the most prudent course is to afford the wolf no opportunities. The instant it attempts to ascend the trunk, Ziti will interfere with all her might. Time passes, and the wolf attempts multiple times, yet fails to succeed. Finally, at a certain moment, it suddenly turns and disappears into the thicket. The young girl stood rooted in place, lost in a daze. After a few breaths, she finally came to her senses and sank down to the ground in a flurry. Her face, previously taut with anxiety, gradually softened, akin to melting ice, as tears streamed down her cheeks. At last, she had reclaimed a semblance of life. The girl began to sob softly. Her legs were curled beneath her, and her feet remained bare, as she had not yet had the chance to don her boots. From her earlier climb, the inner sides of her feet bore large patches of abrasions, and her fingernails were chipped, oozing with blood. She buried her head in the crook of her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly with each sob, resembling a delicate flower. After a spell of weeping, the girl suddenly lifted her head as if jolted by an electric shock. Her eyes were red-rimmed, streaked with tears, her expression a tumult of shock, doubt, and panic. Has that giant wolf truly given up? Indeed, that is a possibility. However, reflecting on the harrowing experiences of recent days, the girl felt increasingly convinced that the giant wolf was more likely to persist. It might suddenly turn around and dart into the thicket, attempting to deceive me. Perhaps at this very moment, it is tracing the river, seeking a shortcut to reach the opposite bank. Or maybe it has already crossed over and is racing towards me. At this thought, the girl felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, the chill piercing her to the core. What was she to do? Should she carry the boy back up the trunk? Setting aside the fact that the elevated trunk posed a considerable challenge for her to ascend while carrying him, what if the giant wolf still lingered nearby? Would she pause midway up the trunk? That was utterly implausible. The exertion would be too great. The girl was acutely aware of her current physical state. She possessed no confidence to attempt the climb again. As she reminisced about the arduous journey she had just traversed, her heart swelled with gratitude and dread. Should she proceed onward while carrying the boy? If the giant wolf pursued them, it would be a certain death sentence. Even if she were completely unencumbered, her speed would pale in comparison to that of the giant wolf. Then there remains but one final option. A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in her eyes. She hurried to the boy's side, kneeling beside him, and withdrew a milky white crystalline column from her bosom. The girl concentrated with unwavering focus, pouring all her strength into activating the white crystal. The crystal, gripped tightly in her hand, hovered mere inches above the boy's forehead, suspended in stillness for what felt like an eternity. Is it truly futile? No, this is our last glimmer of hope. Even if it is but a sliver, even if the odds are slim. Her anxiety deepened as she whispered, "Hurry, hurry. I implore you, activate." As if responding to her fervent plea, the milky crystal began to emit a faint glow, barely perceptible. Yet, upon noticing this elusive shimmer, the girl's face lit up with joy. Though the use of most magic is prohibited on this island, it is only relative. As long as one possesses sufficient rank, it can still be wielded, albeit with diminished potency and effect. This held true for both magic and magical artifacts. The white crystalline column radiated an increasingly potent light until it resembled droplets of water coalescing, forming a stream that glowed with a soft, milky luminescence. A small trickle cascaded onto the forehead of the unconscious boy, miraculously merging with his skin. In a brief moment, the effort to channel the crystalline column left her face pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her body swaying precariously. The crystal began to lose its luster, the upper portion gradually fading into a dull gray stone. Persevere, you must hold on. Do not falter now. The girl, Ziti, summoned every ounce of strength from within, nearly hypnotizing herself as she continuously pushed her limits. As the crystal column neared a state of complete dullness, Ziti found herself in a semi-conscious state, sustained solely by a single, unwavering determination. I must awaken him. A haunting howl suddenly pierced the air as the previously unseen blue giant wolf surged forth at astonishing speed from the dense underbrush. In that moment, death seemed to loom ominously. Ziti, startled, trembled violently. Instinctively, she raised her gaze, her delicate features shrouded by the shadow cast by the imposing wolf. She beheld the beast, leaping through the air, descending upon her. Time appeared to decelerate. The wolf's jaws gaped wide, revealing its vicious fangs, droplets of saliva flying in the air. Am I truly to die here? Ziti's will struggled against the inevitable, yet her body remained unresponsive, utterly depleted of strength. How utterly disheartening, The suffocating aura of death washed over her. Her violet eyes filled with the last flicker of hope as they rested upon the crystalline column in her hand. 2/3 of the crystal had already lost its brilliance, transformed into dull stone. Yet a third remained. There is no hope left. In an instant, the young girl's complexion turned ashen, all her strength dissipating, her head slightly bowed and her eyes tightly shut. Yet, just as she was about to submit to her fate, a sudden tremor surged through her hand. With a soft thud, the crystal pillar shattered into countless fragments. What was happening? The girl, bewildered, opened her eyes wide, only to witness the unconscious youth finally awaken. This strikingly handsome boy, with his golden hair and azure eyes, abruptly rolled to the side and executed a swift, powerful kick. His movements were both graceful and decisive, revealing a ferocity that belied his seemingly delicate physique. With the speed of a tempest, his powerful leg struck the enormous wolf, which had no time to evade the blow, sending it hurtling through the air. The boy pressed his hands against the ground, leveraging the momentum to rise, his gaze fierce and unyielding. The girl's pupils constricted, her breath hitching as she gazed at the slender back of the boy, which suddenly resembled a towering mountain. Darkness enveloped them, a profound and impenetrable blackness. Yet within this obscurity, the boy's consciousness gradually began to awaken. Where am I? What is this place? The boy pondered, his mind sharpening with clarity and curiosity. The boundless darkness cloaked him, silent and unresponsive. His hopes dwindled as he scrutinized himself, yet saw nothing. Confusion swelled within him. Who am I? Who am I? Why am I trapped here? The boy, now fully alert, grew increasingly restless. Though the darkness felt safe, it was an unchanging prison that confined him. Naturally, he yearned to break free, to escape this place. I want to leave, but where should I go? Is there a path for me to tread? Is there an exit? As if in response to his turmoil, a faint light began to emerge from the depths of the darkness. It was orange, barely perceptible, flickering like a fragile flame. Yet, in the totality of the blackness, even this dim light stood out prominently. Capturing the boy's full attention, he strained towards that glimmer of hope. Time slipped away, and he felt himself drawing nearer to the orange glow, which seemed to brighten slightly. What is that place? Could it be my way out? Driven by an urgent desire to escape the darkness, he hastened towards the light. But at that very moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the entire shadowy realm. The orange light flickered and extinguished, startling the boy awake. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a massive wolf lunging at him, jaws agape, ready to devour him, still lying on the ground. The boy's mind was a blank slate, fear yet to take root. Instinctively, his body reacted first. He rolled and delivered a side kick, his form resembling a taut crossbow. His legs shooting forth like arrows. Thud! His foot connected with the wolf's abdomen, sending it flying with tremendous force. The boy pushed himself up from the ground, rising swiftly. Is anyone there? As he stood, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the girl. It was a mere glance, but there was no time for contemplation. The looming threat of the wolf sent tremors of fear coursing through him. This was a silver-tear beast. The danger was far from over. The boy's eyes blazed with intensity, locking onto the giant wolf. Splash! Water erupted as the wolf, propelled by the boy's kick, soared through the air before crashing into the river below. It was no surprise, for Ziti was positioned perilously close to the water's edge. The savage wolf, now submerged, emitted a terrified howl, thrashing desperately to regain the shore. Suddenly, several green figures surged up from the depths of the river. These shapes, thick as pythons, erupted into violent motion, creating enormous waves. The green figures, revealing themselves as golden-tear beings, quickly ensnared the silver wolf, dragging it beneath the surface. The river erupted in chaos, turbulent waves churning violently. And soon, crimson splatters began to bloom upon the surface like flowers. Wolf's blood. The blood mingled with the swirling waters, rapidly spreading in mere moments. The wolf's anguished cries faded into silence, the river beginning to calm. The murky waters, tainted with the wolf's blood, soon lost their color as they flowed away. Once again, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, as if nothing had transpired. The fearsome wolf vanished, and a mysterious, terrifying green figures faded back into obscurity, leaving no trace of their fierce struggle. The boy, witnessing this sequence of events, felt his heart race with astonishment. A silver wolf, golden river vines. What manner of place is this? With dread swirling within him, he surveyed his surroundings before turning to Ziti. Where is this? Ziti, stunned, remained motionless, resembling a statue. Only upon hearing the boy's question did she snap back to reality. "My lord," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. As if startled, she rushed into his embrace. The boy, bewildered by her sudden affection, found himself at a loss. "Thank heavens, my lord, you are finally awake." Ziti clung tightly to him, overwhelmed with relief. The boy gently patted her shoulder. Then, with a soft push, eased her away. Ziti gazed up at him, her expression brimming with joy and astonishment. As he studied the girl in his arms, his heart skipped a beat. Her delicate face was painted with vulnerability, her eyes rimmed with red, on the verge of tears, and her striking purple irises glimmered like precious gems, exuding a subtle allure. It was evident that the fearsome wolf had terrified her greatly. A wave of tenderness surged within him, and he inquired, "Pray tell, who are you?" Ziti's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the boy, her gaze unwavering. They locked eyes for several moments. The boy's earnest and perplexed expression gradually evoked her surprise and concern, prompting her to hurriedly introduce herself. "I am Ziti, my lord. Your fiancé. The boy's brow furrowed deeply. He understood the concept of a fiancé, yet he had not anticipated such a close connection with this girl. "Ziti," he murmured, tasting the name as if it were foreign. Yet to him, it was utterly unfamiliar. As he delved deeper into thought, his frown deepened further. Wait a moment, who am I? He realized he had forgotten his own identity. As he strained to retrieve the memories associated with himself, his mind remained an empty void, as if it had always been so. "You are Baron Jean," Ziti exclaimed. Why heavens, my lord, have you forgotten your own identity?" Her face reflected urgency, her unease rapidly escalating. Jean, I am Jean. Why can I remember nothing?" The boy's brow knitted in confusion and distress. Why heavens, why is this happening?" Ziti, too, appeared bewildered. Yet soon, a glimmer of insight flickered in her violet eyes, and she shook her head, saying, "Perhaps you suffered a severe blow to the head, resulting in temporary amnesia. There have indeed been similar cases that, my lord, we encountered a shipwreck days ago that a storm ravaged us. The vessel shattered, and many survivors went missing on this island, including you. Following the clues, I found you deep in the rainforest, already in a state of unconsciousness, and I tried numerous methods to awaken you. But wait, perhaps my attempts to revive you were interrupted. If that is the case, I am truly sorry, my lord. I had no other choice." Ziti pointed to the boy's chest, where numerous crystal shards clung to him. The boy, Jean, looked down to see the fragments lodged against the skin. "So, it was you who awakened me." Continuing on, the young girl recounted her recent experiences, including her daring decision to utilize the white crystal to heal the boy in a moment of desperation. This revelation instantly transformed the boy's perception of her, prompting him to commend, "I had no idea it was so perilous before. I truly owe you my gratitude." Ziti softly called her name. "However," Ziti responded, "but perhaps it is precisely because of this that you have lost your memory," her voice tinged with concern and guilt. "What is this?" the boy inquired, curiously pinching a shard of crystal between his fingers. "The tears of an angel," Ziti explained, describing it as a highly advanced magical artifact. "This island is peculiar. Neither magic nor fighting energy can be wielded here. That I used this to awaken you, but it was a gamble." "Is this a magic-restricted zone?" the boy mused, shaking his head in realization that absolute magic prohibition was a fallacy, contingent on the comparative strength of the individuals involved. "Indeed, my lord," Ziti replied, examining the shard in her hand. "Artifacts as potent as the tears of an angel can still be used here, albeit with great difficulty. My own magic is limited to the iron rank and is suppressed by this environment, rendering it unusable. Could the light I glimpsed in the darkness have been produced by this crystal?" The boy pondered, recalling his unconscious state. "My lord, Allow me to check your physical condition, Ziti offered, introducing herself as a low-level magician. Though I cannot wield magic at present, my knowledge remains intact. The boy nodded. Magicians were typically well-versed, even those as young as she. Ziti meticulously examined the boy's chest, back, and ears, her delicate hands exploring his body, stirring ripples in his heart. Finally, she leaned closer to scrutinize his pupils for any abnormalities. The proximity was so intimate that they could feel each other's breath, a sweet fragrance emanating from her, causing the boy to feel a fluttering sensation as he averted his gaze from her direct stare. While Ziti inspected him, he took the opportunity to assess his own physique. Ziti possessed sun-kissed skin. While he was fair as porcelain, he sensed that despite his slender frame, a resilient strength lay dormant within him. He endeavored to stretch his fingers and clench his fists, recalling the moment he had kicked the giant wolf away, silently acknowledging the latent power within. "This is sufficient," Ziti declared, stepping back slightly, seemingly relieved. As far as I can tell, your body only bears the remnants of previous bruises. Externally, there appears to be no issue. The conditions here are too rudimentary. In the future, I can conduct a more thorough examination." The boy nodded, then continued to inquire, "Am I also a magician? What kind of abilities do I possess?" Ziti shook her head. "My lord, you practice fighting energy. You are a temple knight." Temple knight. The boy felt a momentary disorientation, as a memory inexplicably surfaced in his mind. In a grand, luminous white hall, sunlight streamed through towering stained-glass windows. A group of youths gathered, and he found himself among them. The atmosphere was both solemn and fervent. Together with the other boys, he swore, "I vow to honor the living deities, the great sovereign of the empire. The wise emperor. I pledge to follow my commander's footsteps, forging ahead. I vow to protect my loved ones, undaunted by adversity. I pledge to treat my friends with sincerity, rejecting duplicity. I vow to love fiercely until death. Never depart. I vow to bravely confront violence and to show kindness to the weak. I vow to uphold justice and combat all wrongs. From this day forth, I am a temple knight." The memory flickered and vanished. "My lord, do you recall anything?" Ziti asked eagerly. Noticing the change in his demeanor, he nodded. "Yes, I remember the solemn moment I took my oath to become a temple knight." Ziti's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My lord, perhaps you could attempt to channel your fighting energy." The boy clenched his fists, reflecting deeply. After a moment, he frowned and shook his head with a rueful smile. "No, I have no recollection of practicing fighting energy. I cannot even sense it within me, let alone know how to wield it." Ziti's expression dimmed slightly, but she quickly reassured him, "Perhaps the time has not yet come." "Nevertheless, my lord, this at least proves that your memory can be restored. It will just take some time." Duddy nodded, feeling that although the girl appeared delicate, she possessed a resilient optimism. Since his awakening, she had been a source of comfort. Yet he noticed the remnants of tears still visible on her cheeks, her fingers marred and bleeding, and her feet bare against the grass, lacking time to don her boots. Though Ziti had only briefly described the dire circumstances, he was acutely aware of the life-and-death peril they had faced. Most commendably, regardless of the danger, she had never abandoned him in his unconscious state, embodying unwavering loyalty and disregard for her own safety. The solemn oath of the Temple Knights echoed in his mind. It turns out, I am a knight, a noble Temple Knight." A sense of honor enveloped him, his head held high, pride swelling within. He glanced at Ziti, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. "Then let me protect you." The resilient girl with violet eyes, "My fiancé." Once their emotions stabilized, they began to discuss their next course of action. Their situation was dire, provisions and water were scarce, and survival tools in the wilderness were exceedingly limited. Furthermore, they were almost entirely unarmed, with the boy having nothing but his bare hands. Ziti proposed they return to the opposite riverbank to search for the recently deceased body of a guard, which would likely possess supplies, survival tools, and equipment. The boy immediately endorsed this sound suggestion. They chose not to climb trees, deeming it too perilous, and instead walked along the riverbank. The water flowed gently, flanked by lush greenery and dense vegetation. The grass along the bank bore clear signs of trampling, left by the recent passage of a silver-grayed wolf. After a brief walk, the river gradually narrowed, the terrain rising gently until it formed two earthen mounds that faced each other across the small river. The distance between the two mounds was not great, and they extended over the water. The vegetation atop the mounds was sparse. On the mounds, they once again discovered traces left by the wolf's claws, indicating that the magical wolf had leapt across the river from this very spot. The two climbed atop the mounds, which were close enough to leap across. However, a misstep could result in falling into the water, where the deadly golden python vines awaited, ensuring a gruesome fate. "Look, what is that?" Ziti pointed below. The boy squinted, his pupils narrowing. He spotted numerous severed remnants of river vines scattered along the riverbank. It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here. Leaving the area in disarray, covered in blackened soil that resembled solidified magma, raising suspicions in his mind, a heaviness settled in his heart. The river vines were golden-grayed magical flora, yet they were not the apex predators. A battle had once occurred here, and the vines had been defeated. The opponent must have been at least of golden-grade caliber. This island truly brims with peril. In such a short span of time, the boy had encountered a silver-grade wolf, a golden river vine, and at least one other mysterious being of exceptional caliber. Without the ability to harness fighting energy, confronting a silver-grade magical beast with his current strength would be exceedingly challenging. With little hope for victory, his previous encounter with the wolf had been a stroke of luck. The wolf had been airborne, unable to leverage its strength, and his sudden awakening and attack had caught it off guard. It had been unable to evade him, ultimately plummeting into the water, where the terrifying vines swiftly claimed its life. In a fair confrontation, he feared the odds would be stacked against him. What should I do if I encounter such a fearsome beast next? The two individuals successfully leapt across the river, delving deeper into the rainforest. The azure sky gradually became obscured, and the air was oppressively humid. As their feet made contact with the ground, they felt the softness beneath them, a result of countless layers of decaying leaves accumulated over time. Jinjin had to periodically lower his gaze to navigate the terrain, as vines entwined and roots lay exposed, threatening to trip him at the slightest lapse in attention. Ziti paused momentarily, surveying the surroundings. It was just nearby. According to Ziti's account, they had been pursued by vicious wolves, and by time, the last three guards had remained behind, valiantly holding off the predators to afford Ziti and the unconscious Jinjin a fleeting chance of survival. After continuing for several dozen paces and circumventing a robust tree, they stumbled upon the corpses. Among the underbrush, two bodies lay mere strides apart, exuding a pungent stench of blood. Their eyes were wide open, faces still etched with fear and rage. Ziti instinctively held her breath, coming to a halt, while Jinjin hastily moved closer to investigate. Suddenly, a thick black-red line shot forth like an arrow released from a crossbow, aimed directly at Jinjin's face from beneath the corpse. Jinjin's hair stood on end as his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and he reached out instinctively. In an instant, he grasped the black-red line. Hiss! The line, now revealed to be an extraordinarily peculiar venomous snake, was ensnared by Jinjin's fingers. Its scales shimmered black, while its head was a vivid crimson that a prominent scarlet stripe extended from its head down its back to its tail. Strangely, the sides of the snake's body boasted an abundance of centipede-like black appendages. This was a bronze-level magical beast. Jinjin felt the life force of the serpent and immediately displayed a strained expression. Be careful. Everything transpired too swiftly for Ziti to react, prompting her to exclaim in alarm. This was a bloodline centipede snake, imbued with lethal venom. Its toxin acted ferociously, capable of causing death within mere breaths. Ziti hurriedly explained that its centipede-like legs could pierce through leather armor. No sooner had she spoken than the bloodline centipede snake retaliated. Its body twisted, coiling around Jinjin's arm, while its myriad legs plunged deep into the youth's flesh, driving in further with each passing moment. Blood gushed forth, and pain surged through Jinjin's heart. Simultaneously, he felt his arm being constricted by an overwhelming force, as if his flesh and bone were to be reduced to pulp. He clenched his fingers tightly, attempting to strangle the bloodline centipede snake. Yet its bones were remarkably resilient, and its scales were both tough and slick. With a fierce shout, Jinjin pressed the snake's head to the ground, swiftly drawing his dagger with his other hand, raising it high before plunging it down. The dagger pierced as if it were penetrating solid stone, driving the snake's head deep into the earth. In its death throes, the snake's legs burrowed another inch deeper, leaving Jinjin's arm drenched in blood. However, after a few breaths, the serpent's body went completely limp. Though it had relinquished its constricting grip, its rigid legs remained embedded in the youth's flesh. Gritting his teeth, Jinjin first retrieved his dagger, then retreated swiftly, distancing himself from the corpses before extracting the remaining legs. Ziti promptly retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from her waist, sprinkling it over the wounds on Jinjin's arm, then deftly bandaging him with a white cloth. The wounds were relatively deep, but due to Jinjin's robust constitution and the efficacy of the healing salve, the bleeding soon ceased. A refreshing, even somewhat tingling sensation mingled with a faint pain coursed through his consciousness from the wound. What kind of potion is this? So remarkably effective. Was it not said that magic and fighting energy were prohibited on this island? Jinjin pondered curiously about the instantaneous effect of the salve. This is a type of herbal remedy, originating from the barbarian tribes of the Frost Continent. It is not a magical potion, but rather purely harnesses the inherent properties of the herbs, Ziti explained. Magical potions are concocted by alchemists who adeptly blend magical materials, achieving a balanced and stable state. Because such potions inherently contain magical energy, they often exhibit rapid and extraordinary effects. Ziti gazed at Jinjin's wounds, her eyes glistening with moisture, her voice tinged with guilt as she said, "Fortunately, the legs were not venomous. I am truly sorry, my lord, for causing you harm, but I should have informed you of this information sooner." Jinjin, observing the girl's demeanor, could not help but feel a surge of compassion as he shook his head and quickly reassured her, "This is not your fault." After crossing the river, they proceeded cautiously through the jungle, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Even their exchanges were limited, as they endeavored to avoid any distractions. The speed at which the bloodline centipede snake emerged from the corpse had taken Jinjin by surprise. This island harbored creatures of such bizarre and perilous nature. Jinjin returned to the previous location, using the tip of his dagger to pry open the snake's head and subsequently slicing through its body. If only I could channel my fighting energy, I would not have sustained injuries from it, Jinjin mused. Regardless of whether his fighting energy was of silver or black iron caliber, had he activated it for defense, the legs would have struggled to penetrate his arm. Jinjin examined the interior of the serpent's body, discovering a considerable amount of undigested food within its belly. That a glimmer of insight sparked in the young knight's eyes. It appeared this serpent favored devouring the entrails of its prey and thrived on blood, which explained its emergence from the corpses. Strange, he mused. After searching twice, Jinjin felt perplexed. Where was the magical core within this beast? Magical creatures possess the ability to absorb natural elements, cultivating their own magical energy. Over time, this energy crystallizes into what is known as a magical core. Newly born magical beasts do not possess cores, while juvenile beasts have cores of minimal size, and mature beasts invariably contain cores. This bloodline centipede snake was clearly not a juvenile, but rather an adult, yet it lacked a core. This left Jinjin bewildered. Ziti timely clarified, "This island is home to many bizarre magical creatures. Their life forces are potent, yet they inexplicably lack magical cores. Previous rescue teams that slayed certain magical beasts found no cores within them. However, perhaps this is why these creatures have not exhibited any semblance of magical abilities." So that is the case, Jinjin finally comprehended. Although magical cores hold considerable value, if the absence of cores renders these beasts incapable of employing magical abilities, it is undoubtedly a greater benefit than detriment for both Jinjin and Ziti. Having dealt with the bloodline centipede snake, Jinjin proceeded to inspect the corpses. The two guards on the ground had long since succumbed to death. One bore a fatal wound to the throat, with the entire neck nearly severed, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting the nape. The other met an even more gruesome fate. His head was grotesquely deformed, brain matter mingling with blood, pooling around him. These were all mortal wounds. Furthermore, both men's abdomens were in a state of decay, clearly inflicted by the venomous snake. Jinjin's expression grew solemn as he stood up, surveying his surroundings. He keenly observed the underbrush. Noting the severely trampled foliage to the untrained eye, the scene appeared chaotic. Yet, Jinjin found himself effortlessly discerning which marks were made by humans and which were the result of the wolf's passage. Even from these traces, he could mentally sketch a virtual path of movement. The young man squinted slightly, his gaze following the route that materialized in his mind, gradually extending into the distance. However, soon the underbrush and dense foliage obscured his view. Jinjin took several strides, stepping out of the thicket and around a large tree. That moment, a rare clearing appeared before him. Ziti followed closely behind, arriving at the clearing as well. Jinjin looked down and noticed footprints still lingering on the ground. This was due to the forest floor being heavily layered with decaying leaves, compounded by the heavy rains, which saturated the foliage with moisture. Consequently, the heavier the individual, the deeper the impressions left on the ground, often accompanied by seepage of water. The footprints in the clearing were spaced widely apart, indicating that their owners, the guards, had been in a state of haste. Jinjin pondered deeply, speculating that the two guards had chosen this open space for its lack of concealment and excellent visibility, making it an ideal battleground against the wolves. His mind replayed the scene like a film. However, when they had established their position here, they suddenly spotted the wolves charging through the underbrush, seemingly intent on circumventing the guards to pursue Ziti. In a moment of urgency, the two guards had no choice but to abandon their advantageous position, recklessly plunging into the thicket in an attempt to intercept and thwart the wolves. Amidst the thicket, two guards stood, one in front of the other, when a ferocious wolf, swift as the wind, suddenly pivoted to counterattack. The Ikati leapt into the air and viciously sank its teeth into the skull of one guard. In quick succession, it dashed towards the second guard, severing his throat with a brutal bite. The remnants of the scene, along with various traces left behind, led to a series of conjectures. An inexplicable chill began to permeate from the depths of one's heart. The blue-furred wolf, with its savage and ferocious temperament, displayed an unexpected cunning. It seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read human intentions, employing a strategy of baiting and counterattacking with remarkable efficiency, swiftly achieving the demise of both guards. Throughout the ordeal, it adeptly utilized the terrain and exploited the guards' protective instincts towards their master. Even when it turned to launch a lethal assault, it executed its tactics with remarkable strategy, targeting the unprotected with a vicious bite to the head, while those bearing helmets suffered a fatal bite to the throat. The guards, though not of black, iron caliber, were at least of bronze rank. They were never a match for a silver-tier beast, yet they should have inflicted some wounds upon the wolf. However, when the guards ultimately fell, they did so without forcing the wolf to pay any price. Jinjin sighed to the rear, where Ziti stood. This blue-furred wolf undoubtedly possesses the strength of silver. The evidence of the battle speaks for itself. The wolf's exhibited biting and leaping power clearly aligns with that of the silver tier. Jinjin lamented, "What is most terrifying is its horrifying intellect, which surpasses that of ordinary beasts. Particularly in its tactical application, it is nearly on par with humans. Generally speaking, wolves hunt in packs, employing collective strategies. A lone wolf is typically a banished loser from the pack, or one that is old, weak, or infirm. Only a tiger would conceal itself, gradually approaching its prey before launching a sudden, deadly strike. The wolf that pursued us earlier was evidently extraordinary. Its tactics were even more insidious and ruthless than those of a tiger. Our previous victory over it was truly a stroke of luck." Ziti nodded in agreement, her face paling slightly. "I even suspected that this wicked wolf possessed a human soul. Our first encounter with that wolf occurred when a member at the rear of our formation was ambushed. It clearly had the capacity to kill, but chose instead to drag that guard away, prompting our frantic rush to rescue him. Our formation was thrown into chaos, allowing it to exploit the opportunity. In our initial engagement, we did manage to inflict severe injuries upon it, yet it claimed the lives of 3 guards. The losses were grievous, and our anger was palpable. Nevertheless, the wolf was indeed a silver-tier beast and had long since vanished from sight. After deliberation, we resolved to continue searching for you, Master, temporarily setting aside our quest for vengeance against the wolf. Many among us believe that the severely wounded wolf would soon fall prey to other ferocious beasts in the jungle. Even if it survived, it should have been sufficiently injured to deter it from troubling us again. Yet subsequent events revealed our grave miscalculations, a monumental error. The wolf made its second appearance 6 days later. Its wounds had healed significantly, and it launched a direct assault on our campsite at dusk. The IT brought with it a beehive, tossing it into the camp before retreating. Soon after, a swarm of fire wasps descended upon the entire camp. These venomous wasps showed no fear of smoke or flames and possessed a fierce fire venom. Though we managed to fend off the onslaught, for guards were stung, with the most severely injured succumbing to unconsciousness. They were engulfed in fever, and despite exhausting every conceivable method to cool them down, I was unable to alleviate their suffering. That very night, they all perished. Following this, our party faced repeated ambushes from a wolf. It became our harbinger of death, an inescapable nightmare. As Zidi recounted this harrowing tale, she crossed her arms, her body trembling slightly, haunted by lingering fear. Jinjin gazed at his tearful fiancée, feeling her profound helplessness. The young knight instinctively stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Zidi, drawing her into his embrace. The girl shivered, resembling a frightened rabbit returning to a warm nest. Soon, her emotions stabilized in Jinjin's arms. He gently patted her back. Noticing the shyness gradually blooming on her face, "I understand your feelings," Jinjin said softly. "For now, I am with you. Unless I fall, I shall protect you, preventing any beast from causing you harm." Lord Jinjin, Zidi's eyes glimmered with affection. The two continued to clear the battlefield. Among the two fallen guards, one wore tattered leather armor, while the other donned a helmet and chainmail. Jinjin first removed the iron arm guard, replacing it with his own leather arm guard, which had just been pierced by a serpent's fangs. He then took the iron chainmail and helmet, adorning himself with them, that a sense of security washed over him. Equipment could somewhat bridge the gap in life stages. Just as the blue-furred wolf would hesitate to engage its teeth in a direct confrontation with a helmet AS for the iron boots, they were discarded by Jinjin due to their ill fit. Besides the protective gear, there were weapons. One guard wielded a longsword, while the other bore a curved blade. The longsword was partially damaged, yet the curved blade remained in good condition. Jinjin grasped the curved blade. Swinging it experimentally, though his brow furrowed in discontent, he set the curved blade aside and picked up the longsword. Just as he was about to wield it, a fragment of memory was triggered, flooding back into the young knight's mind. The sky was overcast, and a fine rain fell in an expansive training ground. A group of youths formed a circle, while Jinjin lay on the ground, encircled by them. The boys looked down at Jinjin, erupting with laughter and mockery, their faces painted with disdain. The leader of the group was a burly boy with green hair, standing upright like steel needles on his scalp. The green-haired boy crossed his arms, stepping onto Jinjin's shoulder. "Jinjin, remember this well. Your Baijin family is merely a viscountcy, a band of losers. Do you really think you can stand on equal footing with us?" Suddenly, he lifted his foot and ruthlessly stomped on Jinjin's head, sneering. "Today I'll teach you a lesson. From now on, whenever you see us, regardless of where it is in the castle, you'd better bow your head and step aside. Lower-tier nobles must behave like lower-tier nobles. If I see you looking me in the eye again, I'll leave you crippled. Do you understand?" The green-haired boy bellowed, pressing down hard and forcing Jinjin's head into the mud. "Understand," Jinjin croaked, struggling to speak. "Huh." The green-haired boy laughed triumphantly, lifting his foot and striding away, leaving behind one final taunt. "Of course, Jinjin, if you're dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me anytime. Chinke will be waiting for you." Cough, cough, cough. Jinjin fought to sit up, but as he spoke, mud and water flowed back in his throat, triggering another fit of coughing. Seeing his pitiful state, the other boys lost all interest. "Pa, what a joke. He dares to challenge young Master Chinkue. On what grounds? Is it because of that little embroidery needle of his? Ha." The rain intensified, and the boys clustered around Chinkue, laughing uproariously as they entered the castle. Jinjin sat in the mud, letting the rain pelt down upon him. Bruised and battered, his complexion was deathly pale. After a moment of dazed reflection, his gaze shifted to a sword lying in the MUT was his paired sword, a slender stiletto, now soaked in mud and water, devoid of its former luster. The memory abruptly ceased. Zhenjin returned to reality, furrowing his brow. Am I a member of the Baizhen family? Their territory seems to lie in the south, a southern noble that joined the empire nearly a century ago on the Holy Bright Continent. They were once a count? He realized that although he had amnesia, it wasn't a complete erasure. Many pieces of knowledge and common sense remained intact. Master, what troubles you? Zidi's concerned voice broke through his thoughts. Zhenjin shook his head. I've regained a fragment of memory. That's wonderful. Zidi exclaimed with delight. Zhenjin let out a bitter smile and refrained from elaborating further. He lifted his gaze to the sky, noting that dusk was approaching. The young boy and girl had meticulously chosen a spot, hastily arranging their surroundings for the night ahead. Gathering dry twigs and grass was not a daunting task. Beside the pile of firewood, Zidi knelt on the ground, each hand grasping a piece of starfire stone. Crack, crack. She struck the two stones against each other, quickly producing brilliant blue sparks. The sparks fell into the dry grass, transforming into flickering orange flames that rapidly spread. First, a wisp of thin smoke curled upward, and Zidi hastily tucked away the starfire stones. Puffing her cheeks to blow gentle breezes, the flames in the grass swiftly expanded, turning light smoke into thick, billowing smoke, which soon erupted into flames the size of a fist. It's done, Zidi exclaimed joyfully, rising to her feet and stepping back a few paces in mere moments. The flames had fully blossomed, roaring to life and forming a bonfire. Zidi carefully stored the two starfire stones away. In the past, she could simply snap her fingers to conjure a small flame using magic, a trick of a sorcerer. However, on this island, black iron-level magical methods could not be employed, as they were strictly forbidden. Instead, the ordinary method of using starfire stones proved to be far more practical. Without these starfire stones, igniting a fire by hand would indeed prove quite troublesome. The burning bonfire brought warmth and light, dispelling the darkness of the night. There was no food roasting over the flames. The boy and girl sat around the bonfire, nibbling on dry rations and sipping from their water skins. Both the starfire stones and the provisions were scavenged from the bodies of their two guards. Although the dry rations were difficult to swallow, there was little room for picky eating in their current circumstances. The day's journey had been fraught with peril, and to have survived amidst many magical beasts, while also acquiring a fair amount of equipment, food, and water, filled them with immense relief. There were no further desires to be had. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the boy and girl meticulously organized their remaining food and water. The boy then began to maintain his equipment. He took out his longsword, wiping the blade with an oiled cloth. Weapons require care. Though the longsword was unremarkable, it provided Zhenjin with a tangible sense of security. Alas, a crossbow was lacking. Moments later, as Zhenjin finished polishing the sword, Zidi approached him. Sir, may I check your wounds? Zhenjin nodded. After unwrapping the bandages, he discovered that the wounds on his arm had mostly healed. The medicine works well, Zhenjin praised without reservation. He sat upon a stone while Zidi knelt before him. The girl first retrieved some medicinal powder from her leather pouch, sprinkling it evenly over the wound, then took fresh bandages, gently wrapping them around Zhenjin's arm. Finally, Zidi fitted the arm guard onto Zhenjin. Her gaze fell upon the arm guard, and she sighed. Had you possessed this iron arm guard earlier, you would not have been injured by the bloodline serpent. The firelight illuminated the arm guard, casting a hazy orange glow that also danced upon Zidi's hair. Her raven locks shimmered with a halo under the flickering flames, and her sun-kissed skin bore the tender quality unique to youth in that moment. A pure fragrance wafted through the air, carried by the firelight. Reaching Zhenjin's heart, he felt a stir within and instinctively extended his hand to caress Zidi's hair. Zidi trembled slightly. Yes, sir, she stammered, lowering her head, seemingly startled by Zhenjin's gesture, holding her breath like a timid kitten. Yet Zhenjin's thoughts were not consumed by romantic notions. He quickly withdrew his hand, inquiring with a calm demeanor, Zidi, tell me about my circumstances. Throughout their journey, he had been suppressing his curiosity and desire for exploration. Now that they had settled, he finally had the opportunity to seek clarity. The girl sat across from the boy, considering her words before replying. Sir, you are a knight of the Holy Temple and the sole heir of the Baizhen family. The outside world acknowledges you as possessing black iron-level strength. Jinjin raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued by Zidi's response. Acknowledged by the outside world? He asked further. Indeed, Zidi nodded. Your displayed prowess is that of a black iron level. However, I suspect it must be more than that. You have crossed the sea to contend for the position of Lord of Baisha City, which requires at least silver-level prowess to command respect. In the main world, humanity undoubtedly reigns supreme. The wise emperor of humanity, with his grand vision, unified the human continent and assembled expeditionary forces to traverse oceans and conquer the wild continent. Baisha City stands as a fortress established by humanity in the wild continent, a stake driven deep into that land by the wise emperor. There are several other similar strongholds, and their numbers are still rising. I am to compete for the position of Lord of Baisha City. Although there are black iron-level city lords, it is unlikely that such a position would be filled by an inferior black iron lord in Baisha City, given its location in the wild continent. Whether through martial or magical training, one's essence of life is elevated. Bronze, black iron, silver, and gold levels. The bronze level represents humanity's elite, often those who serve as captains in the military. Black iron surpasses bronze. With a higher essence of life, typically forming the backbone of various organizations and factions. Like Zidi herself, the silver-level individuals are qualified to be city lords and can maintain order in their territories. Gold-level individuals are even rarer, usually the pillars of noble families or small kingdoms. Observing the boy deep in thought, the girl continued, Based on my conjecture, you should possess silver-level prowess. The boy nodded slightly. Acknowledging her assessment, if that is the case, then I must have silver-level martial energy. It would be illogical for the Empire to permit a black iron knight to vie for the role of city lord. He suddenly inquired, How old am I? Zidi replied, Sir, you are 16 this year, and I am 15.16 years old, and at the silver level. A single word echoed in the boy's mind. Genius! To have such prowess at this age is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet the outside world only recognizes me as having black iron abilities. Have I deliberately concealed my true strength? Does that imply I possess considerable depth? Jinjin's self-awareness deepened. He recalled a second memory that surfaced. A moment of being bullied within the ranks of the Holy Temple Knights. Am I truly projecting weakness? What is the state of the Baijin family? The boy asked. Zidi hesitated, a troubled expression crossing her face as she replied. It is not in a good condition. Jinjin nodded once more, comprehending the underlying reasons. Over a century ago, the wise emperor, in his quest to swiftly conclude the final conquest and unify the human continent, chose to recruit the last remnants of stubborn factions within humanity. These factions transformed into the new nobles of the Holy Ming Empire, with the Baijin family being one of them. However, the brutal wars that preceded this transformation had sowed deep-seated enmity between these new nobles and the old aristocracy under the wise emperor. Countless friends and family members from both sides had perished on the battlefield, their blood staining one another's hands. Thus, Jinjin, representing the new noble faction by joining the Holy Temple and becoming a candidate for the Holy Knights, naturally faced oppression and exclusion from the old aristocracy. To be honest, it is a humiliating memory. Yet as I reflect upon it now, I feel an unusual sense of calm, as if I were an observer. If it were truly a matter of humiliation, wouldn't there still be remnants of anger and hatred in my heart? Zidi continued, Sir Jinjin, I do not know much about you. However, according to rumors, you are indifferent to women and prefer solitude. Even in the face of significant events, you seldom reveal your emotions. You spend most of your time in solemn meditation at the Holy Temple, maintaining a serious demeanor and speaking little. Your every action exudes grace and composure, embodying the essence of nobility. Although you have few friends, you are eager to assist others, particularly those who are vulnerable and impoverished. Thus, my lord, your reputation in the lower ranks has consistently remained exemplary. Moreover, your sudden intervention this time, successfully inserting yourself into the competition for the lordship of Baisha City, seems to have astonished the other paladins greatly. Oh, Jinjin raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as Zidi's response swiftly conjured an image of a cunning youth in his mind, further affirming his belief that he had intentionally feigned weakness in their previous encounters. However, what caught the youth off guard was Zidi's surprisingly limited knowledge regarding his circumstances. What could this mean? Was she not my betrothed? If our bond were not profound, why would she remain unwaveringly by my side? What indeed is the nature of our relationship? Just as Jinjin was about to inquire further, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. The two turned to see the underbrush illuminated by countless flames. These flames swarmed towards Jinjin and Zidi with an imposing fervor. What is this? Jinjin quickly rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Zidi, his expression grave. At a small portion of the flames emanated a bronze-level life force. What is this? Zidi's complexion turned ashen as she recognized the true nature of the flames. It is the fire-poison bees, my lord. You must flee at once. I shall hold them off. Zidi's face was resolute as she stepped forward, inadvertently placing herself behind Jinjin for protection. Hurry, my lord. Zidi urged urgently, a hint of fatalistic resolve surfacing in her demeanor. In an instant, a palpable aura of death loomed over them. Jinjin's expression hardened like iron. He recalled that earlier in the day, Zidi had mentioned the fire-poison bees. The wicked wolf that Jinjin had indirectly dispatched had previously thrown a beehive into their camp, triggering a battle between the fire-poison bees and the rescue team. Ultimately, while the swarm was repelled, members of the rescue team had been stung and succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite Zidi's utmost efforts, they could not be revived, and they perished that very night. In terms of life force. Although most fire-poison bees were ordinary insects, a small fraction were bronze-level beasts, yet their sheer numbers and the lethal fire poison they carried posed a grave threat. My lord, you must flee. I possess an antidote, Zidi implored once more. Jinjin gazed at the young woman shielding him, feeling a surge of warmth and emotion. Zidi had never abandoned him in the face of the blue-haired wolf's pursuit, standing steadfast by his side even when he lay unconscious. Now, she willingly chose to remain behind to buy him a chance at escape. Regardless of whether Zidi spoke falsehoods or possessed such a rare antidote that should not be squandered on the previous rescue team, Jinjin found no justification to leave a delicate maiden behind to face peril alone. You must go. I will confront these fire-poison bees. Jinjin stepped forward, moving ahead of Zidi, then swiftly bent down to seize a thick piece of wood from the campfire. The wood was ablaze at one end, serving as a natural torch. Jinjin intended to wield the torch to fend off the approaching swarm of fire-poison bees. Yet upon witnessing Jinjin's actions, Zidi hurriedly cried out, "Do not use fire, my lord. These fire-poison bees harbor no fear of flames. In fact, they were lured here by our campfire." Zidi's words left Jinjin momentarily stunned. Trusting Zidi, he swiftly thrust the torch forward, casting it into the distance. The torch landed southeast, approximately 50 or 60 paces away, and did not extinguish immediately. The swarm of fire-poison bees became agitated, quickly sending a small contingent towards the torch. This small group, numbering about a dozen, dove headlong into the flames like moths to a flame, heedless of their fate. Jinjin's astonishment, the fire at the end of the torch rapidly dwindled, and within a few breaths, it was but a flicker before extinguishing entirely. The fire-poison bees that had plunged into the flames soon took to the air once more, swaying as if they had just indulged in a grand feast. What kind of bees are these that they consume fire? Jinjin had no time to ponder further, for the bees that had darted towards the torch were merely a fraction of the whole. The main horde of fire-poison bees was already closing in on the young man and woman. Gritting his teeth, Jinjin grasped Zidi's hand and retreated swiftly. "We cannot escape. My lord, one of us must draw them away." Zidi's expression was one of despair. She spoke urgently. "These fire-poison bees hunt anything with a higher temperature than themselves. The higher the body heat, the more they are drawn to it. We previously encountered a swarm of fire-poison bees when that blue-haired wolf deliberately carried a beehive to attract them, resulting in the deaths of 4 of our guards and nearly 10 others injured in the struggle. I had no idea there were more fire-poison bees here. My lord, you must flee. If I can divert their attention, it will buy you precious time." With that, Zidi raised her arms, attempting to break free from Jinjin's grip. Yet he held her firmly, his strength preventing her from escaping. The two retreated. Distancing themselves from the campfire, the swarm of fire-poison bees relentlessly pursued them. Buzzing, A significant portion of the swarm suddenly veered towards the roaring campfire, yet a small faction with lethal intent continued to close in on the young couple. Zhenjin and Zidi were forced to retreat to the edge of the fire's illumination, facing a pitch-black jungle ahead. Zhenjin abruptly halted. "We can flee no further. The nighttime jungle is far more treacherous than during the day." With numerous ferocious predators lurking in such an environment, human vision is severely constrained. If Zhenjin and Zidi recklessly plunged into the jungle now, it would be akin to courting death. In contrast, confronting the fierce fire-poison bees offered a glimmer of hope. As a practitioner of battle energy and a paladin, Zhenjin likely possessed silver-level vitality. While ordinary guards faced great peril against the fire-poison bees, a silver-level life form represented a different scenario altogether. Despite the dire situation, Zhenjin remained composed and clear-headed. "Oh, not panic. We still have a chance," he declared firmly, spinning to face the swarm. At the same time, he forcefully pulled Zidi behind him. Clang, with a soft chime. Zhenjin drew his sword from its sheath. Most of the fire-poison bees were drawn to the campfire, leaving only a few dozen in his immediate vicinity. The fire was rapidly diminishing, but there was still enough light to see. The fire-poison bees were now within striking distance. Taking a deep breath, Zhenjin stepped forward, brandishing his sword, unleashing a flurry of glistening strikes. Many fire-poison bees were struck down, some cleaved in two, others plummeting to the ground in frantic disarray, while a few were flung away, yet managed to regain their flight. Armed with a weapon, Zhenjin's offensive capabilities surged. Each time his sword met a fire-poison bee, it felt akin to striking a metal block of the same size. The surface of the fire-poison bees proved remarkably resilient, making it rare for them to be cleaved in twain. Zhenjin's heart sank. The fire-poison bees were proving far more formidable than he had anticipated. The initial wave of fire-poison bees, startled by Zhenjin's onslaught, dispersed with a buzz, only to regroup and launch a fresh attack from both sides and above. Alone with only a sword, without a shield, Zhenjin found it increasingly difficult to defend against the swarm's assault. In truth, even with a shield, it would be a challenge to withstand such an onslaught. Full armor was the only true defense. Zhenjin fought valiantly, swinging his sword in a desperate defense, but the situation remained precarious. The only solace was that the fire-poison bees seemed to be fixated on him, for the moment sparing the vulnerable young woman behind him. Suddenly, Zhenjin felt a sharp sting in his waist, followed by a surge of agonizing pain. "My lord!" At Zidi's cry of alarm, Zhenjin instinctively reached to his waist with his free hand, pulling out a thrashing fire-poison bee. The creature was the size of a fist, resilient in his grip, weighing akin to an egg. Zhenjin instinctively exerted all his strength to crush it, yet to no avail. However, as he extracted the fire-poison bee, its stinger remained deeply embedded in his waist. The bee, having detached its stinger, soon lay motionless, transformed into a lifeless corpse. Zhenjin, disregarding his pain, continued to battle fiercely. The chainmail, woven from iron wire, offered substantial resistance against slashing axes and swords. However, when faced with the venomous stings, its effectiveness was markedly diminished. Zhenjin utilized his arm guard as a makeshift shield, managing to shield his face from numerous assaults from the fire-venom bees. As time passed, he found himself increasingly afflicted, with several bees successfully piercing him. Was this to be his demise? The dire situation plunged Jin's heart into despair. "I need fighting spirit," the young man cried out inwardly. "If I could unleash my fighting spirit, it would serve as protection. The silver-tier fighting spirit would form a dense protective layer around my body, sufficient to withstand these venomous stings. This was the optimal defense against the poisonous attacks. Far more reliable than chainmail. Yet, Zhenjin had inexplicably forgotten how to summon his silver fighting spirit. His memories were fragmented and incomplete, rendering him unable to activate it autonomously. Silver fighting spirit. Damn it, come forth. In the face of danger, the youth nearly cried out in anguish. The campfire flickered weakly, unable to conceal the fierce expression on his face. The precipice of life and death. A sudden, vivid memory surged into Jin's mind. On an autumn evening, Zhenjin found himself in a dimly lit study. A narrow window in the stone wall provided the only source of light. A reddish-brown desk, crafted from fine wood, held a pen holder containing 3 pristine quill pens, alongside an ink bottle. The walls of the study were adorned with 3 oil paintings, one depicting golden fields, another a deep blue castle nestled within a forest, and the last showcasing a lake with noble women. One wall remained bare, featuring only hooks and no artwork. "Gene, my son, do not lower your head," a somewhat hoarse voice called. Gene slowly raised his gaze to see a slender, pallid middle-aged man seated behind the desk, his straight, slender mustaches framing a frown that conveyed a stern demeanor. Gene soon realized that he seemed to avert his eyes, as though afraid to meet the man's gaze, instead focusing on the solitary window. Outside, the horizon was ablaze with the vibrant hues of sunset. "Why? Half a month has passed, and my son, you still show no progress in your breath control technique, remaining at your previous level," the middle-aged man continued. Gene instinctively shifted his focus to the lower half of the desk, seemingly unable to meet the man's eyes. The middle-aged man, understanding, remarked, "I know well how you feel. You have never had much interest in breath control techniques, believing our family's combat skills to be inadequate, do you not? You think the bloodline of the Baijin family cannot bestow upon you exceptional physical capabilities, strength, or speed, that we are merely low-ranking nobles of the empire. Are we not?" Gene remained silent. The middle-aged noble sighed deeply, rising to walk around the desk and standing beside Gene. "Come, follow me." The two exited the study, traversing a shadowy corridor adorned with weathered stone walls. Finally arriving in the castle's garden, the evening sun cast its golden rays upon the garden, which was clearly neglected, presenting a scene of decay and desolation. The only captivating sight was a grand tree standing at the center. Its branches were bare, twisting toward the sky, while its roots lay partially exposed on the parched ground, intertwining in a gnarled manner. Yet, the trunk was adorned with leaves resembling those of a phoenix tree. As a gentle breeze stirred, the leaves rustled against the trunk, exuding a sense of vitality. Jin's father, the middle-aged noble, led him to stand beneath the tree. "Pay attention," the middle-aged man commanded, suddenly unleashing a surge of golden fighting spirit. The golden aura, far more potent than silver fighting spirit, dwarfed black, iron-level energy. The golden fighting spirit erupted, stirring up a tempest. Young Gene was forced to take a step back, squinting against the wind. Under the forceful gust, the leaves clinging to the trunk were swept away, revealing a swarm of tree-winged butterflies. "Baijin wind," the middle-aged man exclaimed as he drew his sword. This sword was not a slashing blade, but a long, slender, thrusting sword in the man's hands. The sword struck with such speed that it created a flurry of sword shadows. The very tip of the thrusting sword was enveloped in fighting spirit. Radiating dazzling sparks, the tree-winged butterflies were caught in the whirlwind and struck by the brilliant flashes, one by one plummeting to the ground. After a few breaths, the ground was strewn with a carpet of phoenix tree leaves, with hundreds if not thousands of butterflies failing to escape. "Incredible! Incredible!" Gene gasped in astonishment, and upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that each butterfly's head had been pierced through. The middle-aged noble's swordsmanship was astonishingly precise. "Cough, cough, cough." The middle-aged man sheathed his sword, coughing as his complexion turned pale. "Oh, you still think our Baijin family is weak?" Gene vigorously shook his head. "Every noble family possesses its own foundation, and our Baijin family was once a great noble of the South. Baijin Wind is our family's signature combat technique and one of our legacies. Yet few outsiders are privy to this secret. Managing a family requires strategy. At times, we must be ostentatious, like a ferocious beast displaying its fangs. But at other times, we must remain low-key and bide our time. As it stands, our Baijin family needs to feign weakness and diminish our presence." After a brief pause, the middle-aged noble continued. "Do you know what the foundation for unleashing Baijin Wind is?" Before Gene could respond, the noble added, "It is the breath control technique." Gene exclaimed in surprise. Only through restraint and the accumulation of power can one achieve astonishing bursts of energy. The breath control technique allows us to conceal our presence, making it difficult for others to perceive or underestimate our fighting spirit cultivation. Furthermore, it also aids in the accumulation of strength. Only by mastering the breath control technique to a profound level can one practice techniques like Baijin Wind. In essence, the breath control technique is the cornerstone of our family's combat skills. Jin, you are the heir of the Baijin family. You must practice diligently. I understand. I will certainly strive to improve, dear father. Jin's eyes sparkled with determination. In an instant, the memory flickered away, and Jin was thrust back into reality. He fixed his gaze on the swarm of fire-venom bees, his eyes suddenly alight with clarity. Baijin wind. This time, it was an entirely different sword technique. The previous slashing and sweeping motions vanished, leaving only the thrusting. Thrust after thrust. The sharp tip of the sword sliced through the air, resembling a multitude of arrows shooting forth, precisely striking the airborne fire-venom bees. Jin employed a remarkably unique technique, creating a blurred phantom of the sword tip, akin to a delicate veil of light. What is this? Ziti lifted her head, her expression a mix of shock and delight. Jin's counterattack ignited a glimmer of hope within her. Truly admirable, Ziti exclaimed, cheering Jin on point one by one. The fire-venom bees fell to the ground, as the Baijin wind technique proved remarkably effective against them. Master, Ziti, now fully protected, gazed at Jin's silhouette, her eyes reflecting the dimming campfire, shimmering with brilliance. The Jin's counteroffensive bore fruit, dispatching numerous fire-venom bees. However, it simultaneously attracted even more of them. The relentless swarm surged forth as hundreds of bees launched at him. After countless thrusts, Jin felt his muscles ache. After over 1,000 strikes, the soreness morphed into a painful throbbing, especially in his sword arm, which felt as though it had swelled. The sword in his hand grew heavier. Buzzing filled the air as the swarm of fire-venom bees seemed endless. Enraged by the casualties, a massive wave surged forth from the flickering campfire. The oncoming swarm resembled a tsunami, threatening to engulf both the young man and woman. Damn it! Jin's heart seethed with curses as he exerted every ounce of strength to wield his long sword at that moment. The blade felt several times heavier, a clear indication that he had reached the limits of his physical endurance. He was drenched in sweat, his mind clouded with fatigue. His sword arm felt almost foreign, the muscles numb to the point where each thrust sent sharp pangs shooting through his bones, akin to a long-neglected, rusted gear forced to turn point one by one. The fire wasp stung Jin, and under such relentless assault, the chainmail offered little protection. Gritting his teeth, he remained resolute, reminding himself that his fiancée, Ziti, was right behind him. To safeguard her, he had not retreated a single step since the battle began. With one hand gripping the sword, he used the other to extract the fire wasps that had stung him. Discarding their lifeless bodies onto the ground, my lord, Ziti's cries echoed behind him. None of the fire wasps targeted her, perhaps because Jin had thoroughly enraged the swarm, but a multitude of fire wasps abandoned the blazing campfire. Intent on confronting Jin, Akati might also have been due to the intense heat radiating from Jin's exertion, far exceeding that of Ziti at that moment. Time stretched unbearably for Jin, but eventually, his vision cleared abruptly, and there were no more fire wasps in sight. The ground was littered with their corpses. He had triumphed. A wave of relief washed over him, causing his grip on the long sword to falter, nearly driving the tip into his own foot. Numbness was his predominant sensation. Yet soon, the wounds inflicted by the fire wasps flared with intense pain throughout his body. His right arm, which had wielded the sword, felt almost non-existent, devoid of sensation. My lord, be careful, Ziti exclaimed in alarm. Her sudden cry jolted Jin from his stupor, snapping his foggy mind back to clarity, just as the campfire flickered nearly to extinction. A dozen fire wasps surged forth from its embers, launching another assault, the last remnants of the swarm. However, I am too weary to continue fighting. Jin grimaced, fully aware of his precarious state. He understood that had these fire wasps attacked him en masse moments ago, he might have had the strength to fend them off. But now, having released the tension, he lacked the energy even to lift his sword. Though he felt no pain at present, he knew the venom of the fire wasps had already begun to spread within him. A voice within seemed to warn him. Should he persist in this futile struggle, he might pay with his life. This was a powerful instinct born from his warrior training. Jin heeded that feeling. Knowing he could no longer afford to fight on, run, Jin gritted his teeth, sighed heavily, and turned to grasp Ziti's hand, hastening away. The young couple fled hand in hand, plunging into the dark embrace of the forest. They had no choice but to escape. To remain would mean certain death beneath the stingers of the fire wasps. Yet despite the peril of fleeing, there still lay a glimmer of hope. I shall not surrender until the final moment. Zhenjin's gaze hardened, his fighting spirit unwavering. Zidi, pulled along by his relentless pace, soon stumbled, unable to keep up with Zhenjin's speed. Even though Zhenjin had reached his physical nadir, Zidi was, after all, merely a mage my lord. Let me stay behind, that I will draw them away. Zidi panted urgently. Silence. Zhenjin halted abruptly, turning to face Zidi. The girl gasped, colliding into his embrace due to the sudden stop. In the next moment, she felt herself spin wildly, her surroundings shifting dramatically. When she regained her senses, she realized Zhenjin had swept her into his arms, sprinting forward at breakneck speed. The dark forest echoed with the rustling sounds of their reckless intrusion. Zhenjin sought to shake off the swarm of fire wasps, yet the incessant buzzing drew ever closer. Even on the brink of death, the young man maintained his composure. The most straightforward way to evade the swarm was to leap into the water, forcing them to retreat. However, lurking within the known rivers were constricting vines. Jumping in would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, Zhenjin opted to race along the path he had traversed by daylight, striving to create distance. This was the best choice under duress. Yet, in the dark, his vision was severely obstructed, rendering it nearly impossible to discern his direction, relying solely on vague memories to guide him. After nearly colliding with a tree for the third time, Zidi struggled to extract a vial of potion from her small leather pouch. The potion, contained within a glass bottle, emitted a glow reminiscent of fireflies. With this faint light, Zhenjin could finally navigate with some semblance of clarity. The forest, dense with branches and entwined roots, made traversing it challenging, especially at such a frantic pace. Often, the underbrush and ferns formed walls that hindered their progress. Zhenjin, clutching Zidi, barreled straight into one of these barriers. He felt a palpable malevolence emanating from the forest, as if countless tendrils were reaching out from every direction to obstruct his path. With every ounce of strength, he tore through the vines, heedless of the thorns that tore at his clothing and flesh in the darkness. The only solace Zhenjin found was that this path bore the marks of prior passage, having been cleared during the day. Otherwise, navigating through the forest would have been impossible at such speed. Zidi hurled vials of potion at the fire wasps. Occasionally, the fire wasps would be momentarily distracted, their speed diminishing slightly, but more often than not, her efforts bore no fruit. This is dire. Zhenjin's heart sank as he realized the surroundings were becoming increasingly unfamiliar, indicating he had strayed into uncharted territory. But there was no time to pause. With the fire wasps relentlessly pursuing him, how could he afford to stand still and regain his bearings? He pushed forward blindly, unaware of how far they had run when suddenly, a roar erupted from the thicket. What was that? Zhenjin caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a black panther. A gust of wind carrying the scent of predation swept toward him. In a moment of sheer luck, he narrowly evaded the creature, not daring to look back as he continued his frantic dash. Behind him, the fire wasps collided with the beast, momentarily distracted. Soon, the panther, unable to withstand the onslaught, retreated with a fierce roar. In that instant, Zhenjin gained a brief respite from the fire wasp pursuit. However, the wasps, fueled by their resentment toward Zhenjin, showed no signs of relinquishing their chase. As the chase continued, Zhenjin's stamina was pushed to its limits. His legs feeling as if they were weighted with lead, he was willing but unable, his speed beginning to wane. The terrain shifted, gradually ascending, and with the flickering light from the potion, a chasm loomed before them. Unfathomably deep, in their frantic flight, they had lost their sense of direction, straying into unfamiliar territory. The fire wasps closed in from the left rear. There! A cave, there's light! Zidi suddenly exclaimed. The cave emanated a faint orange glow. Though weak, it suggested signs of habitation. Zhenjin, panting heavily, his eyes brightened, and he plunged into the cave, holding Zidi tightly. Upon entering, a wave of scorching air hit them. There were no signs of human presence within. The light emanating from a peculiar type of mineral. This mineral glowed a deep red, radiating heat and a dim orange light. the cave's entrance. The minerals were sparse and small, but deeper within. They became more abundant and larger. After several hundred steps, Zhenjin felt as though he had entered a furnace, while Zidi was drenched in sweat. Proceeding further was no longer feasible. The air within the cave was oppressively hot, almost to the point of cooking them alive. Yet, the pursuing fire wasps had also entered the cave, relentless as death itself. Zhenjin set Zidi down. They were compelled to press onward into the cave. Driven by the swarm at this juncture, the chase had reached a critical climax. A flicker of hope ignited within Zhenjin. Although he could not confront the fire wasps, the unique geography of the cave might cause them to lose track of their targets. He knew that fire wasps hunted based on heat. The higher the temperature, the more they were drawn to attack. Though the path ahead was shrouded in darkness, a glimmer of light still fought to break through. The young couple gritted their teeth, pushing their physical limits, stumbling forward step by step within the cave. The passage grew narrower, the scorching minerals nearly covering the walls, casting an intense crimson hue. Contact with the walls was impossible. They were far too hot. There were signs of wild beasts here, he suddenly exclaimed. Zhenjin followed the direction of the girl's finger and saw claw marks etched into the mountainside. A beast capable of surviving in such extreme conditions must surely be formidable. A wave of dread washed over Zhenjin, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. What beast could he concern himself with at this moment? He had no other options. After the fire-poisoned bees entered the cave, they had been distracted by the oars, often resting on them to absorb warmth. Yet they had never given up, hovering persistently behind them. With an uncertain future ahead, the boy and girl could only press on, resolutely braving the path. Suddenly, Zhenjin staggered. An intense wave of dizziness struck him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. "This is bad," he muttered, his steps faltering, his vision beginning to sway as if an earthquake had struck, making it nearly impossible to stand. The fire poison had flared up. Zhenjin had to reach out and support himself against the rocky wall. Sizzle! The wall scorched his leather gloves, a plume of black smoke rising swiftly. Simultaneously, a foul stench emanated from Zhenjin's body. The noxious odor instantly incited a violent agitation among the fire-poisoned bees behind them, prompting them to abandon the oars, and, shedding their previous lethargy, they surged toward Zhenjin with fierce intent. Zhenjin's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. She suddenly realized the fire-poisoned bees, attracted to high temperatures, also locked onto their prey through the smell of the fire poison. When the fire poison activated, the distinctive foul odor would thoroughly incite the bees' ferocity. Zhenjin harbored an abundance of fire poison within him, which meant countless fire poison bees would perish at his hands. Such a formidable adversary would naturally provoke a frenzied assault from the swarm. Alarmed and distressed, ZD fumbled for a potion, dousing it over Zhenjin in an attempt to mask the foul stench of the fire poison, which had immediate effect. The murderous intent of the fire-poisoned bees dissipated, drawn instead to the searing rocks surrounding them. "Hurry! This potion will only last for a short while." ZD hoisted Zhenjin's arm on her shoulder, her delicate frame straining as she dragged him forward. After taking a few faltering steps, Zhenjin felt the world spinning around him, his sense of direction utterly lost, truly struggling to move. The fire poison made him feel as if his entire body was ablaze, his mind echoing with the tolling of a giant bell. Clinging to the last vestiges of clarity, he weakly urged ZD, "You must go, quickly." The girl, untainted by the fire poison, knew that within this cave, the target of the fire poison bees was solely Zhenjin. If she fled now, she might indeed have a chance of survival. Yet, she vehemently shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice tinged with desperation as she declared, "No, sir, I will never leave you behind. I have finally found you, and we have come this far. How can we give up now?" Zhenjin sighed deeply, suddenly pushing ZD away with force. "Go." "No, sir." As they tugged at each other, they both fell to the ground. The swarm of fire-poisoned bees had already arrived above them. Death loomed at that moment. ZD shut her eyes tightly, while Zhenjin glared furiously at the approaching swarm, lying helplessly on the ground. Unable to rise, he watched as the fire-poisoned bees dove towards him, Mere inches from his face, a roar suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. The sound reverberated off the walls, causing the fire-poisoned bees to scatter in disarray. Visibly shaken, they flitted about like drunken revelers, even colliding into one another. Thud, thud, thud. Then came a series of urgent sounds, akin to war drums being pounded by a mighty warrior. A monstrous creature charged through the cave, whipping up a fierce wind, its form so swift that it left behind only a massive shadow in the eyes of the boy and girl. The mysterious beast lunged at the fire-poisoned bees. The once arrogant and savage swarm was driven away, retreating in a panic. The beast pursued relentlessly, the two rapidly exiting the cave. Silence swiftly enveloped the cavern. The boy and girl lay on the ground, gasping for breath, staring blankly at the ceiling. Within the mine, incredulity marked their faces. They were somehow still alive. ZD was the first to rise, noticing the footprints on the ground. Each step of the fearsome creature had left a shallow imprint in the earth, revealing its immense size and ferocity. That it was nothing short of a stroke of fortune that it had not trampled them. Sir, ZD attempted to help Zhenjin to his feet. However, his weight, combined with his armor, proved too much for the frail mage to easily move. Ultimately, ZD could only drag Zhenjin a short distance, allowing him to lean against the cavern wall. Zhenjin's condition was dire. When ZD touched him, she found his body burning hot, almost as if he were one of the peculiar ores found in the cave. The potion's effect had worn off, and the foul odor emanating from Zhenjin seemed even more potent, nearly suffocating ZD. Zhenjin weakly uttered, "Leave, ZD, get away from here." He could hardly shake his head. Even the slightest movement could plunge him into unconsciousness. That he raised his hand, gazing at his arm. As multiple phantom limbs danced before his eyes, his skin had reddened and swelled, making him appear as if he were about to burst, his temperature alarmingly high. His eyelids began to swell, severely impairing his vision. ZD, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt as though she were drowning in a sea of despair on the brink of suffocation. She understood the peril of the fire poison. Members of previous exploration teams had perished due to it. Those unfortunate souls had suffered immensely before their demise, their eyes swollen to the point of not allowing even a slit to remain. Their throats and nasal passages had swelled to extremes, making breathing nearly impossible. The cause of death was asphyxiation. Zhenjin was a being of silver tier vitality, yet he could not withstand the fire poison. The accumulation of fire poison within him was overwhelming. The ferocity of the fire poison bees was truly terrifying. In response to Zhenjin's repeated insistence to leave, ZD shook her head resolutely. "I will not go. I refuse to give up. Sir, I can concoct a potion. I will surely create the correct remedy. We still have hope. Please don't lose faith." Zhenjin's vision began to blur, as if thick glue had sealed his eyelids and eyes together. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fully open them. In his hazy sight, he saw ZD weeping, sitting on the ground, pulling out vial after vial from her exquisite leather pouch at her waist. She poured the potions onto the ground, quickly corroding a small circular pit into the earth. Then she began to mix the potions, combining several vials together, before retrieving various dried leaves and roots from her garment. First grinding them into a fine powder, and then adding them to the pit. Glug, glug. The concoction in the pit began to bubble. The ZD focused intently on the potion, continuously adjusting her mixture, occasionally wiping her eyes, as if the potion were stinging them. Zhenjin wished to urge her further, but after only a few breaths, he found he had lost the ability to speak. His throat felt as if it were on fire, swollen to the point that swallowing was excruciatingly difficult. His tongue was numb, to the extent that he could hardly feel it, as if he no longer possessed that organ. Soon his consciousness began to dissipate. Subsequently, Zhenjin found himself teetering between wakefulness and slumber, losing all awareness of the events unfolding around him. In his dazed state, he felt a cool liquid slip into his mouth and cascade down his throat. His throat felt as though it were clogged with tightly packed stones. Yet under the soothing embrace of the cool liquid, the stones swiftly dissolved, swiftly yielding a clear path. This refreshing liquid then seeped deep within Zhenjin, gradually spreading throughout. Sensation began to return to Zhenjin with great haste. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the blurred silhouette of Ziti, nearly pressed against him. The young woman's hands were smeared with the potion as she diligently applied it to Jinjin's body. Clad in chainmail, Jinjin felt the constriction of his skin, swollen from the fire poison coursing through him. With the aid of the potion, the inflamed skin, once engorged, seemed to deflate rapidly. A piercing chill enveloped him, causing Jinjin to shiver involuntarily. The cave was stiflingly hot, and Ziti, having worked tirelessly, soon found herself drenched in sweat, her once loose robe clinging to her form. Upon completing the application of the potion, her violet eyes shimmered with anticipation. Gazing intently at Jinjin, akin to a drowning man saved from the depths, gasped for air as he emerged from the abyss. He inhaled the scorching air, feeling a profound joy akin to that of a parched traveler discovering an oasis. Gradually regaining his senses, Jinjin realized his mouth was agape, saliva pooling on the ground beneath him. In Ziti's eyes, she could clearly observe Jinjin's body rapidly deflating, his condition evidently improving. My lord. You are awake, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy at the clarity returning to his gaze. Truth be told, she had little confidence in her concoction. How long was I unconscious? Jinjin inquired. Only a few minutes. Ziti replied promptly. A wave of relief washed over Jinjin. We must leave this cave at once. Undoubtedly, this was a perilous place. The prior chaos caused by the fire poison swarm hinted that the cave's beasts had likely triumphed. Should they return victorious, the young couple would become mere prey. Delving deeper into the cave posed significant risks. Who could say if there were other paths? If not, it would surely spell their doom. Ziti assisted Jinjin to his feet, and he steadied himself against the cave wall. The rock was scorching, the scent of burnt fabric wafting from his gloves, yet Jinjin felt a surge of joy. For both the searing heat and the acrid odor were signs of life, sensations he had previously been devoid of. Even more astonishing, Jinjin sensed a burgeoning power within him, growing stronger by the moment. Observing his perplexed expression, Ziti, with a mix of trepidation and remorse, explained, My lord, I must apologize. I added a considerable amount of the berserk potion to the mixture. Consuming it temporarily unlocks a vast reservoir of potential within, significantly enhancing combat abilities. However, the after effects can be quite severe and may inflict significant harm on the body. You did well. There is no need for guilt, Jinjin reassured her, patting her shoulder to alleviate her unease. Let us hasten our departure, he urged, attempting to take a step. The dizziness still lingered but had lessened considerably. To his astonishment, Jinjin discovered he could walk independently, even run. The power within him surged, and he felt the chainmail becoming almost weightless. It appeared the berserk potion had fully awakened his latent potential. Yet, what would happen once the effect wore off? This looming threat cast a shadow over Jinjin's heart. Typically, once the berserk effect subsides, one would succumb to extreme weakness. Jinjin was already afflicted by fire poison, and Ziti's hurried concoction had not truly resolved the issue. It merely relied on the berserk potion in conjunction with others to temporarily bolster his vitality against the poison. Regardless, he resolved to seize this opportunity to escape the perilous situation. Even if escape proved impossible, he would strive to save Ziti. Jinjin had already resolved to face death. His time of clarity was brief, and his memories fragmented. Yet he understood. Ziti was his fiancée, and their relationship held complexities, possibly harboring hidden truths. She had remained steadfast by his side, even willing to sacrifice her life for him. Regardless of the dangers faced, how could he repay such loyalty? As a knight, was he incapable of protecting his own fiancée? Jinjin silently vowed to give everything he had to safeguard the young woman. Hand in hand, they raced through the cave, soon reaching its mouth. The roars of beasts clashing echoed from outside. The battle beyond was intensely fierce. Jinjin and Ziti exchanged uncertain glances, then cautiously approached the cave entrance to peer outside. The fire poison swarm had long since vanished, and two other factions were now engaged in combat. One was the formidable beast that had rushed out of the cave, driving away the fire poison swarm. This creature, robust as a grizzly bear, bore a pink tail reminiscent of a monkey. It stood upright, its hind limbs resembling those of a bear, while its forelimbs were akin to the hands of an orangutan. Each of its hands possessed 4 fingers, with long, sharp, black claws resembling black iron. The opposing faction consisted of beasts akin to black panthers, yet devoid of fur, their bodies armored in scales. Moreover, each had a single horn protruding from their foreheads, sharp and rhino-like in appearance. While there was only one monkey-tailed bear, the scaled-horned panthers numbered over a dozen. Judging by the aura they exuded, the monkey-tailed bear was a silver-tier beast, while most of the scaled-horned panthers were bronze-tier, with only their leader and a select few possessing the essence of black iron. The panther pack surrounded the bear, and a fierce battle ensued. Despite the bear's strength, a single panther could not match it. Any panther that lunged at the bear was swiftly swatted away. Yet the panthers quickly regained their footing, clearly resilient in the face of such forceful blows. Witnessing the stalemate, Jinjin and Zidi exchanged glances, both filled with deep concern. Should they rashly charge out, they might be set upon by the panther pack, torn to shreds. My lord, if the opportunity arises, you must dash out. Do not worry about me, Zidi whispered. Jinjin shook his head, lacking the leisure to counter his fiancée's suggestion. Even he had little confidence in breaking through the beastly blockade, let alone ensuring Zidi's safety. The difficulty of their escape was staggering. Moreover, Jinjin's own state was fraught with peril. Should the potion's effects wane, the suppressed fire poison would resurface, posing a grave threat to his life. What to do? If only he could wield his fighting spirit. Jinjin felt stifled and troubled. He possessed the means to fight hidden within him, yet could not unleash it. There was no opportunity. Jinjin and Zidi remained concealed near the cave entrance, observing the tumultuous battle outside. Throughout, the scaled-horned panther pack maintained an orderly yet relentless assault, keeping the monkey-tailed bear ensnared at their center. Should the young man and woman emerge from their hiding place, they would inevitably draw the attention of these beasts. The chances of survival in such a reckless endeavor were slim. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not take such a risk. The longer Jinjin watched, the more alarmed he became. The scaled-horned panthers held the upper hand. Their numbers were overwhelming. Though the panthers did not often hunt alone, they thrived in family units, and the sheer volume of them hunting in packs was unprecedented on this island. Not only had life forms undergone terrifying mutations, but their behaviors had drastically changed as well. Jinjin speculated about the origins of these scaled-horned panthers. He recalled encountering a leopard-like beast during his flight from the fire-poison swarm, which had ultimately fled in panic when pursued. This beast was likely a scaled-horned panther. After its escape, it had likely returned to its kin, alerting others to follow the scent trail of Jinjin and Zidi, leading them to this very spot. Rather than seeking vengeance against the fire-poison swarm, it seemed more plausible that these panthers were intent on hunting Jinjin and Zidi. Thus, it could be concluded that the monkey-tailed bear had inadvertently shielded them from disaster. In his heart, Jinjin felt no gratitude whatsoever. The monkey-tailed brown bear had first driven away the fiery wasp swarm, and now it was engaged in a fierce battle with the panther pack, fighting valiantly for Jinjin and Zidi's survival. However, if it emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly turn its wrath upon the young couple. All of this was merely a twist of fate. With a sudden roar, the panther leader lunged onto the back of the brown bear, opening its jaws wide to bite down fiercely on the bear's neck. Enraged, the monkey-tailed brown bear shook its massive body violently. Yet, the panther leader clung on tenaciously, nearly being flung off, but maintaining its grip with its sharp teeth. The brown bear, with its thick, fleshy hide, was bleeding profusely. It extended its powerful, gorilla-like claws, the sharp talons piercing through the panther's scales and embedding deeply within its body. The panther leader refused to relent. While the other panthers surged forward to join the fray. One by one, they pounced onto the brown bear, forcing it to the ground. Seize the opportunity, Jinjin thought swiftly, grabbing Zidi and darting out of the cave entrance. However, at that moment, the remaining panthers spotted them and immediately let out a roar, charging towards the pair. The others were also poised to pounce. Pressured by the scaled-horned panther, Jinjin and Zidi had no choice but to retreat back into the cave. The panthers did not pursue them inside, as the monkey-tailed brown bear had erupted in fury. Its claws radiated a scorching heat, with iron-like sharp nails glowing red, as if they had been pulled from a furnace. The brown bear rolled frantically on the ground, shaking off most of the panthers. Then, with a powerful thrust of its claws, it plunged deep into the panther leader's body. The panther leader writhed in agony, blood gushing from its mouth and nose. In the next moment, the monkey-tailed brown bear savagely tore the panther leader in half. Its claws glowed a fiery red, exuding a searing heat, resembling iron tempered in a forge. The crimson claws easily pierced the panther's scales, becoming instruments of slaughter under the bear's immense strength. In an instant, nearly 10 panthers fell victim to the massacre, their lifeless bodies strewn about. The panther pack collapsed in disarray, suffering substantial losses. Though the monkey-tailed brown bear was the ultimate victor, it had also sustained grave injuries. Its right eye had been gouged out, its body riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely. The injuries on its legs and arms were so deep that bone was visible. The most severe wound was on its neck, where the panther leader had bitten down, leaving a deep gash that appeared to have severed an artery. Blood continued to pour from a wound. Having suffered such a grievous blow, the brown bear did not pursue the panthers after driving them away. Instead, it retreated back to its cave. With no other options, Jinjin and Zidi were compelled to withdraw further. The wounded beast is often more terrifying. Fortunately, the brown bear, gravely injured, did not run, and its pace back to the cave was slow. The young man and woman were forced to retreat deeper into the cave. If the cave had only one passage, they would eventually confront the brown bear, leading to a fierce clash. However, Jinjin had no confidence in his chances. He had once possessed a long sword but had lost it by the campfire. Now, his only weapons were 2 daggers, one in his possession and the other in Zidi's hand. The young couple continued to back away. For them, the best scenario would be if there were side passages within the cave. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The monkey-tailed brown bear halted midway and did not advance further. It stopped to claw at the mineral-rich cave walls, continuously consuming the hot stones. Jinjin observed quietly, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He was shocked to discover that after swallowing several pieces of the minerals, the bear's wounds began to cease bleeding. The bear's previously weak and disordered breathing gradually stabilized. Jinjin realized the truth. These minerals were the bear's sustenance. He had previously noticed numerous claw marks on the cave walls, initially believing they were merely for sharpening its claws. Now it seemed they were remnants of the bear's foraging. The brown bear's condition was rapidly improving. Jinjin and Zidi exchanged worried glances, their expressions grave. They now faced 2 choices. The first was to continue retreating in search of side passages within the cave to evade the monkey-tailed brown bear. The second was to confront the bear in battle, seizing the moment of its weakness to strike. Both options bore considerable risk. The first choice would forfeit the current opportunity, allowing the bear to recuperate. If they found no side passages, they would still have to battle the bear. The second choice involved engaging the bear, but Jinjin had no confidence in the outcome. While it was true they had an opportunity, if there were side passages and he ultimately fell to the bear, would that not be a grave injustice? Suddenly, Zidi grasped Jinjin's hand, wordlessly conveying her resolve. She would leave the decision to him. In that moment, Jinjin found himself mired in a dilemma. This was a choice of life and death. Crucially, it did not only concern his own fate, but also the life of his betrothed, Zidi. The heavy weight of responsibility bore down upon Jinjin's shoulders. His gaze flickered, soon revealing a steely determination. He squeezed Zidi's hand, then released it. He drew forth his dagger, taking slow, deliberate steps towards the feasting monkey-tailed brown bear. Both choices left Jinjin feeling uncertain, devoid of any reliable information to aid his decision-making. Thus, he chose to follow his instinct, to fight, to attempt to seize destiny by the throat. Even without a long sword, armed only with a small dagger, he pressed forward. Closer and closer he approached. The distance between Jinjin and the bear diminished. The brown bear continued to eat, perhaps oblivious to Jinjin's encroaching presence due to its return to its lair, or perhaps weakened from the fierce battle. However, at that moment, Jinjin's expression suddenly shifted. A memory surged forth from the depths of his mind. Damn it, why did this have to surface at such a critical moment? Jinjin cursed inwardly, yet he found himself momentarily lost in a vivid recollection. In an old tavern, the atmosphere was dimly lit and filled with the cacophony of voices. "We have triumphed. Raise your glasses high." Jinjin found himself seated in a corner, surrounded by knights clad in shining armor. He was one among them. The armor and capes of the knights bore fresh scars, yet everyone was exhilarated. It appeared to be a victory celebration after battle. Huzzah! Someone cheered. I doubt there is anything in this world that can stand in the way of us. The Temple Knights, reflecting back, the preceding battle had indeed been perilous. Others voiced their concerns, expressing how they had nearly lost control of their mounts. The knights' lamentations drew a disdainful laugh. What peril? You young pups are still too green. The voice captured Jinjin's and the other knight's attention. It belonged to an elderly man, his beard flecked with gray, his robust frame clad in the armor of a temple knight, though adorned with more ornate and dignified embellishments than the others. The knights offered no rebuttals, gazing at the elder with expressions of reverence. The once boisterous tavern fell silent. Commander, please regale us with a tale. I know you have fought in many great battles, such as the conquest of Iron Banner Fortress, the hunt for the Blood Knights, and the defense of Griffin Cliff. Which battle do you deem the most challenging? Someone inquired. The old commander chuckled softly, remaining silent for a moment before tilting his head back, draining his mug of ale to the last drop. Yes, he set down the empty cup. Another temple knight immediately placed a full one before him. The old commander grasped the cup, this time taking a small sip, savoring the rich froth within. His solitary eye glimmered with nostalgia in the flickering firelight. He began, if we speak of the most arduous battle, it would have to be the one from 6 years ago, in the Wolf's Valley that I know. It was the annihilation of the Cold Fur Knights. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Many individuals cast sharp, scrutinizing gazes towards Jinjin. The elder commander nodded and continued. Indeed, it was in the Valley of Wolves. That band of southern nobles is comprised almost entirely of treacherous scoundrels, deceitful, shameless, and utterly fickle. Our Order of the Holy Knights, 5th Company, has marched for 5 days, and upon entering the Valley of Wolves, we were betrayed by our supposed allies. Thousands of Frostfur Knights launched a relentless siege upon us. Just as our 5th Company had withdrawn from the front lines, we were caught off guard by the first wave of attacks, suffering an immediate loss of 30% of our ranks, leaving us with barely over 1,000, each bearing wounds. The Frostfur Knights pressed their assaults in wave after wave that we clung to our shattered camp, managing a meager defense. The second wave was repelled, but we lost 300 men. After the third wave, we had over 200 casualties. Following the fourth wave, merely 80 remained. That we exhausted all our berserker potions, and supplies were non-existent. To make matters worse, among the enemy was a powerful sorcerer known as the Corruptor. This vile mage unleashed potent spells that severely corroded our weapons and armor, that we found ourselves cornered and in dire straits when the commander of the Frostfur Knights offered us a chance to surrender. We understood that the southern nobles sought to capture us as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Emperor. Little did he realize how underestimated the Holy Knights are. After a brief discussion, we charged forth, without swords, yet we are Holy Knights. Without armor, yet we are Holy Knights. Without steeds, yet we are Holy Knights. Without supplies, yet we are Holy Knights. Regardless of how numerous or formidable the enemy may be, or how scant our numbers, we shall never surrender. For we are the Holy Knights. A profound silence enveloped the tavern. All the Holy Knights paused, intently gazing at the elder commander, hanging on his every word. The youthful faces among them radiated with intense excitement that we charged forth. We were defeated. The elder commander chuckled, stroking his thick white beard and wiping away the stains of ale, his visage brimming with pride. My strength was limited, and I sustained numerous wounds from blades, collapsing amidst the corpses like a dead dog. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in the temple. It was then that I learned the entirety of the 5th Company had perished, leaving only me. The Frostfur Knights did not spare us. Every corpse was finished off. Yet, fortune smiled upon me, as the knight who delivered the final blow wielded a dagger. That dagger pierced my eye, penetrating deep into my skull, spilling my brains upon the ground. That it was the Emperor himself who intervened to save my life. He inquired what reward I desired. I told His Majesty that I implored him to grant me the designation of the 5th Company of Knights, for I wished to re-establish a new order of the Holy Knights. Thus, you little rascals came to be. Do you understand? Otherwise, how could the esteemed Order of Holy Knights easily recruit new members? You young ones have merely stumbled upon good fortune. However, you are still too inexperienced. That recent battle was but a trifle. The elder commander shook his head, saying no more, and merely resumed his drinking. His words were brief and coarse. Yet the young holy knights in the tavern displayed expressions of fervent excitement. They began to converse animatedly. I know well that in the Battle of the Valley of Wolves, our 5th Company, with just a few hundred men, managed to annihilate over 5,000 Frostfur Knights, obliterating 3 of their formations. The Frostfur Knights had scarcely finished their grim task of cleaning the battlefield when they were struck by a sudden onslaught from the 3rd Company of Holy Knights, ultimately meeting their demise in the Valley of Wolves. The Frostfur Knights were the premier elite of the Southern Noble Alliance. This battle shattered the very backbone of the Southern Noble Coalition. Indeed, this is the essence of our Holy Knights. We are unrivaled, invincible. Even when ensnared in dire straits, we shall hold our heads high as we march towards death. Without a doubt, charge forth, and die in our charge. The atmosphere in the tavern reignited with fervor. The young Holy Knights, whether from the effects of the alcohol or sheer exhilaration, all bore flushed faces. Memories faded, yet their voices seemed to echo in Jean's ears. Charge forth, die in our charge. Without hesitation, Jean surged forward. The monkey-tailed brown bear's ears twitched. It had sensed the commotion, yet its grievous injuries rendered it slower than usual. Just as it turned, it caught sight of the boy midair. Jean sprinted and then leaped, brandishing a gleaming dagger aloft. The bear was taken by surprise, the dagger plunging directly into its remaining left eye. In an instant, it became blind. Roaring in fury, the bear, driven to madness by the agony and the darkness before it, unleashed its primal wrath. With a powerful swipe of its massive arm, Jean had no way to evade. In the nick of time, he could only curl his body as much as possible, raising his arms to shield his face and chest. A resounding thud echoed as the boy was sent flying at a speed twice as fast as before by the bear's strike. He was violently thrust into the cave wall, the arm he had used as a shield completely shattered. The force of the collision caused multiple fractures to his scapula and ribs, and his internal organs were also affected. The impact was so severe it seemed to provoke internal bleeding. Jean let out a cry, spewing a mouthful of blood. Excruciating pain coursed through his body, and his face turned ashen. Yet amidst such despair, new strength surged from the depths of his being. This was the potency of the Berserker potion. After expelling another mouthful of blood, Jean pushed off the cave wall with all his might. Kill! He shouted, resolutely charging once more at the brown bear. In that instant, a tempest howled in his ears. He felt as though he had transcended his limits. The acute pain from his vigorous movements only served to heighten his excitement. His arms became entirely numb, flailing behind him like 2 thick noodles as he raced forward. The bear's previous strike had been no trifling matter, shattering the bones in his arms and turning his muscles to pulp, barely holding together. The bear, now frenzied, began to lash out wildly within the cave, sending debris flying everywhere. Fragments of rocks struck Jean, and he wore an expression of iron resolve. Suddenly ducking his head, he evaded a swipe from the bear's claws, quickening his charge to the utmost limits. He leapt off the cave wall, taking several rapid steps before launching himself into the air once more. The bear, blinded and lost in its rage, remained unaware. Jean seized the moment. As he descended, he forcefully stomped down on the dagger lodged in the bear's eye socket. With a sickening squelch, blood and brain matter erupted forth as the dagger penetrated deep into the bear's skull, the blade vanishing entirely within. The bear emitted the most harrowing and agonized roar of its life. Acting on instinct, it seized Jean with its powerful claws. The razor-sharp talons radiated heat, turning a fiery crimson. They pierced Jean's abdomen, impaling him completely, and then hurled him to the ground. The force of the bear's grip drove its claws deep into the hard earth. The searing talons tore through Jean as if slicing through butter. He cried out in agony. His innards charred. In that moment, he fully comprehended the torment endured by those scaly, horned panthers. My lord. The horrific scene before Zedi elicited a piercing scream from her. The cry reached Jin's ears, jolting him back to a semblance of consciousness amidst the excruciating pain. His waist was pinned to the ground by the bear's claws, nearly immobilizing him that moment. The monkey-tailed brown bear loomed over him, its gaping maw mere inches away. In this dire moment, the boy summoned every ounce of his strength, twisting his upper body to the extreme. The bear, deprived of all sight, failed to land its attack, crashing its head against the ground, its teeth gnashing into the earth, sending debris flying. With his arms rendered useless, Jin had no choice but to mimic the bear, aiming for its neck and opening his mouth wide to bite. Upon the neck of the brown bear, there lay a grievous wound, a chilling testament to the fierce battle waged not long ago between the monkey-tailed brown bear and the leader of the scaled-horned black panther. The gash was deep enough to expose bone, and the once thick fur had long since been stripped away. The creature known as Jin had almost buried his head within it, after a few savage bites. His mouth was filled with the bear's flesh and blood. Initially, the brown bear's wound had bled profusely, but after consuming ore, its blood had largely clotted. Now, however, as Jin gnawed at the flesh, the bear's arteries were severed, causing a torrent of fresh blood to spurt forth, flowing even more rapidly than before. In an instant, the bear's blood splattered across Jin's face, as if he had plunged his head into a miniature waterfall, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly, while the stench of the bear's blood filled his nostrils, mingling with a strange sweetness. Yet, Jin continued to fight back with desperation, relentlessly tearing at the bear's flesh. Consequently, a deluge of bear blood surged into his throat, nearly suffocating him. But at that moment, who could afford to think of breathing? The struggle had reached a pivotal moment. Who would emerge victorious? Who would live and who would die? Jin began to choke on the bear's blood, which flooded into his lungs, causing immense suffering. The bear emitted a mournful, low growl, sensing its own panic. It could not see the youth, but felt the frailty of Jin's physique. Nevertheless, Jin proved to be fiercer than any beast the bear had ever encountered. Ziti stood frozen, her wide eyes fixated on the gruesome scene of the human and bear in combat, as if turned to stone. Paralyzed with shock, the bear attempted to extract its claws, seeking to rend the youth to shreds. But its efforts were in vain. It had fought valiantly and was now at its wit's end, after enduring the boy's desperate struggle. Its strength waned rapidly, akin to a cascading avalanche. Unable even to withdraw its claws, with a thunderous crash, the bear finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. Its enormous body dwarfed Jin's several times over. Yet in the end, it lay defeated. Jin too fell to the ground, erupting into violent coughs, expelling chunks of flesh and clots of blood from his mouth. After heaving out the blood and flesh, the youth finally managed to breathe freely once more. He resembled a drowning man who had just reached the shore, his chest rising and falling in labored gasps as he struggled to catch his breath. After a few breaths, he began to cough again, spitting out bloody foam. It was uncertain whether the blood belonged to the bear or was a result of his internal injuries. A powerful wave of dizziness engulfed the boy's mind. He attempted to rise, but his efforts ended in utter failure. His abdomen was still pierced by the bear's claws, bleeding profusely. The recent brutal struggle had violently torn open his previous wounds, exacerbating his injuries. Charred, blackened intestines oozed from the gaping wound. With a thud, he collapsed back on the ground. He chuckled weakly as he gazed at the massive bear carcass. This laughter bore a striking resemblance to that of the old leader of the Knights of the Temple. Soon after, Jin's once bright eyes grew dull, his laughter fading swiftly. Within a few breaths, the luster of his pupils vanished entirely. The effects of the ferocious potion had dissipated, and the youth lost all consciousness. For a moment, both man and beast lay still. Darkness enveloped them. In the profound abyss of darkness, Jin's consciousness gradually stirred. "Where am I?" he pondered. "What is this place?" No one answered him. Silence reigned in the dark. Who am I? Why was he trapped here? What was he meant to do? The boy grew anxious. Sensing he had forgotten something of utmost importance, he strained to recall, but found nothing. That he began to struggle, yearning to break free from the confines of this darkness. Then, a glimmer of ethereal light appeared before him. The minuscule illumination stood out starkly against the black backdrop. As the light flickered, fragments of the boy's memories began to resurface. He seemed to return to the tavern, where he had celebrated victory as a member of the Knights of the Temple, listening intently to the old leader's teachings. The light in the darkness resembled the dim candlelight of the tavern. Jean felt warmth envelop him, and in his drowsy state, he was on the verge of slipping into a deep slumber. Just then, he heard a ferocious roar. The sound of the beast caused the light to sharpen, only for Jean to be disheartened to discover that he had not returned to the tavern, but was instead in a searing mine. Waves of relentless pain crashed over him, akin to tumultuous seas threatening to shatter a small boat at any moment. Alongside the agony, he endured unbearable heat and a profound sense of dizziness. These sensations were all too familiar. The fire poison had flared up again, he thought. His abdomen was still impaled by the bear's claws, rendering him unable to rise. Summoning all of his strength, he managed to lift his head slightly. There, he beheld the bear's corpse and a familiar figure bent over it, diligently collecting bear blood. It was Zidi, her face marked with urgency as she occasionally wiped her tear-streaked cheeks. Instantly, Jean felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earlier, he had feared a new beast might attack upon hearing the roar. But seeing Zidi unharmed eased his tension, and he let his head drop back down, the thud echoing through the cave. Zidi turned at the sound, her eyes lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "My lord? Jean, you've awakened." She rushed to his side. As she drew nearer, he noticed her swollen eyes and the clear traces of tears on her cheeks. Jean longed to speak, yet his throat and tongue were swollen, rendering him mute, leaving him only able to offer a weak smile. In that moment, he realized that if another beast were to attack, he was in no condition to protect his fiancée. Zidi said, "My lord, the fire poison has returned. The previous potion is no longer effective. I am preparing a new remedy, and I will succeed. Please believe me, my lord. You must not give up. I will save you." Her words were meant to comfort Jean, but sounded more like self-deception, a means to bolster her own confidence. Jean nodded, but this slight movement caused him to slip back into unconsciousness. Time passed in the dark, and he was once more jolted awake by the sound of a beast's roar. He detected no sign of any beast attack, and realization dawned upon him. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? How long had he been unconscious this time? He surveyed his surroundings and found Zidi by his side. Yet this time, she was not collecting bear blood. Instead, she had cut open Jean's arm and was drawing his blood. A glass vial was already half filled with his blood, which appeared dark red and scalding hot. Upon seeing him awaken again, Zidi exclaimed, "My lord, I am treating you. I am extracting your poisoned blood to dilute the fire poison in your system." Jean remained silent. Oddly, this time he felt no pain whatsoever. This was decidedly not a good sign. The absence of pain indicated a breakdown of his body's normal sensory mechanisms, the essential warning system that alerts one to protect oneself. Jean knew his condition was dire. Not only had the fire poison returned, but he had also sustained severe injuries from his battle with the bear. The lack of pain signified that his nervous system had been utterly destroyed. Only the intense dizziness in his mind remained. The boy dared not move, for he had learned from experience that even the slightest action could plunge him back into unconsciousness. Jean could only gaze at the cave ceiling. Whether regarding his wounds or the blood being drawn from him, he felt nothing. His sense of hearing also dulled. In that moment, he experienced an odd sense of peace and tranquility. However, this tranquility soon dissipated, replaced by an encroaching sense of dread. Yes, fear. He was afraid. He recognized that death was approaching. This fear was a fear of death. In truth, he had faced death when contending with a bear, but at that time, he had not paused to savor the experience. The gradual onset of death was an unpleasant feeling indeed. The youth felt a profound sense of his life ebbing away, silently, without a whisper, from the depths of his heart. He yearned to hold on to the fleeting essence of existence. Yet life was akin to water cupped in one's hands. No matter the effort exerted, it would inevitably trickle through the fingers, ultimately vanishing entirely. He realized he was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, resigned to quietly await the scythe of death that would claim him. Jean had once believed himself to be sufficiently courageous, but in that moment, He was acutely aware of his fear and weakness. This fear was so palpable, so intense, that it made him fully comprehend that no matter how much suffering and training he endured, he could not face it with complete equanimity. He came to understand that this fear was the most fundamental fear inherent in all life, a primal instinct for survival. The fear enveloped him like a fog, shrouding his entire heart. Simultaneously, emotions such as helplessness, despair, panic, and anger arose from this fear. Jinjin began to pray, "Oh, great deity, the supreme emperor. He is a knight of the sanctuary, and the deity he venerates is the wise emperor of the human race." The wise emperor was the leader of humanity, possessing powers that transcended legendary status, a divine being walking among mortals. Jinjin continued to confess to the wise emperor, attempting to atone for his past transgressions, only to awkwardly discover that, having lost his memory, he could not recall any mistakes he had made. Therefore, he could only beseech the wise emperor for mercy, imploring him to protect Ziti and ensure her safe escape from this perilous island after his demise. However, the prayers of a youth to the deity he had pledged his lifelong service to receive no response whatsoever, not even the slightest hint of acknowledgement. Every knight of the sanctuary was under the watchful gaze of the wise emperor. Could it be that on this island, the connection between the faithful and the divine could be severed? With such doubts swirling in his mind, Jinjin once again succumbed to darkness, as before, accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. He awakened once more. This time, upon regaining consciousness, Jinjin furrowed his brow that he felt an intense pain. Unlike the previous suffering, this time it felt as if every inch of his body was being pierced by needles. Every square inch of skin, muscle, and bone bore the weight of countless tortures, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Furthermore, the searing heat from earlier had intensified. The boy felt as if he were being consumed by flames, as if he were cast into a bonfire, burning fiercely. "It works! It works!" He heard Ziti's exclamations. The girl appeared to be in an extraordinary state of excitement. Jinjin shifted his gaze and was taken aback by her actions. The girl was neither collecting bear blood nor drawing his blood. Instead, she was pouring blood onto his wounds that could only be bear blood. Jinjin, who had been grievously injured, especially in the abdomen, now found that the deadly claws of the brown bear that had pierced his torso had inexplicably vanished. Ziti seemed to have poured numerous potions onto the wounds, creating a mixture that resembled a palette of colors poorly blended by an amateur painter. The continuous flow of bear blood merged into these viscous paints. Quickly being absorbed at that moment, Jinjin's body felt akin to parched soil, desperately absorbing every drop of bear blood Ziti poured, and doing so with remarkable speed. What kind of healing technique is this? Can it truly work? Jinjin felt a chill rise within him as he observed this. The more bear blood he absorbed, the more intense the pain became. Yet simultaneously, his heart felt increasingly robust. Thump, 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 his heartbeat quickened, racing faster and faster. The boy experienced a peculiar illusion. If his heart continued to beat any faster, it might just leap from his battered body. This concern did not last long before Jinjin succumbed to unconsciousness once again, as the pain intensified to an unbearable degree, far surpassing the limits of what a human body could endure. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before Jinjin gradually regained consciousness. The sound of cheerful birdsong reached his ears, followed by a gentle breeze that brought with it the fresh scent of flora. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he finally came to his senses, and he first noticed that the excruciating pain that had tormented him had vanished. Leaving only a dull ache, he attempted to lift his head, and the overwhelming dizziness that had threatened to consume him dissipated entirely. Then he observed that his body was wrapped in numerous bandages, particularly around his abdomen, where layers concealed traces of blood. Summoning what little strength he had, Jinjin managed to prop himself up. Struggling against the weakness that enveloped him, he felt utterly drained, as if he had gone without sustenance for days. And his mouth was parched, craving water desperately. When he finally succeeded in sitting on the ground, he was taken aback. He looked at his arms and hands. Once shattered beyond repair, his bones had been pulverized, and his flesh reduced to a pulp by the brown bear's assault. Yet now, astonishingly, they were nearly healed. Only the surface of his arms bore an unnatural reddish hue, as if they had been boiled. Had Ziti truly accomplished this? It was nothing short of miraculous. Jinjin marveled internally. If it were magic or divine art, the difficulty would not be insurmountable. However, here, Ziti could not wield her spells. To achieve such results solely through potions was undeniably formidable. Could it be that my fiancé is also a master alchemist? Jinjin could not help but speculate. He scanned his surroundings, realizing that Ziti was not present. The youth quickly discovered that he was no longer deep within the cave. This place was not the site of his battle for survival against the brown bear, but rather closer to the entrance. As a result, the minerals were sparse here, the air was not scorching, and he could still hear the melodious chirping of birds outside the cave. As he absorbed the intermittent breeze and listened to the clear bird song, Jinjin's emotions began to swell. His gaze fell upon the cave entrance, where a resilient blue-red wildflower bloomed defiantly on the rocky wall. Jinjin stared quietly, his eyes gradually reddening, nearly spilling tears. After the immersion between life and death, even the most ordinary scenery became immensely precious to him. He beheld this unassuming wildflower, watching its delicate petals tremble gently in the breeze, and his heart surged with a profound sense of vitality. I am still alive, still alive. The joy of survival washed over him like waves upon the shore, overwhelming Jinjin with emotion. After a considerable time, this tumultuous wave of feelings began to subside. Yet, new concerns emerged. Indeed, this place remained perilous. Jinjin had not forgotten that many corpses of scaled horned panthers lay outside the cave. The fresh blood and flesh would undoubtedly attract predators. After enduring these few days, Jinjin had fully grasped the dangers of this island. To underestimate them would be folly. The youth attempted to rise, but his efforts were in vain. Merely sitting up was the limit of his capabilities. His entire body felt like jelly, especially his abdomen, which felt as though a substantial portion had been removed. And his legs bore no strength whatsoever. "You're awake," a familiar voice called out. Ziti appeared at the cave entrance, standing frozen in disbelief. Jinjin nodded at her, offering a faint smile. Ziti, confirming the reality of the situation, was swept up in emotion, rushing toward him and nearly collapsing into his embrace. The sudden weight of her body nearly toppled Jinjin over. He gently patted her delicate shoulder, his voice hoarse compared to before. "I listened to you. I did not give up." Emichim. Ziti nodded, releasing her tight grip, her violet eyes fixed intently upon him, unblinking, their gazes locked. With deep emotion, Ziti declared, "Lord Jinjin, you are a true knight of the sanctuary." In that moment, the young knight felt the overwhelming admiration and affection radiating from the girl, all laid bare before him. Jinjin offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Not quite. Even now, I cannot wield my fighting spirit." Ziti responded earnestly, "You will surely remember how to." The girl's faith in Jinjin surpassed even his OWNMY lord. "During the time you were unconscious, I cleaned the battlefield and disposed of the brown bear and panther carcasses. I used the bear's blood to concoct a temporary potion that I sprinkled the potion near the cave entrance. And now the air is thick with the scent of brown bears, which should serve to intimidate other predators. For the time being, this place is safe. Additionally, I ventured deep into the cave, reaching its very end. This cave has but a singular path, and the judgment made by my lord was remarkably astute." Jinjin nodded repeatedly, his worries finally dissipating. "My lord, how do you feel now?" Ziti began to examine Jinjin's wounds once more. "I feel quite well, though utterly drained." Jinjin replied candidly. He gazed at Ziti, who was diligently tending to her tasks, and his admiration for the young girl grew ever stronger. The girl herself was of black iron rank. Even deprived of magic in this place, she possessed a formidable talent for concocting potions. It seemed that Jinjin's willingness to risk his life for her well-being had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. Without her assistance, he likely would have perished long ago, beyond admiration and gratitude. However, another sentiment stirred within Jinjin's heart. Ziti and Jinjin shared a close bond, their relationship akin to that of betrothed partners. Jinjin preliminarily assessed that their connection harbored deeper, more intricate truths. Regardless of the specifics, the bond forged through their shared experiences of life and death was undeniably genuine. "My lord, Your condition is currently stable. Your fatigue is merely due to a lack of rest. Provided you replenish your body with sufficient food and water, you should be able to walk normally in a few days. Zidi stated earnestly after her examination. All of this is thanks to your potion, Jinjin praised. Yet Zidi shook her head. The circumstances were dire at the time, and the conditions for potion making were exceedingly rudimentary. To be honest, I had no confidence. I merely exerted every ounce of effort, never anticipating such extraordinary results. Perhaps, Zidi hesitated, her beautiful purple eyes fixed on a young man, sparkling with unmasked curiosity and intrigue. Jinjin smiled. What do you wish to inquire? There is no need for hesitation. Zidi promptly asked, My lord, are you truly only of silver rank and not gold? Jinjin pondered. Why do you harbor such doubts? Zidi replied, My lord, it is possible that my potion had an effect. However, I believe the likelihood is rather slim that I am inclined to think that you possess an innate vitality. Such life essence is not something one of silver rank can possess. Only one of golden rank can exhibit such vigor, my lord. Your survival through this ordeal is largely thanks to your own self-healing abilities that you believe my rank is not silver, but rather gold? Jinjin furrowed his brow slightly, as he involuntarily cast another glance at his ART present. It appeared almost as good as new. The young man vividly remembered the severe injuries he had sustained to both arms. Moreover, the wounds on his abdomen had also been quite grave. Yet according to Zidi's earlier observation, the abdominal injury had vanished, replaced by fresh pink flesh. Frankly speaking, the degree of healing was only marginally less impressive than the regrowth of severed limbs. Was it truly the efficacy of the potion? Jinjin could not help but question. His heart raced. Could it be that my talent is exceptionally remarkable, not merely of silver rank, but rather possessing the essence of gold? Am I truly a genius among geniuses? If so, why have I concealed such a gift? Am I fearful that someone might extinguish this budding potential? Thus, I have endured until now, with a multitude of doubts swirling within him. Jinjin could only shake his head and smile wryly to address Zidi. Your speculation is indeed plausible, yet I cannot provide you with an answer, as my memories have only returned in fleeting glimpses. Regrettably, as the person involved, the young man himself remained unaware of the truth. Zidi fetched a water pouch, which Jinjin accepted, sipping it slowly. My lord, how does drinking feel? The girl expressed concern and tension. Jinjin savored the water thoughtfully, replying, There is no sensation of pain. It feels quite normal. Upon hearing this, Zidi exhaled a breath of relief. That is good, but further observation is necessary. Jinjin only drank water, not consuming any food. In fact, he had only taken a small amount of water. Though it merely quenched his thirst slightly, Jinjin recognized the necessity of such moderation. Despite appearing to recover well externally, the true state of his internal injuries could not be discerned by mere observation. Zidi was unable to wield magic here, nor was she a trained physician, and Jinjin could not summon his fighting spirit. After drinking a bit of water, Jinjin lay back down, gradually allowing himself to relax. Upon reaching the cave's end, Zidi concluded that the extensive excavation of this cave was largely due to the monkey-tailed brown bear. It was this creature that had continuously consumed the minerals within the mountain, gradually forming this cave. The cave's considerable length indicated that the monkey-tailed brown bear had resided here for quite some time. A silver-rank beast, its presence had established sufficient authority to intimidate surrounding predators. A territory of sorts had formed around it. Particularly, the previous group of scale-horned black panthers had been vanquished. For the foreseeable future, it was unlikely any predators would dare to intrude upon this place. After all, these wild beasts remained unaware that the brown bear had been slain by Jinjin. It appeared that the surrounding situation was temporarily secure. This cave could serve as a stable campsite. Jinjin awakened in the morning, and by noon, he replenished his water intake. This time, he drank a bit more by afternoon. He felt the urge to urinate. However, his body was still weak, and he remained unable to rise. My lord, allow me to assist you, Zidi remarked, having closely monitored Jinjin's condition. She was adept at reading the subtle nuances of his demeanor and immediately sensed his slight embarrassment. Jinjin had no choice but to lie on the ground. Successfully relieving himself with Zidi's assistance, my lord, I am your fiancé, E. There is no need for embarrassment." Though Ziti spoke thus, two delightful blushes rose on her cheeks, and a few strands of hair at her forehead slightly stood on end, as if her entire petite frame was radiating warmth. Ziti not only helped Jinjin with his trousers, but also attentively observed his urine. "My lord, it appears that your injuries are healing remarkably well. You may drink water with confidence now. However, you must exercise caution regarding food intake," Ziti reported with a note of joy. Jinjin nodded, feeling a sense of delight himself. The human digestive and urinary systems are of paramount importance. Jinjin would rather sacrifice 2 arms than face complications in digestion or urination. Losing one's arms would be inconvenient, but a major failure in digestive or urinary functions could jeopardize life itself. When night fell, Jinjin began to eat. The coarse rations bore no resemblance to the word delicious. Yet Jinjin ate with great satisfaction, even feeling a profound sense of happiness arise within him. To be frank, the young man was famished. He could have devoured several cattle in one sitting. However, he restrained himself, adhering to the process he had followed with water, and for his first meal of rations, he consumed only a modest amount. Upon waking the next day, he had regained some strength and was able to stand unaided, though he could only manage a few steps. There was no sensation of dizziness, merely a profound lack of energy. He even felt as if his arms were heavy, almost burdensome. The young man did not push himself. Wisdom and patience are virtues esteemed by the Paladin order. He ate a little in the morning, more at noon, and by evening, he successfully produced a bowel movement. Although Ziti wished to assist, this time Jinjin insisted on handling it himself. After observing Jinjin's stool, Ziti was overjoyed. "My lord, your body is recovering splendidly, or rather, extraordinarily. Such physical resilience is not something of silver rank can possess." Ziti gazed intently at Jinjin, her purple eyes radiating a fervent light. The event primarily addresses inquiries regarding the new book. While attentively gathering friends' reading impressions and actively absorbing their suggestions, that I sincerely apologize. There are simply too many groups, and my personal energy is quite limited. In the future, I will focus on activities in the official group. And the groups established by reader friends can interact with IT.AS for the system of interaction. Discussions are currently underway with the administrators that I am aware of the hopes that everyone has for Guzhenrin. But I kindly request that you refrain from intertwining the two books. Such comparisons may adversely affect everyone's reading experience. The two books are distinct. The new protagonist will introduce a novel ambience. Both are works to which I have devoted my utmost effort. I somewhat regret revealing the style of Wei Longxue, as many have been influenced by this remark, subsequently diminishing their reading pleasure. On the third morning, Jinjin slowly awoke to a serene atmosphere. He had rested well the previous night. Beneath him was no longer a hard, stone ground, but a soft, dry layer of foliage. This was specially gathered for him by Ziti. Thinking of his fiancée, a warm feeling surged within Jinjin. However, Ziti was not nearby. Recalling her suggestion before he fell asleep the previous night, to extract some of Jinjin's blood for examination to determine if any residual fire poison remained. And if so, perhaps to discern Jinjin's true cultivation. Jinjin had agreed. He pondered whether that girl had indeed not rested throughout the night, a frown creasing his brow as concern began to take root in his heart. Although he had been asleep, he remained confident that he would sense any disturbance around him. Jinjin glanced over at the other side of the hay bed, which was plush and bore no signs of compression. He became certain that Ziti had not slept there last night. After she entered the cave, she had not emerged again. He then rose and ventured deeper into the cave. Ziti had arranged a temporary potion-making area in the depths of the cave. During the 2 days that Jinjin had been recuperating, she had scarcely gone out. Even when she did, it was only near the cave. Most of her time, apart from caring for Jinjin, was spent concocting her potions. Upon entering the cave, Jinjin was unsurprised to find Ziti kneeling among various pits. These pits varied in size. The larger ones contained the processed blood, bones, and hides of beasts, while the smaller ones held an array of potions. Resembling a vibrant miniature dye workshop, "My lord, you are awake?" Hearing the noise, Ziti turned to glance at Jinjin, but did not rise, continuing her work of potion making. "Forgive my rudeness, my lord. I am in the midst of preparing a potion." Ziti shook the glass vial in her hand, while her other fingers deftly sprinkled in granulated ingredients. This vial was only the size of an adult's fingertip, and the potion inside appeared to be bear blood, a dark red hue. The granulated ingredients dissolved into the potion, adhering to the inner walls of the glass vial. The Ziti's gaze was fixed intently on the vial, sometimes adding more granules, and at other times scooping bear blood from the pit to mix in. Ultimately, it seemed she achieved some equilibrium. The granules completely dissolved, leaving none behind. Ziti nodded slightly, satisfied, before corking the vial and placing it on a wooden rack on the side. This rack was crudely constructed from several dry branches, nearly filled with glass vials. Seeing that these vials contained wild flavor potions, Jinjin could not help but inquire, "So, you have been concocting this potion all night. Is it truly wise to exert yourself so?" "Thank you for your concern, my lord." Ziti smiled and immediately explained, "If I do not prepare it now, the bear blood will spoil. These are top-quality materials. It would be a shame that I do not have sufficient refining tools at hand. This silver-gray bear blood is far too extravagant and wasteful merely for crafting wild flavor potions. Most magical materials possess a limited shelf life. Past their expiration, their value diminishes significantly." Jinjin nodded in acknowledgement of Ziti's diligence. "You have worked hard." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on the glass vials. Entranced, it was peculiar. He seemed to sense a sweet aroma emanating from the vials, igniting within him an impulse to indulge in the bear blood. "Am I simply too hungry?" Jinjin quickly suppressed this strange sensation. To be honest, he had not enjoyed a hearty meal in the past 2 days. Despite understanding that he was recovering well, he remained cautious about his food intake. Consequently, both the bear blood and leopard blood had been consumed. Next, he would need to process the remaining meat. Ziti licked her dry lips. Having worked here for an extended period, her forehead glistened with perspiration. She retrieved a piece of beast meat from the larger pit, covering it with a layer of verdant herbs, before taking out a small vial of potion from her bag and gently pouring it over the meat. This vial was not made of glass, but appeared to be crafted from dark ironwood. Although only a small amount of liquid was poured, it quickly spread and permeated the meat, releasing a pungent odor. A faint hissing sound followed, and the once plump beast meat shriveled significantly. Ziti tore apart the dried meat, continuing to shred it. The meat transformed first into strands, then was compressed into a fluff. In the past 2 days, apart from dry rations, the majority of Jinjin's sustenance had been this shredded meat. They did not light a fire. On one hand, the lesson learned from the blood and tears of the fire poison made them exceedingly cautious about fire. On the other hand, it was impractical to kindle a fire within the cave, as it could lead to a depletion of oxygen, smoke pollution, or even poisoning. The processed fluff, while not particularly palatable, retained its nutrients and eliminated any potential bacteria and toxins within the flesh. These are exquisite magical materials. If sold outside, they could fetch a considerable sum of gold coins. What a pity! Even now, I would gladly accept the most ordinary crucible. Ziti, while working, shook her head in deep regret. Jinjin smiled. He did not urge the exhausted Ziti to rest, but instead sat down beside her. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Ziti smiled back. "Since you put that way, I will not be polite." From then on, Ziti focused on the delicate task of pouring potions, while Jinjin took on the responsibility of shredding the meat into fluff. Their collaboration vastly increased efficiency. During their cooperation, Jinjin awkwardly noticed several pits in the corner, storing his urine and feces from the past few days. Studying these could provide insights into your physical condition. My lord, Ziti's expression remained neutral, but regret tinged her voice. "Unfortunately, I cannot ascertain your true strength. Furthermore, I wish to analyze and recreate the potion that healed you. If it was indeed my potion that treated your injuries, then the value of that recipe would be immense." Such a research attitude. One could truly say she embodies the essence of a mage, Jinjin mused internally, while outwardly he affirmed, "You are absolutely right. Have you made any discoveries?" Ziti sighed softly, her expression dimming slightly. The situation was dire at that time. Many critical steps were executed purely on instinct that I could not even estimate the ratios of the various herbs used to completely recreate that potion is impossible. I can only do my best. However, I have not returned empty-handed. I managed to concoct 2 potions using bear blood and minerals. One enhances combustion, while the other suppresses it. Zhenjin nodded in agreement. After he helped Ziti process all the beast meat, he patted her shoulder and suggested, "Let us eat a little." The two shared some dry rations, the freshly made meat fluff, and water. The water was warm. Though they had not kindled a fire, they could heat it using the minerals. In such an environment and under these conditions, a sip of warm water brought the utmost comfort. As the warm liquid flowed down their throats and settled in their bellies, their very souls felt gently caressed from above. Although food was plentiful, water was scarce. Both were frugal, and after a few sips, Zhenjin spoke. "Now, tell me about yourself, Ziti." Ziti nodded. "My lord, I am undoubtedly your fiancé, but which family do you belong to? Where is your family's territory?" Ziti smiled wryly. "My lord, you overestimate me, that I am not of noble birth. I am merely a merchant. My family has been engaged in commerce for generations." Zhenjin could not help but raise an eyebrow slightly, as this response caught him somewhat off guard. The matrimonial partners of nobles are predominantly of noble lineage. Some aristocrats even intermarry among relatives to preserve the purity of their bloodline. So, have you awakened some form of superior lineage within you? Zhenjin inquired further. This too is a possibility. Although nobles typically have but one wife, they often maintain numerous lovers, resulting in a considerable number of illegitimate offspring. Merely examining family trees makes it challenging to ascertain true lineage. Historically, there have been instances where lesser nobles possessed a rich, noble heritage, and even commoners have suddenly exhibited astonishing potential, only to trace their lineage back to a prominent aristocrat. Often, those who carry the weight of a distinguished bloodline are sought after by nobles, assimilating into their families. However, Ziti shook her head once more, revealing a hint of bitterness. "I apologize for disappointing you, my lord. The bloodline within me is rather unremarkable. In fact, reaching the level of black iron has nearly exhausted my potential. I am not a noble, nor does my ancestry boast any nobility. My father was the previous president of the Purple Wisteria Merchant Guild, and now it falls upon me to lead the entire guild." Purple Wisteria Merchant Guild? The name rings a bell. Wait, could it be? The knowledge retained in Zhenjin's mind included information about the Purple Wisteria Merchant Guild on the illustrious continent of the human race. There exist 6 major merchant guilds. Each of these guilds boasts a long history and is a formidable entity, backed by powerful nobles, with business ventures spanning mountains, forests, lakes, seas, and deserts. Beneath these 6 major guilds, one particular guild has risen rapidly over the past century, swiftly becoming the second most prominent guild, leaving all others far behind in its commercial miracle. This guild is none other than the Purple Wisteria Merchant Guild. The Purple Wisteria Merchant Guild has absorbed a vast number of small and medium-sized guilds, even welcoming individual shops and itinerant merchants, creating an immense scale and influence in the lower and middle markets. However, due to the lack of protection from the upper echelons, the great nobles of the Holy Ming Empire coveted the guild's profits and chose to take action. The Purple Wisteria Merchant Guild faced oppression. Its president met with an accidental demise, and now the guild has splintered, being divided among the great nobles. After my father's incident, I am the sole daughter. I refuse to give up. If I were to let my father's, grandfather's, and ancestors' hard work be destroyed, that would be the utmost ingratitude. Many elders of the merchant caravan also refuse to submit and have rallied around me. However, no matter how much wealth one possesses, it cannot rival the power of authority. My father's death made me realize that I must engage in the Empire's power dynamics, relying solely on the previous development methods of the guild. The more wealth we accumulated, the larger we grew, the more we would tread down a perilous path that I meticulously selected partners for the caravan, eventually finding a perfect match with you. My lord, at a flash of realization, struck Zhenjin's mind as he grasped the unfolding circumstances. Although he retained only a few fragments of memory, he understood that the Baijin family belonged to the southern aristocracy. The Holy Ming Emperor, with his extraordinary talents, unified the entire human race continent, naming it the Holy Ming Continent. The final phase of conquering the continent involved assimilating its southernmost regions. The decisive battle was the annihilation of the Cold Fur Knights, The conquering army of the Holy Ming Empire faced a stalemate due to the mountainous terrain, hindering their conquest of the south. Initially, the southern nobles who had pledged allegiance began to see hope amidst the impasse, covertly contacting the resistant southern nobles to forge an alliance. The 5th Legion of the Holy Temple Knights withdrew to regroup, and the allied southern nobles dispatched the Cold Fur Knights to execute an ambush. The Cold Fur Knights, being the elite legion of the Southern Noble Alliance, decimated the 5th Legion of the Holy Temple Knights, yet were subsequently defeated by the reinforcements that arrived. The Cold Fur Knights fell into disarray. The Southern nobles hastily sent reinforcements, resulting in significant vulnerabilities appearing in their once impenetrable defenses. The Empire responded with remarkable swiftness, launching a full-scale assault that utterly shattered the Southern nobles' lines. Consequently, the Southern nobles suffered a catastrophic defeat, unable to withstand the might of the Holy Ming Empire's forces, facing either annihilation or surrender. The portion of Southern nobles who had initially pledged allegiance, but later rebelled, also faced severe purges. The Baijin family was among these nobles, and a considerable number of Baijin family members had served within the Cold Fur Knights at that time. Although the Baijin family endured the purges, their territory, wealth, and military forces suffered significant reductions that, in the ensuing time, they faced relentless oppression and exclusion from various factions of the empire's nobility. Naturally, the Baijin family was unwilling to fall into decline. On one hand, they sought to unite with other families in similar predicaments to form alliances, while on the other, they actively researched the empire's upper echelons. Sending Jinjin into the Holy Temple Knights was one of their strategic outcomes. The Holy Temple Knights, being the elite military force of the Holy Ming Empire, directly serve the Holy Ming Emperor and represent his most loyal military strength. Each knight of the Holy Temple venerates the Holy Ming Emperor, and one who dedicates their faith naturally embodies unwavering loyalty. Thus, the Holy Temple Knights enjoy the highest trust from the Holy Ming Emperor. Generally speaking, the powerful nobles in the empire are few, and they seldom, if ever, send their family members into the Holy Temple Legion. To offer one's faith is akin to nurturing a wolf within the family. Nobles prioritize their interests above all else. And most of the time, family interests take precedence over everything that in contrast. The smaller nobles aligned with the emperor, court nobles, and select great nobles may selectively send their family members into the Holy Temple Knights. Jinjin, as the sole heir of the Baijin family, joining the Holy Temple Knights represented the most sincere declaration of loyalty to the Holy Ming Emperor. This diplomatic gesture successfully alleviated the external pressures faced by the Baijin family. However, encountering suppression and exclusion within the Holy Temple Knights was an inevitable, natural, and expected outcome. After all, the Cold Fur Knights had nearly annihilated the 5th Legion of the Holy Temple Knights, which noble does not have familial ties. Jinjin, having become a knight of the Holy Temple, already harbored deep-seated enmity with her peers. Sending an heir into the Holy Temple Knights was indeed a wise move, for aligning completely with the political faction of the Holy Ming Emperor was inherently in the family's best interest. Jinjin's mind drifted back to memories of her father, the middle-aged noble with slender, pointed mustaches who possessed the wisdom and decisiveness befitting a clan leader, as the sole heir of the Baijin family. My joining the Holy Temple resulted in exclusion and oppression, which I had anticipated and chosen to endure. Jinjin recollected the second fragment of memory. In her recollections, Qin Kuei was evidently seeking trouble and deliberately making things difficult. His motives were understandable. Perhaps a relative of his had perished in the 5th Legion. As for Jinjin's own actions, they could be discerned as well. Despite her remarkable talent, she did not seek the limelight, but opted to conceal her gifts and devote herself to her training. Maintaining a low profile was a strategy to prevent political adversaries from suppressing or even eliminating her prematurely. Her goal in becoming a knight of the Holy Temple was to forge alliances within the Emperor's faction. Rather than creating enemies everywhere, as the future steward of her family, she came with diplomatic intentions. The military is never devoid of opportunities for friendship. When faced with immense external pressures, the Knights of the Holy Temple are compelled to believe in one another and rely on each other. Such shared experiences of life and death significantly mitigate past animosities. Through this approach, the Baizhen family was able to extricate itself from political turmoil and become a member of the imperial faction. However, achieving this milestone merely allowed the Baizhen family to precariously establish itself. The noble family remained considerably impoverished. The pressing question remained: how could they expand their territory, increase their wealth, and strengthen their family's influence? The human realm has been unified under the reign of the illustrious Emperor Shengming, ushering in an era of peace across the four seas, leaving little opportunity for ambition. However, the human race's grand offensive against the Beastman's territory has presented a prime chance for numerous noble families to expand their dominions and establish their military exploits. Baisha City stands as a beacon of opportunity for the Baizhen family, prompting Zhen Jin's determination to vie for the title of city lord. From Zidi's perspective, the Ziding Chamber of Commerce has been fragmented among the great nobility, leading to the demise of its president. Had the elders been willing to bow down, they would have long since allied themselves with these powerful aristocrats. The merchants rallying around Zidi are naturally antagonistic towards these great nobles. Consequently, Zidi finds herself compelled to seek alliances within the imperial political factions. Among these members, the formidable ones disdain the remnants of the Ziding Chamber. While a complete Ziding Chamber might entice them, the current disarray renders it far less appealing. Those of moderate strength harbor reservations. Zidi's faction represents the essence of the Ziding Chamber. To hastily embrace them would mean opposing the might of the empire's powerful aristocrats, a consideration fraught with peril. Weaker members, such as certain court nobles, lack even a territory to call their own, rendering them unable to accommodate the chamber's members. Simultaneously, as the newly appointed leader of the chamber, Zidi harbors her own concerns. She is reluctant to align with overly dominant nobles, for she is merely a black iron-ranked mage, and such powerful allies may very well absorb the remnants of the Ziding Chamber in future collaborations. After careful deliberation, Zidi has set her sights on the Baizhen family. The current patriarch of the Baizhen family, though a golden-level powerhouse, has suffered grievous injuries, losing his right arm, once a prominent southern noble. The Baizhen family boasts a rich history. After being compelled to align with the empire, they have faced exclusion and repression. Now, they struggle to regain their footing and are in dire need of expansion and development. Their territory has been stripped, leaving them with scant resources and facing ostracism from neighboring lands. Thus, the Baizhen family values the channels offered by the Ziding Chamber far more than other families. Most crucially, the Baizhen family is willing to pay the price, even promising a marriage alliance for their future heir. Following the establishment of the agreement, they promptly held an engagement ceremony and widely disseminated the news. All these factors serendipitously forged the bond between Jinjin and Zidi, an engaged couple beset by their respective predicaments, yet deeply reliant on one another, not merely by their own desires, but also by the aspirations of the forces behind them. Otherwise, how could a noble of Jinjin's stature possibly engage with a woman of lesser lineage? The Baizhen family could risk their sole heir by sending him to the sacred temple and now to the front lines of Baisha City, facing the grave peril of his potential demise in battle. This is a gamble. The Ziding Chamber finds itself in a similar predicament. Both sides have no retreat. It is no wonder Zidi remains steadfastly loyal to me. Zhen Jin pondered deeply, finally grasping the intricate undercurrents at play. As he gazed at the young woman before him, he felt an even greater affinity. Zhen Jin did not despise alliances forged for mutual benefit. Rather, he found them commendable. Such alliances tend to be more reliable than mere sentiments, and the bonds of loyalty can indeed be cultivated. Coupled with the ties of marriage, Zhen Jin understood that Zidi would undoubtedly become his most dependable ally in the days to come. Zidi continued, "We boarded the sea vessel with the intention of entering the Beastman's territory to compete for the lordship of Baisha City. However, during our voyage, we inexplicably encountered a maritime disaster, ultimately leading us to this island." Zhen Jin contemplated, "Thus, our current objective is not only to preserve our lives and escape this place, but also to gather more subordinates. Zidi, how many troops do I command, and who among my retinue is reliable?" To this inquiry, Zidi hesitated notably, weighing her words before responding. "My lord, you possess the qualifications to compete for the lordship of Baisha City, and you also possess extraordinary innate talents. Our primary cohort consists of the armed elite of the Zeting Chamber, and we have engaged the services of two renowned mercenary groups. Zhenjin was taken aback. He discerned the implications. His retinue lacked any military strength, rendering him a mere figurehead. Reluctantly, he found himself dependent on the Zeting Chamber while also hiring two mercenary groups. This situation was exceedingly precarious. As the sole heir of a distinguished noble family, he was risking his life on the front line of war, yet he lacked a loyal military force at his side. Compared to the mercenary groups, the armed contingent of the Zeting Chamber had become Zhenjin's most loyal strength. Had the Baijin family fallen to such depths? Surely, they could not be entirely bereft of troops. This abnormal situation caused Zhenjin to furrow his brow. Ziti explained, "Indeed, a contingent was dispatched from your family. However, they were ambushed by bandits en route and were completely annihilated. Additionally, signs of frequent activity by goblins and ogres have emerged around the borders of the Baijin family's territory. We feared that other competitors might reach Baisha City first and establish an early advantage. Therefore, we created the illusion of remaining in place, while in reality, we disguised our identities and clandestinely set sail aboard the Pig's Kiss." Zhenjin's pupils constricted as he scoffed. "It seems the competition for the lordship of Baisha City is indeed fierce that a noble's elite force was unexpectedly decimated by so-called bandits mid-journey. Furthermore, the Baijin family's territory, once a fertile heartland, how could it possibly harbor goblins and ogres?" Having realized something, Zhenjin inquired further, "Who else is competing for the lordship alongside me? Did they board the same vessel?" Ziti shook her head. "There are two others, both your contemporaries. They did not travel with us." Zhenjin remained silent, lost in thought. This answer implied that they would not have to contend with malevolent competitors on this island. However, it was also likely that this maritime disaster was orchestrated by those very rivals. Ziti then added, "However, my lord, there's a priest from the sacred temple accompanying us, named Jasha. He serves as the evaluator for this competition for City Lord. He is likely still alive. If we can locate him and provide assistance, it would be most advantageous." "Jasha?" Zhenjin raised an eyebrow, deep in contemplation. Days later, on a clear morning, the melodic chirping of birds filled the air. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, piercing the faint mist that enveloped the forest floor. The young man and woman stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the cave, their expressions a mixture of complexity. The young man, with his golden hair, fair skin, and robust physique clad in chainmail, exuded an air of vigilance and energy in contrast. The young woman donned a purple hooded robe, with her black curls spilling from beneath the hood. Her sun-kissed skin and striking features, particularly her violet eyes that sparkled like gemstones, were undeniably captivating. It was Zhenjin and Ziti. Days prior, they had fled here from a swarm of fire-poisoned bees, after a harrowing struggle for survival. They had miraculously escaped with their lives. Following their retreat to the cave, they tended to their wounds and recuperated, the cave serving as a temporary sanctuary for them to catch their breath. Yet despite its warmth, the cave could never replace their true home. Let us depart. After casting a final glance at the cave, Zhenjin turned first, striding into the woods, with Ziti closely following. Unlike their previous flight, both now bore heavy packs. These bundles concealed a wealth of beast bones, shredded meat, and minerals. Additionally, they carried several spears, both long and short. Zhenjin had lost his original longsword by the campfire, and the only dagger he possessed had broken when he attempted to slay a monkey-tailed brown bear. Thus, over the past few days, Ziti and Zhenjin had collaborated to craft some long and short spears. The long spears measured approximately 1.8 meters, while the short ones were about 1.5 meters. The long spears were intended for hand-to-hand combat, while the short spears were designed for throwing. Both types were fashioned from the sturdy timber found near the cave. Resembling ironwood in hardness, it had proven exceedingly difficult for Zhenjin to shape these weapons alone. Ziti's corrosive potions had played a vital role in their creation. When compared to true steel blades, these spears held significantly lesser value, both in durability and sharpness. Yet there was no alternative. Zhenjin was in dire need of weaponry, with only one intact dagger remaining, which was entrusted to Ziti. Before their departure, Ziti had contemplated offering the small dagger to Jinjin, but he had declined. The small dagger possessed by Ziti is rather exceptional. Designed for the manipulation of materials, Ziti intends to employ it while concocting potions. Furthermore, in times of dire peril, she can draw it forth for self-defense, in the wilderness. Despite Jinjin's earnest efforts, he cannot provide her with absolute protection. Hence, it is imperative for Ziti to possess a measure of self-defense capability. Simultaneously, the diminutive dagger offers limited assistance to Jinjin. Interestingly, the claws of the monkey-tail brown bear could serve as weapons. However, upon the bear's demise, its formidable claws rapidly disintegrate into a substance akin to carbon ash. Not only is there a lack of weaponry, but armor is also scarce. Ziti dons an apprentice's robe, which affords only feeble magical protection, rendering her defenses against the savage beast bites and charges quite precarious. Jinjin's pair of armed guards has already been discarded. They serve their final purpose in the struggle against the monkey-tailed brown bear. Without them, Jinjin's forearm might well have been crushed. Ultimately, these armed guards are severely deformed, with one almost entirely shattered, necessitating reforging. Jinjin is also without a helmet, and the chainmail on his upper body is his sole comfort. He leads the way, forging ahead, while Ziti follows closely behind. The two venture deeper into the forest, their primary objective being to locate the campsite that was besieged by a swarm of fire-poisoned bees. This choice has been made with great deliberation. Jinjin's long sword lies abandoned there. Though unwieldy in use, it retains irreplaceable value. More critically, only by returning to the campsite can Ziti retrace her previous path taken while leading the guards in exploration and rescue. Along this path, several temporary encampments lie scattered, each concealing a modicum of supplies. Thanks to Jinjin and Ziti's diligent preparations, they currently have an ample food supply, though water is rather scarce. During Jinjin's recent awakening, aside from discovering a few water skins, they have had no opportunity to procure potable water. Although they have crossed rivers, the waters are fraught with perilous python vines, rendering the act of drawing water too risky. Moreover, around the cave, sources of water are exceedingly rare. The dwindling water in the skins is one of the primary reasons urging the young duo to vacate the cave. Towering trees stand erect, and Ziti notes that the deeper they venture into the forest, the taller and more robust these trees become, some reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters, seemingly piercing the sky. Here, sunlight does not filter down like columns. Instead, it becomes feeble and diffuses throughout the thick white mist in the forest depths. The air is imbued with the fresh scent of foliage, while flocks of birds soar above the canopy. Occasionally, woodpeckers can be seen perched on tree trunks at least 3 meters above the ground. The sound of their beaks tapping against the wood only accentuates the forest's tranquility. Soon, the pair has completely immersed themselves in the trees. Surrounded on all sides, Jinjin and Ziti come to a halt, beginning to mark their path. Ziti carves notches into the lower trunks with her dagger, while Jinjin retrieves a piece of animal hide and uses charcoal as a writing instrument to create a map of the terrain. This precaution is to prevent them from losing their way. It is remarkably easy to become disoriented in the forest, as the trees all appear quite similar. Elves possess an extraordinary instinct in this regard. It is said that no young elf would ever lose their way in the woods. For elves, the forest is akin to home. The consequences of becoming lost are dire, as the wilderness is unfriendly to humans. Thus, straying in the forest often heralds the onset of death. Jinjin carefully stows away the hide and charcoal pen, having completed his 14th map. The central area of the hide now bears a small patch of bold black markings. As he resumes his journey, a flicker of hesitation crosses his face. After traveling for so long, by all logic, he should have discovered traces of the path he took while fleeing with Ziti. However, none are to be found. The surroundings are saturated with the essence of nature, devoid of any discernible signs. Jinjin reflects silently that time. While carrying Ziti, he had sprinted through the night in a frenzy. Though urgency clouded his focus, it did not feel as if much time had elapsed before he stumbled upon the cave. By his calculations of time and distance, he could not have run far. The campsite should be nearby. Let us proceed this way, he declares, continuing to lead. He opts to veer left, adopting a cautious strategy centered around the cave, searching for any potential traces. The advantage of this approach is evident. It minimizes the risk of overlooking anything. By midday, the sunlight grows increasingly intense, and the light mist that lingered in the trees gradually dissipates. Visibility improves significantly, yet the youth's expression darkens as he examines the map in his hand at regular intervals. He has marked their progress through the forest, and now the notations form a substantial loop around the cave. Despite this meticulous search, not a single trace has been uncovered. Something feels amiss in this place. Ziti remarks, her brow furrowed, as the expanse of the forest proves vast beyond comprehension. The terrain they traversed earlier was clearly rainforest, characterized by humid, oppressive air, with low shrubs blanketing the forest floor and myriad vines entwining one another in a dense tangle. Yet this current area resembles a forest landscape. While it is still filled with trees, these are remarkably straight, with sparse vines and significantly fewer shrubs and ferns than in the rainforest. Jinjin, of course, notes this discrepancy. He had initially assumed the forest was compact, as it lay in proximity to the cave, a peculiar hot mineral vein that had given rise to a landscape distinct from the surrounding areas. However, the vastness of this forest far exceeds the estimations of both youth and maiden. According to navigational logic, the terrain on an island should typically consist of rainforest. Jinjin distinctly recalls that during the early stages of their flight that night, the surroundings were indeed thick with rainforest. The predator, resembling a black panther, had pounced from a branch that was unmistakably part of the rainforest. Yet shortly thereafter, Ziti had discovered the cave and alerted him. Upon finding the cave, he immediately adjusted their direction to 8T that moment. He must have transitioned from the rainforest into the forest. Jinjin is confident that his memory serves him correctly, for he has cross-referenced it with Ziti's recollections. Based on their memories, the forest should be but a small portion, with the surrounding area dominated by vast rainforest. However, after a morning of exploration, the bizarre reality presents itself before them, leaving them utterly perplexed. It seems that this island harbors many secrets. Not only are wild beasts abundant and peculiar, as if cobbled together, but the flora is equally treacherous, and the terrain is likely subject to strange transformations. Just as Ziti begins to speak, a shadow suddenly descends from the towering treetops. The silhouette is slender and swift, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Yet Jinjin's speed surpasses even that of the shadow. In an instant, his spear thrusts forward. The momentum of the shadow halts abruptly, its short neck pierced by the spear's tip, leaving it suspended on the weapon. This creature is a peculiar bird, roughly the size of an adult's fist, cloaked in a layer of black feathers. The plumage is exceptionally tough, akin to iron. The weight of its feathers has deprived it of the ability to fly, yet it has simultaneously developed formidable muscles. This species typically lurks within the thickets, springing forth when it detects movement among the forest inhabitants, using its legs and wings to propel itself with great force, cleverly harnessing gravity to pierce the skulls of animals. Upon their demise, these birds feast on the brain, blood, and eventually the flesh. After several encounters, Ziti dubs it the iron featherbird. The iron featherbird is nearly flawless in its form, save for one vulnerability located beneath its head. At the neck, the feathers there are dense yet offer the least protection. 8T this moment. Jinjin's spear has precisely pierced the bird's neck. This is a lethal blow. Soon, the thrashing iron featherbird lies motionless. Jinjin plants the spear into the ground with force, securing the bird's carcass in place. Ziti steps forward, retrieving her dagger to begin the dissection. The feathers of the iron feather are remarkably resilient, making it an excellent material. In addition to this, the blood of the iron featherbird would also be collected by the young maiden at 8S for the flesh of the iron featherbird. Its quantity was meager and of little value, leading Ziti to discard it without hesitation. When the maiden was gathering materials, Jinjin held a short spear, standing guard beside her to prevent any sudden attacks from other ferocious beasts. During their first encounter with the iron featherbird, the youth felt somewhat flustered. He first used his spear to knock the bird to the ground, rendering it unable to fly. However, its speed on the ground was quite rapid. Jinjin threw 3 short spears in succession before managing to slow it down. Ultimately, he used a spear to pierce the bird's abdomen with such force that the spear tip was ruined in the process. Yet now, Jinjin's technique had become increasingly refined, that he realized that the greatest threat from the iron featherbird came when it swooped down from the trees. But at that moment, it also exposed its neck, which was its most vulnerable point. With this revelation, the iron featherbird no longer posed a threat, becoming a mere source of contributions each time. Beyond the iron featherbird, numerous dangers lurked within the forest. Among the fallen trunks and decaying leaves, highly venomous vipers often lay concealed. Even seemingly motionless plants could not be ignored. For instance, a rather inconspicuous moss could poison Jinjin upon mere skin contact. Green spots began to sprout on his face, small and round, yet completely devoid of sensation. Upon discovering this, Ziti immediately administered an antidote, which only alleviated the symptoms but did not cure the affliction completely. The two had no choice but to search swiftly for the source of the poison. Using the moss, Ziti concocted a rudimentary remedy and added it to the antidote, ultimately eradicating the toxins from Jinjin's body. The myriad hidden dangers significantly hindered the exploration progress of the young duo. As Jinjin gazed up at the increasingly dim sky, he was compelled to make a reluctant decision. They would return to the cave to rest. Spending the night in the forest posed a far greater risk than in the safety of the cave. Although returning to the cave required a longer journey, the benefits outweighed the costs. And Ziti concurred with this proposition. Thus, on the evening of their departure, the young man and woman made their way back to the cave once more. The cave was quite warm, and they chose not to light a fire. They sipped a little water and consumed a substantial amount of dried meat as their water supply dwindled. Being the most essential resource for survival, they both endeavored to conserve it as much as possible. However, there was an abundance of dried meat, allowing them to indulge without excessive concern. Both tried diligently to avoid falling into a state of hunger, as such a condition brimming with peril could lead to debilitating weakness if prolonged. Weakness, in turn, could plunge them into a dire predicament on this treacherous island. In silence, they both munched quietly in the cave. Gazing at the familiar cave walls, Jinjin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After a recent conversation with Ziti, he had gained insight into his situation and increasingly understood the multitude of tasks that lay before him. Previously, he had merely hoped to salvage his life and escape this bizarre island unscathed. However, he now realized that solely focusing on his own survival, or even that of Ziti, would still signify failure. He needed to vie for the position of Lord of Baisha City, to revitalize his family, and to collaborate with Ziti to advance together, maintaining the remnants of the Wisteria Trading Company. Thus, he required to gather any remaining personnel on this island, striving to rescue them for his own use. Among them was a crucial figure, Jashad. If he still survived, assistance should be rendered to deepen their camaraderie. In summary, he needed subordinates. Without their aid, he and Ziti would be like solitary figures, and even if they reached Baisha City, wielding power over a city would remain an impossibility. Therefore, as they set off in the morning, Jinjin harbored grand aspirations and long-term plans. Yet, unexpectedly, the outcome of a day's exploration was such that there was hardly any gratifying progress. Returning instead to their point of origin in a state of dismay, reality is often harsh. After finishing their dinner, the two began to organize their equipment. The war spear had been used numerous times and required substantial repairs. Such rudimentary gear needed timely maintenance. Otherwise, its effectiveness would be severely diminished. In fact, even swords and blades must be regularly sharpened and cared for. Certainly, the repair of wooden war spears was far more frequent than that of swords. Given their shorter lifespan, Jinjin first utilized the potion handed over by Ziti to soften the spear to a certain degree, then employed his solitary dagger to sharpen the spear tip further. He multitasked, repairing the spear while reflecting on his experiences throughout the day. My strength has indeed increased. Jinjin recalled the moments he had slain the iron featherbirds. The time, it had felt effortless. Now, upon reflection, he realized he had become quite adept. Such performances would have been impossible in the past, yet now he had undoubtedly achieved them. Was it due to the restoration of his memory and the mastery of the 100 Needles wind combat technique? After the recovery of his memories, Jinjin found himself particularly fond of thrusting techniques, which had proven exceedingly convenient and smooth in practice. Unlike his earlier encounters with the fire-poisoned bees, where the memories had just surfaced and he had relied solely on instinct. He had practiced the 100 Needles wind combat technique numerous times in the cave over the past few days, becoming adept in its application. Not only had his speed improved, but his thrusts were also remarkably stable. Of course, equipment played a crucial role. During his first encounter, he had wielded a longsword. Although the blade was sharp, it felt awkward and even painful to in contrast. The war spear allowed him to better utilize the 100 Needles wind technique. The spear was lighter than the sword, and its sharp tip was more akin to a thrusting blade. However, the effectiveness of the 100 Needles wind technique still required the use of fighting energy to truly unleash its power. Contemplating this, Jinjin was faced with an old dilemma. When would he be able to harness fighting energy? He had no certainty regarding the answer to this question. Fighting energy. Fighting energy. This was critical. Without fighting energy, relying solely on his physical body, Jinjin lacked armor, claws, or sharp teeth, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with a black iron-level magical beast. And with a sheer number of bronze-level magical beasts, he could only flee. If he could harness fighting energy, Jinjin's combat prowess would surpass that of black iron-level beasts. The enhancement that fighting energy provided to defense, agility, and other aspects would significantly aid their survival challenges. Their chances of survival on this island would greatly increase. Yet, Jinjin found himself in a rather awkward predicament. His memories had faltered, seemingly requiring the recollection of relevant memories before he could unlock the fighting energy lying dormant within him. Initially, he had hoped to instinctively unleash fighting energy in moments of life and death. However, the encounter with the monkey-tail brown bear had made him thoroughly understand that this notion was merely a fantasy. Jinjin was even uncertain whether his true cultivation level was at the silver tier or the golden tier. Furthermore, even if the related memories resurfaced, the peculiar environment he found himself in would also play a significant role in determining the outcome. This island prohibited the use of lower-tier extraordinary powers. ZD's black iron-level magic could not be utilized. Low-tier magical artifacts were rendered ineffective, while the effects of high-tier magical items were greatly diminished. From the guards, ZD had also learned that bronze and black iron-level fighting energy faced similar restrictions due to the environment. Even if Jinjin could recall his abilities, could he unleash silver, or perhaps golden, fighting energy in such conditions? This was undoubtedly a pressing issue. Jinjin couldn't help but shake his head slightly, attempting to cast aside these troubles from his mind. Overthinking served no purpose and only added to his distress. At the very least, even without fighting energy, he could still manage a difficult victory against the fire-poisoned bees. After carefully assessing the strengths of both sides, Jinjin derived this conclusion, which brought him some comfort. In fact, during his initial struggle against the fire-poisoned bees by the campfire, he had been on the verge of success, only to be pursued by the last few surviving bees. Now, Jinjin's strength had indeed increased, making it highly probable that he could defeat the original swarm of fire-poisoned bees. However, the current situation was far more complex than his previous encounters with them. This island was exceedingly peculiar, prohibiting fighting energy and magic, leaving the young man and woman feeling restrained. The terrain even underwent bizarre transformations, adding to the mystery and unpredictability of their surroundings. If given the choice, Jinjin would rather face the fire-poisoned bees again. Unlike the present, where he is confronted by the vast expanse of nature, he finds himself at a loss. Thud, thud, thud. ZD diligently pounded the ground of the hemispherical pit with elongated stones. Within this excavated hole lay the materials she had gathered throughout the day, predominantly leaves, with a few roots, all shredded and pulverized into a paste-like consistency. Subsequently, the young girl retrieved a vial of medicinal powder from her small leather pouch. With utmost care, she poured out a mere smidgen of the powder. Just that tiny amount upon contact with the paste at the bottom of the pit caused it to swiftly dissolve into a viscous, dark red liquid. Immediately, she employed a twig to stir the mixture, observing intently. After a brief period of agitation, she ceased her movements, quietly watching as the upper layer of the liquid began to solidify. Using the twig, she delicately pried open this hardened layer, revealing the liquid beneath, and continued to stir. Each time she removed a layer, the exposed liquid grew more vibrant in color, appearing increasingly clear. When Ziti resumed stirring, she would switch to another clean twig, after peeling away layer upon layer of the hard shell. The final liquid transformed from dark red to a translucent pink. Upon reaching this stage, Ziti seemed to exhale in relief, no longer prying at the increasingly solid surface, but allowing the entirety of the liquid to begin solidifying. By the next day, the bright pink liquid within the pit had completely dried. Ziti crushed the resulting powder into a fine, pinkish dust. She then used broad leaves to separate and wrap the powder, creating exquisite little pouches. Handing these pouches to Jinjin, she explained, "This powder leaves a mark. Its bright pink hue will stand out prominently in the forest. Whether sprinkled on trunks or stones, it will remain for quite some time. Even in the face of torrential rains, it can stubbornly persist for several days." Undoubtedly, this was a valuable resource. Although magic was forbidden here, the use of these potions relied purely on their physical properties. While Ziti's proficiency in potion-making did not reach a masterful level, its ingenuity left Jinjin in admiration. After a hearty breakfast, the two resumed their journey. Having rested well overnight, they were filled with vigor and energy. They also possessed the dry powder, which would facilitate their marking efforts. Simultaneously, their arsenal of spears had been replenished. While the total number did not increase, their proportions had been adjusted, with more long spears and fewer short ones. Initially, the young duo believed that in the rainforest, long spears would be cumbersome. However, following the geomorphological changes, the forest's openness, with its towering, straight trees and sprawling branches, proved less obstructive than anticipated. In their explorations, long spears proved to be more advantageous. For instance, when Jinjin used a long spear to startle a snake, the extended reach afforded him more reaction time should the venomous creature retaliate. Moreover, during the deep of night, the two engaged in discussions regarding the markings on their animal skin map. On their second departure, they altered their previous strategy, no longer searching around the cave, but resolutely heading in one direction. Remarkably, this chosen path bore a resemblance to their original route, discerned by the stars dimly visible in the night sky. Although uncertain, they believed this direction held the greatest potential in selecting their course. Both Jinjin and Ziti exerted their utmost efforts. Navigating by the stars was not their forte. Ziti excelled in commerce, with potion-making and magic trailing behind. Jinjin possessed a fair amount of knowledge, but suffered from fragmented memories. Presently, he discovered his aptitude lay in combat. Both were driven by the ambition to attain the title of Lord of White Sand City. But who could have foreseen such a maritime calamity? Who could have imagined they would find themselves stranded on this perilous, monstrous island? They pressed forward in a straight line, occasionally searching the vicinity to confirm their current direction. Unlike the previous day, their exploratory strategy shifted, allowing them to quickly surpass their earlier range and reach uncharted territory. "Be cautious," Jinjin warned. Beside them loomed a sheer cliff, a massive tree growing precariously at its edge. Standing tall and straight, its roots were exposed, clinging to the cliff face. To the base of the cliff, numerous trees flourished, their canopies towering several meters above the cliff's edge. Ziti nodded, following Jinjin's lead, carefully avoiding the precipice. The height of the cliff posed severe consequences for a fall. Head injuries and fractures were commonplace. In this forest, human fragility surpassed imagination. Even a simple ankle sprain could cost one their life, rendering them unable to escape a predator's grasp and leading to a series of dire outcomes. Should one slip and plummet, even someone as capable as Jinjin would face significant hardship, unable to summon his fighting spirit. Once a safe distance from the cliff, Ziti cast a wary glance back. Such cliff formations were easily navigable by day, but at night they became treacherous. The limitations of human vision in darkness were profound. Without the aid of fighting spirit or magic, relying solely on one's eyes was akin to being blind. Just when one believed they were traversing a flat and secure terrain, a mere brush aside of obstructing branches could lead to a sudden drop. Thankfully, they had not encountered such treacherous ground during their prior escape. Ziti reflected gratefully. Indeed, Jinjin echoed, sharing in her trepidation. Had they fallen off the cliff while fleeing from the fire wasps that fateful night, it was likely they would now be mere bones at the cliff's base. As they gradually distanced themselves from the cave, The frequency of sheer cliffs increased, and the terrain's undulations became more pronounced. This shift was not entirely negative, as occasionally the young duo would find themselves at an open cliffside, affording a broader view for observation. However, this occurred only sporadically. For the most part, even at the cliff's edge, dense trees obscured their line of sight. Surrounded by a sea of trees, it was all too easy for one to lose their way. Jinjin diligently marked their path on the map, drawing a straight line. Yet, in reality, was their route truly a straight line? Both were uncertain, acutely aware of their own insecurities. They understood that without reference points, it was challenging to guarantee the directness of their path. Thus, whenever they stumbled upon a cliff with a clearer view, they cherished the opportunity. It was difficult for an average person to fathom this, in the depths of the forest. A simple act of gazing afar could instill joy and confidence in those lost within the woods. This was particularly true for Jinjin, who was not adept at climbing trees. Nightly training had never included tree climbing instruction. This was hardly surprising, as knights, possessing fighting spirit, could easily leap to horizontal branches without the need for dedicated training in climbing. Knights rarely fought alone. They had steeds, attendants, and during battles, auxiliary scouts paved the way. Jinjin had attempted climbing a tree, but upon reaching a height of 3 meters, he abandoned the effort to gain a vantage point. He would need to climb at least 10 meters above the ground, a perilous height. Should he misstep and fall, injury would be inevitable. A knight. He was one of the most elite temple knights under the reign of the Holy Emperor. Yet he lacked the ability to summon fighting spirit. Without that protective force, relying solely on his physical form made him ill-equipped to endure such a height. During his entire tree-climbing endeavor, should an attack occur, it would be the most vulnerable moment for both him and Ziti. Furthermore, scaling such straight, towering trees was far more challenging than navigating the gnarled branches and tangled vines of the rainforest. Lastly, he had to consider his own stamina. Climbing trees consumed considerable energy. Overexertion would lead to sweating, hunger, and the urgent need for sustenance and water. Especially regarding the latter, the reservoir of young boys and girls is indeed rather limited. Jinjin gazed upward with lofty aspirations. Look there in that hollowed area. The path of Jinjin suggests they should strive to move towards the low-lying region. Such terrain is likely to harbor water, which could serve to replenish the youths while also potentially leading them to a river. Following the river might guide them out of the forest. This is due to the island being surrounded by the sea, with water naturally flowing to lower elevations, ultimately merging into the ocean. An ideal river would culminate at a beach or rocky shore. After scattering a pouch of luminous powder at the cliff's edge, Jinjin and the girls slightly altered their course. Soon, they arrived at the depression, only to be met with disappointment as they found neither rivers nor any water. This landscape resembled a colossal bowl, still filled with trees. However, just as the two were about to change direction, they were suddenly halted. A black panther unexpectedly came into view. It was adorned with black scales and boar horns on its forehead. That a scaled horned panther. As they noticed the panther, it became aware of them as well. In that instant, both parties froze, caught off guard by this encounter. Jinjin quietly tightened his grip on the spear. Feeling a surge of tension, he was not afraid of the single scaled horned panther, as he could easily inflict severe damage. But what if there were a group? More alarmingly, what if it were a well-organized pack of panthers rather than the group that had attacked the monkey-tailed brown bears? Though most scaled horned panthers were of bronze rank, their numbers could enable them to hunt collectively, even daring to assault silver beasts like the monkey-tailed brown bear. If Jinjin were to face an ambush by a pack of panthers while struggling to protect Ziti, it would be a formidable challenge. Yet at present, there was no viable strategy. They could only adapt to the unfolding situation. Both sides remained motionless, and the air felt as though it had solidified. Ziti held her breath, the pressure within her mounting, causing her complexion to pale. After a brief stalemate, the scaled horned panther abruptly turned and fled. An unexpected turn of events. Quick, pursue it. It might be leading the entire pack our way. Ziti urged in a low voice. Jinjin nodded, recalling how the fire-poisoned bees had driven a black panther away, resulting in the entire pack seeking revenge and ultimately clashing with the monkey-tailed brown bears. Stay close to me. Before Jinjin could finish, Ziti interjected. Don't worry. We have potions to mark our path and regroup. This was a method they had previously agreed upon to prevent losing track of one another. Jinjin took off at a rapid pace, deftly maneuvering past the trees that seemed to surge towards him. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as he focused intently, not only locking onto the panther's form, but also remaining vigilant against any treacherous ambushes. It was daytime, and Jinjin's vision was cleared. He breathed deeply, his heart racing as blood surged through his veins, muscles contracting and relaxing, generating powerful kinetic energy. Jinjin moved swiftly, quickly closing the distance to the panther. To his astonishment, he realized the scaled-horn panther was injured. Injured? Could it be that it had previously participated in the assault on the monkey-tailed brown bears? Jinjin felt a slight sense of relief. The pack that had been decimated by the monkey-tailed brown bears had lost their leader, leaving only a few scattered members. Yet caution was still warranted. What if this was merely a ruse to lure him in? Jinjin recalled Ziti's accounts of how the cunning blue wolf had repeatedly ambushed and slain exploration teams. The creatures on this island could not be judged by ordinary standards if the scaled-horn panthers were employing a tactic of deception. Jinjin would not be surprised in another unexpected twist. The fleeing scaled-horn panther suddenly halted. It emitted a whimpering sound, pacing anxiously in place, seemingly agitated. As Jinjin drew closer, he noted that the panther's fear stemmed from something lurking within the forest ahead, a source of terror far greater than what he could instill in that moment. The young man could not help but display a grave expression. He refrained from attacking the panther and instead surveyed his surroundings. He soon discovered that the forest had grown even darker than before. Though the trees remained tall, their leaves were a sickly green, and the trunks showed signs of decay. The ground was thick with dead branches and leaves, and the air was imbued with a chilling atmosphere. Not having spotted any beasts, Jinjin redirected his focus to the scaled-horned panther before him. He advanced slowly, and as the distance between them diminished, the panther could no longer contain itself and bolted forward once more. Jinjin followed closely behind. Not far ahead, the panther suddenly emitted a piercing scream, and a burst of white webs erupted from the ground, ensnaring the panther entirely. The webs swiftly lifted, its threads possessing extraordinary stickiness, rendering the panther's struggles increasingly futile. Soon, its body was nearly covered in silk that a pale blue spider descended gradually from the treetops, making its way to the web. Its main body was as large as a grinding stone, while its 8 legs were long and slender, each measuring at least 2 meters in length as it landed on the web. It moved with the grace of gliding over ice, its actions smooth and fluid. It began its work, its legs dancing over the threads as if it were a maestro playing a symphony. Busy yet composed, even exuding an air of elegance, the web that had ensnared the panther, though initially tattered, was swiftly mended by the spider, becoming entirely intact with no gaps. The panther's struggles grew weaker, the white threads binding it securely between the trees, suspended about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Witnessing the spider's successful hunt, Jinjin felt a chill run down his spine that he stepped back cautiously, his nerves on high alert. His gaze remained fixed not only on the spider that continued to weave, but also on the ground beneath him, wary of potential webs lurking nearby. Fortunately, after the spider completed its meal, it did not turn its attention toward him, but instead retreated along the silk, disappearing into the treetops. Jinjin, however, dared not let down his guard, his tension only increasing, for among the treetops, he discerned other prey ensnared in webs, their shapes varying widely. The majority appeared to be panther-shaped. Jinjin quickly surmised, could it be that the scaled-horned panthers that had been driven off by the monkey-tailed brown bears had all met their end here? He understood now that the previous panther had been fleeing from this 8-legged spider. The panther pack had fallen into an ambush, nearly annihilated, with only one panther managing to escape, only to cross paths with Jinjin. The panther, lacking intelligence, had fled in a panic, returning to its previous location, where it ultimately fell victim to the hunt. In addition to panther-shaped prey, there were also deer, foxes, rabbits, and even tigers and rhinoceroses ensnared within the webs. One could only wonder why such a landscape could sustain rhinoceroses. As Jinjin observed these sights, his heart raced once more. Though he had only seen one of the eight-legged spiders, there must surely be many hidden among the treetops. Otherwise, a single spider could not have decimated an entire pack of panthers. Moreover, capturing large prey like rhinoceroses and tigers would not be feasible for just one spider. Typically, spiders hunt alone, yet this eight-legged spider appeared to be social in nature. Jinjin had grown accustomed to such behavioral anomalies. Just as he was about to withdraw from the area, a faint voice suddenly drifted toward him. "Wait, don't go. Please, please help me. Save me." Someone was calling for Jinjin's aid. The moment he heard the cry for help, his pupils dilated. Someone was ensnared in the web above. He is still alive. Jinjin furrowed his brow. "Asa Knight, it is my creed to save the dying and assist the weak. First, remain calm." The youth promptly admonished himself in this manner. He halted his retreating steps, scrutinizing his surroundings with meticulous attention before altering his course. Cautiously re-entering the spider's hunting ground, he deftly avoided any web traps. And upon shifting his position, he gazed upwards to discern the source of the distressing cries emanating from the web. The web quivered gently, tightly ensnaring its prey, which to his dismay appeared to be a human figure. The webbing on the individual's face was sparse, creating small openings through which one could barely perceive their surroundings. This unfortunate soul hung, suspended in the air, with a clear view from above, and hence caught sight of the newcomer, immediately calling for help. "Please, save me. If you leave, I shall surely perish. You are from the Pig Kiss, are you not? We are all in the same boat. I implore you. Show mercy. Do not abandon me." At the mention of the Pig Kiss, Jinjin felt a flicker of compassion within him. He had gathered much information from Ziti, confirming that the ship they boarded was indeed the Pig Kiss. It appeared that this trapped individual was likely a member of that very crew. Yet, Jinjin hesitated to act. A rash rescue could ensnare him as well, and perhaps even jeopardize Ziti's safety. He remained motionless, intently observing the suspended figure, while also being wary of the spiders lurking in the canopy above. He needed to ascertain that this was not a trap. Jinjin's muscles tensed. He was ready to react to the slightest rustle. However, the spiders remained utterly still. After pleading for some time and realizing Jinjin's inaction, the captive gradually came to terms with the situation and continued to cry out softly, "Do not doubt me." Those beasts caught in the web struggle desperately. The more they fight, the more they become ensnared in the silk, tightening the web until they suffocate. I did not struggle that I lost consciousness, only to awaken ensnared in the web, which is why I am still alive. Please, save me that I do not wish to die. At this point, the supplicant emitted a low S-O-B-T, OB trapped in a web, immobilized, and watching death draw nearer step by step is a terror that few can endure, pushing the desperate individual to the brink of madness. This genuine display of humanity further convinced Jinjin. The fear of death is an intrinsic part of every living being, even as a knight. Brave enough to confront a monkey-tailed bear in combat, he too experienced fear. This emotion does not signify weakness. Confronting fear head-on is the essence of true courage. Still no response. It seems these spiders do not hunt by sound. Jinjin pondered, deciding to take a slight risk that he gently called out, "What is your name?" The trap man immediately responded with excitement. "I am Huang Zhao, my lord. I am a sailor from the Pig Kiss. Kind sir, if you rescue me, I shall dedicate my life to repaying your kindness." Jinjin's focus remained largely on the treetops. After he spoke, the spider showed no signs of movement, alleviating some of his concerns and confirming his earlier suspicions. Then, "Huang Zhao, how can I extricate you from your predicament?" Jinjin inquired further. This question was crucial. He needed to ascertain Huang Zhao's intentions and gather more information. As of now, he still harbored doubts. Could it be that these spiders deliberately spare their prey, allowing them to cry out to lure others of their kind? Perhaps the spiders were merely biding their time, awaiting Jinjin's return with more humans to assist in the rescue. That it was only with a larger group that the spiders would lower their nets. In response to Jinjin's query, Huang Zhao, eager to share, warned urgently, "My lord, you must not act rashly. Here, the spiders descend at night to lay their webs secretively. These webs are buried in the ground. If stepped on, they will trigger the trap. The webs are drawn up high, prompting the spiders to weave, and the prey will hang lifelessly in the air. And no matter how loudly I shout, the the spiders will remain inactive. However, if I struggle vigorously, causing the silk above to sway significantly, it will attract the spiders to resume their weaving. Thus, if you manage to free me from the web, it will certainly draw the spiders to us. Each spider here is a bronze creature, possessing terrifying strength. There are at least a dozen spiders in the vicinity. Their strikes are akin to a horse's charge. I was careless and was struck by a spider, slamming into a tree trunk and losing consciousness. When I groggily opened my eyes, I found myself suspended in the air, while the exploration team had already been decimated, with the survivors fleeing in panic. But these spiders also cooperate. They do not merely lay webs on the ground. 2 or 3 can collaborate to weave a larger web in midair. They drop their webs from above, ensnaring their prey directly. These webs are incredibly adhesive. Only a very sharp blade and skilled hands can cut through them. My brother, Lan Zhao, is the captain of the exploration team, and he is adept with a knife. I witnessed him ensnared by the silk. His speed greatly diminished, rendering him incapable of cutting through the web. Use fire. Ultimately, they resorted to flames to burn away the webs and escape. These spiders are indeed quite fearful of fire. I could see that moment. I desperately wanted to cry out, but I was in a haze, unable to call for help. My vision blurred. I heard the shouts of those fighting, but then lost consciousness again. When I awoke, there was no longer any light, and I was left alone. Zhenjin listened intently, quietly analyzing the information concealed within. After a moment, he asked, "You said your name is Huang Zhao. How many were in your party? And what led you here? Were there any other survivors? When were you attacked?" Huang Zhao did not hesitate. Responding swiftly, the pig kiss met its fate. That night, the waves were tumultuous, and despite our efforts to control the ship, the hull snapped in two. The foresection crashed against the rocks, and the survivors made their way to the island's beach that very night. Including our group, there were about 100 of us. The captain went missing, leaving the first mate in charge. This island is peculiar. Low-tier magic and fighting energy cannot be utilized, though we established a temporary camp on the beach. The first mate assigned my brother and me, along with a few others, to explore the island in search of timber for constructing a new ship, as well as food and fresh water. The jungle is fraught with peril, and we encountered many bizarre and fearsome beasts. Our exploration team suffered significant losses, yet our gains were meager. Gradually, we found ourselves unable to endure, prompting us to return. However, on our way back, the terrain unexpectedly shifted. What was once a rainforest inexplicably transformed into a desert. Many thought it a mirage, yet we could not escape. Panic ensued, with some even taking their own lives. The group descended into chaos. Food and water were rapidly depleted, and I feared our entire team was doomed. Fortunately, a traveler joined our party, a venerable scholar who had once served a noble in the desert territories. His name was Tsangxiu, and he skillfully navigated the desert, locating an oasis where we replenished our water supply. We rested at the oasis for several days before continuing our journey. Our fortune improved. We reached the desert's edge and ultimately entered this forest. Upon arriving here, we were ambushed by a swarm of spiders. Most fled, but 5 or 6 perished. During the chaos, I heard my brother calling for a retreat. He must not have realized I was missing, which is why he did not come to save me. In truth, I was captured by the spiders, intended as a reserve for food, yet I still live. Huang Zhao's emotions were intense. Zhenjin remained silent. Huang Zhao gradually calmed and continued. I do not know how many days have passed. I lost consciousness for an unknown duration, and no one has informed me. However, when I regained awareness, 3 days and 2 nights had already elapsed. For the sake of the benevolent emperor, please save me. My lord, we are of the same ship. Now, only you can rescue me. I implore you, show mercy, and I shall repay you with all my might. Huang Zhao once again cried out in desperation. Is there truly a desert here? Zhenjin pondered, Why, lord, I do not deceive you. Absolutely not. Huang Zhao's voice rose. I know this sounds unbelievable, but it is indeed true. We truly entered a desert, only to inexplicably arrive here. Zhenjin nodded slightly, offering reassurance. I will do my utmost to rescue you. However, I cannot accomplish this alone. I must return to gather more allies. But you possess any means to contact the previous group? I have a whistle. Its sound carries far, though it remains tucked away in my pocket. Additionally, I am skilled in flag signaling. From a high vantage point, I can send signals using colored flags, Huang Zhao hurriedly replied. Seeing Jinjin's silence, he quickly added, a code. Yes, I have a code. We had devised a plan to leave signals along our route. As long as one follows these signs, they can find my brother and the others. Jinjin glanced at the sky, noting the rapidly dimming light. Twilight was approaching. Wait just a moment, and I shall return. With that, Jinjin turned to leave it. My lord, I shall await your return. You must not forget this poor soul. You are my sole hope. I will surely repay you. Huang Zhao called out, his voice trailing after Jinjin as he ventured far away. It was evident that he was calling with all his strength. His voice, hoarse and laced with fear and urgency, bore a heavy weight of expectation. After all, Jinjin represented his only chance at survival. How should one describe it? The youth felt a profound empathy. Life was undeniably precious, and thus Jinjin cherished it immensely. Not long ago, he had nearly faced death at the hands of the fire poison and the brown bear. In the oscillation between unconsciousness and awakening, he had been overwhelmed by helplessness, panic, and worry, yet still clung to hope and sincere remorse. Huang Zhao's anticipation rested heavily upon Jinjin's shoulders. How could he save him? How could he confront so many spiders, at least a dozen fearsome bronze beasts? Numerous questions loomed before Jinjin, who shook his head slightly, his gaze resolute. Regardless, our priority is to reunite with Zidi. Before long, the youth successfully rejoined the maiden. In truth, after their separation, she had diligently pursued him from behind. The scaled-horned black leopard was not particularly swift, and the distance between them remained minimal. Have you encountered any dangers? Jinjin inquired. Not at all, not worry. I am not without the means to defend myself, Zidi replied, nodding before patting the small leather pouch at her waist, a glimmer of pride evident on her face. I have discovered some new developments. Jinjin succinctly recounted the unfolding events and sought the maiden's opinion. Upon hearing him, Zidi pondered for a moment before responding. My lord, I recommend that you rescue him. While Jinjin was inclined to agree, he was eager to hear Zidi's genuine perspective. Thus, he continued, could you elaborate on your reasoning? Zidi's expression turned grave, her tone earnest. My lord, as you mentioned, he possesses the essence of bronze. The bronze level represents lower-tier elites. Generally, they are qualified to serve as chief sailors on ships. Some capable individuals might even become assault team leaders. This individual possesses the qualifications to be recruited. If you were to save him, the likelihood of him serving you is quite high. Moreover, he has a brother, Lanza, who is the captain of this exploration team. His rank surpasses that of Huang Zhao, indicating greater strength. By recruiting Huang Zhao, you may very well gain his brother Lanza as well. Two elite bronze-level individuals. They undoubtedly have a following. Should they pledge allegiance to you, my lord, you would simultaneously acquire a group of subordinates. We are in dire need of manpower. Even if we do not consider the future governance of Baisha City, these individuals would significantly enhance our chances of survival on the island, sometimes in the face of danger. All one needs is to outrun their companions. At this point, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zidi's eyes. Jinjin nodded. Is there more? Zidi continued. We also require intelligence. Thus, even if these two do not ally with you, merely conversing with them would expand our map and deepen our understanding of this island. According to Huang Zhao, the main force is constructing ships for rescue. This is the most reliable method for us to leave here and head towards Baisha City. However, even if we have a ship, we lack individuals to navigate. To sail a vessel across the ocean for months necessitates a captain, first mate, navigator, sailors, helmsman, shipwright, gunners, ship's doctor, lookout, and various other talents. That'd be why saving these individuals. We can ensure a safer and swifter journey ahead. Neither Jinjin nor Zidi could maneuver a seafaring vessel. Yet to rescue him, they would have to face at least a dozen bronze spiders. Jinjin contemplated. My lord, I already have a plan, Zidi said with a smile. Trust me, if the cost outweighed the benefits, I would never suggest this. Jinjin chuckled. Indeed, you are truly deserving of your title as the contemporary president of the Wisteria Trade Association. The young knight regarded Zidi with admiration, though his expression gradually turned serious. You are correct. However, you seem to have overlooked the most crucial point. Ziti quickly composed herself, bowing her head earnestly. Please, my lord, enlighten me that I am a knight of the temple, a knight among knights. Assisting the weak and saving lives is my creed. Even in dire circumstances, I shall not abandon my companions. The youth's resolute words echoed through the tranquil forest. For a moment, Ziti gazed at him in astonishment before breaking into a smile. My lord, I understand now. Accompanied by Ziti, Jinjin once again ventured into the hunting grounds of the eight-legged spiders. My lord, you have arrived. You truly have not forsaken me. Thank the heavens, Huang Zhao exclaimed, his tone brimming with surprise and gratitude. Yet soon after, his spirits plummeted, disappointment evident in his voice as he asked, My lord, is it just the two of you? Where are the others? It is only the two of us, Jinjin replied, that am my lord. Do you feel confident? Huang Zhao stammered, anxiety evident as he considered his life hanging in the balance. Perhaps we should summon more people, Ziti scoffed. With more individuals, will they come to rescue you or to meet their doom? You must trust us now. Huang Zhao faltered, finally managing to utter, My lord, please be careful. Ziti retrieved vials of potions from her small pouch and handed them to Jinjin. He hurled the vials, which traced arcs through the air before shattering against tree trunks or stones, their contents swiftly spreading around them. The air filled with a peculiar and unpleasant odor, reminiscent of burnt feathers, excrement, and dried squid. If magic were at their disposal, employing levitation or flight spells would have easily freed Huang Zhao, suspended high above. In this environment, Jinjin and Ziti opted for a potion-based strategy. These were incendiary potions, accurately thrown by Jinjin to critical locations. Once his injuries healed, Jinjin discovered a significant enhancement in his strength. After discussing with Ziti, she speculated this could be due to the temporary mixed potion created from the blood of the monkey-tailed brown bear. Such potions were not uncommon. The most well-known was the strength potion, which permanently augmented the drinker's power. Naturally, repeated consumption would diminish the potion's effectiveness. Another possibility was that the life-and-death battle had triggered a certain awakening of Jinjin's bloodline. Nobles are among the elite bearers of the finest bloodlines in the world. It is precisely for this reason that they possess exceptional talents and capabilities. The Bien family once belonged to the southern aristocracy. Their bloodline naturally distinguished. It was said that their lineage could be traced back to the legendary beast, the Golden Needle Queen Bee. Those possessing such blood were swift and stable in their movements, with remarkable precision in their strikes. This bloodline was not particularly strong, but it was possible that Jinjin harbored other latent bloodlines within. Common bloodlines included those of dragons, giants, ogres, and even demons. Due to frequent intermarriage among nobles, alongside extravagant and dissolute lifestyles, bloodlines often intertwined at times. A bloodline could remain hidden throughout one's life, compounded by the lack of effective identification methods. Thus, it is challenging to determine how many bloodlines a person may possess. Instances such as Jinjin's, where one undergoes trials and tribulations, thereby unleashing latent potential and awakening hidden bloodlines, are not uncommon throughout the histories of various races. There was yet another possibility. As Ziti had previously suggested, Jinjin's true cultivation level might not merely be silver, but rather golden. The silver tier represents the pinnacle of human capability. The cultivation of gold transcends the limitations of the human body, manifesting extraordinary transformations in speed, strength, and recovery. If Jinjin embodies this golden cultivation, it is improbable that he is among the seasoned golden warriors. Given his age, he must be in the ascendant phase. Thus, his increase in power results from the continuous nurturing of his body by golden-level fighting spirit. Regardless of the outcome, Jinjin's rise in strength is undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Having nearly exhausted the combustion agents stored by Ziti, Jinjin finally produced a spark stone, igniting a brilliant blue ember. When the ember landed upon the agents, a fierce whoosh erupted as a flame shot forth. The fire rapidly spread, igniting the agents along its path, and within moments, a towering wall of flames was formed. The inferno blazed intensely, beginning to climb the surrounding trees, its height increasing with each passing second. From the lofty treetops came a cacophony of unsettling sounds, as the eight-legged spiders grew restless. Huang Zhao felt the air beneath him rapidly heat up, his heart racing in surprise at the formidable display the youths had conjured. It became apparent that the girl was an apothecary. Yet how would they save him? As Huang Zhao pondered, Jinjin took further action. He retrieved a short spear from his back, applying some of the combustion agents to its tip. With a deft motion, he waved the spearhead through the flames licking at his feet, and the front end ignited effortlessly, in the next instant. Jinjin's arm drew back slightly before he hurled the spear with great force. The spear traced a dazzling arc through the air, striking true into the body of a prey. This was a leopard-like creature, already suffocated in the web. Upon impact, the flames swiftly spread, incinerating the web entirely. In an almost instantaneous manner, the leopard-like prey plummeted to the ground. As Jinjin had anticipated, it was indeed a scaled black panther. Due to its fish scale-like armor, the faint flames clinging to the panther were quickly extinguished. A barrage of short spears flew from Jinjin's hand, each striking down prey as they fell. Some continued to burn, while others extinguished upon impact. "Here they come," Ziti murmured, her heart racing as she witnessed a horde of eight-legged spiders descending rapidly, weaving webs around the fallen prey. Some of the flaming creatures were met with a thick green liquid spat from the spider's mandibles, dousing the flames before they resumed their web weaving. Clearly, they were not without means to combat the fire. Soon, no new spiders descended. The 26 bronze beasts lay before the young duo. Most of the eight-legged spiders were diligently reclaiming their sustenance, with only 3 directing their focus toward Jinjin and Ziti. At a sigh of relief escaped Ziti. These spiders, though fierce, lacked the cunning malice of the blue-haired wolf, reinstating her sense of superiority and confidence as a human. As the 3 spiders approached, Jinjin remained steadfast, unmoving, when the distance was just right. He calmly ignited the combustion agents at his left foot. That a second wall of flames erupted, ensnaring the 3 advancing spiders within its confines. The spiders emitted chilling cries, attempting to shoot webbing towards the treetops for escape. However, as their threads reached the flames above, they were incinerated. The fire wall expanded steadily, easily driving the 3 spiders into a corner. Left with no choice, the spiders attempted to break free. They successfully burst through the flames, albeit with singed appendages. The air was filled with frantic screeches as they rushed toward their comrades, igniting chaos among the spiders that were trying to reclaim their prey. Now, Jinjin's eyes gleamed with determination. He hurled 3 short spears in rapid succession, each alight, accurately severing the threads, ensnaring Huang Zhao. Above 0.4 strands of webbing dangled like thick, white ropes, suspending Huang Zhao in midair. Upon contact with the flames, the strands were almost instantly incinerated. Left with just 1 strand, Huang Zhao lost his stability, swinging through the air before crashing into a tree trunk. In quick succession, Jinjin launched a 4th spear, severing the remaining thread. Huang Zhao gasped as he fell to the ground. Though painful, he emerged unscathed, for the remarkably adhesive webbing possessed excellent elasticity. When he collided with the trunk, the web stretched, leaving him only 2 meters from the ground. Unfortunately, an 8-legged spider that had just captured its prey detected the commotion and lunged at Huang Zhao. In a moment of sheer panic, Huang Zhao's eyes widened, and with a sudden roar, he rolled into the firewall. The flames quickly consumed the webbing that clung to him, scorching his flesh and hair. Yet, in that moment, Huang Zhao displayed the tenacity and ferocity of a man of the sea, pressing onward through the flames until he emerged from the other side. That he had successfully evaded the spider, but now faced the horrifying prospect of being engulfed in flames, likely meeting a grim fate. "Well done," Ziti exclaimed. "Come here." Without needing her call, Huang Zhao instinctively rushed toward Jinjin and Ziti. The proximity closed rapidly, and Ziti raised her arm, casting forth a vial of potion. The blue powder scattered like stars upon Huang Zhao. He let out a piercing scream as the flames consuming him receded, suppressed by the blue powder. Huang Zhao trembled, his visage unrecognizable, with singed hair reduced to a mere tuft, emitting thick smoke. His face, hands, and arms were charred black. Gasping for breath, he hurriedly shouted to Jinjin and Ziti, "Quickly, we must move. There is a large one approaching." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful, beastly aura descended from above. Zhenjin and Zidi's expressions turned pale. It was a silver-tier, eight-legged spider leader, larger in stature, with denser blue fur and elongated legs. It sliced through the air with a shrill screech, charging at Zhenjin, Zidi, and Huangzhou with astonishing speed. "Get out of here!" In that critical moment, Zhenjin was the first to react, glaring fiercely at Huangzhou before stepping forward like a bastion. Whoosh, 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 he hurled spear after spear at the creature. However, the spider moved like the wind, easily evading each projectile. Soon, Zhenjin's stock of spears was depleted. Gritting his teeth, he raised his long spear, preparing to retaliate against the spider leader. "Sir!" Zidi cried out from behind. "Go! Don't let us be a burden!" Huangzhou shouted in desperation. Yet in their moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. The spider leader unleashed 3 strands of webbing that ensnared all 3. Zhenjin found his spear and hands bound, forced into a struggle with the spider leader. Zidi, her cloak ensnared by the web, demonstrated her youthful agility and flexibility, swiftly shedding the cloak and drawing a dagger strapped to her calf. "Sir, catch!" Just as Zidi intended to toss the dagger to Zhenjin, a web ensnared her, expanding rapidly to form a delicate net. The web struck Zidi, pinning her to the ground, effectively immobilizing her. The impact disrupted her grip on the dagger, which, instead of landing near Zhenjin, fell close to Huangzhou. Huangzhou's right foot was ensnared by the web, and he lay on the ground, struggling in vain against the overwhelming force of the spider leader, which began to drag him closer. In a reflexive motion, Huangzhou grasped the dagger and, with all his might, began to swing it wildly. After a few frantic attempts, he successfully severed the webbing, having narrowly escaped. Huangzhou retreated hastily. "Throw the dagger to the sir!" Zidi screamed. No, no. I refuse to die. I refuse to die." Huangzhou seemed oblivious to the turmoil around him, screaming wildly as he fled like a madman. Remarkably, the arachnid leader did not pursue him further, allowing him to vanish into the depths of the forest. "Damn it!" Zidi exclaimed, a tempest of anger and frustration swelling within her. At a critical moment, this Huangzhou had audaciously escaped with the soul-cutting tool. Zhenjin and Zidi endeavored to rescue him, yet he betrayed them, opting instead for solitary survival. Flames roared fiercely in the sweltering air. A colossal tree slowly toppled, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sending sparks flying and inciting further chaos. The 8-legged spider leader emitted a shrill screech, a sound so piercing it threatened to rupture eardrums. This was its territory, its home, now laid waste to the flames. The scene before it incited a profound rage. Unlike ordinary 8-legged spiders, it harbored no fear of fire, and its silk had undergone a qualitative transformation, rendering it impervious to combustion. The true culprit lay before it, and all its wrath would be directed at these 2 individuals. Zidi was ensnared within the web, her presence hardly a concern as she bore only the aura of black iron. The only variable was Zhenjin. The youth's essence was somewhat inscrutable to the 8-legged spider leader. It enveloped Zhenjin in a shroud of murderous intent, launching an increasing barrage of silk toward him. Initially, only his hands and the spear were bound, but soon layers of silk coiled around Zhenjin's entire body, even beginning to cover his ears and nostril. At this juncture, a dagger capable of severing the silk would have enabled Zhenjin to escape this dire predicament. Yet, none came. Huangzhou had the opportunity to hurl the dagger, but he failed to act. Thus, Zhenjin found himself in a perilous situation. The weapon was the key to his liberation. Had that sword been in Zhenjin's grasp, navigating such a crisis would have been a mere trifle. Even without the sword, a curved blade would suffice. Ultimately, a spear was of no use. Zhenjin summoned all his strength within the web. He had not yet surrendered. Though his power had surged, it remained far below the threshold that the web could withstand, preventing his escape. The outcome of his struggles birthed a flicker of despair within him. If he could not break free with all his might, hope would be all but extinguished. Frantic thrashing would only tighten the silken bonds, akin to being ensnared in quicksand, fruitless endeavors that would hasten his demise. Zhenjin stilled, thoughts racing as he sought a means of escape. Layers of silk enveloped him, and upon observing the seemingly resigned youth, the eight-legged spider leader deliberately drew closer to his face. Atop its grotesque mandibles rested a multitude of eyes, a mass of ocular orbs densely packed together. All the spider's eyes fixated on Jinjin, its mandibles slightly parting to emit a series of hissing sounds, as if the arachnid were mocking him. It intended to thoroughly torment this youth, to pierce him and let his blood flow freely. Simultaneously, it sought to inject Jinjin with its venom, relishing the sight of the poison corroding him from within, watching as the boy gradually succumbed to decay, until he lay a puddle of lifeless flesh. Devoured completely, with not a drop left to spare, all consumed within its gullet. This was the fate of those who dared to offend it. Jinjin refrained from struggling, gritting his teeth as he was compelled to meet the spider leader's gaze. Mere steps separated them. The arachnid lifted its foremost pair of limbs, their elongated tips sharp as daggers, effortlessly piercing through the webbing. In an instant, Jinjin stifled a groan, feeling the sharp appendages akin to daggers attempting to penetrate his back. His chainmail performed its duty, repelling the two limbs. This obstruction only served to infuriate the spider leader further. It fiercely yanked on the silk, closing the distance between Jinjin and itself to a mere palm's breadth. The spider's mandibles gaped wide, releasing a wave of rancid, acrid odor that splattered across Jinjin's face. Simultaneously, a copious amount of viscous green liquid, reminiscent of saliva, oozed forth from its mandibles. Jinjin's eyes widened in horror, nearly convinced that the spider leader intended to devour his very brain. Yet in the next moment, the spider leader relaxed its grip slightly, retracting its mandibles and swaying its head before Jinjin. To Jinjin's dismay, he discerned a mocking and brutal glint within the spider's gaze. A chill coursed through him as he comprehended that this spider sought to intimidate him, to torment him, to savor his suffering. Relishing his screams and cries, watching him struggle, inch by agonizing inch, toward death, the pressure upon his chainmail mounted, ultimately reaching its limit as the spider's sharp appendages pierced through. They seamlessly penetrated Jinjin's flesh. Initially, he felt a chill, swiftly followed by an onslaught of pain. Alongside the intense agony came an overwhelming dread. Jinjin could distinctly sense the trajectory of those two limbs. After breaching the outer layer of skin, one limb continued to delve deeper at a lethargic pace, threatening his internal organs, while the other encountered resistance against his ribcage. The spider leader pressed on, and Jinjin's ribcage offered but a momentary obstacle before it shattered. Pain surged through him, eliciting a low growl from his lips. His handsome visage contorted in an instant. Flames continued to scorch, casting a ghastly light upon Jinjin's face, rendering the youth a visage of pure malevolence. The spider leader observed in silence, its multitude of eyes perfectly reflecting the boy's current expression. Yet to the spider leader's disappointment, it failed to detect any semblance of weakness or pleading in Jinjin's demeanor. Only wrath and hatred prevailed. The fire within Jinjin blazed more fervently than the surrounding inferno. Under the torment of the spider leader, he unleashed a series of low roars. His head felt as if it might explode, a new memory abruptly surfacing. The arena was teeming with spectators. The duel within the arena neared its conclusion. Truly, it was no surprise that he hailed from the once great Southern aristocracy. A young man found himself cornered, bearing wounds so severe that bone was visible. Utterly beleaguered at it was the holy knight Qingque. His adversary was a middle-aged man, sporting two thin, elongated mustaches. Entirely unscathed, he held his head high, exuding an air of calm and composure, almost sauntering toward Qingque. Jinjin realized he stood amidst the throngs of onlookers, anxiously observing the two combatants. His gaze was primarily fixed upon the middle-aged man, for this man was none other than his father, the patriarch of the Baijin family. Surrounding Jinjin were many familiar faces. Fellow holy knights, Qingque, just concede if you cannot win. Your opponent is far too formidable, and you are still too young. Defeat is nothing to be ashamed of. Remember, you have a sister, Qingque, do not be obstinate. The young holy knight cried out. Qingque's sister stood at the periphery, her countenance pale, devoid of color, her delicate frame trembling like a fragile flower caught in a tempest. Qingque inhaled deeply, unsteadily straightening his body. Mustering every ounce of strength to lift his sword once more, facing the patriarch of the Baizhen family. Alas, a heavy sigh resonated through the crowd. This duel had been initiated by Qin Kuei himself. Persuading such a proud individual to concede was akin to turning a mighty dragon around. What could be done? Even if Qin Kuei were to concede, it remained uncertain whether the patriarch of the Baizhen family would show him mercy. Indeed, Qin Kuei's father and grandfather had perished in that battle, slain by the hands of the Baizhen clan. The enmity between the two families ran too deep. Qin Kuei roared, launching yet another futile charge. The patriarch of the Baizhen family effortlessly sidestepped, his rapier swirling with ease, disarming Qin Kuei's sword with a flick, clang. The sword soared through the air, subsequently embedding itself into the marble ground, piercing behind Qin Kuei. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Qin Kuei's sister could no longer contain herself. She beseeched the elderly knight presiding over the duel. "Uncle Commander, please, for the sake of our family's long-standing friendship, I implore you to intervene and save my brother." This elderly knight was none other than the commander of the Fifth Order of the Holy Knights. He snorted disdainfully, his expression sour. This is a sacred duel between knights, fair and just, with no favoritism. He cast a sharp glance at Qin Kuei's sister. "I've already endeavored to save her brother. But he, as a member of my Fifth Order, disregards even my commands, insisting on challenging the patriarch of the Baizhen family. Humph, how old is he, and what prowess does he possess? How much practical experience does he hold? He has yet to master the signature combat technique of the Qin Kuei clan, the bronze armament, and yet he dares to challenge the patriarch of the Hundred Needles clan. This bravery and fearlessness of a knight? No, it is the folly of a mind clouded by vengeful thoughts. Utterly absurd. Therefore you have witnessed it. The patriarch of the Hundred Needles unleashed his technique, Thousand Needles Fury, and utterly dismantled your brother's bronze armament. Thousand Needles Fury is an advanced form of the Hundred Needles clan's signature technique, Hundred Needles Wind, a maneuver that can only be wielded by those of golden cultivation. Countless Imperial Knights have perished under this technique, certainly not less than 1,000. Perhaps even several hundred. Even I, in my youth, succumbed to this very attack, pierced through the heart by a blade from the Hundred Needles clan. Your brother Qin Kuei has disregarded the tenets of the Temple Knights. He has forsaken courage and violated patience. This is his own path to demise. As the current head of the Qin Kuei clan, he must bear the consequences of his reckless actions. This is the price he must pay, even if it costs him his life. The unyielding words of the old commander left Qin Kuei's sister utterly powerless. She collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she wept. The surrounding young knights, once filled with indignation, fell into a profound silence due to the old commander's reprimand. Yet their teeth gritted tighter, their fists clenched harder. The patriarch of the Hundred Needles cast a deep glance at the old commander and advanced toward Qin Kuei once more. With an arrogant tone, he proclaimed, "Patriarch Qin Kuei, what further capabilities do you hope to resist with? Do you still possess any fighting spirit? If so, then with my next move, I shall take your life." The patriarch of the Hundred Needles slowly raised his piercing sword, its tip nearly brushing against his own nose. "This shall be the final act of your life, so do keep your eyes wide open and behold. Rest assured, to employ Thousand Needles Fury against you would be to elevate you far too much. You are vastly inferior to your father and grandfather. Hundred Needles Wind is far more suited to your burial. Should you survive this strike by a stroke of luck, I would have no qualms in sparing your life." With that, the sword in the patriarch's hand transformed into a dazzling array of sword shadows. Qin Kuei let out a furious roar, having awaited this moment with bated breath. The scant fighting spirit remaining within him surged forth, and amidst the flickering azure light, it vaguely materialized into a knight's lance. Boom! The two forces collided, then passed each other. An arm was flung into the air, spilling forth a torrent of blood before plummeting to the ground outside the arena. This severed arm still clutched the piercing sword, the very hand of the patriarch of the Hundred Needles. The entire assembly was struck with astonishment, enveloped in a profound silence. With a thud, Qin Kuei collapsed to the ground, motionless. The patriarch of the Hundred Needles pressed his left hand against the nearly severed wound. His countenance twisted in utmost agony. "Father! Father!" Jinzin cried out, his voice trembling vehemently. At this moment, the old commander stepped into the arena, positioning himself between the Patriarch of the 100 Needles and Chinke, effectively separating the two. His brow furrowed deeply, and he gazed sternly at the middle-aged nobleman with the severed arm. Patriarch of the 100 Needles, the words spoken during a duel are sacred oaths. Your duel has concluded. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, fixated on the unconscious Chinke, gritting his teeth as blood flowed profusely from his wound, his face a mask of rage and hatred. After a considerable pause, he slowly nodded. Staggering as he descended from the dueling platform, his demeanor rife with malevolence and resentment. "Father!" Jinzin rushed over, supporting the Patriarch of the 100 Needles. The surroundings erupted in cheers, Chinkue's sister weeping tears of joy, while the young temple knights raised their arms in triumphant shouts, and many onlookers gasped in disbelief. The middle-aged man surveyed the scene around him, absorbing the atmosphere, yet his expression had returned to a semblance of calm. "My son, raise your head and look at me. Tell me, what is our family motto? Do not overestimate others, nor underestimate them." Jinzin managed to lift his head, his voice choked with emotion. "Very well, remember it. Hold it close to your heart." The Patriarch of the 100 Needles gritted his teeth, speaking vehemently. Memories faded, yet the flames of anger continued to blaze within Jinzin's chest. He felt as though this emotion might burst forth from him. He let out a terrifying roar. "I cannot perish here. How can I fall in this place? I still have to protect my fiancée. I must leave here alive, reclaim control of White Sand City, and ultimately revitalize my 100 Needles clan. My path as a knight cannot be stranded here." The youth roared within his heart. In that moment, he felt as though his very blood was boiling. His blood surged as if a great river was rushing forth, transforming into a waterfall that cascaded violently into his hand. The transformation occurred at that instant. The youth's hands rapidly expanded, becoming thick and robust. His 10 fingers elongated, their nails turning jet black, transforming into claws as hard as iron. These claws were sharp beyond measure, akin to 10 daggers. Jinzin attempted to move his claws, and with merely a slight exertion, the spiderweb was effortlessly torn apart. The sharp claws blazed red-hot, as if they had been searing in a furnace for an eternity. Jinzin did not think. He acted purely on instinct, plunging his clawed hands towards the spider leader. The 8-legged spider leader was already in close proximity to Jinzin, their faces merely a hand's breadth apart. When Jinzin's claws transformed, they were obscured by spider silk. As Jinzin's claws struck, the spider leader was caught completely off guard, unable to evade. With a squelch, the 12-inch-long, crimson claws pierced deeply into the spider leader's body. Jinzin let out a roar, continuing to exert force, nearly his entire palm sinking into the wound. The spider leader, struck by the assault, froze as if struck by lightning. After a breath's time, a torrent of spider blood and milky brain matter flowed from the wound. The silver-tier 8-legged spider leader perished on the spot. With their leader's demise, the remaining 8-legged spiders fled in disarray. The youth and maiden immediately turned danger into safety. Jinzin appeared dazed as he slowly withdrew his hands from the charred body of the spider leader. More accurately, they were now claws. Unbelievable. His hands had entirely transformed into something resembling those of a massive gorilla, swelling several times in size, now covered in thick black fur, rendering his forearms appear diminutive. His 10 fingers extended with long, sharp claws, hard and radiating heat, as if iron rods had just been pulled from a furnace. What in the world is happening? Just as Jinzin was engulfed in shock, another transformation occurred. First, the crimson iron claws rapidly cooled, then disintegrated into carbon ash, swiftly crumbling and dispersing. Subsequently, his hands shrank rapidly, reverting to their original human form. The black fur fell away, revealing his human skin beneath. Suddenly, Jinzin's body shook violently. Weakness, an indescribable sense of weakness, gripped his very core. It was not merely a lack of physical strength, nor solely mental fatigue. It felt as though a part of his being had been suddenly hollowed out. The flames around him continued to scorch, and the bushes crackled. The 8-legged spider, deprived of its claws, lay lifeless on the ground. Everything felt like a dream. My Lord Jinzin, Zidi's call echoed as if it came from far away, growing clearer and more resonant. Under this urging voice, Jinzin finally snapped back to reality. Hiss, the youth drew a sharp breath, realizing that two of the spider leader's legs were still embedded in his back. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the legs free, blood flowing forth immediately. After hastily applying a potion to his wounds, Jinzin rushed to Zidi's side. Lacking a dagger, he utilized the spider's legs, which were sharper, to slice through the web and rescue Zidi. "My lord, you have awakened your fighting spirit," Zidi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Jinzin felt a stirring in his heart. Just moments ago, Zidi lay upon the ground, and he had his back to her. She had not witnessed the transformation of his hands. "No, it was I who pierced the web with a spear tip." Jinzin did not think further, instinctively concealing the secret. The recent transformation had been exceedingly abnormal. It seemed that deep within the youth's subconscious. He did not wish to disclose it, not wanting his fiancée, to worry. "That detestable Huang Zhao has fled. We must find him and deal with him severely." Zidi spoke with great intensity. Had Huang Zhao not fled in the face of peril, the young boy and girl would never have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Zhenjin nodded in agreement, about to speak when a thunderous crash interrupted them. A massive tree, engulfed in flames, had fallen to the ground, sending sparks flying and further intensifying the fire. "We must leave this place at once," Zidi urged. She intended to tend to Zhenjin's wounds, but he halted her. Though the injury was deep, it had already stopped bleeding. Given his current vitality, escaping the inferno was of utmost priority. "Wait, this is a valuable find. We cannot leave it behind," Zidi exclaimed, pointing at the corpse of the eight-legged spider leader, her eyes glimmering with a fervor that outshone the flames. Thus, the young couple worked together to drag the spider's body away from the fire. Just as they reached a safe distance, they were met with a low, buzzing sound that grew increasingly ominous. Countless fire-poisoned bees surged into the inferno, their numbers so vast that they obscured the sky. The sheer volume of the fire-poisoned bees quickly quelled the raging flames, gradually extinguishing them. Zhenjin and Zidi, having suffered greatly from the fire poison, dared not linger nearby and hastened several miles into the mountains before finally pausing to catch their breath. Fortunately, they discovered an ideal resting place at the base of a cliff. For the next 3 days, Zhenjin and Zidi recuperated in this sanctuary. Utilizing the scant bodily fluids of the eight-legged spider, Zidi concocted a breath potion that mimicked the aura of a silver-tier magical beast, significantly enhancing the safety of their refuge. Zhenjin's remarkable vitality manifested once more, as the gaping wound on his back healed at an astonishing rate. Combined with Zidi's potion, fresh skin had already begun to form over the injury. Zhenjin had briefly worried about the corrosive poison from a spider's legs, but such concerns proved unfounded. Seizing the moment, Zidi disassembled the eight-legged spider, and despite the rudimentary conditions, she exerted every effort to gather usable parts. From these materials, she brewed several vials of corrosive potions and powerful adhesive mixtures. Though these were basic concoctions, their efficacy was promising due to the high-quality ingredients employed. Zidi expressed her regret, often lamenting, "If only the conditions were a tad better, I could have brewed agility potions. It's such a pity that these materials are being put to such minor use." Zhenjin smiled and reassured her, acknowledging the value of her so-called minor trinkets. Previously, the incendiary and flame-retardant potion Zidi had crafted from monkey-tail brown bears and cave minerals had proven immensely beneficial. The sky was a brilliant blue, with branches overhead weaving a complex lattice. As they continued their journey, both Zhenjin and Zidi felt the temperature of the air plummeting in a clearing with a vast horizon. Zhenjin gazed into the distance and was astonished to spot a pristine white trail. It was a snow-capped mountain. How bizarre that such a peak existed on this island. According to the route of the Zuwenho, this island was clearly in the tropics, where rainforest would be the most typical terrain. Yet here, there were not only forested hills, but also a snow mountain. Huang Zhao had previously described the existence of a desert as well. My lord, look, there are traces of Huang Zhao, Zidi exclaimed, making a new discovery. After inspecting, Zhenjin nodded in affirmation. "We are close to finding him." Perhaps we may also locate other members of the exploration team. They adjusted their course accordingly, for along their path, they had not only found traces of Huangzhou, but also markings left by the exploration team. As they encountered a thicket of moss, Jinjin raised the long-handled sickle in his hand and severed the long strands that hung perilously low from the branches, allowing them to proceed. This sickle was crafted from a curved spider leg. Additionally, with Zidi's assistance, Jinjin had fashioned several spider war spears and a spider longsword. These newly crafted weapons were exceptionally sharp and provided significant advantages to both Jinjin and Zidi on their journey. The battle with the spider had greatly enhanced Jinjin's armament. Even the quality of the steel longsword paled in comparison to the spider's blade. In the past, Jinjin would have reveled in this upgrade, but now it barely registered with him. Throughout these days, he had been preoccupied with contemplating the recent anomalous occurrence. His hands had unexpectedly transformed into the lethal claws of a monkey-tail brown bear. And when he struck the eight-legged spider, it ignited from within, leading to a swift and fatal blow. Afterward, he had withheld the truth from Zidi, offering clumsy excuses instead. Yet, Zidi did not press him for answers. Her understanding nature filled Jinjin with a profound sense of gratitude. But what exactly was transpiring? Jinjin's first thought was of transformation spells. Druids could morph into wolves, bears, and even dragons. Wizards had their shape-shifting spells, while rogues possessed disguise techniques. Could it be that I am not merely a paladin, but also have other hidden skills? This hypothesis was quickly dismissed by Jinjin, for any spell casting required a process. However, the transformation of his hands had occurred so naturally, there was no indication of an unconscious casting event. Furthermore, it was important to remember that the use of low-tier magic and martial energy was prohibited on the entire island. Thus, could it be bloodline awakening? Nobles possessed extraordinary bloodlines, often accompanied by distinct characteristics. For instance, the lineage of the Holy Emperor was the Holy Bloodline, with all direct descendants, including the Holy Emperor himself, having silver-white eyes and snow-white wings. Half-elves, with their mixed heritage of elves and humans, bore pointed ears. Humans of noble birth with demonic or devilish bloodlines typically had horns protruding from their heads. Yet why did my hands transform into those of a monkey-tail brown bear? Could it be that Jinjin awakened the bloodline of the brown bear? Setting aside the existence of such a bloodline, was it not all rather coincidental? Thus, the most probable explanation remained that Zidi had temporarily concocted a potion to save him. Jinjin speculated that the potion produced during that irreplaceable rescue might indeed have been a transformation potion, for at that moment, Zidi had infused Jinjin with a significant quantity of monkey-tail brown bear blood. Blood was a primary ingredient for certain transformation potions. As Jinjin was saved, the effects of the transformation potion likely lay dormant within him, only to resurface in the face of the eight-legged spider during a life-threatening moment. Jinjin believed this possibility to be the most plausible, leading to further speculations. Was the effect of this transformation potion still active? Could it possibly trigger again, if it were to activate once more? How long would it last? Jinjin hoped for another eruption of this transformation, as it could serve as a hidden trump card. This trump card held tremendous potential. It had enabled Jinjin to slay a silver-tier beast directly. While various favorable factors contributed, the terrifying attack power of the claws could not be denied as for the potential issues of power erosion or bloodline corruption that might arise from consuming such a transformation potion. Jinjin decided to set those concerns aside for the moment. Survival was paramount. These latent dangers could be addressed later, once they were safely settled, by seeking purification from the temple priest that a breeze began to stir. The trees rustled softly as the forest swayed with a blend of deep green, rich green, and light green hues. The wind seemed to blow from the direction of the snow-capped mountain, causing the temperature to drop rapidly. This did not trouble Jinjin or Zidi, for although their clothing was scant, they carried numerous heat-retaining stones. Following the trail, they pressed on. Soon, a bubbling mountain spring came into view. This must be groundwater, Jinjin surmised after inspecting it. The spring water appeared crystal clear and refreshing. He hesitated to drink, despite their water reserves having dipped to a critical level. Outdoor water sources were not always safe. Drinking recklessly could cost them their lives. The presence of numerous animal tracks suggested the water might be safe. Suddenly, Zidi's expression changed as she pointed to the soil surrounding the spring. "Wait, my lord Jinjin, look over here." On the other side of the mountain spring, they encountered a multitude of human footprints. These traces encircled the spring, clearly indicating that a considerable number of individuals had once squatted here to gather the subterranean spring water. Notably, some of the footprints appeared quite fresh. It seemed we were in close proximity to that exploration team. However, for now, let us first fill our empty water bags. With that thought in mind, they commenced the collection of water. Fortunately, they had managed to find water bags. Without containers for storage, exploring the wilderness would be exceedingly inconvenient. Zidi crouched down, extending her arm to fully open the small mouth of the water bag, leaning down to fill it. Jinjin, on the other hand, adopted a meticulous stance while drawing water, yet he did not lower his head to the task. Instead, he kept his gaze lifted, occasionally glancing around, remaining vigilant while filling the bag. In the wild, numerous ferocious beasts lurked, lying in wait near water sources to ambush unsuspecting prey. Once a target let down their guard while drinking, these predators would strike with lightning speed, seizing their quarry. Similar training was also present within the ranks of the human army. When drinking or collecting water, one must always keep their head up to avoid surprise attacks from the enemy. Thus, when the adversary appeared, Jinjin was the first to notice, raising his voice to alert Zidi. The two swiftly stood upright. 1, 2, 3 figures emerged. Some revealed themselves from the thicket, others stood atop the rocky heights, and some were barely discernible within the underbrush. Before long, the young man and woman realized they were surrounded. Most of these individuals were clad in the attire of sailors, their sun-baked skin bearing the marks of wind and exposure, each wielding weapons, primarily curved sabers, but also swords, spears, and even bows and crossbows. A bronze-level elite stepped forward, approaching Jinjin and Zidi. Upon seeing this figure, Jinjin's eyes momentarily flashed with brilliance that Zidi's expression shifted, and she exclaimed with displeasure, "It's you! We finally caught up with you, Huang Zhao, days prior." A sailor responsible for vigilance suddenly shouted, "Who goes there?" Gripping his spear tightly with a sense of alarm, a suspicious shadow emerged from the bushes, glancing at the sailor before collapsing to the ground. Unconscious, the sailor stood frozen, cautiously approaching the unconscious figure, using his spear to prod the stranger's shoulder, turning their face skyward. Despite the obscured features marred by horrific burns, the sailor furrowed his brows and recognized the identity of the mysterious individual. "It's Huang Zhao." Huang Zhao was still alive. "Captain Lanza, your brother has returned. He is alive," the sailor cried out, startling the entire exploration team within the camp that a throng of individuals rushed over, led by Lanza, whose robust physique was the combined strength of 2 adults, exuding a profound bronze aura. Upon seeing the unconscious Huang Zhao, Lanza was initially incredulous. Soon overwhelmed with joy, he knelt down and gently lifted Huang Zhao's head, cradling him. "Brother, brother, wake up!" Lanza called out loudly, though Huang Zhao remained unconscious. He murmured, "Water, water." Lanza extended his hand, prompting the other sailors to immediately pass over the water bags. After quenching his thirst, Huang Zhao gradually began to regain consciousness. His blurred vision cleared. He beheld Lanza's rugged visage. "Nearly brought to tears, brother. It's me, Huang Zhao. I've returned. I've reclaimed a life." Huang Zhao's voice was hoarse and frail. The ordeal of pursuing the main troop alone through such a perilous forest had taken its toll. "Huang Zhao, what on earth happened? We all thought you were dead," Lanza exclaimed, his concern palpable. "Captain Lanza, I attempted to return, but the others prevented me, and one believed you could survive. Lanza has shed tears for you on multiple occasions." An elderly figure squeezed through the crowd. His face was lined with wrinkles, his frame gaunt, and he wore a pair of broken spectacles. His bushy beard, long neglected due to harsh conditions, had turned a grimy gray, resembling a well-worn rag. This elder was Tsang, a long-serving scholar to the nobility. The exploration team held him in high esteem, as it was his guidance that led them out of the desert. "Thank the gods, thank fate, you are still here, you are alive, that my word. This is truly a miracle," Lanza exclaimed. "Quickly, tell your brother what you encountered." Lanza was filled with curiosity. "Huang Zhao, irritated, scoffed, "I did not die at all, that I merely fainted for a moment." He briefly recounted the events and their outcomes. Lanza was deeply moved. "Huangzhou, indeed you have reclaimed a life. What a harrowing experience." The surrounding crowd echoed their astonishment and congratulations. However, the old scholar Sangshu's expression turned grave. "We have trouble, my friends. It seems we are in peril." "What trouble?" someone inquired. "And no matter the trouble, I will never abandon my brother. We will confront the spider horde." Lanza's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. Huangzhou interjected, "There are no spiders following me. Everyone can rest easy as long as we escape their hunting grounds. The spiders will return to the treetops. I spent several days with them," but he spoke with a hint of pride, confident that the danger had passed, transforming his narrow escape into a tale of bravado. The old scholar shook his head. "I am not referring to the spiders. I speak of those two individuals. Those two are surely dead by now." "Though it is regrettable," Huangzhou replied. He refrained from openly admitting his cowardice. Instead, he claimed that the arachnids had attacked Jinjin and his companion, and he had been fortunate enough to slip away. "Not necessarily dead," the old scholar sighed. Lanza murmured, "This island prohibits low-level magic and battle energy. Those two youths possess such formidable abilities. Could they have escaped the wrath of the eight-legged spider leader?" The scholar's brow remained furrowed. "The black iron level indeed faces restrictions here. But what of silver or gold levels? We have no such strong individuals among us. Hence we cannot be certain if such power is also bound by the restrictions." Huangzhao's eyes widened. "Mr. Sangshu, do you believe those two are silver-level experts, or even golden ones?" "That is impossible. They're far too young. Moreover, I never sensed any silver or gold aura emanating from them. That girl, however, seemed to be a black iron-level mage." The old scholar chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Are there not young, strong ones? The White Wolf General of Cold Iron City was only 17, and the Grand Mage of the Golden Rose family, Shui Si, is merely a 16-year-old girl. The recently risen assassin, Luo Oshur, was reportedly only 18 when the Assassin Alliance recruited him from the commoners. In no way, these individuals are future luminaries, far beyond our reach. Could it be that I casually encountered such figures?" The old scholar's tone deepened. "It is highly probable, based on your description, that young girl possesses black iron strength at such a tender age. What kind of force could have nurtured her?" That girl referred to the young man as my lord. "What then of his status and strength?" The group fell into contemplation, and the expressions of the Huangzhou and Lanza brothers visibly darkened. After a moment of silence, the old scholar continued, "I believe that young man not only holds a high status, but is also quite powerful. While the likelihood of him being of golden caliber is low, he could very well be a silver-level expert. Mr. Sangshu, do you possess any evidence for this assertion?" "Why do you think so?" Lanza countered. Sangshu smiled. "Let us consider this from another perspective. Imagine you discovered someone in distress and sought to rescue them, only to face a dozen bronze-level eight-legged spiders, with your party consisting of merely two individuals, including yourself. If you were not of silver or gold caliber, how would you dare provoke those spiders and risk a rescue?" Lanza's mouth fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. "So, it is quite possible that these two individuals are alive. Have I offended a silver expert, or even a golden level one?" Huangzhou muttered to himself, his lips twitching slightly. "I should not have fled. I should have returned their dagger. I was wrong. I made a grave mistake." Huangzhou clutched Lanzhao's arm tightly, calling out in desperation. Under the immense psychological pressure, he ultimately chose to confess, upon hearing that he had fled at a critical moment, taking with him the crucial dagger. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. "Mr. Sangshu, what are we to do?" Lanzhou, equally at a loss, cast a pleading glance towards the old scholar. "Everyone, do not panic." Sangshu raised his hand to calm their emotions, assuring them that the situation had not yet spiraled beyond recovery. "Everything that has transpired thus far has been mere conjecture on my part. It is entirely possible that the two of them have already become prey for the spider, or met their demise in flames. Is it not so? But did you not just say that it is more likely they have resolved the trouble and are now making their way towards us? We have left markers along this path." Lanzhao's face contorted with conflict. Sangshu nodded, fixing his penetrating gaze upon Lanzhao. Thus, we must alter our course and return. We need to ascertain whether they are alive or dead. Should they have perished, we might recover some exceptional equipment, but if they are still alive and entangled in some predicament, we must extend our hands to assist them, repaying their life-saving grace towards Huangzhou and atoning for his cowardice. If they are indeed pursuing us, I strongly advise everyone not to resist unless absolutely necessary. Reflect carefully. Can we truly contend with the formidable beings capable of vanquishing a horde of 8-legged spiders? Surrender. Surrender is a commendable option. Let us not forget, we were all once on the same vessel, and we have all fallen to this plight. They require us. Even the most powerful need subordinates, at the very least. Enough hands to navigate the ship. Sangshu's words resonated deeply, prompting nods of agreement among the crowd. Then what am I to do? Huangzhou asked anxiously. Fear not, for I am here, brother, Lan Zhao replied, though his tone betrayed a lack of confidence. Sangshu looked earnestly at Huangzhou. A forceful confrontation will only lead to self-destruction. Even if you choose to flee, where will you escape to? Into the forest, only to be devoured by beasts. Following my counsel offers you the greatest chance for survival. Remember, if those two noble figures are still alive, you must endeavor to demonstrate your worthiness for survival. Do not hesitate to offer your possessions, even if they may seem trivial to the great ones. You must express your heartfelt remorse. Huangzhou nodded vigorously, striving to engrave Sangshu's words upon his heart. Thus, the group turned back, retracing their steps to the spring's location. They encountered Jinjin and Zidi, who revealed themselves. Huangzhou stepped forward from the crowd. Approaching the young duo, "Itsu. Humph, we finally caught up with you, Huangzhou," Zidi said, her displeasure evident. While Jinjin remained silent, his gaze unfriendly to Huangzhou's heart trembled. He wished fervently for Jinjin and Zidi's demise, yet here they stood, unharmed before him. Though Huangzhou was a rough man, his inherent confusion was clarified by the old scholar Sangshu long ago. Then, Huangzhou beheld the new weapons equipped by Jinjin. These spears, scythes, and sword were clearly assembled from the limbs of spiders paired with wood. They had vanquished the silver-ranked spider leader. Why am I so unfortunate, encountering two such powerful figures? With a clang, the curved dagger slipped from Huangzhou's grip, clattering against the rocks. Then, with a thud, he knelt upon the ground, his forehead striking the earth as he pleaded for mercy. My lords, I am Huangzhou. I fled at a critical moment. I was wrong. I have committed an unforgivable sin. I shall not resist. Do with me as you will. The youth and maiden exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation. Having found themselves surrounded, they initially believed these individuals meant them harm. Yet Huangzhou had directly confessed and surrendered. My lords, I am but an old scholar named Sangshu, who served the Shada family for 38 years, the old scholar interjected, stepping forward. Following him was a robust man, Lan Zhao. Jinjin remained silent, while Zidi took a step forward, speaking up. I am Zidi, the current head of the Wisteria Merchant Association. It is my honor to present to you the esteemed individual before you, a noble scion whose lineage traces back to the legendary beast, the Golden Needle Queen. He is the sole heir of the Baijin family, a holy knight, and a candidate for the lordship of Baisha City. The Wisteria Merchant Association. As Zidi spoke, someone in the crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This renowned merchant association was known to all, to varying degrees. The Holy Knight? The mention of this title sent ripples of shock through the crowd. Lan Zhao's body swayed. While Huangzhou knelt, unable to raise his head, his ears ringing, Sangshu's pupils constricted. His understanding of the nobility far surpassed that of Lan Zhao and Huangzhou. Sangshu was acutely aware that the Baijin family was no ordinary clan. Despite suffering great losses in their struggle against the empire, they were once a great southern noble family with profound roots. The current head of the Baijin family was a golden-ranked powerhouse. Though they had been severely weakened, they remained formidable, and the youth before them was the sole heir of such a family. A look of respect crossed Sangshu's face as he bowed deeply, speaking earnestly. Sangshu is honored to meet you, my lords. Lan Zhao knelt before them as well. I, Lan Zhao, pay my respects to you, my lords. My lord, Huangzhou, is my younger brother. I am willing to offer my life as tribute, imploring you to pardon his transgressions. Brother! Huang Zhao raised his head, shocked, looking at Lan Zhao, his forehead already stained with blood. Xinjin's expression remained impassive, his silence amplifying the pressure felt by those around him. My lords, the old scholar continued, please allow me, an outsider, to candidly present all that I have witnessed. Speak. Xinjin finally uttered his first words. Sangshu exhaled deeply and resumed. Huang Zhao has committed an unforgivable sin, yet he has exerted himself to return to his brother's side. In his fear and panic, he was weakened to the point of near fainting. This reckless and timid young man indeed fled before death. However, once he regained his composure, he was tormented by the weight of his guilt and sin. He has been engulfed in profound remorse and self-reproach, revealing the truth to us all without any concealment, and beseeching our assistance to return to the spider forest to rescue you, my lords. It is precisely because of this that we are fortunate to encounter you here. I implore you to consider Huang Zhao's heartfelt desire for redemption and to be lenient in your judgment. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao cast grateful glances at Sangshu. Zidi, observing the two brothers kneeling before her, couldn't help but sneer. This contemptible coward has deceived Lord Jinjin, concealing the existence of a silver beast for his own selfish gain. He then fled, placing a noble scion in peril, repaying kindness with malice. Scholar, you suggest we show leniency to such a person? Sangshu nodded repeatedly, smiling. Upon our first meeting, I acknowledged that my words were indeed offensive and presumptuous. However, in truth, they are not soldiers of the Empire, but merely sailors aboard the Zhu. To speak of fleeing, it hardly applies, does it? Alas, these brothers are indeed pitiable. They are fishermen who lost their parents at a young age and have relied on each other ever since. If you were to execute the younger brother, the elder would likely perish as well. Lord Jinjin, you are a holy knight, the knight among knights, born noble. Your future is vast, as if you walk among the clouds. Yet these brothers are but ants in the dirt. Lord Jinjin, you are destined to become the lord of Baisha City. When that time comes, your brilliance will surely illuminate the entire city, and your grace will nourish all its citizens. Why be stingy towards these two insignificant ants? If you were to show mercy to these two pitiable and sorrowful ants, I believe they would be eternally grateful, forever cherishing your compassion and kindness. And they would strive to repay your benevolence. Zidi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Sangshu deeply, yet remained silent. Sangshu gently nudged Lan Zhao, who was kneeling. Lan Zhao, startled, exclaimed, My lord, please show great mercy and grant us brothers the chance to atone for our sins and repay your life-saving grace. Please accept us, your humble servants, and from this day forth, let us be at your command. Huang Zhao remained silent, bowing repeatedly. The brothers' desperate pleas stirred the hearts of those around them. Why, lord? Zidi turned to Jinjin, adopting the demeanor of a subordinate awaiting the latter's decision. All eyes were fixed upon Jinjin, while the venerable scholar, with his gray beard, lowered his head, his gaze directed at the ground, noticing the brothers' bloodied faces. Jinjin's expression remained impassive as he began to speak slowly. To save lives and assist the weak is the creed of my holy order of knights. It is precisely for this reason that I intervened to rescue you in the spider forest. One must neither overestimate nor underestimate a person. This is the family motto of the Baijin clan. Therefore, Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao, I am willing to grant you both a singular opportunity, hoping that you may alter my perception of you through loyalty and tangible actions. Thank you, my lord. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao exclaimed with joy that a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as many gazes now reflected envy towards the two brothers, though they had become indentured servants. Losing their freedom, their association with a figure as formidable as Jinjin might very well lead to their future prosperity. The venerable scholar once more bowed in respect, proclaiming, Lord Jinjin, your magnanimity is akin to the earth. Your compassion rivals the sun that we extol your virtues. You shall be our banner. Under your leadership, we humble beings can tread the correct path. Jinjin stood tall, his posture as straight as a lance, his calm voice resonating clearly in every ear. The radiance of the holy temple envelopes every inch of land, The imperial banner shelters every citizen of the empire. Follow me, and I shall lead you to safety. Yes, my lord, the crowd responded in unison. Kneeling before him, the endeavor to gather more followers had been a premeditated plan between Jinjin and Zidi. Thus, Zidi had urged Jinjin to rescue Huangzhou. However, Huangzhou had concealed the existence of the silver behemoth and had repeatedly fled in the face of danger, causing unexpected complications. Yet, it appeared that the ultimate outcome was more favorable. Huangzhou and Lanzhou had become Jinjin's slaves. Initially, they had merely been recruited and retained their freedom, but now, as servants, they had forfeited it. Both brothers were of the bronze tier, and slaves of such caliber held considerable value. Of course, Jinjin had yet to establish reliable means of control over them, such as a servant contract, in the current circumstances. He could not afford to be overly ambitious. Huangzhou and Lanzhou, having pledged their allegiance as servants, leveraged their inherent influence, naturally compelling others to align themselves with Jinjin. Thus, Jinjin effortlessly gained actual control over this exploration team. The brothers, both bronze-level elites, had Huangzhou skilled in wielding a polearm, while Lanzhou excelled with the curved blade. Among the remaining members were 2 archers and 1 crossbowman, with 13 others wielding knives, axes, firearms, and shields. Including the unarmed scholar, there were a total of 19 individuals, not counting Jinjin and Zidi. According to the information shared by the scholar, the initial expedition comprised nearly 40 members, a sizable contingent. However, at this juncture, the team had suffered a casualty rate of 50%. Their armor was notably inadequate. Huangzhou and Lanzhou donned leather armor, while the others were clad in burlap garments. Resources for survival were not scarce, as the team had ample provisions of food and fresh water. This intelligence was gleaned by Jinjin from the scholar. Since this mountain spring is potable, I request that you assign some individuals to gather more fresh water. We may forego half of the oil. Jinjin issued his first command. Yes, my lord, the scholar responded, bowing respectfully as he exited the tent. This tent had been erected by Huangzhou and Lanzhou themselves, allowing Jinjin a peaceful respite. No sooner had the scholar exited than Zidi lifted the flap and entered. My lord, our esteemed scholar is no ordinary man, she remarked. When Jinjin summoned the scholar privately, Zidi had engaged with each member of the team. Piecing together the broader narrative from their accounts, it became apparent that it was the scholar's analysis that alerted Huangzhou and Lanzhou to the gravity of their predicament. Upon hearing Zidi's report, Jinjin smiled slightly, realizing that the spoils collected from the 8-legged spider had indeed instilled a profound sense of fear in these individuals. Point 1 must neither overestimate nor underestimate a person, Jinjin mused inwardly. The outcome of this situation was favorable, yet the entire process compelled Jinjin to engage in profound self-reflection. He had overestimated Huangzhou's character. Failing to recognize the possibility of his withholding information, he had naively presumed that Huangzhou would be indebted to him for his life-saving intervention. Yet the reality was that Huangzhou had fled, abandoning his benefactors, Jinjin and Zidi. Subsequently, under immense pressure, the brothers had sought refuge with Jinjin, selling themselves into servitude. Was it out of genuine remorse? Perhaps to some extent. However, more likely it was due to Jinjin and Zidi's formidable strength and substantial backing. What of the others? They were eager to be led by Jinjin. Why? Because he was a strong man, and in such perilous circumstances. Aligning with the powerful was one of the best survival strategies, was it not? Furthermore, Jinjin's status as a knight of the Holy Temple and his past act of saving Huangzhou only bolstered the belief that this young leader possessed commendable virtues worth trusting. Among them, the most striking figure remained the venerable scholar. Having served noble families for over 30 years, he had undoubtedly garnered wisdom in the art of survival and negotiation among the elite. Though devoid of weapons and combat prowess, he commanded the respect of the entire exploration team. Huangzhou and Lanzhou demonstrated unwavering obedience to the scholar's words. Upon receiving information from Huangzhou, the scholar astutely recognized the identities of Jinjin and Zidi. Under his guidance, the exploration team promptly turned back, ultimately pledging allegiance to Jinjin. Huangzhou and Lanzhou served as the scholar's offering to Jinjin, and even as they became slaves, they expressed profound gratitude toward him. The words he spoke to Jinjin, ostensibly in praise of the brothers, were, in truth, a transaction. The scholar's willing allegiance facilitated Jinjin's acceptance of these new subordinates, granting him 2 bronze-tier servants in return for his generous recompense. In the restructured team, the scholar emerged as the 3rd in command. Following Jinjin and Zidi, Jinjin's inaugural command was to appoint the scholar as the leader of a team tasked with gathering fresh water. This was the youth's response to the scholar's voluntary allegiance. Jinjin maintained a sense of vigilance while simultaneously harboring admiration for the scholar, recognizing the necessity of such talent by his side. Despite the scholar's apparent frailty, his knowledge and wisdom represented an intangible strength. Regarding my fragmented memories and inability to wield battle energy, this must be kept confidential for the time being, Jinjin instructed Zidi. She nodded earnestly, her expression solemn. "That I understand, my lord." Now that Jinjin had just assumed control over the exploration team, potential hazards remained. If the subordinates discovered that Jinjin was incapable of utilizing battle energy, would it incite any unfavorable thoughts? The inability to harness battle energy would diminish the disparity that different tiers of strength typically presented, just as the family motto of the Baijin clan states. One must neither overestimate nor underestimate a person. Jinjin now acutely felt the weight of this wisdom. Although he had become the leader of the exploration team, his control over the entire group remained tenuous. Enforcing orders was simply beyond his current capability. "Please arrange for the members of the exploration team to enter sequentially. I wish to speak with each of them privately in the tent," Jinjin instructed Zidi once more. Thus, when the scholar returned with a number of individuals after successfully gathering fresh water, he was intercepted by Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao stationed at the entrance. "Lord Jinjin is currently in conversation with Baya," the scholar was informed. Surprised, he knew Baya to be a cheerful lad, the son of a hunter, who was rather inconspicuous within the exploration team. "Has Baya committed some error?" The scholar inquired. "No. All members of the exploration team are to enter the tent one by one to be questioned by Lord Jinjin," Lan Zhao explained. The scholar's interest was piqued. "What is the Lord inquiring of them?" Huang Zhao shrugged. "It is merely a matter of personal backgrounds, familial circumstances, and individual specialties, along with information regarding maritime disasters and islands." Just then, the tent flap lifted, and Baya, a member of the exploration team, emerged, his demeanor invigorated. "Ah, it is the esteemed scholar," Baya greeted first. "By your appearance. It seems that Lord Jinjin has taken a particular liking to you." "Right?" Song Su nodded with a smile. Baya grinned widely. "Of course not. In truth, Lord Jinjin has promised everyone that if they perform well in the upcoming tasks, they may have the opportunity to follow him and join the White Sand City. At the very least, one could become a guard of White Sand City. Does that not align perfectly with your aspirations? You, my lad, must endeavor to perform well." Song Su patted Baya's shoulder. Baya nodded repeatedly, brimming with determination, and declared, "I will certainly give my all." After receiving the report from Lan Zhao, Song Su re-entered the tent to meet with Lord Jinjay. "My lord. As per your instructions, we have discarded half of the oil and utilized the remaining oil bags to store fresh water," Song Su respectfully reported. "Well done. You may take your leave to rest. After lunch, there will be a meeting to discuss our next course of action, so prepare yourself," Zhang Jin replied. "Yes, my lord." Song Su bowed and exited the tent. He did not stray far, instead standing beside the tent for a moment. The members who had accompanied him to gather fresh water were also summoned one by Jinjin. Each individual spent only a brief time within the tent, yet upon their exit, the expressions on their faces markedly transformed from when they had entered. Even those who typically bore serious expressions now appeared to have a sheen of vitality in their eyes. Song Su cast a deep glance at the tent, smiled, and murmured to himself, "This is quite agreeable. Not every strong individual possesses leadership qualities." To Song Su's mind, Zhang Jin was remarkably young. It is indeed rare for someone of such youth to possess at least silver-tier cultivation. Most of his time, it seemed, was dedicated to his own training, which meant that his knowledge and mastery in other areas were inevitably lacking. Yet, it appeared that Zhang Jin was at least competent in the role of a leader. Despite not being the lord of White Sand City yet, this young man could weave a vision of a promising future for the members of the exploration team, simply by virtue of his promises. The hearts of the people were gradually being drawn to Jinjin, and the morale of the team was on the rise. Jin's grasp on the entire exploration group was deepening rapidly. The afternoon meeting convened within the tent, attended by 4 individuals: Jinjin, ZD, Song-Su, and Lan Zhao. Several animal skin maps were spread across the ground, with the largest one placed at the center. Jinjin pointed to this largest map and said, "This is a composite created by ZD, integrating all the maps we currently possess." All eyes turned toward the map. The top indicated north, the bottom south, the left west, and the right east. The northeastern corner of the animal skin map depicted an anchor. Jinjin indicated this anchor mark. This is the starting point from which your exploration team set forth, as well as the sandy beach where the Zuenho ran aground. If circumstances remain unchanged, there are still 50 to 60 individuals here under the command of the first mate of the Zuenho. In the southeastern corner of the map, a cross was illustrated. Jinjin shifted his finger to the cross. "This is the landing point of myself and President ZD's party." There are 3 landing boats on this beach. From both the cross and the anchor, 2 winding paths extended outward. Along these routes, at regular intervals, there were annotations or illustrations. These 2 paths represented the routes taken by the exploration teams led by ZD and Song-Su. However, these paths did not converge but abruptly halted midway. The center of this grand map remained largely blank. Jinjin then produced 2 smaller maps and placed them over the blank areas of the larger map. One depicted a desert terrain, while the other illustrated a forested landscape, with particular emphasis on the latter. The forest map highlighted significant locations such as the dwelling caves of the monkey-tailed brown bears, the spider forest, and mountain springs. The routes of the 2 exploration teams converged at the mountain spring. Jinjin pointed to this marked location. "We are currently situated here, and our objective is to return to this point." He moved his finger to the northeastern section of the grand map, to the illustration of the anchor. The others voiced no objections. This island forbids low-tier magic and fighting spirit, and it is inhabited by numerous unimaginable ferocious beasts. Thus, we must unite every possible force to survive cooperatively. External rescue is far beyond reach and unpredictable. Rebuilding the ship and setting sail again remains the most reliable course of action. The construction and operation of a sea vessel cannot succeed with merely a few individuals. The challenges before us are evident, twofold. Jinjin continued. The first is the fierce magical beasts along the way. The second is the peculiar geographical changes in this area. What are your thoughts? Lan Zhao replied solemnly, "My lord, if low-tier magic and fighting spirit were not prohibited here, our strength would see a significant enhancement. However, as it stands, we can only confront these peculiar and formidable beasts with our flesh and blood. Regardless, both Huang Zhao and I shall serve as your swords. Wherever your gaze falls, there shall be blades clashing." Lan Zhao expressed his loyalty, and Jinjin nodded, clearly pleased with this attitude. "Then I look forward to your performance." Upon hearing this, ZD seemed to keenly sense something, directing a puzzled look at Lan Zhao. "Your statement is somewhat peculiar. Were low-tier magic and fighting spirit permitted here, those ferocious beasts would unleash various magical abilities. While we are powerful, they would also pose an even greater threat than now. According to my speculation, it should not be the case. Indeed, it should not," Song-Su interjected. "I believe the magical beasts on this island are incapable of utilizing any magical abilities." "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" ZD inquired further. Song-Su, however, did not respond directly, but instead looked to Jinjin. "My lord, have any magical crystals been discovered among the corpses of the magical beasts you have eliminated?" Jinjin shook his head. "As of now, not a single magical crystal has been found." "This is evidently abnormal," Song-Su acknowledged. "Though we have not encountered silver-tier beasts along our journey, we have come across numerous corpses of bronze and black iron-tier magical beasts. Yet, we have never seen the presence of magical crystals. Why is that? The formation of magical crystals occurs when magical beasts live in an environment rich in elements for an extended period, accumulating magical energy through growth and sustenance until a qualitative change occurs, resulting in the formation of a magical crystal. Magical crystals not only store the majority of a magical beast's internal magical energy, but also assist in stabilizing and channeling that energy. Generally speaking, the more powerful the magical beast, the higher the quality of its magical crystal. Sang Su's assertions drew no dissent from either Jinjin or ZD. This was, after all, common knowledge. Subsequently, Sang Su articulated his viewpoint. I believe the magical beasts inhabiting this island are not naturally occurring. They are artificially created. Artificial magical beasts? Jinjin and ZD exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. As for Lan Zhao, he seemed to have been aware of Sang Su's conjecture long before, displaying no signs of surprise whatsoever. How do you determine that these beasts are not of natural origin, but rather artificially manufactured? Jinjin inquired. Sang Su began to explain slowly. Since entering the island, I have dissected numerous magical beasts and discovered that, despite their stable biological systems and the close cooperation of their organ structures, they appear to function as if they were born that way. However, upon deeper examination, it becomes evident that they are, in fact, quite unnatural. Zidi furrowed her brow, pondering the words of Sang Su. Unnatural? Indeed, the elderly scholar affirmed, his gaze profound, they all lack the essence of nature. Do you not find that these magical beasts appear to be a haphazard assemblage? Zidi reflected, I once dealt with the corpse of a monkey-tailed brown bear, a creature of silver rank, which fell at the hands of Lord Jinjin. It bore the tail of a monkey, the body of a bear, and the hands of an orangutan. Yet, the fingers were adorned with long, hard iron claws. First glance, this monkey-tailed brown bear seemed to be a mere patchwork of an orangutan, a monkey, and a brown bear. However, its internal skeletal structure was remarkably coherent that it possessed two hearts, and its other organs perfectly supported its physique. As a low-tier mage, I devoted much of my studies to alchemy. I have gathered numerous materials and am well versed in the anatomy of most creatures. Although it was my first encounter with such a beast, I believe their physiques are astonishingly perfect, devoid of any disabilities, mutations, or superfluous bodily tissues. What then is unnatural about them? A slight tremor ran through Jinjin's heart. Zidi's mention of the monkey-tailed brown bear stirred memories of his own hand's transformation, that in a moment of desperation, his hands had abruptly morphed into claws akin to those of the monkey-tailed brown bear, delivering a fatal blow to an 8-legged spider. Subsequently, his hand returned to their original form. For reasons he could hardly articulate, Jinjin chose to conceal this incident from Zidi. Her current reference to it seemed an attempt to showcase my prowess. Jinjin quickly discerned the layer of intention behind Zidi's words. Indeed, the next moment he noticed Lan Zhao's eyes widen in admiration as he cast a respectful glance in Jinjin's direction. Lan Zhao sincerely marveled, Master, your strength is truly formidable. Lord Jinjin, your innate talent is astonishing. Your valor and achievements will undoubtedly be widely celebrated. Sang Su echoed this sentiment before turning his gaze back to Zidi. Lady Zidi, you are entirely correct that I wholeheartedly trust your judgment. Their life forms are indeed remarkably rational and stable. I lack the qualifications of a mage and have not delved into alchemy. Yet I have been fortunate enough to peruse a considerable number of texts. Among these, some recount the histories of various noble families, detailing how certain lineages rose to prominence and managed their territories. Their early tales of exploration often depict a struggle against the environment, a process of human effort to tame nature. These chronicles document encounters with Knoll bandits, repelling beastly tides, hunting nearby wolf packs, and driving wild boars from cultivated fields to guide the descendants of their families. The ancestors who penned these histories left behind meticulously illustrated depictions of beasts and magical creatures, detailing their forms, behaviors, and effective methods to combat and slay them. That it is due to this wealth of information that I have greatly benefited. And through some ponderings of my own simple mind, I have arrived at several superficial yet intriguing conclusions. Consequently, I perceive a certain unnaturalness in the ferocious beasts upon this island that I have observed that typically. Beasts adorned with horns are herbivores, utilizing their horns primarily as defensive tools against predators. That in contrast, the more ferocious carnivores possess longer, sharper teeth, more developed musculature, and excel in swift bursts of speed. Some even have pads beneath their claws, facilitating silent approaches toward their prey. At this point, Sang Su subtly shifted his discourse. Not long ago, In the area where Huangzhou had yet to locate us, there lay a hill with relatively sparse forestation and lower temperatures, where occasional snowflakes danced in the wind. This was the furthest point of our exploration, and there we caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden-ranked magical beast. It was a moose, crowned with enormous, bony antlers that resembled a tangle of branches. This moose feasted on flesh rather than grass, and upon its back were a pair of massive, snow-white wings. I privately dubbed it the bone-winged moose. Though it was merely a hasty sighting, I felt certain that its skeletal structure must be coherent, sufficiently stable to support its daily activities. Yet, it did not seem natural. You see, its body was ill-suited for flight. The large wings would at best afford it the ability to glide. It was carnivorous, surviving in nature at the top of the food chain, preying upon other creatures. But it bore antlers, defensive structures that hinder its capacity for attack, complicating its pursuits in hunting, ambush, and concealment. Consider, too, the monkey-tail brown bear that Lord Jinjin vanquished. When monkeys swing through the forest, their tails help maintain their balance and stabilize their direction when leaping through the air. But does the brown bear require such a tail? It is immensely heavy. Which trees could bear its weight? Does it often leap? The monkey's tail, affixed to its body, seems rather superfluous, does it not? Furthermore, regarding the orangutan's hands, which resemble human hands, the primary distinction from the claws of many ferocious beasts is that the orangutan possesses a thumb. This anatomical feature aids the orangutan in grasping branches as it traverses from tree to tree. Yet the hands of the monkey-tailed brown bear, which also sport claws, render this adaptation somewhat redundant, does it not? This is what I refer to as unnatural. Observing the contemplative expressions of those before him, Sangshu continued his discourse. The foremost demand of life is survival. The harsh and unforgiving environment of nature has endowed the creatures that successfully endure and reproduce with remarkable survival skills. These capabilities are often conferred by the organs they possess. Take the mole, for instance, that it boasts sturdy claws and a physique that facilitates burrowing, yet is nearly blind. In truth, it has no need of sight, as the soil is shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Instead, it is equipped with an exquisitely sensitive nose that grants it a keen sense of smell. This is life as it exists in nature. It possesses its strengths and weaknesses. The advantages and disadvantages coalesce within it, allowing it to discover its most suitable niche amidst the brutal competition for survival against other life forms. Yet, let us examine the peculiar beasts upon this island. They possess an excess of power. Their structures are stable, yet they harbor contradictions and conflicts amongst themselves. Their roles within nature remain ambiguous. Much like the monkey-tailed brown bear that Lord Jinjin felled. Did it require a monkey's tail? It did not. Similarly, take the bone-winged moose. Did it necessitate broad antlers? Again, it did not. The cumbersome antlers on its head serve only as an impediment to its predatory pursuits. Inside the tent, Sangshu continued to expound. I have served the Shada family, residing in the desert oasis for several decades. The desert is parched, with particularly arid seasons throughout the year. Most oases dry up, even vanishing entirely. In our region, there exists a red frog that buries itself deep underground, drinking as much water as possible, causing its body to swell several times its size as it hoards moisture. When the drought arrives, they remain motionless, akin to bears in hibernation. This moment, they are extraordinarily vulnerable, lacking the ability to move, while their bodies swell from excess water, rendering their skin thin and fragile. Yet, it is precisely this transformation that enables the water-storing red frog to endure the dry season, while far more formidable beasts perish in the sands. This is the essence of nature. The water-storing red frog has found its rightful place within the ecosystem. It possesses formidable survival skills, yet simultaneously, it is fragile. To survive in nature, it has expended all its efforts that it cannot develop claws, wings, and the like. The more powerful the organs, the greater the nutritional demands for growth. The more intricate the tissues, the more time is required for evolution. The competition within nature is ruthlessly severe. It does not give rise to species like the monkey-tailed brown bear or the bone-winged moose if the environment were exceedingly lenient. With no survival pressures, organisms would become lethargic, corpulent, and languid, and thus, there would be no creation of such formidable life forms as the monkey-tailed brown bear or the bone-winged moose. Such species can only be artificially constructed. ZD exhaled deeply. I have learned much, Mr. Songshu. Your knowledge commands my utmost respect. Jin nodded in agreement. Lan Zhao, long familiar with Songshu's analysis, chimed in, without Mr. Songshu, we would likely have perished in that desert long ago. Songshu continued. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture. I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims. Yet, I am nearly certain that these bizarre magical beasts are not the products of nature, beyond the possibility of being artificially created. It may also be attributed to certain minerals or the residual effects of spells that have induced species mutations. Lan Chao could not help but inquire. So who is capable of conjuring such a multitude of magical beasts? Which prominent figure in the empire could it be? Could it be a divine being? Only deities possess the might of creation, do they not? ZD gently shook her head. It could also be the work of mages. To my knowledge, a legendary mage can reshape and govern a demiplane, which resembles the act of creation attributed to the gods. Song Su sighed heavily. Perhaps it is a legendary archmage, or possibly a deity among the Empire's elite, who has established their experimental domain of creation here. This island, while not small in size, has remained undiscovered. Its location is in close proximity to the route of the ship Zhu 1. Our arrival on this island was entirely accidental, a consequence of a maritime disaster. Lan Chao's complexion paled slightly. This island is utterly terrifying. How powerful must be the entity that can conceal such an island and forge so many monstrous beings? It could annihilate us with ease, as if crushing ants. How strange it is that it does not simply eradicate us. We have uncovered its secret. Song Su spoke in a hushed tone. Perhaps it is simply not present on this island at the moment. It may have ventured elsewhere, or perhaps it is indifferent, monitoring our every move. IT might be deriving amusement from watching us struggle here. Only when we are on the verge of successful escape would it intervene. Lan Chao exclaimed in dismay. Does that mean we are doomed? The atmosphere within the tent grew exceedingly tense. Faced with such a formidable entity, any plans for escape, even the grand aspirations of the young knight, seemed laughable. After a lengthy silence, Zhun Jin exhaled a breath of frustration. Mr. Tsongsu's hypothesis is indeed chilling. Yet I must admit, it holds a degree of reason. According to this theory, we might as well continue to speculate. The alterations in the terrain here should also be of human design. So, Mr. Tsongsu, do you believe this is a divine art of land relocation or a teleportation-type magical array? Tsongsu replied. Firstly, I personally believe that the changes in the terrain are not specifically targeting us for a being of such greatness. Annihilating us would be trivial, requiring no such elaborate effort. Secondly, I lean more towards the notion of a teleportation magical array rather than divine arts. We have personally experienced the transformation of the terrain. The entire process was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, we were transported from a desert to a forest. This aligns perfectly with the descriptions of magical teleportation found in books. I surmise that the alterations in the terrain are merely a consequence of our teleportation, and the terrain itself has not truly shifted. Otherwise, relocating vast expanses of land periodically would entail an excessive expenditure of energy. Of course, all of this remains conjecture, akin to an ant speculating on the scenery of the clouds, absurd and presumptuous. Ultimately, I believe that what appears to be a teleportation mechanism mimicking changes in the terrain is likely one of the measures employed by the island's master to maintain ecological balance. ZD blinked. May I inquire how you arrived at this conclusion, sir? Songsu responded. I have discerned that not only are we being teleported, but many wild and ferocious beasts are also transported to new locations. A flash of insight struck Jinjin, and he recalled the group of scaled horned panthers. The scaled horned panther pack likely originally thrived in the jungle, yet they found themselves alongside the young knights in the mountainous terrain. Here they were compelled to carve out new territories, first battling the monkey-tailed brown bears, and subsequently suffering losses among the blade spider swarm. He looked at Song Su. If these fierce beasts are also being teleported, then perhaps the master of this island is orchestrating their battles to select the strongest of monsters, much like the alchemical puppet competitions hosted by the Alchemy Guild, aiming to cultivate the most formidable living weapons. Song Su smiled. Your analysis, Lady ZD, is indeed quite astute. There's a possibility of that. However, I still maintain that the preservation of ecological balance is a more pressing concern. Do you not find that the natural equilibrium on this island is precariously fragile? Despite its vastness, nature possesses a vulnerable side. The Shada family hires bishops from the Temple of Life each year to aid in increasing their crop yields, and I have had discussions with them and had the fortune to consult with wandering druids. Nature is rife with cycles of life. For instance, plants grow from the soil, only to be consumed by herbivores. The flesh of these herbivores then becomes sustenance for carnivores, and the droppings of these animals serve as nourishment for plant growth. Their decaying remains enrich the soil, enhancing its fertility. Nature teems with such cycles of life. Even the most powerful predators are subject to the constraints of their lifespans and the challenges posed by environmental changes. The Shada family once endured several consecutive years of locust plagues. With the help of a druid master, they identified the root cause. The proliferation of locusts was due to a decline in the bread scorpions that preyed upon their eggs. But why had the bread scorpions diminished? It was because during those years, the Shada family began to assemble a cavalry, heavily investing in the procurement of chocobos, which, when free-range, favored feasting upon the bread scorpions beneath the sand. The cycle of life resembles a chain, with each link influencing the others, that if one link falters, it can amplify the problem, leading to catastrophic results. As Song Su concluded this point, the conversation shifted. There are far too many monsters on this island. They are not a product of natural formation. The ecological burden of accommodating such numerous creatures is immense, and a moment's negligence could disrupt the cycle of life, resulting in irreparable disaster. That makes sense. Zhang Jin nodded. He thought of the monkey-tailed brown bear, a silver-tier beast that consumes minerals, and it was evident that it currently had no natural enemies. If it were allowed to thrive, it would eventually devour all the mineral resources. The thermally radiating veins of or play a significant role in that region. If depleted, it could trigger drastic changes in various aspects, such as a precipitous drop in temperature. However, due to the teleportation mechanism, the monkey-tailed brown bear and the scaled-horned panthers clashed, ultimately meeting their demise at Jinjin's hands. Thus, the impending natural crisis of the island was preemptively averted. These thoughts expanded. So, the reason the master of this island deliberately creates diverse terrains such as jungles, forests, deserts, and snow-capped peaks is to constrain these fabricated beasts, stabilizing the island's ecology and maintaining natural balance. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that it seeks to identify a creature capable of adapting to all environments. The most powerful among them, the young girl did not abandon her speculation regarding biological weapons. Song Su added, I believe that teleportation is merely one of the measures employed by the island's master to stabilize the ecosystem. There are other efforts at play. For instance, the fire wasp. Do you not think this swarm was deliberately created to prevent catastrophic wildfires in the jungles and forests? Additionally, there is the anti-magic environment. The conditions here strictly prohibit low-tier magic and combat techniques, even more stringent than the anti-magic rings of Sky City. This does not seem like a defensive mechanism against low-tier foes, as that would be unnecessary. Rather, it resembles shackles, restricting the beast from unleashing their full potential. Hence, I speculate that this anti-magic environment is indeed a protective measure for these magical beasts. Please enlighten me, sir, ZD urged. Song Su continued. The magical beasts on this island do not arise naturally. While their physical structures are stable, they do not harmonize with the natural environment, and the magical energy within them conflicts, preventing them from efficiently absorbing elemental forces to form magical crystals. This may well be the aspect the island's master seeks to improve. He has achieved remarkable stability in their physical forms, which is an astonishing accomplishment. Yet, the haphazardly assembled bodies present challenges in elemental absorption, a problem he has yet to resolve perfectly. Chaotic magical energy is exceedingly unstable and can sometimes lead to explosive reactions. Even if forcibly suppressed, it can erode the host with magical corruption. Left unchecked, the chaotic magic poses a significant threat, making it difficult for the magical beast to survive beyond a week. Thus, he has created a special environment that prohibits low-tier magic and combat techniques, thereby safeguarding these creatures and maintaining their stability. allowing them to persist in existence. As for the matters concerning magical energy, Lord Jinjin and Lady ZD, you should have a clearer understanding than I. ZD nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. Zhang Jin's expression grew grave as he quietly analyzed their current predicament. On this island, we have encountered magical beasts of bronze, black iron, silver, and even gold tiers. According to the current analysis, the chaotic magical energy of the gold tier can indeed be effectively suppressed by the surrounding environment. Consequently, only those at the Saint Realm level would be able to freely wield their fighting spirit in this place. Correct? No matter how talented Jinjin may be, it is inconceivable that at his age he could attain such a realm. Therefore, Jinjin, might you be able to channel your fighting spirit? Sangshu inquired. Jinjin shook his head in negation. He had previously conferred with ZD about concealing the secret of his inability to harness fighting spirit. However, given the gravity of the situation, such concealment had become utterly futile. Nevertheless, Jinjin still chose to mask the truth of his amnesia. Sangshu sighed. If anyone could channel fighting spirit of the gold tier or below, it would indeed refute my hypothesis. I genuinely hope my conjecture proves to be incorrect, Jinjin retorted. Then, Mr. Sangshu, have you conceived of a viable solution that would enable us to overcome the bizarre magical beasts and the peculiar environment here, allowing us to reach our destination unscathed? Sangshu smiled wryly. My lord, you overestimate my capabilities. I am but an elderly man nearing the end of his days. I have served the Shada family for the better part of my life. And my reason for departing this time is to engage directly with the orcs during the final phase of my existence, to explore the unique ecology of the orc continent, and to complete my scholarly work. I have titled this work Theory of Evolution. I believe that while nature maintains a harmonious cycle and balance, the forms of life within it are not immutable. Whether it be as humans, dragons, or beasts, magical creatures are all undergoing a gradual evolution. This evolution is intricately linked to changes in the natural environment and the modes of survival of life itself. Jinjin nodded. This will undoubtedly be a classic work. Sangshu bowed respectfully, sincerely stating, the misfortune of encountering a shipwreck is indeed my plight, yet to encounter so many bizarre creatures here fills my heart with joy, for this will powerfully corroborate my theory of evolution from an alternative perspective. It is precisely for this reason that I volunteered to join the exploration team, aiming to engage with these beasts at the earliest opportunity. That it is an honor to meet you here. My lord, during this time, I shall serve you with utmost dedication, exerting all my intellect. I feel truly unworthy of your expectations, but I humbly ask for your understanding of my limitations. After all, I am but a scholar. I understand. Jinjin nodded. He discerned the situation. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao were enslaved, yet Sangshu harbored no genuine intentions of allegiance. Sangshu implied, during this time of misfortune on the island, I shall lend my full support to Jinjin. Once we reach the Orc continent, I will part ways with him to pursue my own scholarly ambitions. If I become the Lord of Baisha City, I will undoubtedly assist you in gathering intelligence on the orcs. Jinjin continued that my gratitude knows no bounds. Sangshu bowed deeply once more. This moment, ZD suddenly spoke. If Mr. Sangshu's conjecture holds true, then both this island and the various magical beasts must be constructs. Therefore, there must be a central hub on this island. What do you think would happen if we were to locate this hub? This idea is quite audacious. Lan Zhao interjected hastily. That seems exceedingly perilous, does it not? The existence capable of transforming an entire island and creating so many magical beasts is something we cannot hope to contend with. That would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. ZD smiled gently, shaking her head slightly. Not necessarily. Consider this, everyone. Based on our previous analyses, there are two likely scenarios. The first possibility is that the island's master has left and is not currently on the island. In that case, a surprise attack on the hub would be the optimal moment. The second possibility is that the island's master has been present all along, yet has chosen not to intervene, merely observing or toying with us, or perhaps disregarding our presence. However, should we attempt to escape the island, it is certain that they would act to eliminate us to maintain secrecy. Thus, rather than that, it would be wiser to strike directly at the hub. Once we dismantle the hub, we can halt the teleportation, allowing the island's environment to return to normal. We would then be able to employ magic and fighting spirit, while the ferocious beasts would be rendered powerless. This would be exceedingly favorable for our escape. Lan Zhao fell silent. Upon reflection, this argument seemed plausible. Zidi then turned to Jinjin, her eyes sparkling with fervor. My lord, as we aim to reach the Orc continent and strive to seize control of Baisha City, if we could acquire such magical technology to mass-produce silver and gold-tier magical beasts, even if these creatures could only sustain themselves for a brief period before self-destructing, imagine the advantages this would bestow upon us. In an instant, Jinjin's heart raced with excitement. The prospect of having subordinates of gold tier was indeed a luxurious dream. The notion of mass production sounded utterly enchanting. Even more enticing was the idea of creating beasts that fearlessly fought to the death, which would undoubtedly instill dread in our enemies and cause them to tremble in fear. Jinjin gazed into Zidi's eyes, which at that moment sparkled like gold coins. His understanding of Zidi deepened significantly. The young knight couldn't help but muse. This girl before me is truly deserving of her position as the head of the Merchant Guild. She is willing to momentarily cast aside her own life in pursuit of potentially immense profits. Yet, Jinjin refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead turned at Sangshu. Mr. Sangshu, what is your perspective? Jinjin demonstrated his regard for Sangshu. The previous exchange had significantly elevated Jinjin's assessment of Sangshu. From the latter, Jinjin genuinely sensed the magnificent power of knowledge. Sangshu's broad vision, extensive learning, and profound understanding seemed to unveil a layer of mysterious fog surrounding this enigmatic island for Jinjin and Zidi. My lord, Sangshu spoke slowly, I do not concur with Lady Zidi's proposal. First, we do not know the precise location of the hub. Searching for it would inevitably require us to venture across the island, confronting various bizarre beasts and the harsh natural environment. Second, even if we were to locate the hub, it stands to reason that the island's master would have established formidable defenses around it. Can we breach those defenses? If we were to recklessly assault the hub, could we potentially alert the island's master who might be absent? Third, my assumptions regarding the existence of the island's master. The geological anomalies and these ferocious creatures are merely conjectures. I possess no direct evidence. Perhaps my hypotheses are entirely incorrect. This island may simply be a remarkable creation of nature, an embodiment of the forces and will of the natural world that we can never fully comprehend. Fourth, although there is a mechanism for teleportation, its activation is subject to time intervals. Theoretically, as long as we maintain the correct direction and proceed swiftly, we could traverse through forests and other terrains to return to the beach. Even if we were to be teleported again en route, it is likely to be random. Thus, by consistently adhering to this course of action, we could quite possibly reach our destination. Jinjin contemplated for a moment before nodding. The analysis is sound. The hub is too elusive, and the risks are too great. Our strength is insufficient. Therefore, our primary objective should be to regroup with the main force and hastily construct a sea vessel to escape this island. I shall adhere to your command, my lord. Lan Zhao immediately responded. Sangshu appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Zidi opened her mouth, hesitated, and ultimately chose to remain silent. After issuing orders for a brief rest of 15 minutes, we shall set forth, Jinjin commanded. My lord. Sangshu interjected once more. I have a small suggestion. Please, Mr. Sangshu, share your thoughts on my lord. May I report a delightful discovery to you? Sangshu pointed to a small map of the forested area. Right here. At the forefront of our current exploration, there exists a sizable flock of sheep, numbering at least 1,000. I strongly recommend that we hunt this flock. By doing so, we would secure a substantial supply of food. Jinjin's brow furrowed slightly. A flock of over 1,000 sheep. The young man's gaze shifted between Sangshu and Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao promptly interjected. My lord, it is indeed a large flock of sheep. We have already attempted and successfully hunted two. They are timid and gentle, only seeking to flee, posing no danger. Many members of the exploration team believe this to be a gift from the heavens. However, our current food reserves are quite sufficient, Zidi remarked. That is true, Sangshu nodded, but we must remain vigilant against potential unforeseen circumstances, such as being transported back to the desert when the teleportation mechanism activates. Sangshu cast another glance at Jinjin, fully aware that Jinjin was the true decision-maker. According to our reconnaissance, the leader of this flock merely emanates a bronze aura. My Lord Jinjin, there is no need for excessive concern. This flock resides at the lower end of the natural cycle, and it is certain that numerous predatory beasts, even those of golden caliber, prey upon sheep. That skeletal feathered deer may very well be one of them. Thus, our extensive hunting of the flock poses the greatest risk not from the sheep themselves, but from other predators. This is easily mitigated as we are not directly confronting these hunters. Jinjin remained silent. Deep in thought, Sangshu continued, My Lord Jinjin, the primary purpose of our expedition is to gather sufficient food for those constructing the sea vessels, although we have been lost on this island for many days. If we return with ample provisions, it will undoubtedly uplift their spirits and provide them with tremendous assistance. Moreover, it serves to aid you as well. Jinjin nodded. That is an excellent suggestion. Thus, we shall slightly amend our itinerary. We will hunt the flock first, then set forth. Given the previous circumstances, Jinjin understood that such a fortuitous opportunity for easy hunting was rare on this perilous island. Indeed, it might be prudent to seize it now, lest the chance slip away forever. Following the revised plan, he had no intention of delving as deeply into the island's interior as he had before. Therefore, he acquiesced readily. The flock of goats bleated in sheer panic, rushing down in a frenzy. This group comprised hundreds of goats, their wool predominantly a dull gray, with their skeletal horns resembling two pale, menacing swords slightly curved. Initially grazing leisurely, the goats were suddenly disturbed by the appearance of two expedition members, who drove them with shouts. Armed with curved blades, they did not need to resort to violence. Their loud calls effortlessly scattered the terrified goats. Jinjin, Zidi, Sangshu, and others stood atop a nearby hill, observing the scene from a vantage point. The goats attempted to change direction, but hidden personnel had already positioned themselves strategically, intercepting the flock at a critical moment. The panicked goats were repeatedly herded back, ultimately pouring into a hollow. The expedition team began to close in, with more members emerging from all directions, and no matter which way the goats turned, they found themselves cornered, causing them to whirl in desperation. The expedition members raised their weapons high, striking down repeatedly as they commenced the grim harvest of goat lives. Just as Sangshu had stated, the goats were exceedingly timid, offering no resistance in the face of the slaughter. They emitted cries of sheer terror, desperately jostling to huddle at the center. Yet it was always the unfortunate ones on the periphery who fell prey to the human hunters. Sangshu observed this scene with a calm demeanor and spoke. In the heart of the empire, many nobles have begun extensive sheep farming. They rear sheep. I have had the fortune to visit several renowned sheep farms within the empire, and their scale is astonishing. In my view, the species of sheep lacks the ability to sustain itself independently. Their survival relies entirely on the care and protection of others. Sheep possess no self-defense capabilities. Male sheep are shyer and more timid than females. Even the slightest unusual sound can send them into a panic. Thus, their flocking behavior is merely a means to dispel fear. They're not only cowardly, but also foolish, oblivious to danger and unable to sense its approach. Regardless of the circumstances, they stubbornly remain in place. Even in inclement weather, they require a lead sheep to guide their migration. Yet, in reality, the lead sheep also remains stationary. Unless driven by a shepherd or a sheepdog, sheep are exceedingly fragile. They cannot walk for extended periods without risk of exhaustion. When they run, their hearts race, often leading to breathlessness. Extreme heat or cold can wipe out entire flocks. They are highly susceptible to illness, and sometimes mere obesity can prove fatal. In comparison, goats are more energetic, robust, and courageous. However, fundamentally, they are quite similar. The habits of these two species of sheep are not vastly different. Goats are affectionate towards humans, enjoying physical affection, and humans can easily coexist harmoniously with them. They're also straightforward to rear, as various fodder can serve as their delightful fare. Nevertheless, sheep are still more favored, as their dense fleece can be spun into yarn and other textile materials. Particularly in recent years, the empire's textile machinery seems to have undergone significant technological advancements. The Shada family has shown keen interest in the sheep business, dispatching me to the empire's heart for an investigation. Regrettably, the great nobles of the empire have sought to monopolize the latest textile machinery. Moreover, the desert offers limited land and harsh conditions, with extreme temperature fluctuations, making it impossible for large-scale sheep farming. In the midst of this conversation, the flock had already been decimated by more than half. Among the attackers, Huang Zhao stood out the most, armed with a spear. Each thrust could pierce through 3 or 4 goats. He possessed bronze-level strength. Although unable to harness fighting spirit, his extraordinary physical prowess was evident at that moment. Jinjin entrusted the task of encircling the goats to him. Driven by the desire to redeem himself and fully aware that his every action was under scrutiny by his master, Huang Zhao exerted himself vigorously. Yet in the next moment, his previously unstoppable spear was blocked for the first time. It appeared that the leader of the goats, having been cornered, finally began to resist. The leader was twice the size of the surrounding goats, nearly as large as a pony, exuding a bronze-level aura. It charged towards Huang Zhao, lowering its head and brandishing its sword-like skeletal horns, beginning its sprint. The sound of hooves striking the rocky ground echoed in rapid succession. In a moment of stillness, the typically sluggish leader unexpectedly unleashed a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. Huang Zhao gritted his teeth, positioning the spear across his chest, resolutely standing his ground. Lan Zhao, serving behind Jinjin, perceived his brother's intent and shouted in alarm, "Fool! Get out of the way. You can't harness fighting spirit." Huang Zhao's ears twitched, instantly registering his brother's warning. Yet he remained steadfast, gritting his teeth. What impression would I leave on my master if I were to flee again? Brother, you are the true fool. This time, I shall cleanse my shame. He shouted internally, eyes wide, and thrust his spear forward with all his might. The spear's tip collided with the skeletal horn. Subsequently, to Huang Zhao's horror, the spearhead shattered, the entire spear flung aside. The leader goat barreled past Huang Zhao, who barely managed to raise the spear in a desperate attempt to shield himself at the critical moment. With a thud, Huang Zhao was struck and sent flying. He arced through the air before crashing onto the grassy, rocky ground. Momentarily blinded, nearly losing consciousness, witnessing his brother's refusal to heed his warning, Lan Zhao clenched his fists, filled with determination. Master, allow me to assist and deal with this goat. Yet Jinjin merely observed the scene, his expression impassive. Command that Huang Zhao rein in his efforts. I wish to capture this leader alive. Lan Zhao's expression shifted instantly, ready to protest, but Sangshu interjected with a hand gesture. Sangshu smiled to receive such trust from Lord Jinjin. Huang Zhao finally has the opportunity to redeem himself, that he is fully aware that he cannot harness fighting spirit and that his strength cannot match the leader. Yet he still chooses to engage in this perilous confrontation. Now that he's been thrown back and knocked down, he should realize the need to adjust his mindset. Upon hearing this, Lan Zhao was suddenly struck with clarity, kneeling on the ground, his forehead striking the earth with a dull thud. Master is compassionate and magnanimous. He has long seen through Huang Zhao's imbalanced mindset, repeatedly granting him opportunities to adjust and redeem himself. I am but a foolish servant. Please, Master, show mercy. Jinjin finally smiled, glancing at Lan Zhao. What crime is there in the bond of brotherhood? You may stand by and observe. After all, Huang Zhao is still physically weakened. Should he fail to capture the leader, you shall step in for him. Lan Zhao was immediately overcome with gratitude, kneeling deeply, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy sound, before hastily descending the hillside. In the hollow, Huang Zhao had already retrieved a brand new spear, preparing to strike once more. Upon seeing Lan Zhao approach, he became anxious. Brother, why are you here? Did the master send you to assist me? The blue algae scoffed and remarked, the master commands you to restrain yourself and capture this goat alive. He grants you a chance to continue your performance. But should you fail, I shall intervene. The yellow algae, elated, exclaimed, this is splendid. Upon hearing this, the blue algae was nearly provoked to strike the yellow algae on the head. Yet he had no choice but to stand by and observe. The ordinary goats were swiftly slaughtered, leaving only the yellow algae to contend with the lead goat, under the relentless charge of the lead goat. The yellow algae found himself in a dire predicament. Although he had some confidence in dispatching the lead goat with his long spear, the order to capture it alive rendered him hesitant and restrained. Both the yellow algae and the lead goat were of bronze level, yet the former could not harness his fighting spirit. He wielded his spear with utmost caution, which allowed the lead goat to gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, the yellow algae, determined to showcase his prowess, showed no signs of retreat. After a moment of stalemate, both parties were drenched in blood. The lead goat bore numerous wounds inflicted by the spear's tip, while the yellow algae, already suffering from burns and wrapped in bandages, had blood primarily seeping from his body due to exertion. The blue algae, secretly anxious, yearned to intervene but restrained himself, knowing he could not act until his brother had utterly failed. As the lead goat charged once more, the yellow algae's stamina waned significantly. Though he barely evaded the attack this time, he lacked the strength to pursue. Instead of redirecting its path, the lead goat continued its assault on the yellow algae. Bursting forth from the encirclement, the surrounding explorers, all of ordinary strength, gasped in alarm and retreated, unwilling to obstruct the frenzied escape of the lead goat. Just as the blue algae prepared to act, he suddenly heard the voice of the golden needle. "Enough. Everyone step back. Allow me to take charge. My lord, I can still fight," the yellow algae whispered, his face marred by reluctance. "You fool, hurry and retreat. Do not disrupt the master's interest." The blue algae scolded furiously. All eyes turned to the golden needle. Since he had ascended as the leader of this exploration team, most had privately speculated about the true extent of his power. Was it silver or perhaps gold? This island strictly prohibited low-level magic and fighting spirit. Thus, could the golden needle call forth his fighting spirit? As the lead goat charged, the golden needle remained composed and unflinching. Just as the goat's horns were about to strike him, the youth suddenly reached out, expertly grasping both horns at the critical moment. With a powerful thrust, he pressed the lead goat's head forcefully to the ground. The robust legs of the goat kicked and thrashed wildly, sending grass and soil flying. Yet, the golden needle's hands remained steady as mountains, and his entire body felt as if forged from iron. Unyielding in the face of the goat's struggled onlookers, the lead goat suddenly appeared as feeble as a chick in the presence of the golden needle. Gasps turned into cheers and shouts of exhilaration. The yellow algae's eyes widened in disbelief. The golden needle had not summoned his fighting spirit. He had subdued the lead goat purely with his physical strength. Such prowess commanded the yellow algae's respect. The elderly scholar, Tsang Su, was equally moved by this spectacle. He understood well that the anatomical structure of humans and animals differed significantly. When humans do not harness their fighting spirit, it is quite challenging to compare their mere physical qualities with those of beings of the same level. Humans are inherently not as swift as horses, nor as adept climbers as monkeys, nor can they soar through the sky like birds or swim underwater like fish. Among the multitude of beasts, humanity's most prominent advantage lies in intelligence. Their physical strength, speed, and stature pale in comparison to those of wild creatures. Thus, a silver-level fighter, should he refrain from employing his fighting spirit, would likely succumb to a bronze-level beast in a contest of raw strength. The scene before Tsang Su invoked a conjecture. Could it be that the golden needle truly possessed the prowess of a gold-level fighter? As a scholar who had served the Shada family for 38 years, he was well-versed in the classifications of extraordinary beings. A silver-level fighter, if not utilizing their fighting spirit, could lift approximately 350 kilograms and deliver a punch with an impact akin to 800 kilograms, easily facing 2 or 3 dozen ordinary adults. Their pain tolerance and endurance surpassed that of the average individual, yet they remained vulnerable to powerful crossbows and bows that, in essence, the physical attributes of a silver-level fighter remain confined within the limitations of human anatomy, representing the pinnacle of mortal corporeal development. Conversely, a gold-level fighter's fighting spirit significantly enhances their physical prowess, surpassing the limits of humanity. Without employing their fighting spirit, a gold-level warrior could sprint at speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour and lift weights around 10 tons. Even against legions wielding swords and blades, they could cleave through foes with ease. However, they would still face risks from magical projectiles. During the confrontation with the yellow algae, Tsang Su had witnessed the lead goat repeatedly crashing into tree trunks. toppling mighty trees in the process. This demonstrated that although the lead goat was merely bronze level, its ferocious charge possessed tremendous force, far exceeding that of a typical heavily armored cavalry charge. A silver-level human fighter, relying solely on their physical strength, would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, the Golden Needle effortlessly intercepted the lead goat, which had charged a considerable distance. The power displayed in this moment transcended the Silver Realm, prompting Tsang Su to speculate on the possibility of the Golden Needle possessing gold-level fighting spirit. He recalled that the Baijin family's bloodline was not particularly known for strength, but rather for precision. A knight, when augmented by spells enhancing the strength of bears, could achieve such feats. However, with magic prohibited here, such low-level enhancement spells should be ineffective, or had he perhaps consumed a potion to enhance his strength. Ultimately, Tsang Su returned to the notion of the Golden Needle's potential. If the Golden Needle truly was a gold-level warrior, such strength and talent could herald the resurgence of the Baijin family. Under Tsang Su's watchful gaze, the Golden Needle suddenly flexed his arms, gripping the goat's horns, and with a powerful heave, lifted the lead goat high into the air. Then, with a forceful toss, he sent the goat crashing to the ground. It struggled momentarily before rising, dazed as if stunned by the fall. In an instant, its eyes flared with fury as it charged at the Golden Needle once more. The Golden Needle swiftly subdued it again, allowing it to thrash for a while before tossing it far away. After several such encounters, the goat's emotions of defiance, anger, and hatred dissipated, replaced by sheer terror and submission towards the Golden Needle. Ultimately, the lead goat ceased its charge, rising from the ground to stand motionless in place. As the Golden Needle approached, it bleated softly, lowering its head in submission, its gaze averted, trembling in its bloodied form. The Golden Needle patted its head and caressed its horns. Terrified, the lead goat quivered and instinctively lay down. Amidst the gaze of many admirers, the Golden Needle nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Lead it away. Tend to its wounds with care, and nurture it, but do not overfeed. I teed at my lord. Do you intend to tame this lead goat as a steed?" Tsang Su inquired, approaching as the battle concluded. The Golden Needle nodded, smiling as he asked, "Do you think such a possibility exists?" "Certainly it does," Tsang Su affirmed with a smile. To my knowledge, the most common mounts on the dwarf continent are goats. They are adept at traversing rugged terrains, showcasing remarkable climbing skills. A wild goat merely a year old can skillfully ascend snow-capped cliffs, overcoming numerous obstacles that we humans cannot surmount. However, I am unaware of the specific methods for taming them. The Golden Needle nodded and then asked, "Among the survivors of the Zhuan ship, are there any beast tamers?" Tsang Su shook his head. "It seems there are none. Not to worry if they are absent on the Zhuan ship. Surely we can find some in Baisha City," the Golden Needle said, patting the old scholar's shoulder. In this battle, he had obtained what he sought. Subduing the lead goat with the intent to later tame it as a mount was merely a secondary gain. The primary focus was that he had displayed his formidable strength before the watchful eyes of all. The exploration team witnessed his formidable prowess firsthand. His influence over this group of individuals saw a significant enhancement. The lesson learned from the betrayal of Huangzhou was sufficient to last a lifetime. Jinjin had firmly ingrained the family teachings of the Baijin clan into his mind, and he kept Huangzhou closely monitored. On one hand, he sought to exploit his value. On the other, he used him as a constant reminder of what it meant to be a competent leader. Casting his gaze around, Jinjin expressed a heartfelt exclamation. "What a treasure this land is." Truth be told, it was his first discovery of such a paradise on this island. When they finally took action, the exploration team was pleasantly surprised to find the scale of the flock here far exceeded their previous reconnaissance reports. For reasons unknown, the sheep here seemed to be in abundance. There were several large flocks, each comprising over 1,000 heads. The number of flocks with hundreds of sheep was even greater. Jinjin was targeting one such mountain goat herd for this hunt. The members of the exploration team began processing the deceased goats. First came the bleeding, followed by skinning and the removal of the entrails. Subsequently, some began cutting the goat meat, while others cleaned the hides and stomachs. Once the meat was cut, it would be placed over the bonfire and smoked. This method allowed the moisture within the meat to evaporate, thereby extending its shelf life. The cleaned hides also underwent smoking and drying processes. The hides could be crafted into leather garments, while the stomachs could be fashioned into water pouches. For 3 consecutive days, the exploration team busied themselves here. Under Jinjin's command, they hunted 3 more herds. With Jinjin's direct involvement, even the bronze-ranked lead goats submitted. The vast majority of adult goats were slain, yet a few young kids were spared at Jinjin's express request. These goats were easy to care for. Thus, raising dozens of kids alongside the 4 bronze lead goats posed little burden. This was the advantage of having ample manpower. Had it been just Jinjin and Zidi, such leisure would not have been possible. By the 4th day, the exploration team officially began their journey back. At this moment, the entire appearance of the team had undergone a remarkable transformation. Almost everyone was clad in leather garments. The leather was fashioned quite rudimentarily. Merely a simple cut for the head to pass through. The sides of the body were woven with vines, binding the front and back pieces of goat hide together. The dark woolen side rested against their bodies, while the yellow hide faced outward. Each person carried a large beast hide on their backs, primarily filled with smoked goat jerky. Additionally, there were water pouches. Many stomachs had been fashioned into water containers, tied to the waists of the individuals. Their supplies of food and fresh water were ample, nearly reaching the limits of what the team could carry. After all, each person's load had its limits. Huangzhou scouted at the forefront of the group. Jinjin, Zidi, and Sangshu walked in the middle to the rear with the goats, primarily led by Lan Zhao. Beyond the dozens of kids, special attention was given to the 4 bronze lead goats. These lead goats were now adorned with rudimentary reins made of vines, burdened with a substantial load. This primarily consisted of jerky and fresh water, followed by tents and spare weapons, among other items. Throughout the morning, the team traversed mountains and rivers, moving through the forest. They took only brief rest periods, each lasting less than 15 minutes by noon. They finally enjoyed a half-hour respite. The team divided into 2 groups. One remained vigilant, checking supplies, while the other sat on the ground for lunch. Sangshu meticulously inspected both the front and back of the team, ensuring no one was missing. The provisions of food and water were accounted for, and the flock, which had been a cause for concern, remained calm. Behind his cracked glasses, the elderly scholar observed keenly. He noted that those eating appeared relaxed, some jesting with one another, while others consumed their food, massaging their calves to unwind. Conversely, those on watch displayed keen focus, their postures erect. The morale of the entire team was remarkably high. Since the expedition's inception, Sangshu had been present. He had never witnessed such vigor emanating from these individuals. He understood the key reason behind this transformation. It was not the tantalizing goat jerky, nor the relatively stable journey, but rather the young knight, Jinjin. All these changes were brought about by him. His immense strength instilled a profound sense of security in everyone, greatly enhancing their hopes. Huangzhou and Lan Zhao had become his subordinates, exerting themselves tirelessly over the past few days. Although Jinjin had not openly displayed his combat prowess, his profound background and seemingly golden-level cultivation filled these brothers with optimism for the future. Throughout the journey, Zidi closely followed Jinjin, hardly leaving his side. She was, after all, the president of the Zitong Trading Company, and her recent skillful potion-making techniques lingered in Sangshu's mind. Ultimately, his gaze remained fixed on Jinjin. In his long life, he had encountered many nobles at this moment. He was certain that among all the young nobles, Jinjin belonged to the very pinnacle. He was exceptionally gifted, immensely powerful, and most importantly, he was a competent leader. Under his influence, the entire team had coalesced, their spirits soaring. Sangshu could foresee that the currently downcast Baijin clan would undoubtedly rise again due to Jinjin. If possible, to follow such a nobleman and witness him achieve greatness step by step, allowing himself to partake in the resurgence of the Baijin clan. Perhaps centuries from now, as a scholar, his name would be recognized alongside Jinjin's, standing as one of the acknowledged symbols of wisdom for future generations. What a splendid prospect! How regrettable it was that he had not encountered such an individual in his youth. Yet, this feeling of regret did not manifest on the old scholar's face that he approached Jinjin, maintaining his consistently respectful tone, and reported the findings of their investigation. Excellent, Mr. Sangshu. Thanks to your suggestions, we have procured ample meat and have such abundant supplies. Now, Let us sit down and enjoy some lunch together. Jinjin invited. Sangshu replied, my suggestions were secondary. Without your guidance, sir, we would not find ourselves in such a favorable situation. Jinjin smiled. Over the days they had spent together, he had grown increasingly pleased with Sangshu. Though this old scholar was an ordinary man, his intellect was anything but mundane. The direction of the team's journey was determined solely by him, guided by a stick planted in the ground and the sunlight's illumination. Sangshu's demeanor and actions consistently upheld Jinjin's noble status, bringing Jinjin comfort. His ability to manage tasks was formidable, displaying remarkable reliability, making Jinjin increasingly reliant on him. Had Sangshu possessed some form of strength, even if merely at the black iron level, he would have been the ideal candidate for a noble steward. Alas, his lack of extraordinary talent was truly a pity. Even so, Jinjin wished to keep Sangshu close. He was a true talent. His knowledge even surpassed that of Zidi, who was a mage out of course. This was partly due to Zidi's relative youth and the fact that she had devoted most of her energy to potion making during her studies. Without needing to ask, Jinjin could surmise that Zidi pursued this path due to the substantial market potential and lucrative profits associated with high-quality potions. The further they ventured from the snow peak, the warmer the climate became. Under the noontime sun, the newly crafted leather garments began to serve their insulating purpose. Perhaps having eaten and drunk their fill, the group started to appear somewhat lethargic. Those on the periphery of the team had long assumed their positions, maintaining vigilance. Without any warnings, a deadly crisis silently approached amid the tranquil atmosphere. IT began with the shout of a young man from within the team. Master, something's wrong. The kids are lying on the ground, motionless. They're all dead. What? Jinjin's expression shifted dramatically. This was indeed dreadful news. Those kids were invaluable that on one hand. In dire circumstances, the exploration team could resort to slaughtering them for sustenance. On the other hand, should they successfully reach Baisha City while the kids were still alive, they could be raised and trained. Thus, Jinjin could cultivate some cavalry. His schemes were disrupted, prompting him to rise and personally inspect the situation. Do you know the reason? He inquired of the young man who had sounded the alarm. He had recognized the youth long ago. His name was Baya, a hunter by trade, who had traveled aboard the Zhuan to Baisha City to enlist in the army. Baya, visibly flustered, quickly shook his head, saying, I don't know, my lord. Everything happened so suddenly. Jinjin grunted in acknowledgement and was about to take a step when a sudden wave of intense dizziness struck him. Caught off guard, his body swayed violently. Nearly causing him to collapse, he managed to steady himself, only to discover that the once spirited members of the exploration team had all fallen to the ground in disarray. In almost an instant, the majority had succumbed to unconsciousness. Zidi, Huangzhou, and Lanzhou were still struggling to maintain their composure. What is happening? Everyone seems to be poisoned. What kind of poison is this? Huangzhou suddenly drew a dagger from his bosom and shouted angrily at the young man. Baya, everyone is poisoned, yet you appear unscathed. Did you administer the poison? Almost the entire exploration team had been affected, with Baya being the sole exception. Faced with Huangzhou's furious accusation, Baya's face was a picture of panic. He shook his head repeatedly, retreating step by step until he stumbled and fell to the ground. It wasn't me. I swear, Baya cried, desperately denying the accusation. Huangzhou advanced toward him, but suddenly collapsed midway. His complexion turned a ghastly gray, and his expression twisted in agony, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss and had just been pulled back from the brink of death. Why are you unaffected? Huangzhou lay on the ground, still unwilling to relent, words spilling from between clenched teeth. I could see that moment. Lanzhou suddenly exclaimed, Ah, could it be that the lord of this island has intervened, poisoning us all while sparing one person to carry news of our demise? Much like a pirate who, after plundering, allows a few to escape to spread tales of their infamy, Huangzhou, still clinging to his senses, responded with confusion. Who? Is there even a master of this island? Previously, Jinjin and the others had discussed their findings in the tent without informing anyone else. Even Huangzhou had been kept in the dark. Their discussions had mostly been conjecture, lacking direct evidence, revealing it could severely impact the morale of the entire team, leading to anxiety and even emotional collapse. With Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao both incapacitated, only Jinjin remained standing, albeit barely. Even so, the chill in his body intensified, as if he were plummeting into an ice pit. Lan Zhao, struggling to rise, glanced at Baya with sudden clarity and exclaimed, "I remember now. He didn't eat any lamb, not a single bite. The lamb must be poisoned. The poison in the lamb?" Ziti paused upon hearing this. She had verified before eating that the lamb was harmless. Could it be a matter of quantity? Did we consume too much and thus succumb to the poison? Jinjin furrowed his brow in inquiry. Ziti shook her head, smiling ruefully. That possibility is too simplistic. I'd already verified it, but it is also possible that some toxin eluded my detection. Baya, did you truly eat no lamb at all? Baya nodded, stammering, "Why, yes, my lord, that I dislike lamb. I've only been eating dry rations these days." His behavior continuously diminished suspicion against him, prompting Jinjin to shift his gaze back to Ziti. If Baya harbored malevolent intentions, now would be the prime moment to act. Jinjin, however, found himself with little strength to resist. Looking at it from another perspective, even if Baya had ulterior motives, choosing to poison the others at this moment seemed rather foolish. In the wilderness, having companions increased one's chances of survival. The risks of fleeing alone were far too high. Ziti had already collapsed, her eyes glistening with contemplation. "Lord Jinjin, please come over and use my dagger to make an incision on my arm," she urged. Jinjin nodded and with great effort approached her, extracting the dagger from her calf. The sharp blade glided gently across Ziti's delicate arm, leaving a slender wound. Observing the injury, Jinjin noted the flesh beneath had turned an ominous gray. Blood, which should have flowed freely, merely oozed slightly, and its temperature was chilling. With an unsettling grayish hue mingling within the crimson, Jinjin's mind conjured images of a zombie. He felt a wave of cold emanate from the wound, murmuring, "Is it truly the cold poison?" Ziti frowned deeply. The scene before them resembled cold poison, yet it felt ambiguous. Faintly, Ziti grasped at a fleeting thought, but could not fully seize the insight that flickered in her mind. "I have little time left." Ziti felt her body grow increasingly rigid and frigid. Soon, her heart would freeze, ceasing its rhythm altogether. She understood the urgency of making a decision. That "My lord," the red-capped white mushrooms. Ziti pointed stiffly to the small pouch at her waist. Jinjin promptly opened the pouch, revealing a multitude of meticulously arranged small vials within. Among them, 3 vials matched Ziti's description. After a swift examination, Jinjin recognized that they were all identical. He was also aware of Ziti's meticulous habit of distinguishing each potion by utilizing various sizes of bottles, stoppers, and labels. Removing the cap resembling a white mushroom, Jinjin brought a thumb-sized glass vial to Ziti's lips. With great effort, she opened her mouth, and Jinjin began to pour the viscous red liquid into her mouth. However, after swallowing just a small sip, Ziti suddenly rolled her eyes back and fell into complete unconsciousness. This unexpected turn of events left the remaining conscious individuals in shock. Jinjin's heart plummeted, with the sole apothecary now unconscious. What were they to do? Remove the lambskin and retreat? At that moment, a hoarse, weak voice emanated from Sangshu. After mustering his strength to utter those words, he fell into unconsciousness once more. Huang Zhao and Lan Zhao regarded Sangshu's words with great conviction. Although Huang Zhao was unable to move, Lan Zhao retained some mobility and immediately began to shed his woolen outerwear. After a few breaths following the removal of the garments, Lan Zhao felt a noticeable change. "It works. I'm starting to feel warmth return to my body." He exclaimed that it was peculiar. The primary function of the woolen garments was to provide warmth. Previously, while near the snow peaks, these newly made woolen coats had brought comfort. Yet now, shedding the insulating attire seemed to revive their frigid bodies. What could be the reason? Jinjin had no time for further contemplation. Despite his confusion, he ordered Baya to assist him in helping the fallen exploration team members remove their woolen coats. After the garments were stripped away, most of the still conscious members began to regain the strength to stand. Ziti, Sangshu, and others remained in a deep slumber, their eyes closed tightly. "Carry them. We must return at once," Jinjin declared resolutely, showing no hesitation. The awakened members recognized the urgency and exerted all their strength to drag their unconscious companions back along their original path. Sangshu, Zidi, Huangzhou, and others were transported on the backs of the sheep. Jinjin had ordered the capture of the sheep, but now, more than half had perished, leaving only the 4 strongest bronze-level rams, while the remaining lambs lay lifeless. As they retraced their steps, the group felt increasingly revitalized. Strength gradually returned to their bodies. Despite the plummeting temperature of the air around them, their torsos and limbs ceased to be icy, instead growing warm. Ultimately, when they arrived back at the spot where they had encircled the sheep, many had returned to their former state. Zidi and Sangshu also regained consciousness. Zidi unwrapped the bandage on her arm to inspect the wound that had been inflicted moments before. She discovered that the originally slate-colored wound had returned to its natural hue of flesh and blood. With crimson fluid flowing forth freely, no longer resembling the ghastly appearance of a corpse, it seemed that everything that had transpired was merely a nightmarish illusion. Yet, the 2 lifeless bodies remained as cold reminders to all that these events had indeed occurred. Indeed, the exploration team had suffered the loss of 2 members. These individuals had fallen into a deep coma and had not awakened during the return journey. Ultimately, upon reaching their original location, the spark of life had completely vanished. I understood now why there were so many goats in this area, because they were all poisonous creatures. Whoever consumed them would pay the ultimate price with their life. Huangzhao's face betrayed a look of sheer terror. This is a curse, a devil's curse. We can only remain here. If we stray too far, we will once again succumb to the poison and meet our demise. The group buzzed with anxious chatter, glancing fearfully at the goats grazing serenely in the distance. The morale of the entire exploration team had plummeted severely. Silence. Calm yourselves, Jinjin declared, stepping forward and surveying the surroundings with a commanding gaze. Over the past few days, he had established considerable authority within the group, and at his command, everyone fell silent, the chatter ceasing altogether. Jinjin understood very well that sheer force was insufficient. He needed to alleviate the terror gripping the hearts of his companions. Thus, he spoke again, "What is there to fear with me here? We are far from being beyond salvaging. Do not forget that we have Miss Zidi with us. She is not only a sorceress, but also an extraordinarily skilled apothecary." It seemed Jinjin had forgotten the incident when Zidi had consumed a potion and fainted on the spot. However, many had witnessed this scene, and on their return journey, the details had spread among the informed. Could she truly manage? Jinjin recognized the doubts in the hearts of the others and smiled confidently. Previously, we were unaware of the cause of the poisoning, and misdiagnosis is only natural. The use of potions has always been predicated on treating the right ailment. Now that we know the source, this changes everything. How could a mere herd of goats constrain us? My friends, I will lead you away from this island. It is far too early to give up. Confusion and fear began to shift in the expressions of the crowd. Jinjin, with his golden hair, fair skin, prominent nose, and eyes like morning stars, was strikingly handsome by mere appearance alone. He was also the sole heir of the Banjin family, a knight of the most formidable human faction, and one of the contenders for the lordship of Baisha City. Though clad in tattered chainmail, with a crude spear on his back and a rough blade at his waist, these hardships only accentuated the youth's indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. He resembled the sun rising at dawn, not blinding, but illuminating hope. He was akin to a flag fluttering atop a pristine castle under a blue sky. Seeing such a banner inevitably drew one in, guiding them onward. Zidi and Kangsis gazed at Jinjin, momentarily entranced. "Why, Lord, with you here, there is nothing to fear. You are a knight of the temple. You are the one who shall save us," Baya exclaimed passionately, shattering the silence. "Master, my brother, and I shall vow to follow you to the death, wherever and whenever, regardless of the calamities that may befall us," Lanza declared, pledging his loyalty. The crowd gradually began to murmur in agreement. "Lord Jinjin speaks the truth. Following Lord Jinjin, we shall surely escape this place. Indeed, I entrust my very life to you, my lord." Jinjin surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the crowd's emotions had stabilized. A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes, and he felt a sense of relief. He then commanded Huangzhou to direct the others in rebuilding their camp while establishing a perimeter and laying defensive traps. Within the tent, Jinjin, Kangsis, Zidi, and Lanza gathered once more. Kangsis spoke first, humbly admitting his fault. "This is all my error. I did not anticipate that the flesh and blood of the goats were toxic. I was blinded by immediate gain. When I saw the size of the herd, I should have realized something was amiss and been wary of the potential risks." Jinjin shook his head slightly, offering reassurance. "This island is fraught with danger and mystery. We all sought to gather more provisions. This is not solely your fault, Mr. Kangsis. As the leader, I bear greater responsibility. However, dwelling on our mistakes now serves no purpose. We must consider how to resolve this predicament." Kangsis sighed and articulated his thoughts. "Currently, we are all afflicted by the cold toxin, which is quite peculiar on the surface. It appears that the toxin activates only when we venture a certain distance away. However, I believe it is related to temperature. Being near the snow peak, the air is colder, preventing the toxin from manifesting. As we move away from the snow peak, the temperature rises, and, at a certain threshold, the toxin will trigger. This perspective had a direct piece of evidence. The woolen garments. When we removed our woolen clothing, our body temperatures dropped rapidly, alleviating the symptoms of the toxin considerably. This is all I know about the cold toxin." After Kangsis finished speaking, his gaze turned to Zidi. Not only he, but also Jinjin and Lanza looked toward he. In truth, everyone understood. When it came to toxins, Zidi, as an apothecary, held the most authority, since regaining her ability to act. Zidi had been experimenting with potions using goat meat and her own blood. I could see this moment. She held a glass vial, carefully pouring the substance into it. The vial had initially contained a liquid resembling blood. But upon the addition of the particles, it began to bubble vigorously, as if boiling. Finally, with a soft pop, the entire vial shattered, splattering the crimson liquid onto the tent's carpet. Yet Zidi paid no heed to the spilled liquid. She bent down, her striking purple eyes wide with intensity, meticulously collecting the small particles from the carpet with her fingers. After several breaths, she had gathered a significant amount of particles in her palm. Examining them closely, suddenly, she keenly observed that the particles bore various cracks, which were not mere transparent fissures, but rather tinged with a grayish hue. Seeing this, Zidi's eyes sparkled. "Everyone, I believe I have found the true cause." "Oh, what is the cold toxin?" Jinjin inquired. Zidi shook her head slightly. "In fact, there is no cold toxin in the goat meat. Prior to consuming it, I conducted multiple safety tests, and the results were consistent. The goat meat is indeed non-toxic." The crowd was puzzled. "Then what is our ailment? Could it be something else that poisoned us?" Zidi shook her head again. "The issue lies with the goat meat itself." Jinjin and Lanza's confusion deepened. But Kangsis suddenly had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "Could it be a magical imbalance?" "Precisely. That is the crux of the matter," Zidi sighed, then proceeded to elaborate. "This area is close to the snow peak, where the concentration of frost elements in the environment is exceedingly high. The goats thrive here, and the frost elements permeate their bodies. If these goats were natural creatures, they would possess the ability to harmonize magical energy, accumulating orderly magical power. As this stable magical energy accumulates, it would undergo qualitative change, coalescing into magical crystals. However, as we previously speculated, these goats are artificial creations. While their flesh and blood structure is stable, they lack the capacity for magical energy coordination. They have continuously existed in a magic-repelling environment. The frost elements within the goats cannot be perfectly digested and absorbed, although they can be transformed into magical energy. This energy is chaotic and contradictory. Not only can it not form magical crystals, but it also possesses a peculiar characteristic. When temperatures are low, it remains relatively stable, quietly lurking within. When temperatures rise to a certain degree, it erupts suddenly, manifesting symptoms akin to cold toxin, and I initially thought I had been poisoned by the cold toxin, which led me to consume an antidote made from fire element materials. However, the fire element magical energy in the antidote only served to further stimulate the ice element magical energy, resulting in my immediate fainting. Zidi paused for a moment before continuing. "It is precisely for this reason that after we shed our woolen garments, our body temperature plummets swiftly, causing the ice attribute magic to stabilize and become more restrained. Consequently, our condition will improve rapidly. Upon hearing this elucidation, the group could not help but experience a moment of clarity. Such occurrences are, in fact, quite common in the training of extraordinary individuals. For instance, when a mage meditates and encounters an error, the unsuccessful conversion of ice elements into magical power may result in the infestation of their entire body with cold poison, leading to a state of complete encasement in ice. Similarly, practitioners of combat energy, such as warriors, knights, and swordsmen, who consume the flesh of magical beasts or take potions but are unable to digest the vast magical energy within, may also suffer backlash. This phenomenon is not confined to practitioners alone. It is even more prevalent in nature. For example, mermen who dwell in the ocean for extended periods will experience dry and cracked skin, as well as lethargy if they venture into the desert during the day. This is due to the abundance of fire and light elements in the desert, which inevitably leads to their absorption of these elements. Although this absorption is not intentional, it results in the formation of magical energy on the surface of their skin. When this magical energy conflicts with the water element magic that they have cultivated within, it leads to symptoms of dryness and fatigue that, in the northern lands, a flourishing sycamore tree may suddenly be beset by a snowstorm. Following the storm, all of the leaves may fall, leaving only bare branches. With many areas suffering frostbite, this is a result of the sudden surge of ice elements, causing magical erosion. Correspondingly, nature offers various methods to counteract magical erosion. For example, the resilient pine trees in snowy landscapes can maintain the stability of their wood-type magic even in environments rich in ice elements. Similarly, rhinoceroses in the grasslands often roll in mud to create a protective layer, shielding themselves from the scorching sun while also preventing insect bites. This constitutes a layer of earth-type magical energy that replaces their skin. Engaging in a battle of attrition against external magical erosion, in light of Zeddy's explanation, one might wonder if this mutton is indeed a valuable resource. What appears to be ordinary beast meat is, in fact, imbued with magical energy, qualifying it as magical beast meat. Magical beast meat is a highly sought-after cultivation resource. As a bronze elite, Lan Zhao is acutely aware of the significance of cultivation resources and soon exclaims, "Indeed, there is a substantial demand for the blood and flesh of magical beasts in the process of cultivating combat energy. For instance, those training in fire combat energy typically consume fire attribute magical beast meat. On one hand, magical beast meat is rich in nutrients, and long-term consumption enhances the practitioner's vitality. On the other hand, it contains fire attribute magical energy. Once a combat energy practitioner consumes magical beast meat, the magical energy from the food permeates their body. If left unchecked, this foreign magical energy can pose a threat. However, when the practitioner utilizes their fire combat energy techniques, they can swiftly absorb and convert this magical energy, eliminating potential hazards and, more importantly, promoting the growth of their own combat energy. Upon hearing Lan Zhao's remarks, Sangshu nodded slightly in agreement, stating, "As you have indicated, such a possibility does indeed exist. The distinction between magical beast meat and ordinary meat lies in the presence of magical energy. However, compared to standard magical beast meat, the magical energy contained within this mutton is rather unique. When temperatures are exceptionally low, the magical energy remains deeply restrained and stable within. However, once temperatures rise beyond a certain threshold, the magical energy reveals its chaotic nature, potentially posing a threat to the life of the consumer. If one possesses an exceptionally proficient ice-type combat energy technique capable of withstanding and converting this ice-type magical energy, then this goat meat becomes valuable magical beast meat for such individuals. Yet it is likely that such individuals are few and far between." Jinjin wore a contemplative expression. Combat energy techniques serve as a means of constructing internal magical energy coordination, balance, and circulation through the form of combat energy. Numerous combat energy techniques exist, varying in quality. Superior combat energy techniques not only require extraordinary talent from their creators, but also necessitate refinement across generations. The most esteemed combat energy techniques, recognized by all, are exceedingly rare, One could count them on their fingers. Examples include the saintly combat energy practiced by the saintly emperor, the polar blizzard combat energy of Duke Icehowl, and the blazing flame combat energy of the Sunblade Saint. The more exceptional the combat energy technique, the more efficiently it can absorb and convert the magical energy within magical beast meat. Under normal circumstances, the magical energy found in magical beast meat is relatively balanced and stable, dissipating slowly after processing. Such magical energy is easily perceived and absorbed for conversion. However, the goat meat clearly does not conform to normal conditions. Goats are not natural products. The abundance of magical energy within them far exceeds their biological level. The structure of the goat herd is chaotic, with the majority being ordinary beasts and only a few possessing bronze-level vitality. Delving deeper, the magical energy within the goat meat, once unleashed, could render even bronze-level Lanzhao and Huangzhao immobile. Yet, when it remains dormant and restrained, neither Jinjin, Lanzhao, nor Zidi can sense it. These two distinct characteristics of magical energy structure significantly elevate the requirements for ice-type combat energy. If this goat meat can be developed, it undoubtedly possesses substantial commercial value. Sangshu contemplated further, raising a finger. First, the magical energy contained within ordinary goat meat surpasses that of bronze-level magical beast meat under normal circumstances. The cost of raising ordinary goats compared to that of a similar number of bronze-level magical beasts represents two vastly different concepts, with a significant disparity. Then he raised his middle finger, second, while the magical energy structure of goat meat is peculiar and dangerous. It remains exceptionally restrained and stable at low temperatures, which is a natural advantage for storage. Typically, once a magical beast is slaughtered, the magical energy within its body begins to dissipate rapidly at this point. Mages and alchemists are usually required to process the various parts of the magical beast body to lock in the magical energy and prolong the stability of its magical structure. Take, for example, the largest magical beast hunting organization on the Saintly Continent, the Great Maw Hunting Group. After slaying a magical beast, they have dedicated personnel on-site to cut the beast into parts, seal them individually, and then transport them to their camp, where they utilize magical arrays to reinforce the seals. Even with multiple layers of sealing, the magical materials derived from magical beasts will continuously lose magical energy, and their value diminishes over time. Consequently, the exceedingly precious magical materials are often transported using teleportation arrays to minimize loss during transit. The processing and transportation costs are significant, especially for formidable magical beasts. Therefore, under suitable conditions, the Great Maw Hunting Group prefers to capture magical beasts alive rather than slay them on the spot. They would first transport the living magical beasts to large cities, where they would be slaughtered and sold as fresh magical materials. At this point, Sangshu shifted the conversation back to the goat meat before them. However, our goat meat is different by creating a low-temperature environment. The ice-type magical energy within remains remarkably stable, with minimal dissipation. This advantage is truly substantial, allowing us to save significantly on storage and transportation costs. Sangshu, being well-versed in the industry of magical beast hunting and trading, was familiar with the intricacies involved. Jinjin felt a surge of excitement. Resources are of paramount importance. Jinjin had initially set his sights on these goats, intending to use them as mounts to develop a cavalry force. His ambition was to become the lord of Baisha City, and possessing a formidable cavalry would greatly enhance his control over the entire situation. Thus, he had previously taken on the challenge of taming 4 bronze-level skeletal sheep and captured numerous lambs, attempting to rear them. However, the outcome was dire, as all the lambs succumbed to poisoning, while the 4 bronze-level sheep managed to survive. The group had also suffered from poisoning due to the consumption of goat meat. One could say that Jinjin's plan for a goat cavalry had utterly failed. Yet now he had uncovered an alternative possibility, the direct sale of goat blood and flesh, such as life. Plans are forever unable to keep pace with change. The harsh realities bring calamity, shattering dreams and aspirations, while simultaneously presenting gifts that sustain hope. Hope endures. The key lies in whether one can perceive it. Many fail to see hope and find themselves ensnared in despair. Seeing hope is not merely about possessing a pair of bright eyes. but rather about nurturing a positive mindset or profound wisdom. Zidi's violet eyes radiated brilliance as she echoed Sangshu's words, saying, "If we could find an extraordinary individual capable of efficiently digesting this goat meat, it would indeed represent a monumental business opportunity. Ordinary goats are far too easy to capture. We could even engage in large-scale artificial breeding ourselves. The costs associated with breeding and transportation are significantly lower than those for bronze or black iron beasts. The profits from this venture are exceedingly substantial, and furthermore, if we sell in bulk at low prices, it could forge connections with the upper echelons of the empire's nobility." Lan Zhao's expression could hardly conceal his excitement. From this perspective, these goats are akin to walking, bleeding piles of gold coins. The violet-eyed maiden fixed her gaze intently on Jinjin. "Lord Jinjin, should we successfully develop and master this business, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you. Whether competing for the title of Lord of Baisha City or having already attained it, you will require substantial funding. This opportunity would be like granting you wings to soar." It was clear Jinjin acknowledged the prospects and benefits at hand, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. "This matter requires careful deliberation. Our immediate priority is still to resolve the chaotic magical energies within us." The atmosphere within the tent gradually calmed. Allowing these ice-type magical energies to fester within one's body is simply untenable. Even though these energies may have low activity levels, they will nonetheless insidiously erode one's vitality in the short term. Everything may seem fine, but in reality, these energies are continuously undermining everyone's life force. Moreover, should body temperatures rise, these energies would become lethal agents lurking within. Jinjin was determined to avoid such a fate. He needed to resolve his own dilemma while preserving the lives of others. He must also lead this small group of individuals to the Beastman continent to vie for his position as the Lord of Baisha City. Oh, how to address this conundrum. The gazes of those within the tent fell once more upon Zidi. Their hopes rested upon the capabilities of this apothecary, especially given the current inability to harness low-tier magic or combat energy. Zidi, with a serious demeanor, felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. "I need to conduct experiments first. I cannot provide answers just yet." Jinjin nodded. "What do you require? We shall fully cooperate with you." He promptly relinquished his tent to Zidi. Lan Zhao led a team to capture a considerable number of goats once again, while Sangshu personally supervised the dissection. Jinjin even dispatched a bronze-horned goat. The blood, flesh, bones, and hides infused with magic were transported in batches to the tent. The lights within the tent flickered from dusk until deep into the night. And as dawn approached, Zidi, sporting heavy dark circles under her eyes, pushed aside the tent flap. "I need grass. Grass." Jinjin had been waiting outside the tent. The food for the goats. This grass was best in abundance. "Remember to pull it up with the roots," Zidi instructed. Jinjin nodded and immediately issued the necessary commands. Thankfully, he had enough subordinates. Otherwise, he alone could not meet Zidi's urgent demands. Standing outside the tent, Jinjin watched as the sky gradually brightened. Knowing the night was coming to an end, he was unaware of Zidi's specific progress. Filled with worry, yet revealing no trace of it on his face, that he stood tall outside the tent, hand resting on the rough wooden hilt of his knife, his posture as straight as a spear. Whenever the exploration team members passed by and caught sight of Jinjin, their restless hearts would settle, and a flicker of hope would rekindle within them. The team dug up the grass by its roots, removing the soil before delivering the bountiful piles into the tent. It was as if the tent, akin to a bear awakening from hibernation, voraciously consumed everything presented to it, revealing an astonishing capacity. Jinjin could smell a multitude of peculiar scents wafting from within as the sun illuminated the eastern horizon. Painting the sky with dawn's glow, Zidi's voice emerged from the tent. "Lord Jinjin, are you still there?" "I am," Jinjin promptly replied. "Then please come in." Jinjin's spirits lifted as he turned, drawing aside the door flap to enter the tent. The odors within were even more pungent, mingled with a faint mist. Zidi appeared weary, yet within her crystalline eyes sparkled a hint of exhilaration. "I have not failed in my duty." Zidi raised a glass vial containing a deep blue liquid. Reminiscent of the SEIT, turns out these goats, like us, are victims. The true source of the ice-type magic lies within this grass. Although the life force of these grasses appears ordinary, they are in truth rich in ice-type magic. When the goats consume this grass, the magic resides within them. Consequently, when we consume the goat's blood and flesh, we absorb this unique magic. The revelation stunned Jinjin. So, these grasses are akin to magical plants. Holding tremendous value, he inquired. Ziti nodded. The juice of these grasses is exceedingly rich, particularly the roots, comparable to berries. However, I still recommend we sell the goat meat. This grass is easily replicable, whether by druid masters or the Empire's sanctum of life. If they acquire a sufficient quantity, they possess the means to cultivate it en masse. Not to mention figures like Duke Sengsu of the Empire. The potion had been concocted, yet its actual efficacy required practical testing. Naturally, Jinjin would not be the first to partake. He called together a small group of individuals. Upon hearing the news, Huang Zhao immediately shouted to be the first to try. This provoked a reprimand from Lan Zhao. Compelling Huang Zhao to relent, as the younger brother, he did not dare defy his elder. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, Lan Zhao consumed the first vial of potion in one gulp. Ugh, ugh, ugh. After swallowing the potion, Lan Zhao's face turned blue, and he clutched his neck, mouth agape, eyes wide, as he retched. Yet, distressingly, nothing emerged. Brother, Huang Zhao exclaimed in shock. Others were equally perplexed. Oh, not worry. This is a normal reaction. Ziti reassured them, and no sooner had she spoken than Lan Zhao suddenly doubled over, expelling a copious amount of blood onto the ground. The blood, a striking red mingled with blue, contained several ice chunks the size of adult thumbs, emanating a chilling aura and displaying a bizarre bluish-purple hue. After expelling this, Lan Zhao felt an immediate sense of relief, and the peculiar blue hue of his face quickly faded, returning to its natural flesh tone. Ziti approached to inspect, smiling as she said, "Excellent. The ice-type magic within you should have been expelled. The potion I created is designed to absorb and gather the ice-type magic in your bodies, facilitating its expulsion. As long as you refrain from consuming any more goat meat, you should not experience further poisoning." To verify this, the group accompanied Lan Zhao away from the camp. They not only returned to the spot where they had previously been poisoned but also ventured further ahead. Lan Zhao appeared invigorated, showing no signs of distress. The group rejoiced as the second and third potions were swiftly produced. When it was Jinjin's turn to drink, it was already the sixth dose. This was a deliberate arrangement by Ziti, with previous attempts validating the potion's effects. She felt confident allowing Jinjin to partake. Upon consuming the potion, Jinjin experienced effects akin to Lan Zhao's. He expelled a significant amount of blood and ice chunks, purging the ice-type magic from his body. What is this? Yet in that moment, Jinjin's countenance shifted. Is something amiss? Ziti inquired with concern as she approached him. Nothing is wrong, Jinjin replied, shaking his head, but the lingering sensation of shock remained within him. At the moment he expelled the blood, he experienced an inexplicable emptiness. This sensation struck him profoundly, and he had relished the memory of it several times. He was all too familiar with it. Just not long ago, when he had slain the blade spider, a similar emptiness had enveloped him as his claw-like hands returned to normal. What could this mean? Jinjin was engulfed in perplexity. The stillness of the night enveloped him. The darkness within the tent isolating him from the biting chill outside. He lay upon a makeshift mattress of withered leaves and dry hay, a thin blanket draped over him. Previously, he and Ziti had endured the elements, but their current circumstances were undeniably comfortable and warm. Yet, an incessant wave of weakness lingered within his body, a remnant of the potion he had consumed, despite the cozy environment conducive to slumber and the fatigue weighing heavily on him. Jinjin found sleep elusive. His youthful eyes remained wide open, his brow furrowed, as he reflected upon the profound sense of emptiness he had felt after regurgitating icy blood immediately following the ingestion of the potion. Indeed, it was an almost identical sensation. Jinjin was now entirely certain that in the past, faced with the deadly blade spider, he had lacked the singular dagger necessary to sever its silk, placing him in grave peril. Yet at the critical moment, his hands had inexplicably transformed into claws, piercing through the spider's body. This enabled Jinjin to mount a desperate counterattack, slaying the blade spider and turning the tide in his favor. Following that encounter, his hands returned to their original form, yet a profound, ineffable void resonated within him. The two sensations were indistinguishable. The principle behind the healing potion involved condensing the frost magic within him into a single mass and expelling it. Thus, this feeling of emptiness must stem from the sudden and substantial depletion of my magical energy. Zhenjin regarded this revelation with great seriousness, for this mutated ability harbored immense potential in the current predicament. Should he remain unable to summon his fighting spirit, he would struggle to unleash his true power. However, if he could once again transform his hands into claws when faced with a life-or-death situation, he would undoubtedly possess a formidable trump card. After all, before this trump card, even a silver tear blade spider could be felled in a single blow. I contemplate this. I realize that ZD's treatment may have inadvertently created a transformation potion for me. Consequently, I acquired the ability to transform into a monkey-tailed brown bear. Transformation potions are a form of magical elixir crafted by powerful alchemists, capable of temporarily transforming individuals into dragons for nearly a century. Transformation potions have captivated the upper echelons of human society. A key figure in this phenomenon is Duchess Aimee. This formidable noblewoman not only possesses immense personal strength and power, but also has a penchant for beauty. She has developed countless varieties of transformation potions. Unlike earlier alchemists who approached potion-making with complexity, the majority of Duchess Aimee's concoctions are rather rudimentary, yielding only mild effects. Upon consumption, individuals often experience changes in skin tone, hair color, or subtle enhancements, such as a more pronounced nose or larger eyes. Presently, Aimee's transformation potions are ubiquitous in the market of the Holy Bright Empire, enjoying perennial popularity. This venture has become the principal source of profit for the Aimee domain. Zhenjin endeavored to recall the events he had charged forth to his demise, slaying the monkey-tailed brown bear. Severely wounded and on the brink of death, he had lapsed into unconsciousness several times, during which he retained a vague awareness. He distinctly remembered ZD directly infusing the bear's blood into him. According to her later explanation, she had been compelled to take a desperate risk. Fortunately, her gamble had paid off. The bear's blood contained a substantial amount of magical energy, akin to the nourishment derived from goat meat. This magic lay dormant within him, and upon transformation, it had been expended, resulting in an intense sense of emptiness. Of course, there was also the possibility that this was related to his fighting spirit. This scenario was more intricate. At the critical juncture, perhaps his latent potential had been awakened, instinctively summoning his fighting spirit in an instant. On this island, the activation of low-tier magical fighting spirit is prohibited. However, the precise upper limits of this prohibition have yet to be accurately determined. It is conceivable that I possess the cultivation of a gold tier. That pivotal moment, I may have temporarily breached this restriction to unleash my gold tier fighting spirit. Yet, the gold tier fighting spirit alone is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in the fact that at that perilous moment, my bloodline underwent awakening. Once a bloodline awakens, a person's exterior transforms. For instance, knights with dragon blood will develop scales upon their skin, while sorcerers with hydra blood will have their round pupils morph into vertical serpentine ones. Marquis Jin Mank of the Holy Bright Empire is a formidable entity at the saint level. Having gained considerable renown on the battlefield in recent years, whenever he fights valiantly, his fighting spirit surges throughout his being, triggering the awakening of his bloodline, causing him to be enveloped in golden, flickering lightning, while his originally black hair transforms into a golden cascade, swelling and coalescing as if filled with blood. Instances of bloodline awakening are rare. Even among the strong, only a fraction are endowed with such a gift. This phenomenon occurs only when the concentration of bloodline within an individual reaches a significant threshold. If I am indeed of gold cultivation, given my current age, I must possess exceptional aptitude. Such aptitude implies that I harbor a notably potent bloodline. The occurrence of bloodline awakening within me is not surprising. However, tracing back the lineage, my bloodline should stem from the Golden Bee Queen. After awakening, I should exhibit traits of the Queen Bee. Why then? Do I possess claws akin to those of the monkey-tailed brown bear? Perhaps there are other bloodlines within me. This remains uncertain. Human nobility often leads licentious lives, resulting in a mingling of bloodlines. Moreover, certain bloodlines may remain dormant throughout one's life if not provoked. Under the duress of death, I summoned forth gold fighting spirit, and a mysterious bloodline within me awakened, transforming my hands into claws. But why did they specifically resemble those of the monkey-tailed brown bear? Is it merely coincidence? Thus, after careful consideration, Jinjin concluded that the likelihood of the first possibility, the transformation potion, was the greatest. The latter possibility of bloodline awakening, while not impossible, carried a lower probability. This leads to a new question. Is there still magical energy of the monkey-tailed brown bear within me? Is this energy continuing to erode me? The consequences of magical erosion are dire. Different bloodlines generally cannot coexist peacefully. That if a human noble possesses two bloodlines, one is typically dominant while the other remains weak. Throughout the subsequent cultivation process, the superior bloodline grows increasingly potent, ultimately expelling the inferior one. If both bloodlines are of high caliber and neither is willing to concede, complications arise. Specific fighting techniques must be practiced to maintain balance between the two bloodlines. This balance can manifest with one bloodline as primary and the other as secondary, or both can retain equal strength. Once equilibrium is disrupted, violent conflicts between bloodlines ensue, jeopardizing the extraordinary being, resulting in injury or death. Bloodlines dictate aptitude, and aptitude is pivotal in mastering power in the future. Humanity's pursuit of bloodlines is an enduring obsession, bordering on madness. Nobility seeks to intermarry with those of superior bloodlines, fostering alliances among the aristocracy, often leading to chaotic personal lives, beyond mere carnal desires. This is driven by the desire to produce offspring with exceptional aptitude. Among all races, humanity excels in reproduction, surpassing elves and dwarves in this regard. However, among noble offspring, those with remarkable aptitude remain a minority. Furthermore, the more formidable the individual, the more challenging it is to bear progeny. The costs of reproduction are exceedingly high. In addition to natural means, humanity resorts to various dubious methods, such as employing magic, concocting potions, engineering favorable living conditions, and engaging in pacts with demons to forcibly implant superior bloodlines within themselves. While it is indeed possible to forcibly integrate superior bloodlines, and numerous methods can yield temporary success, the outcomes are often disastrous. Firstly, the human body may undergo mutations, resulting in horrific deformities, affecting not only the physical form, but also the mind. Numerous cases have been documented where individuals exhibited symptoms of madness, delirium, chaos, and dementia. Secondly, the original stability of life is irrevocably disrupted, leading to a drastic reduction in lifespan, often resulting in a brief existence. Finally, the very essence of the soul may perish. Zhenjin had never heard of anyone successfully obtaining a bloodline through external forces. Bloodlines are exceedingly rare and crucial. Superior bloodlines confer extraordinary aptitude. Exceptional qualifications, having been nurtured over time, manifest as formidable power. Such power begets authority. The reason the human nobility ascends above the vast majority of their kin lies in this solid foundation. Bloodline serves as the cornerstone and pride of nobility. Zidi's treatment inadvertently produced a transformation potion. This potion enables my hands to morph into the claws of a beast. This signifies that my being has been infused with the bloodline of a monkey-tailed brown bear. Such a base bloodline could taint my noble heritage. Should the level of this contamination be significant, my cultivation aptitude may consequently diminish. The transformation potion must not be misused. The repercussions of misuse are severe and costly. Regardless of whether I currently stand at the silver or gold level, I am still young, and the road ahead is long. These are merely the starting points, not the conclusion. If this transformation potion were to cast a shadow over my future, it would be a grave miscalculation. Bronze, black iron, silver, gold. Beyond these lie legends and sacred realms. Above the sacred realms, there exists even greater power. Who does not aspire to become a legend, to ascend to the sacred realms, to achieve greater strength? Jin's heart is reluctant to accept that he might hinder his growth and diminish his potential and hope due to the blood of the monkey-tailed brown bear. rendering his once bright future dim. I sense a feeling of emptiness, a significant depletion of the magical energy within me. Has the magical energy from the monkey-tailed brown bear been entirely consumed? I previously underwent a transformation that could have drained all corresponding magical energy. Is there any residue left within me now? Since that incident, regardless of my attempts, my hands have remained unchanged. Could this indicate that the relevant magical energy within me has been exhausted, including this instance? After consuming the potion, the foreign magical energy within me has coalesced into a mass and expelled. The potion crafted by ZD targets frost magic. Would it also be effective against the magical energy of the monkey-tailed brown bear? Perhaps I should lay bare all matters and seek ZD's assistance in designing a targeted emetic potion for me. Jin's thoughts became tangled. He was indeed weakened, and soon after, he fell into a drowsy slumber within the tent. Where am I? Am I dreaming? After an indeterminate period, he found himself in a spacious area. Before him stood a wooden long table adorned with bows and arrows. 100 meters away, 3 targets loomed. The table was rudely constructed, boasting a rugged style. The targets were humanoid figures fashioned from straw, with a circular white cloth hanging at the head, adorned with concentric circles, the innermost of which was deliberately filled with red dye. This was a target range for archery practice. Only 2 individuals occupied the range. One was Jean, and the other, a middle-aged man with a straight posture and slender mustaches, bore a noble air upon his slightly raised face. Jean recognized this middle-aged man. He was his father, the current patriarch of the Baijun family. Due to fragmented memories, Jean felt a lack of emotional connection towards the man before him. However, memories of previous scenes surfaced, revealing their close bond. "Father, I have come in response to your summons." Jean found himself speaking. The patriarch of the Baijun family nodded slightly. "You have returned from the imperial capital for several days now. I have come to assess whether your training there has been lax. This time, we shall compete in archery. If you can best me, I shall bestow upon you that swift bee." Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes brightened. The swift bee was a flying mount, capable of soaring roughly 3 meters above the ground, yet its value was immeasurable and it circulated rarely in the market. Within the empire, only a select few nobles possessed the skills to cultivate swift bees, and the Baijun family was among them. However, in the next moment, Jin heard himself speak in a mournful and hesitant tone. "But father, your arm." Jin suddenly realized that this scene must have taken place shortly after the patriarch's battle with Qin Kuei. Drawing from his memories, he recalled that his father, the patriarch, was indeed powerful. However, in his confrontation with Qin Kuei, he had been careless and lost an arm. Indeed, how could the patriarch, now with only one arm, wield a bow and shoot arrows? Yet the patriarch remained unfazed. "No matter. You shoot first." Jin took up the longbow, skillfully knocked an arrow, and with a whoosh, struck the target's head. Perhaps due to his low spirits at that time, he did not hit the bullseye. Jin placed the longbow back on the long table. It was the patriarch's turn now. The patriarch smiled gently, unfastened his clothing, and revealed a hidden pocket on the inner side. Within the pocket lay 10 meticulously arranged long needles, each of uniform length, comparable to that of an adult's index finger. They appeared to be of crystal-like material, exuding a faint cloudy white hue, not entirely transparent. "Watch closely, my son," the patriarch said, pinching one of the white crystal-long needles between his index and middle fingers. In the next instant, he activated his golden fighting energy, channeling it into the white crystal-long needle. The needle shimmered with a brilliant golden luster in an instant. The patriarch faced the target and gently flicked his fingers. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, resonating in Jin's ears. Simultaneously, he witnessed the golden long needle arc through the air, leaving behind a bright trail. The light extended straight, striking the target, which then erupted with a thunderous explosion, shattering into fragments. "What is this?" Jin gasped in shock. The patriarch smiled and explained, "There are myriad types of combat techniques, some of which are not to be revealed lightly. The world refers to them as secret techniques. What you see now is the secret technique of our Baijun family, passed down through generations." Spear needle roared. "Oh, you wish to learn it?" "Yes, I humbly request your guidance, father," Jin exclaimed, his spirit visibly invigorated. dispelling the gloom that had previously enveloped him. The patriarch immediately began the instruction and handed a white crystal-long needle to Jean. Seizing the opportunity, Jean examined it closely and couldn't help but think. This white crystal-flying needle is extraordinary. It must be at least a piece of gold-level equipment. However, after numerous attempts, Jean found himself unsuccessful. You have grasped the essentials, and your execution has been flawless. Your failure is not surprising. The reason lies in your insufficient fighting energy reserves. The middle-aged noble explained. The consumption of fighting energy for executing the spear needle roar technique is substantial. Even with gold-level cultivation, one can only launch 10 needles consecutively. Given your current fighting energy total, you should barely manage to release one. The patriarch then calculated further. Jean smiled wryly. Father, in that case, using this secret technique seems rather perilous, doesn't it? To expend all my fighting energy just to barely release a single needle if I miss my target during combat. I would find myself in a dire predicament without the support of fighting energy. The smile on the patriarch's face gradually faded, and his expression turned serious. He gazed intently at Jean, speaking with profound meaning. My son, reality is invariably harsh. Whether in battle or other aspects, you will often find yourself amidst risks. Many times, you will discover that unleashing a single shot with all your might is indeed the wisest choice. Temporarily depleting all your fighting energy to the point of emptiness is a painful experience. Yet at times, we must do so to not fear risk, nor shy away from sacrifice. With a soft sound, a dagger soared through the air, its sharp tip embedding itself into a wooden post. Jean slowly retracted his arm, contemplating the numerous wooden posts before him. This morning, he had issued orders to gather various ranged weapons. Bows and crossbows were the most common. In addition to these, there are several weapons specifically designed for throwing, such as throwing axes and throwing forks, as well as others that can be utilized for the same purpose, including short spears and daggers. Nowadays, these weapons are hurled by him with precision, striking the wooden stakes at varying distances. Jean, while moving his fingers, gazes at the results before him, internally assessing. Strictly speaking, daggers are not weapons intended solely for throwing. Yet I have successfully thrown a dozen daggers without a single miss. Wherever I aim, I can hit my target. The same applies to short spears, throwing axes, and throwing forks. As for bows and crossbows, they require no further mention. Were there darts here, I could likely achieve similar results. Darts are rather uncommon in the eastern part of the Shungming continent. There exists a unique technique that enables one to move with the grace of a swallow, effectively utilizing darts, flying knives, and other formidable weaponry. Thus, the use of darts is prevalent in the eastern regions of the Shungming continent, while in other areas, they are exceedingly rare. The current outcome has already proven that last night was not a mere dream, but rather a segment of my memories that has resurfaced. This remarkable proficiency in throwing was beyond the capabilities of the former Jean. However, after a single night, he has effortlessly reached this level, almost as if it were instinctual. No, this must be the result of my past diligent practice. It had simply remained dormant until last night, when the memories served as a key to unlock it. Regrettably, although I have vividly recalled the secret technique of the piercing needle's roar, I am unable to employ it. If I could unleash such a technique, its power would be formidable, posing a significant threat to the fierce beasts on the island. Jean sighs inwardly. He still cannot summon his fighting spirit, and the technique of piercing needle's roar fundamentally requires infusing one's fighting spirit into specially crafted flying needles. Hence, without the ability to summon his fighting spirit, Jean cannot truly unleash the power of the piercing needle-less roar. Nevertheless, with the emergence of these memories, his strength has indeed risen to a small degree. Previously, he wielded a long sword, demonstrating valor in close combat. Now, equipped with throwing capabilities, he is transformed into a center of attack within a radius of several hundred steps. Truly, he embodies the lineage of the 100 Needles. When it comes to precision, the 100 Needles lineage ranks among the top 5 across the entire Shungming continent. Lord Jean, you are the hope of the 100 Needles family. You will undoubtedly bring glory back to the entire clan. Lost in thought, Jean hears a familiar voice. He turns around to find Sangshu approaching. Sangshu walks over slowly, and upon seeing the various throwing weapons embedded in the wooden stakes, His face reveals a look of respect. However, Jinjin merely shakes his head slightly. He had come early to practice. And aside from confirming the validity of his memories, his greatest hope was to trigger related memories and comprehend how to summon his fighting spirit. Unfortunately, he has not succeeded in fact, prior to this. He had inquired with his subordinates about their techniques for summoning fighting spirit and had secretly attempted to practice them. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the island prohibits all low-level magic and fighting spirit, rendering him incapable of sensing anything or awakening the fighting spirit that lies dormant within him. These frustrations are not something he would confide to Sangshu. What is the current situation? Jinjin stands firm, watching as Sangshu approaches, while he regulates his breathing and poses the question. Sangshu is evidently here to report. I must inform you, my lord, that no one has perished. Sangshu's first words bring a sigh of relief to Jinjin. Sangshu continues, we are truly fortunate to have Master Zidi as our apothecary. These potions have benefited nearly everyone so far. More than half of the individuals have consumed the potions. These people are quite weak. Some have lapsed into a coma, while others are burning with fever, undoubtedly suffering from severe illness. The potions have been crafted and are available in ample quantities. However, for safety and caution, under Sangshu's arrangement, the exploration team is consuming the potions in batches. There are still some individuals who have yet to take the potions. Jinjin nods slightly, inquiring about a crucial matter. What is the extent of the physical deterioration among the first batch of individuals who consumed the potions? Sangshu shakes his head slightly. The situation is still developing, but based on current results, these individuals are all extremely weak, with varying degrees of strength loss. Some experience only mild effects, while others are more severely impacted. Overall, the situation remains relatively stable. At least there are no disabilities or fatalities. To this point, Sangshu's expression grows somber. My lord, I believe the danger of magical erosion has been largely mitigated, and the threat to our entire team is minimal. However, another pressing issue lies before us. It food. A glimmer of understanding flashes in Jinjin's eyes. Indeed, my lord, Sangshu replies, bowing slightly. Unable to conceal his worry, our food supply is indeed dwindling. Jinjin nods slightly. He has been attentive to the supply situation and is not surprised. Initially, Sangshu proposed a large-scale hunt for goats in order to procure mutton. Both the exploration team and the sizable group lingering on the beach have significant food needs. The exploration team had initially brought ample provisions, but their time spent away from the beach and within the jungle has been prolonged. Most of their food has already been consumed. Jinjin and Zidi have sufficient food for themselves, but this abundance is only relative to the two of them. With the increase in numbers, the distribution has rendered each individual's food supply exceedingly scant, unless Jinjin decides to abandon this group to prioritize food preservation. How much longer can we sustain ourselves? Jinjin then inquires. The scholar promptly responds, roughly calculated, we can last for 15 days, half a month. Jinjin nods, feeling satisfied with Sangshu's report. This is the role of a capable aide. Sangshu is a competent advisor. He can identify issues in advance and speak up to alert others. Many matters, seemingly trivial, can be overwhelming for a leader to manage entirely. At such times, someone is needed to fill in the gaps. 15 days may seem like a long time, but it is already within a critical range that a sense of urgency rises within Jinjin. He has experienced countless trials on this island and understands profoundly how challenging it is to procure food here. Sangshu must share this understanding. Having endured many hardships and dangers since joining the exploration team, never once achieving a bountiful harvest. The only opportunity came during the goat hunt, which resulted in significant issues with the mutton, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire exploration team. Do you have any good suggestions? Jinjin muses before posing another question to Sangshu. Sangshu contemplates. I am ashamed to admit that I am powerless in this matter. However, perhaps Master Zidi may have a solution. Upon hearing this, Jinjin's heart stirs, and he gazes deeply at Sangshu. A thought rises in the young man's mind. Sangshu's words are suggestive. Could he have discerned something? The secret of the grassroot is indeed hard to conceal. While it may fool others, Sangshu has been attentive throughout. His extensive knowledge makes it quite normal for him to uncover this secret. Ziti recognized that the goats were also victims. The true source lay hidden within the seemingly ordinary grass. She had advised Jinjin to keep it confidential. Jinjin's mind races. Based on this fact, a straightforward solution to the food dilemma arises. That is to have Ziti concoct more potions and administer them to the goats. Once the goats expel the chaotic magical energy, would not the mutton become consumable? Sangshu's recent suggestion seems to point toward this method, though he refrained from stating it outright. After all, this unique grassroot possesses a rich concentration of ice-type magical energy, a high-quality resource that any faction would be cautious to conceal. Sangshu, with his extensive experience serving nobility, likely feigns ignorance. As Jinjin contemplates this, his admiration for Sangshu deepens. What impresses Jinjin most about Sangshu is his ability to restrain his own cleverness, ensuring that his wisdom does not offend others. He presents his suggestions with impeccable timing and tact, avoiding unnecessary resentment. Yet, simultaneously, he remains steadfast in his principles. Sangshu understands. Food is of paramount importance to the exploration team. Currently, the team is well supplied with water, and there is a rare replenishment point nearby. Food is paramount. Once food becomes scarce, the energy intake of a human body diminishes, leading to a continuous decline in physical strength, a subsequent drop in combat capability, and a reduced capacity to confront external crises. If this situation does not improve, such a vicious cycle could drag the entire team into the abyss of annihilation that in truth. Everyone is acutely aware of the food reserves. Once these reserves reach a critical threshold, the exploration team members will inevitably experience psychological pressure. This pressure can escalate, potentially inciting internal strife among team members over the limited food supply, leading to the collapse and disintegration of the group. Previously, Jinjin and Ziti were sufficient to meet the food demands. However, with the increase in personnel, while many aspects have become more convenient, they have also brought about considerable stress and complications. Kangsus worries that Jinjin may overlook the importance of food, which is crucial, and thus he points out this issue. From his perspective, maintaining the existence of the entire team equates to safeguarding his own life. Kangsus, being a scholar without martial prowess, can only enhance his survival odds by relying on others. Moreover, the greater the number of team members, the more his value in terms of management and knowledge will be amplified. Kangsus is quite adept at navigating the path of self-preservation. Such a talent is truly something I would like to utilize. Jinjin muses. Although Kangsus is merely a mortal, he possesses profound knowledge and an admirable sense of propriety. Coupled with considerable wisdom, he is not suited to be a steward for a noble. He is not extraordinary enough to command authority. However, as an advisor, he is entirely competent, perhaps even exceptional. Kangsus left the family he served for many years to pursue his writings. This ambition is understandable for a scholar. For an ordinary person, staying with the original noble would undoubtedly be the best choice. Why risk life and limb for the sake of a manuscript? As Jinjin contemplates this, he feels a stir within. Previously, he intended to gradually recruit Kangsus by leveraging this ambition, but now, reflecting on the current predicament, it may very well be an opportune moment for recruitment. Shifting his perspective, Jinjin's eyes begin to shine. Initially, he had planned to take his time, but upon arriving at Baisha City, he is no longer the sole paladin. At least two others are vying for the position of lord. Thus, the best opportunity lies not in the future, but in the present. On this perilous cursed island, Kangsus must rely on others to survive. Therefore, this island is, in fact, my opportunity. For the first time, Jinjin perceives the charm of the island. He does not rush to seek out Ziti, but instead follows Kangsus to the camp. Inside, many individuals lie about, all recently having consumed potions rendered weak and feeble. These individuals require reassurance. My lord, that we greet you. My lord, upon seeing the arrival of Paladin Jinjin, the injured struggle to rise and pay their respects. Lie down. All of you. Jinjin extends his palm in a downward motion. Do not worry, everyone. The Empire's flag still waves, and the deities of the temple are watching over us. This setback is but a trifle. As long as we have not lost our lives, all is still possible. Follow me, and I shall lead you off this island to glory. After encouraging them, Jinjin exits the tent with Sangzus, as long as a great figure is present. The morale here will not crumble. You are the pillar in our hearts, Kangxis sighs. Zhenjin smiles. Kangxis' sentiments are not mere flattery. Zhenjin indeed possesses this kind of influence. This is what defines a leader. The impact of a true stronghold, of course. The more significant factor is my identity as a paladin. Zhenjin knows well I in the hearts of the Empire's citizens. The status of a paladin has always been held in high esteem. Exiting the camp, Zhenjin takes Kangxis to a nearby hillside, where a rudimentary thatched hut has been hastily erected. Surrounding the hut is a circle of fencing, within which several horned goats are kept. These goats were once leaders of their herd, possessing a bronze-level vitality. During the period of weakness following the consumption of potions, these goats have been isolated here. The caretaker of the goats is none other than Baya. This young man, who does not consume goat meat, has thus escaped the corrupting influence of chaotic magic. Avoiding disaster, he has consequently earned the nickname Lucky Bee. In recent days, Lucky Boy Baya has been quite overwhelmed, as he must care for these goats while also attending to the injured. Many have benefited from his care and kindness, making him quite popular. Among them, Huang Zhao, who previously misunderstood Baya, actively offers to teach Baya martial arts after receiving his assistance. Noticing the arrival of Zhenjin and Kangxis, he promptly opens the gate, respectfully welcoming the two. My lord, I am sorry. I let you down. I have not succeeded, Baya says, his face filled with shame. Zhenjin places a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder, reassuringly stating, "It is all right. I know you have tried your best." Despite being younger than Baya in years, Zhenjin's words alleviate Baya's tension and worry, transforming his feelings of shame into gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Your generosity is remarkable," Baya exclaims. Zhenjin gestures for Baya to step back. He had previously ordered Baya to train the goats, intending to tame them as mounts. If this plan succeeded, it would greatly benefit Zhenjin now and in the future. Zhenjin has always harbored thoughts of goat cavalry. The reason for entrusting this task to Baya is twofold. First, he is lively and has not been tainted by magic. Second, he is the son of a hunter and has dealt with wild beasts. However, judging by the results thus far, Baya has been unable to tame these goats. Zhenjin does not feel disappointment. His initial hopes were quite modest. Typically, such endeavors are undertaken by beast tamers or druids. Expecting a mere hunter's son, an ordinary young man, to succeed is somewhat unrealistic. My lord, I take my leave, Baya says, departing soon. Only Zhenjin and Kangxis remain within the enclosure. At this point, Zhenjin speaks, regarding the issue of food scarcity. I have devised a solution that we can produce a large quantity of potions for the goats to consume, inducing them to expel the magic within them, thereby purifying all the goat meat. Kangxis, upon hearing this, hesitates momentarily before carefully choosing his words. My lord, I fear this method may not be feasible. We can eliminate the magic from our bodies because we have merely been tainted. However, these goats are the very source of that magic. It is an intrinsic part of their being, akin to their limbs or organs, that if we administer the potion to the herd, while it may expel a significant amount of magic, some residue will inevitably remain, which cannot be entirely cleansed. Moreover, these goats would suffer severe damage, far worse than our own condition, and immediate death is a likely outcome. Zhenjin laughs heartily, gazing deeply at Kangxis. These goats, in truth, are victims just like us. The true source of the magic is not them, but the seemingly ordinary grass growing nearby. Zhenjin's candidness leaves Kangxis momentarily stunned. The old scholar looks at Zhenjin, their eyes meeting in the air. Kangxis blinks, suddenly enlightened, comprehending the intention behind Zhenjin's words. Zhenjin continues, "Did you not notice this secret, Mr. Kangxis?" A tremor runs through Kangxis' heart as Zhenjin's persistent questioning creates an illusion of facing a relentless and sharp swordsman. A flicker of hesitation crosses the old scholar's face as he responds, his gaze wavering. "It is I who am dull-witted, failing to perceive this secret." Zhenjin gazed at Kangxis for a while, and upon noticing the latter's lack of further response, a wave of disappointment surged within him. With a faint murmur, Zhenjin slowly turned and strode towards the gate, with Kangxis closely following. Just as Zhenjin was about to open the gate, Kangxis suddenly spoke. "Zhenjin, your candor and foresight inspire deep admiration. You possess the remarkable vision characteristic of a true leader. Despite the current hardships, you still endeavor to assemble cavalry. Indeed, cavalry holds immense value, capable of both offense and defense. Possessing a formidable cavalry often grants one the initiative. However, in my humble opinion, these goats are not your optimal choice. There exists a superior alternative that Zhenjin placed a hand on the gate. Slowly turning back to regard King Suku, pray, enlighten me with your insights. Mr. King Suxadao, my lord, while these goats possess a high level of vitality, they're not natural creatures and harbor significant risks. They lack the ability to harmonize their magical powers. And even if a cavalry were formed, their potential would remain limited. Furthermore, as you will eventually govern Baisha City, with its flat terrain and deep forays into the wilderness, surrounded by vast forests, it is ill-suited for the deployment of goat cavalry. King Suxu expounded eloquently. Zhenjin maintained a stoic expression, yet internally he found much merit in King Suxu's words. He was well aware of these shortcomings. However, the crux of the matter lay in what else he could possibly assemble aside from goat cavalry. Currently, Zhenjin was destitute. Despite being a dignified paladin, he had only recently gathered his subordinates. Moreover, once these individuals departed the island, it was uncertain whether they would wish to continue following him. King Suxu suddenly inquired, "Might I ask how much you know of the explosive hoof steed?" Somewhat familiar, Zhenjin furrowed his brow in thought before exclaiming, "Duke Hengel." In his youth, Duke Hengel was notorious for his debauchery. Orphaned at an early age, he was lavished with affection by his ancestors, indulging in hedonism, yet lacking in prowess. However, when a rebellion erupted among the eastern nobility, his ancestors fell victim to an ambush on the battlefield. Consequently, Hengel ascended to power, becoming the clan leader. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the noble alliance launched a formidable assault. Hengel, unable to mourn, was thrust into the role of commander, leading his family's knights to fend off the alliance's forces. As the two armies clashed, Hengel's knights fought valiantly to defend their homeland, but were overwhelmed and besieged. With the situation on the verge of collapse, the timid Hengel resolved to flee for his life. In the ensuing chaos, he mistakenly mounted an explosive hoof steed, a creature known for its impulsive and volatile nature. Once provoked, it would retaliate fiercely, disregarding its rider's safety. As Hengel fled, an errant arrow struck the steed's hindquarters, igniting its rage. Ignoring Hengel's frantic cries and the tugging of the reins, the steed charged headlong into the fray of battle. Witnessing their duke's audacious charge, the demoralized family troops were suddenly invigorated. Unleashing a fervent counterattack, caught off guard, the Allied forces' lines crumbled, resulting in their defeat. A twist of fate, Hengel secured a crucial victory, preserving his family's territory. This tale of his exploits would later be divulged by Hengel himself in a drunken stupor, thus becoming widely known. King Suxa nodded. Indeed, it is the very breed of steed that Duke Hengel once rode that I possess the means to cultivate explosive cavalry. Upon hearing this, Zhenjin could not help but express his astonishment. "Are you certain?" The explosive hoof steed, known for its fiery temperament, easily succumbed to fury and would launch into a frenzied assault at the slightest provocation. Yet beyond this, the explosive hoof steed boasts a robust physique, towering over most warhorses by nearly a meter. Its hooves are larger and sturdier than those of typical steeds. Akin to Ired, it possesses extraordinary explosive power, reaching its maximum speed within mere breaths. Not only is it capable of short bursts, but it also exhibits impressive endurance for long-distance pursuits. As a paladin, Zhenjin understood the immense importance of a worthy steed to a knight, recognizing the significant enhancement in combat prowess it could provide. The height advantage of the explosive hoof steed allows a knight to engage from a superior position in battle. Even the slightest edge can mean the difference between life and death. The height advantage conferred by the explosive hoof steed is not trivial. Moreover, its hooves serve as formidable weapons. Skilled cavalry can rear their horses, using their forelegs to strike at foes that a single strike from an explosive hoof steed can shatter a typical iron shield. Not to mention the terrifying force brought by its well-developed musculature. Such exceptional qualities have led many nobles and leaders to attempt to form explosive cavalry. However, their performance on the battlefield has consistently been dismal. As the cavalrymen struggle to control these fiery steeds, especially when provoked, the steeds disregard their riders' commands, charging into the fray with reckless abandon. The explosive cavalry can be easily manipulated. A mere taunt can draw them into the enemy's range, exposing them to magical assaults in the face of such threats, the cavalry, along with their steeds, often meet a disastrous fate. Despite their numerous advantages, the explosive hoof steed possesses a significant flaw that has rendered the concept of explosive cavalry a source of ridicule. Yet now, King Suxu proposes that Jinjin assemble such cavalry. Jinjin fixed a piercing gaze upon King Suxu. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he did not believe King Suxu to be a man lacking in discernment. As expected, King Suxu quickly added, "I possess a method to enable the cavalry to effectively manage the unruly explosive hoof steeds." The reason explosive hoof steeds cannot be utilized for cavalry is their inherently volatile temperament. However, with this method, this flaw can be mitigated. Yet, at present, the technique is still in its infancy, far from perfected. Should my lord not find it objectionable, I would gladly present it to you. Jinjin averted his gaze. Nodding thoughtfully, "Mr. King Suxu, I shall remember your valuable contribution. The relationship between cavalry and steeds transcends mere riding. Cavalry not only spend their days in close companionship with their steeds, training together and cultivating mutual understanding, but they also employ their fighting spirit to imbue their mounts. This fighting spirit circulates within the steed, enhancing its speed, defense, recovery, and strength. When the cavalry charges, the fighting spirit they summon forges a tighter bond between them and their steeds, creating a cohesive unit. According to King Suxu, he possesses a nascent technique that allows cavalry to effectively control the explosive temperament of the explosive hoof steeds, preventing the latter from succumbing to madness. The value of such a technique is, of course, immense. King Suxu continued, "My lord, while these goats exude a potent life force, they remain monsters at heart. They cannot autonomously harmonize their magical energies, resulting in instability. This implies that cavalry cannot effectively channel their fighting spirit into the goats. Even if a cavalry were formed, their potential would be limited and the risk substantial. It would be far wiser to utilize potions to cleanse their chaotic magical energies before slaughtering them, thereby procuring a substantial food source to address our immediate predicament. Although the processed goat meat may still retain some magical residue, posing certain risks, what else can our expedition team hope for under the current circumstances? Food is of paramount importance. A shortage of provisions will plunge the entire expedition into dire straits. Even the mere pressure of scarcity could incite panic and turmoil within the entire team." After conferring with Songxiu, Jinjin ventured alone to the entrance of Zidi's tent. This tent was second in size only to Jinjin's. There were no guards stationed outside. Jinjin had initially intended to assign some personnel to Zidi, but she had clearly stated that such assistance was unnecessary. She possessed her own means of defense. Zidi had already retired for the night, having exhausted herself preparing potions for the team members, a task that was both laborious and intricate. Jinjin paced outside the tent, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet he was reluctant to disturb Zidi's much-needed rest. He resolved to let her sleep peacefully. Just as he was contemplating this, Zidi stirred slightly in her slumber, her nostrils twitching before slowly opening her eyes. "Is it you, my lord?" Her voice drifted from within the tent. Jinjin, who had turned to leave, immediately pivoted back upon hearing her words. "It is I. There are matters I need to discuss with you." Soon, a rustling sound emanated from within the tent, and moments later, Zidi appeared, fully dressed, lifting the door flap to greet him personally. "My lord, please enter." Jinjin wasted no time in stating his purpose. However, Zidi shook her head apologetically. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you this time. While your suggestion is indeed feasible, I require a crucial ingredient to concoct the corresponding potion. Unfortunately, I have nearly exhausted my supply, leaving only a scant reserve for emergencies." "What is this ingredient? Can it be found here?" Jinjin pressed, unwilling to concede. Zidi's expression turned troubled as she replied, "Perhaps it grows somewhere on this island, but I lack any leads. Moreover, even if we were to procure such an ingredient and successfully create sufficient potions for the flock, the cost may outweigh the benefits, for if we do so, we would inevitably reveal the secret of the grass. The flock, having rid themselves of chaotic magic through the potions, would expose the truth that they too are victims. The true source of magic lies in the grass, which is a magical plant far easier to transport than sheep's flesh. I have already shared this secret with Sangshu, Jinjin admitted. Ziti was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. My lord, you have acted wisely. Sangshu is indeed a rare talent. He may have already uncovered this secret, but chose not to disclose it, which speaks volumes of his wisdom. Alternatively, if he remains unaware of this truth, your forthrightness regarding such a significant secret will surely convey your earnest intention to consider him one of your own. Congratulations, my lord, on gaining such an exceptional advisor. Jinjin, however, shook his head and recounted the subsequent events to Ziti. She was quite astonished. Could there truly be such a technique for battle chi? Her brow furrowed with concern. My lord, if such a technique is so readily offered, its value may not be particularly high. Mr. Sangshu is a scholar, not a beast tamer, and crucially, he lacks extraordinary power. If this battle chi technique were of great worth, he could easily exchange it with other nobles for greater gain. Jinjin held a differing view. Sangshu does not strike me as someone who lacks discernment. He conducts himself with great propriety. He understands the value of the grass. Hence the battle chi technique he presents must at least be of equivalent worth. This is his leverage for maintaining his independence and declining my invitation. Ironically, this only serves to heighten my regard for him. I could see this point. Jinjin allowed a faint smile to escape. He then inquired of Ziti regarding the food shortage. Ziti had no viable solutions to offer, merely stating, "This island is vast, fraught with peril, yet teeming with resources. We can only proceed and observe. Perhaps we will discover a source of food superior to the flocks. Furthermore, prior to your arrival, we established several camps along the way, where we have stored some supplies. If we can retrace our steps, we may obtain these supplies to alleviate the food shortage." Jinjin nodded, feeling a touch of disappointment as he prepared to leave. As he lifted the tent flap, a fleeting hesitation crossed his face. Ultimately, he turned and inquired, "Ziti, do you still have the blood from that monkey-tail brown bear?" Despite the inquiry, Jinjin did not harbor high hopes. The blood of the monkey-tail brown bear contained magic, serving as a magical material. However, the magical essence within the blood dissipated rapidly over time, making preservation a challenging and costly endeavor. To his astonishment, Ziti responded affirmatively, revealing that she indeed had some of the bear's blood remaining. "Hand it to me," Jinjin commanded. Without question, Ziti opened a small pouch at her waist and handed him several glass vials. Grasping the vial containing the bear's blood, Jinjin exited Ziti's tent. He was the strongest in the entire team. With the current food shortage, nearly everyone else would suffer a significant reduction in strength due to the potions they had consumed. Jinjin had been unable to summon his battle chi. So in this situation, his ability to transform his hands into claws became his most formidable weapon. According to my prior conjecture, if I were to consume this bear's blood, I could replenish the corresponding magic within me, potentially reawakening my previous transformation. Clutching the glass vial, Jinjin mused inwardly. His gaze resolute, he reminded himself, of course, I will not resort to drinking this blood unless absolutely necessary. The chaotic external magic would erode my flesh and diminish my potential. Yet, as the clan leader Bonjin once stated, one must not fear risk, nor shy away from sacrifice at dawn, amidst towering trees cloaked in white mist. Vibrant green moss and various vividly colored mushrooms adorned the forest floor, but a small orange deer was foraging for food, eyeing a patch of low shrubs, when suddenly a flurry of rapid sounds erupted from beyond the foliage. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Startled, the deer swiftly changed direction and fled. Moments later, the squeaking grew louder, accompanied by human shouts. "Chase them! We must not let those flying squirrels escape. Use the crossbow! Hurry!" The clamor intensified, and soon 3 flying squirrels, chattering frantically, leapt over the underbrush in a desperate bid for freedom. The pursuers behind them were momentarily hindered by the dense brush, their pace forced to slow as they watched the flying squirrels vanish into the forest. What a pity! Alas, we still could not catch them. The leader of the pursuers was none other than the brothers Lanzhao and Huangzhao. Huangzhao, visibly reluctant to give up, sought to press on, but was stopped by Lan Zhao. "Have you forgotten Lord Jinjin's orders? We must not stray from the main group. We are already quite far from him, that I merely wish to procure more food." That flying squirrel was quite large. Its meat safe and delicious, Huang Zhao sighed. The exploration team's food supplies were dwindling, and this unspoken pressure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet, recalling Jinjin's command, Huang Zhao clenched his teeth and relinquished the chase, upon returning to the main group. They found Baya and others had already begun processing the flying squirrel carcasses, skinning, cutting, washing, and then roasting them. More than 10 days had passed, and Ziti had prepared sufficient potions to neutralize the magical corruption within the exploration team members. After a few days of recuperation, Jinjin led them onward. This team had endured the crisis of poison, and nearly everyone's capabilities and combat strength had diminished. However, having weathered adversity together, they had grown closer and more attuned to one another. Throughout their subsequent journey, they encountered several more crises, but under Jinjin's leadership, they stood united and repelled the encroaching magical beast. "I apologize, my lord. We managed to kill only 2 flying squirrels," Huang Zhao reported sheepishly as he approached Jinjin. Jinjin nodded and instructed, "Let those be handled by Baya and his team. Not everyone is adept at processing beast carcasses, and Baya is the son of a hunter, trained in such matters from a young age. The incident with the poisoned sheep has allowed this young man to shine. He had earned the nickname of the Lucky Boy, having garnered the care of nearly the entire exploration team due to his diligent hands and feet, as well as his warm-hearted and simple nature, which endeared him to many." Huang Zhao approached Baya, carrying 2 flying squirrels. Baya was in the midst of preparing the flying squirrels. The one beneath his knife was already skinned and had its innards cleaned out. Baya was attempting to sever the squirrel's neck with his blade. After several strikes, the stubborn bone of the neck remained unbroken. "Hey, Lucky Boy, try this," Huang Zhao said with a smile, handing Baya a knife. This knife was immediately recognizable as poorly crafted. The handle was merely a slightly polished piece of wood, with the blade inserted and secured with twine and other materials as best as possible. Yet, the edge was menacing, glinting with a sharp, cold light, resembling neither steel nor iron, but rather one of the limbs of a blade spider. This weapon undoubtedly belonged to the Needle Gold, but following an incident involving poison. The combat capabilities of the entire exploration team had declined. To bolster their strength as much as possible, Needle Gold had selectively lent some of the blade weapons to his subordinates. Baya took the knife. Feeling it for the first time, his initial impression was that it was remarkably lightweight, far less cumbersome than he had anticipated. Aiming at the neck of the flying squirrel, he struck down, and in an instant, a flash of cold light swept across his vision. As the previously stubborn bone was effortlessly cleaved in two, Baya's face instantly registered shock. His prior attempts to sever bones felt akin to chopping through iron blocks, leaving his hands numb without success. Now, wielding this knife felt like slicing through a loaf of bread. "Exceedingly easy. Truly impressive," Baya exclaimed, gazing at the knife with genuine admiration. "Indeed, this is a silver-grade beast." Huang Zhao chuckled. However, Baya shook his head. "No, I am referring to Lord Needle Gold. That silver-gray blade spider must have been terrifying, yet the Lord triumphed over it, truly worthy of being a paladin." As Baya spoke, his expression brimmed with admiration and reverence. Huang Zhao chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, encountering Lord Needle Gold is our utmost fortune. Not to mention, during our recent encounter with a flying squirrel swarm, the Lord's daggers struck true with every throw. Most of the flying squirrels were dispatched by the Lord." Suddenly, Baya's eyes lit up. "Wait, with this knife, I can process the body of the flying squirrel leader." Excited, he dashed to another location. The corpse of the flying squirrel leader emitted a bronze-like vitality. Though this essence was rapidly diminishing, it would vanish entirely within half a day. The dagger was embedded in the eye socket of the flying squirrel leader, an unmistakable fatal wound. Clearly the work of Needle Gold. Baya gripped the spider blade tightly, slowly positioning it before exerting force to swiftly peel away the flying squirrel's skin. The hide of the flying squirrel leader was exceptionally tough, impervious to ordinary iron blades. However, under the spider blade, everything yielded effortlessly. As Baya sliced open the abdomen of the flying squirrel leader, he suddenly paused in his actions. What is the matter? Huang Zhao inquired. Baya, uncertain, replied, the flesh of this flying squirrel leader seems different from the others. Huang Zhao glanced over. I don't see any difference to know, Baya insisted gravely, returning the knife to Huang Zhao. He then crouched down, probing around the internal organs and bones of the squirrel. His tone grew more assured as he continued. There are indeed many subtle differences. I should take this to Lord Song Su for examination. That's a good idea, Huang Zhao agreed. Song Su, the old scholar, possessed vast knowledge and a broad perspective, often able to discern much from the remains of magical beasts. Before Needle Gold took on leadership of the exploration team, Song Su had greatly aided them with this very skill. Song Su had previously examined a typical flying squirrel's body, but had specifically instructed that if any abnormalities were discovered during the dissection of the flying squirrel leader, they should report it to him immediately. Why, Lord? Baya soon found Song Su with the body of the flying squirrel leader in tow. Baya, Song Su nodded, then his gaze shifted to the body Baya was carrying. My lord, please take a look. Perhaps I am too anxious, but there is indeed something peculiar. Baya presented the body for Song Su to scrutinize. After a moment of observation, Song Su's expression grew serious. Baya, you have done well, he praised, reaching to lift the body of the flying squirrel leader. Although he managed to lift it, the old scholar soon sighed and set it back down. The scholar was already frail, and having previously suffered from magical corruption, though the poison had been purged, his body remained significantly weakened. You take it, and let us report to Lord Needle Gold together, Song Su instructed Baya. Yes, my lord, Baya promptly complied. Inside the tent, Needle Gold was engaged in a discussion with Ziti regarding crossbows. Due to the magical corruption, the actual combat capabilities of the exploration team had significantly diminished. With no outsiders present, Needle Gold appeared troubled. Exploring this island was already quite challenging, and now the risks we faced had escalated. Ziti pondered before responding. My lord, we have reached our limits. The condition of the exploration team can only remain as it is for the time being, unless we utilize mid to high-tier magical potions or corresponding magic and divine arts for healing. However, under the current circumstances, we cannot procure mid to high-tier magical potions, and I do not advocate for such actions, as they are not cost-effective. Regardless of whether it's mid to high-tier magical potions or corresponding magic and divine arts, the costs are exorbitant to treat these ordinary individuals, even with 2 elite bronze-tier members among them. It's simply isn't worth the expense. Pausing, Ziti added, in fact, magical corruption has many lingering effects, such as various strange, potentially incurable chronic diseases, as well as reduced lifespans. Needle Gold sighed, let us set aside those considerations for now. What I desire is a restoration of our actual combat strength. Do you believe we can manufacture crossbows? Over the past few days, Needle Gold had fully grasped the advantages of ranged strikes. For instance, the flying squirrel leader, a bronze-tier beast, had been fatally struck by a dagger he threw. Upon the leader's demise, the attacking swarm of flying squirrels was thrown into disarray, providing the exploration team with an opportunity to seize a decisive victory without any casualties. After weighing his words carefully, Ziti replied earnestly, My lord, your idea is sound, but by enhancing our range capabilities, we can significantly augment our combat strength while conserving energy and minimizing potential casualties. However, I fear we are still unable to produce them at this time. First, we lack a crossbow craftsman. The structure of a crossbow is simple, yet its manufacture requires skilled craftsmanship. We are all novices in this regard. Secondly, we do not have a blacksmith that a truly formidable crossbow utilizes steel plates for the limbs, allowing for high draw weights. Additionally, the mechanism of the crossbow is intricate, requiring metal springs, all of which must be crafted by a blacksmith. Quality crossbows also feature mechanical devices to assist in drawing the string. Such devices are so complex that even the Empire cannot manufacture them on a large scale and must procure them from the goblins of the lava continent annually. Scholars are not necessarily magicians, but every magician is a scholar. Ziti, as the current president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce, was well aware that the arms trade is typically one of the most lucrative businesses, which is why she was so knowledgeable about crossbows. Yet Needle Gold did not easily concede, but he maintained, I do not intend to use steel plates for the limbs. I only wish to use wooden boards. We can dry tree bark, tear it apart, and make twine. That way, We will have bowstrings that in fact, we still have a considerable amount of magical beast sinew. The crossbows produced in this manner would indeed have a significantly lower draw weight. But they would be easier to draw, relying solely on human strength. The only significant challenge would be the crossbow mechanism, which is precise and requires specific metal components. The most challenging part remains the springs. Ziti, you are correct. We do not have a blacksmith. However, our numbers are few, and we do not require a blacksmith for large-scale production. That I only need you to utilize potions to corrode specific metal components and springs for me. Needle Gold was quite familiar with crossbows. Although he had not recovered specific memories related to them, he possessed a wealth of common knowledge that, in fact, all paladins were equipped with crossbows. This compact crossbow is specifically designed for knights to wield while mounted. Ziti sighed softly. I apologize, my lord, but at present, I do not possess any elixirs capable of corroding metals into specific shapes. That I lack the special concoction required for this task. However, if the appropriate materials can be gathered, I could indeed prepare on the spot. Yet, the magical beasts that produce corrosive acid are formidable adversaries, posing a significant risk of severe casualties to the entire team. Furthermore, there is one more point I wish to bring to your attention. At this juncture, Ziti instinctively lowered her voice. Should your plan proceed successfully, nearly everyone in the team would be armed with a crossbow. This would render the group difficult to control and exceedingly dangerous. Zhenjin's pupils contracted slightly. Ziti's caution was indeed well-founded. He recalled the moment Huangzhou fled. Point 1, must neither overestimate nor underestimate people. Zhenjin mused inwardly. Human nature is inscrutable. Faced with a benefactor, Huangzhou had fled with a dagger. Whether intentionally or not, in this perilous island, rife with dangers, what extreme circumstances might arise in the future? At present, it seemed that the members largely supported Zhenjin as their leader. But what if extreme situations were to occur? For instance, if everyone were to flee from the pursuit of magical beasts, would there be those who might use their crossbows to eliminate their comrades, thereby using them as bait to slow the beast pursuit? Particularly in the current environment, where low to mid-tier magic and combat energy are ineffective, both Zhenjin and Ziti find themselves quite vulnerable that a single sharp blade or a flying arrow could spell their doom. Humans have fatal weaknesses. The members of the exploration team are not soldiers of the Zhen family. Loyalty takes time to cultivate. Zhenjin is not one to dismiss constructive criticism. If the crossbow proves unfeasible, then one must resort to the bow. Longbows are certainly impractical in dense forests, as they demand great skill from the archer. Short bows, however, can be crafted more conveniently than crossbows, albeit still requiring some training. Precision is paramount for ranged attacks, yet Zhenjin's sudden mastery of this skill, due to a flood of memories, is unlikely to be replicated. The members of the exploration team are not proficient in archery, save for Baya, the son of a hunter, for whom archery is a means of survival. With their sufficient manpower, Zhenjin could select skilled archers to form a specialized team. However, the current shortage of personnel means that the primary objective of forming an archery unit is to protect these individuals and minimize casualties. With timber readily available, crafting short bows poses no challenge. If an individual's aim is lacking, a coordinated volley could create a curtain of arrows to compensate for deficiencies. Yet, they must undergo assault training. Otherwise, they will not even achieve a rain of arrows. However, training requires ample food, and Zhenjin begins to feel a dull headache. Drawing a bow consumes considerable stamina, especially with heavier bows. Many crossbows necessitate mechanical assistance. Otherwise, they cannot be drawn by mere human strength. Aiming while shooting demands time to maintain the intense bend of the bow, which also depletes energy. Greater stamina expenditure increases the demand for food. Without food replenishment, recklessly training is undoubtedly courting disaster. Thus, the crux of the issue lies with sustenance, a dire problem that has become increasingly severe. Just as Zhenjin wrestles with his concerns, Sangshu and Baya request an audience. The two present the corpse of the flying squirrel leader. We have made some unexpected discoveries, my lord. Sangshu states gravely. Zhenjin's gaze instinctively shifts to the carcass. Have you found a magic crystal? Not quite. Sangshu gestures to Baya. After receiving Zhenjin's nod, Baya places the flying squirrel leader's body on the table. Sangshu then indicates for Baya to forcefully open the incision, revealing vividly patterned muscle fibers. My lord Jinjin, my lady Zidi, please observe here. Sangshu points to the muscular textures. Zidi furrows her brow slightly, noting indeed this differs somewhat from ordinary magical beasts. Jinjin also observes that typically, magical beast muscles are bundled together, a cohesive mass. However, the muscles of the flying squirrel leader are divided into numerous fine, thin layers, arranged tightly in an orderly manner, resembling fish scales. Now, observe here, Sangshu continues, showcasing the creature's organs. Jinjin and Zidi note that these organs are covered with a thick layer resembling fascia. Zidi inquires, this indeed diverges from the norm for magical beasts. But what might this unusual structure signify? Although Zidi is a mage, she lacks Sangshu's extensive knowledge in this domain. The Jinjin's understanding does not suffice to grasp the old scholar's intent either. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Sangshu elaborates. I strongly suspect that this flying squirrel leader possesses the ability to release a powerful electric current. Oh, how so? Jinjin queries, intrigued. Is there an electric mouse? Baya exclaims, eyes wide. Sangshu elaborates further. There exists a peculiar fish that thrives in the ocean depths or large rivers. Known as the electric eel, its anatomical structure bears a striking resemblance to that of this flying squirrel leader. When it wishes to discharge electricity, its entire musculature contracts, unleashing a terrifying electric shock capable of instantly killing an elephant. However, it also possesses insulating fascia to safeguard itself during such discharges. But why did this flying squirrel leader not discharge electricity earlier? Baya asks. Sangshu shakes his head slightly. This electric shock is not magical. It arises from the unique structure of its life form. Magic is the domain of mages, who harness their spirit, utilizing elements in accordance with the laws of creation. In contrast, the electric eel's ability stems from its specialized organ systems. Just as a throat allows for sound, wings allow for flight. The electric eel can generate electricity but lacks control over its flow. However, it resides in water, and when a strong current is produced, all nearby aquatic life suffers a horrific shock. For the flying squirrel leader, even if it generates electricity, the surrounding environment, trees, earth, and air, often obstructs the current. Thus, it is only when the flying squirrel leader engages an enemy that its electric capabilities become apparent. Unfortunately, Jinjin's previously thrown dagger struck at mid-air, temporarily concealing this ability. I see, Baya responds, enlightened. Zidi narrows her eyes slightly. Therefore, should we encounter this flying squirrel leader again, iron armor would be a weakness. It would be wiser to wear thick leather armor. Sangshu shakes his head. Leather armor does not provide sufficient protection, as much of the face remains exposed. Additionally, the flying squirrel's claws are exceedingly sharp and could easily deliver electric shocks after tearing through leather. Jinjin nods in agreement. Thus, the optimal strategy against this flying squirrel leader would be to employ ranged strikes. Yet, our archers are dreadfully few. While Jinjin possesses the skill to throw accurately, he cannot guarantee a fatal hit each time. He is not a caretaker for others. His subordinates are not merely there for protection. My lord, Lan Zhao has come to report. A voice calls from outside the tent. Lan Zhao, an elite of bronze rank, had been dispatched by Jinjin to scout the surroundings. Upon summoning him into the tent, Jinjin notices the latter's face alight with my lord. I bring good news. Not far ahead, I have discovered a gathering place for the flying squirrels. They are burrowing into the trunks of large trees to build nests. I roughly counted, and there are numerous tree hollows. This flying squirrel colony is quite large, numbering nearly 1,000, but if we can take them down, it would significantly replenish our food supply. Sangshu ponders. It appears that the gregarious nature of these flying squirrels remains unchanged. Oh, Jinjin raises an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at Zidi. Understanding Jinjin's intent, Zidi promptly replies, I've already tested and confirmed that the meat of ordinary flying squirrels poses no issues. Of course, one must avoid consuming the flesh of the flying squirrel eater. Baya exclaims, hunting such a large rodent colony is perilous. The blue algae cast a piercing glance at the white bud, then swiftly turned to Jinjun, eagerly volunteering to lead the charge against the flying squirrel colony. Sangsu shook his head, saying, Blue algae, you underestimate these flying squirrels. The bronze tier flying squirrel leader can unleash electric shocks. Such a large group could very well have a Black Iron Tier leader among them. What? Blue Algae was taken aback. Jin Jun, meanwhile, found himself lost in contemplation, realizing he was faced with a formidable decision. However, at that moment, he struggled to reach a conclusion. I must ponder this matter carefully. You all may withdraw and attend to your own affairs. Yes, my lord. Regardless of your decision, I shall support you, was the last remark left by ZD as she exited the tent. The night was profound, and the campfire illuminated the surroundings. Occasionally, the crackling of burning branches echoed, accompanied by sparks dancing skyward. This camp was far from sturdy. Although hastily erected with a fence, it was too low and insufficiently fortified against the onslaught of ferocious beasts. At most, it provided a semblance of psychological comfort to the exploration team. The true defensive measures lay in the numerous traps scattered around the camp. Should a beast attack, these traps would serve as obstacles and create a cacophony, alerting those within the camp. Naturally, sentinels were also stationed around the perimeter, offering an additional layer of security. Typically, at this hour, most members of the exploration team would be sound asleep, yet tonight, no one felt inclined to slumber. Many gathered around the campfire, engaging in conversation about the capabilities of the flying squirrel leader and the dire food shortage the team faced. Information that had become widely known in such circumstances. What should we do? Food is of utmost importance. Without sustenance, we would perish, regardless of the beast. No one is exempt, as no one can survive without food and water, that I believe we should eliminate these flying squirrels. Even if their leader is formidable, the majority of flying squirrels are merely ordinary beasts. Humph. If you think that way, brace yourself for death. The moment the flying squirrel leader sinks its teeth into you and unleashes an electric shock, you will perish. Even if the flying squirrel leader is rare, our numbers are insufficient to withstand its assault. Reflecting on it now, it is indeed terrifying. During the day, the flying squirrel leader was merely 5 paces away from me. Fortunately, it met its demise at the hands of Lord Jin Jun. Can the flying squirrel leader truly emit electric shocks? Some expressed skepticism. However, upon learning that this was Song Su's deduction, doubt dissipated in hindsight. We owe much to Lord Jin Jun. Had he not struck down the flying squirrel leader in one blow, we surely would have suffered casualties. In my opinion, we must avoid this beast horde at all costs. Perhaps we might encounter a more reliable food source in the future. Therefore, we should take a detour. Alternatively, we might find the main force as well. Your thinking is too naive. They're guaranteed food within the main force. Do not forget, we were dispatched by them to explore the surroundings while searching for food. To return to the beach from whence we set out and reunite with the main force would involve an uncertain journey. Along the way, we might encounter even more formidable beasts. Ultimately, how much longer can our food supply last? Song Su lay within the tent, listening to the sounds outside, gazing at the tent's ceiling, fully aware that the remaining food could sustain them for a maximum of 7 days. Yet, in this moment, Song Su was more concerned about the state of the team. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, and the unity of the team had begun to fragment, with divergent opinions emerging. At such a time, strong leadership was imperative to solidify the team's resolve. However, although Jin Jun held this position, his authority as a leader had yet to resonate with the hearts of his followers. The incident with the mutton, seemingly a chance to elevate Jin Jun's prestige, resulted in the entire team falling ill, leading to a chaotic series of events without securing adequate provisions. Thus, Jin Jun found it impossible to reinforce his authority. Now, it all hinged on this moment. Song Su mused, "To be candid, this was not an opportune moment. Yet, reality is often unyielding, presenting unexpected challenges and dilemmas that fail to meet one's expectations. Individuals, be it Jin Jun, ZD, or even Song Su himself, along with the entire exploration team, have been cornered by the harshness of reality. Only by overcoming this arduous situation could one truly seize control of the team. So, Jin Jun, the young leader, how will you decide?" With this question lingering in his mind, Song Su gradually drifted into slumber. What should I do? Jin Jun found himself in deep thought. As a leader, he could not afford to evade responsibility. He must bear the burden. With the team facing a food shortage, confronting the flying squirrel horde was one option for securing sustenance. Yet the risks were substantial, given the exploration team's insufficient combat prowess. The repercussions of an electric shock from the flying squirrel leader would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. However, I require a resounding victory. A comprehensive triumph is the ideal outcome. If it merely results in a Pyrrhic victory with excessive losses, the remaining members will inevitably feel disheartened and lose faith in my leadership. Moreover, the exploration team is not particularly large. If we suffer significant losses, how can those who remain assist me in competing for the position of Lord of Baisha City? Beyond this choice, Jin Jun understood he had another option. That was to abandon the flying squirrel colony and continue exploring, hoping to discover a better food source in the future. This choice could provide temporary stability for the team. Yet with food reserves lasting no more than 7 days, the uncertainty of what lay ahead remained daunting. That it could be a weaker beast horde, where they could directly encounter a terrifying monster that would annihilate the entire exploration team. If food management were strictly controlled and rationed, it might extend their sustenance beyond 10 days. However, such a course of action carried significant risks. Once food began to dwindle, panic would ensue, and individuals might turn against one another, resorting to cannibalism in a desperate bid for survival. My authority is insufficient to quell such turmoil. Should this scenario arise, the team would not merely collapse, but descend into chaos. I could overlook my own demise. But what of ZD? She would be ensnared in the turmoil. While Jin Jun pondered, a bold and terrifying thought suddenly struck him. I'd have pushed to the brink of despair. Would I resort to killing others for sustenance? No, how could that be? If I did so, how would I differ from those beasts and cattle? I am a paladin. Jin Jun was engulfed in profound shame. The paladin represents light, embodies courage, and leads the charge on the battlefield. In life, a paladin upholds justice, nurtures goodness, and protects the weak. It dawned on him that becoming a leader was far more challenging than he had anticipated. I fear I am on the verge of madness. How else could such a horrifying thought surface? In this moment, Jin Jun truly grasped that leadership is not a role to be taken lightly. The leader must shoulder their responsibilities, cannot betray the trust of their subordinates, and must navigate the uncertainties to forge a path out of adversity. Furthermore, Jin Jun bore responsibilities far beyond these. He thought of ZD, who had always placed her faith in him, striving to protect him and remaining steadfast by his side. He also recalled his family, particularly his father, who had lost an arm. That he could not perish. He must become the Lord of Baisha City, for this was a crucial step towards the revival of the Baijun family. And then there was the pride of his noble heritage, the honor of being a paladin. As his thoughts deepened, Jin Jun's brow furrowed tighter, a weight settling in his chest, as though he were suffocating. Despite his tent being the largest, it now felt as though it were a beast's massive claw, constricting around his throat. Jin Jun braced against the overwhelming pressure as the voices outside gradually faded. Most members of the exploration team had retreated to their tents to sleep, yet he felt the burden only intensifying. Time passed, and Jin Jun let out a soft sigh, suddenly bending over, collapsing weakly onto the marching blanket, propped against the tent's solitary wooden support. Who? Jin Jun gasped for breath, his forehead slick with perspiration. That he felt an acute sense of fatigue, not from physical exertion, but from the relentless strain weighing on his mind. What should I do? As the needle gold remained ensnared in confusion and distress, he instinctively knelt upon the ground, resuming his fervent prayers. Oh, most wise sovereign, my God, your gaze transcends the heavens, and no shroud of mist can obstruct your resolute advance. You wield the reins of a vast empire, guiding billions towards victory. You are so sagacious, so decisive, capable of discerning the paths of fate. Now, your loyal yet humble supplicant beseeches you for guidance. Please illuminate my path. Dispel the fog of destiny for me, and protect me, that I may uphold the pride of nobility and the glory of knighthood. Yet the divine remained silent. Needle gold awaited, his heart heavy with anticipation for a response from a deity. Time flowed quietly and ceaselessly, marking a prolonged wait. He knelt there, head bowed towards the direction of the Holy Empire, embodying a stubborn patience. In this prayer, Needle Gold exhibited an unprecedented endurance. However, as the frigid breath of the deep night seeped through the seams of the tent, invading his nostrils and permeating his very being. His heart seemed to grow cold, the once hopeful anticipation plummeting to despair. Needle Gold became acutely aware of the harsh reality. The divine offered no reply, and he would not receive any guidance from the most wise sovereign. The tent, enveloped in darkness, bore no trace of light. The youth, Needle Gold, knelt like a statue. After a long while, the statue sighed, and he rose with great difficulty, legs numb and aching, stomping to relieve the tension. His eyes lacked luster, and his heart felt heavy. He realized he could rely only on himself. Without divine direction, the path ahead lay cloaked in darkness. Yet he must press on. To remain stagnant was to await death, and it would surely disappoint all. Such is life. Individuals are often compelled to make various decisions under the uncertainty of the future. Even one's own conscience recognizes the recklessness of such choices. Yet, people must bear the consequences of their decisions, whether bitter or sweet. Needle Gold continued to ponder. Strangely, this time, he felt none of the previous discomfort. It was as though he had transcended a limit, perhaps because the divine had remained silent, leading him to the profound realization that no one could be relied upon. As dawn broke, the symphony of birdsong in the forest intensified, and Needle Gold suddenly realized an entire night had passed. He lifted the tent flap and beheld the rising sun. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the dim forest. In the morning. The mist still lingered, the air damp and chilly, yet Needle Gold inhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing clarity. In that moment he lifted the flap. He embodied the wise and formidable leader, capable of perceiving all and making the most judicious choices. Even if he knew he was not, he had to play the part convincingly. No trace of hesitation marred his countenance. He had made a decision. Quickly, the assembly was called, and Needle Gold issued a series of commands. Lan Zhao, for the next few days, continue your reconnaissance to uncover more intelligence regarding the flying squirrel colony. Huang Zhao, Baya, Song Su, you are tasked with selecting the timber. We must craft a batch of shortbows. ZD, I require you to concoct a potion, ideally effective against the flying squirrel leader. Indeed, Needle Gold had resolved to hunt this pack of flying squirrels. He continued to issue orders, and whether it was Huang Zhao, Lan Zhao, or Baya, Song Su, all accepted their tasks with solemnity. Yet as Needle Gold surveyed the surroundings, he still perceived the flickering uncertainty in the eyes of the exploration team. He called out firmly, "Now, if anyone harbors dissenting thoughts, speak them forth at once. The Knights of the Sanctuary will never punish those who dare to voice their opinions." Silence ensued. A few opened their mouths to speak, but faltered. Needle Gold's expression darkened. He understood he had yet to establish sufficient authority as a leader. Song Su seized the moment to speak. "My lord, your decision is undoubtedly wise, although the flying squirrel leader can unleash lethal electric shocks. Their numbers are exceedingly sparse. Your archery skills and throwing daggers have always been precise. In recent times, we have encountered numerous beast packs. Excluding the sheep, this flying squirrel group is among the weakest. Should we abandon this opportunity, it is unlikely we will find a more suitable target than the flying squirrels. That my suggestion is that we devise strategies. The right tactics will enable us to vanquish these foolish flying squirrels. For the human mind far surpasses that of beasts." "Very well." Needle Gold nodded, a look of approval gracing his features. "Song Su, your insights are astute. In truth, our primary goal is to secure enough sustenance. We can lure the flying squirrels in batches, controlling the scale of the battle. As long as we procure ample food, there is no need to confront the flying squirrel leader head-on." However, this assertion was somewhat presumptuous. The nature of beasts is difficult to fathom, especially since the team had little familiarity with these flying squirrels, having only brief encounters on this island. Life forms akin to flying squirrels bore strong signs of human alteration, not being products of nature. Thus, understanding their habits was indeed a challenge. Both Needle Gold and Song Su recognized these truths. Yet, following this deliberate dialogue, the team no longer wavered as before. Some regained resolve, and morale saw an appreciable rise. Needle Gold's authority had not yet solidified, and Song Su's combat prowess remained limited. However, combining their influences could still galvanize the entire exploration team's enthusiasm. Needle Gold found increasing satisfaction in Tsang Su. He silently assessed, Tsang Su understands how to collaborate with me. Perhaps this quality is what makes him superior to ZD. Although ZD was the head of the Merchant Guild, she was still quite young. Her primary focus and time dedicated to the pursuit of magical mastery. Tsang Su, lacking in physical strength, had served the nobility for half his life, amassing rich experience that he had always been the one to assist Needle Gold in leading this exploration team. After breakfast, everyone swiftly set to work. The terrain was densely forested, with trees extending as far as the eye could see. To craft short bows, suitable timber was essential. They required two types, one for the bow limbs and another from which to harvest bark for the bowstring. How to select them remained uncertain, relying on Baiya and Tsang Su's expertise. Huang Zhao looked at Tsang Su and Baiya. The elder scholar smiled, although this island is rife with bizarre mutated beasts. The trees and grasses exhibit fewer anomalies. I believe these types of trees should be our targets. Baiya added, Lord Huang Zhao, my father and I have previously felled trees to craft hunting bows. I have taken a cursory glance, and these trees closely resemble my recollections. With Baiya's experience, Tsang Su's knowledge, and Huang Zhao's practical expertise in felling trees, the three successfully identified the two types of timber. Subsequently, Huang Zhao set to work, chopping down the trees. As a bronze-level warrior, his strength surpassed that of ordinary men. The razor-sharp blade from the blade spider sliced through the trunk, causing it to tilt slowly before crashing to the ground. Baiya approached, inserting his knife into the trunk and skillfully prying off a piece of bark. The bark was dark green and remarkably tough, but upon flipping it over, he revealed its inner layer. The inner bark, yellow-green in hue, felt slick to the touch. He nodded slightly, assessing. This inner bar should suffice for crafting high-quality hemp rope. The trio proceeded to select a larger tree, one significantly sturdier than the previous. Huang Zhao withdrew the borrowed blade from Needle Gold, preparing to strike. However, Tsang Su interjected, do not use such a sharp implement. Employ an axe instead. Such tools can only unleash their true power in the hands of the extraordinary. Ordinary folk should use axes for lumber. Huang Zhao acquiesced, opting for the axe to fell the tree. Iron blades are prone to dulling when used for chopping wood. Unless absolutely necessary, people would refrain from doing so. The exploration team carried several axes, primarily for the convenience of gathering food, such as bananas and coconuts. Additionally, they sought to carve a path through the forest. Finding a stable food source and a convenient route would prove immensely beneficial. Huang Zhao swung his robust arms, hacking away for several strikes before managing to create a notch in the trunk. If only I could harness my fighting spirit, a single blow would fell this wretched tree. The yellow algae murmured, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with his performance. Although his bronze-level fighting spirit could not be infused into his weapons or envelop his body, once activated, it could significantly enhance one's physical attributes temporarily. Depending on the variations of the fighting techniques employed, practitioners would experience different emphases in their enhancements regarding strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. After several more strikes, the notch in the tree trunk finally widened to a transformative extent. Shifting direction, the yellow algae exerted force against the trunk, successfully toppling the grand tree. Subsequently, he swung his axe to sever a section of the trunk, extracting the core and cutting it into planks. The elongated wooden boards drew great satisfaction from both Baiya and Tsang Su after their examination. Tsang Su then instructed Huang Zhao to intentionally bend one of the wooden boards, which exhibited impressive resilience. The three of them radiated joy, as progress was remarkably smooth. Let us return to report to Lord Jinjin. It is time to bring in people to fell these trees. Tsang Su declared decisively. Their location was in close proximity to the camp, which had already been cleared and was relatively safe. Soon, the trio made their way back to the camp. Zhenjin presided over the area, orchestrating the overall strategy. Upon learning of their accomplishments, he pondered for a moment before inquiring of Tsang Su, how many individuals do you deem necessary for this endeavor, and how long do you estimate it will take to procure sufficient timber? Tsang Su, evidently having contemplated this on the return journey, promptly replied, the more hands we have, the better. But my lord, there are several points we must heed. First is the safety of the lumbering team. Typically, in hazardous outdoor logging, a patrol and a guard team are deployed. Although the exploration team members are all warriors, their physical strength is limited. Logging is a labor-intensive task that can lead to considerable fatigue, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness. Should a crisis arise, the lumberers would find it difficult to fend off any threats. Second is the matter of food. I recommend reallocating some individuals to gather provisions in the vicinity. The yield may not be substantial, yet our food reserves have reached a critical threshold, and even a slight increase would be beneficial. Third, we can derive greater utility from the timber, beyond merely crafting short bows. We can establish additional defensive structures that on the way back. I discussed this with Baya. He possesses extensive knowledge of various hunter traps, and we could set up more traps and make them larger, while they may not be effective against humans. The flying squirrels are mere beasts, and we hold a significant intellectual advantage over them. Fourth, I consider this the most crucial and challenging aspect. Our time is actually quite constrained. Both the twine for bowstrings and the limbs of the short bows require drying. Crafting the bowstrings and short bows will take at least a day, and drying will necessitate a further 2 days. This leaves us with scant time for training. As before, Song-Su provided Jinjin with numerous prudent suggestions. Jinjin nodded. Song-Su remained as dependable as ever. Jinjin had long believed that Song-Su was the ideal candidate for managing affairs, as coordinating personnel is no simple task. In this regard, ZD lacked sufficient experience, while Huang Zhou and Lan Zhao excelled in combat. According to Jinjin's understanding, this band of brothers had made little headway in terms of command, their only contribution being to lead the charge. Smiling at Song-Su's concerns, Jinjin calmly produced a vial of potion. In the next moment, he observed the spark of realization in Song-Su's eyes. I have made preparations regarding this matter, Jinjin stated. Here are 2 types of potions, one to be applied to the bough limbs, and the other to facilitate the rapid drying of freshly stripped bark, which would be achieved overnight. However, do bear in mind that these potions had a shelf life of only 1 day. These potions were hastily concocted by ZD. Previously, Jinjin had conferred with her regarding the bows and crossbows, and these potions were the primary outcome of their discussions. Song-Su was overjoyed with these. It could not be better. The scarcity of food rendered time exceedingly critical. What appeared trivial in the potions actually resolved the exploration team's most pressing dilemma. Jinjin subsequently appointed Song-Su to lead the lumbering team. He then tasked Baya with gathering provisions, with Huang Zhao accompanying him to ensure the safety of Baya and the others. Meanwhile, they would continue to clear the area surrounding the camp. With his bronze-level prowess, even without the ability to activate his fighting spirit, Huang Zhao's combat capability surpassed that of ordinary warriors. However, this arrangement meant that all personnel were assigned to the lumbering and scouting teams, leaving the lumbering crew without any designated guards. Song-Su expressed his worry. The exploration team had originally been quite large, but by the time Jinjin took command, only a dozen remained. Following the poisoning incident, their combat and physical capacities had plummeted. Tasks that once required 1 individual might now necessitate 1.5, or even 2. Thus, manpower had become exceedingly strained. Rest assured, I shall personally assume the role of guard for the lumbering team, Jinjin declared. Song-Su immediately felt reassured, knowing that Jinjin's vicinity would surely be the safest place. He had initially thought that Jinjin would stand guard beside ZD, although her strategic significance had diminished considerably on this island. She was nonetheless a sorceress. Song-Su pondered aloud. In that case, my lord, do you intend to appoint Lan Zhao to safeguard the camp? Jinjin shook his head. No, reconnaissance of enemy movements is of utmost importance. Lan Zhao must continue to investigate the details of the flying squirrel colony that he can manage alone. Others lack the requisite strength and would only be a hindrance. Song-Su frowned and cautioned. But what of Lady ZD's safety? Jinjin smiled. I have spoken with her. She will remain alone in the camp. She is also a potion master and possesses means to defend herself. Should any insurmountable danger arise, our lumbering team will be nearby, and I can provide immediate reinforcements. With no further objections, Song-Su recognized the exploration team's manpower shortage, and Jinjin's arrangements were already the utmost they could achieve. The sound of axes striking the tree trunks echoed in succession. The axes swung forcefully, embedding deeply into the trunks, sending splinters flying as the exploration team members shook the axe handles to wrench them free. The trunks bore sufficient gashes, and the entire tree began to sway precariously. The lumbering crew shouted loudly, issuing warnings, and then several of them exerted their strength, bracing against the trunk. The trunk creaked ominously before crashing to the ground, accompanied by the sound of countless branches snapping and leaves swirling chaotically. Although the exploration team had only brought a few axes, their efficiency was significantly enhanced, conserving the physical stamina of the team members. Next, they would saw the trunks into manageable sections for transport. These logs would be rolled back to the camp for further processing. The exploration team had not brought saws. However, Jinjin lent them some. Jinjin's saw was derived from the blade spider, whose elongated and straight hind legs bore a row of tightly packed spikes, serving as a natural saw. The blade spider was a silver-level magical beast, and the exploration team members quickly experienced the formidable power of silver-level magical beasts from a different perspective. They partnered up, utilizing the legs of the blade spider to saw through the thick trunks, as if using a sharp knife to slice through soft bread. The seasoned scholar Song Su, with his wealth of leadership experience, organized the available personnel into two groups under Jinjin's command. One group focused on logging, while the others stripped bark, tearing the inner bark into fine strips. After a set interval, the two groups would alternate tasks, allowing team members to conserve energy and rest while maintaining productivity. By midday, the lumbering team had exceeded their quota. A substantial amount of timber rolled in segments towards the camp, temporarily piled in a corner. The strips of bark had also been treated with potions. Lunch was generously provided, as nearly everyone was famished. Baya and Huang Zhao returned for the meal, having garnered only a meager catch of a few birds and a wild chicken. This meager harvest was clearly disproportionate to the labor and time invested. Yet, at the very least, they had cleared the nearby forest once more to everyone's delight. Jinjin also announced that there would be a brief period for a nap after lunch. This is something unprecedented. In fact, it was proposed by Songshu that a midday rest could ensure the team's efficiency in the afternoon. Although the logging work has concluded, the subsequent workload remains substantial. A multitude of tree trunks has been felled, transforming into planks, which serve as the preliminary form for crafting short bow arms. Therefore, specifications regarding the length and thickness of these planks are imperative. Ideally, the planks should also be cut from the heartwood of the tree. This task is the domain of fine carpentry. It would be advantageous if a skilled carpenter were present. However, the exploration team comprises novices, which has led to the immediate manifestation of their inexperience. Many trunks have been ruined, and although several planks have been produced, they have all been deemed substandard upon inspection by Baya. The inferior planks can still be utilized for constructing hunter traps. Even the most decrepit would conserve the purpose of kindling a fire. The resulting charcoal and ash also represent valuable resources with significant practical utility. At this juncture, the exploration team is in dire need of any resources available. They will not easily forego any resource within their grasp. The progress in woodworking is rather sluggish, exacerbating Jinjin's anxiety and impatience. Yet he is aware that urgency will not hasten their efforts. Truth be told, Zidi's potions have indeed been of immense assistance, allowing him to save crucial time. Furthermore, Sanshu's arrangements are both reasonable and thorough. The old scholar had already anticipated the possibility of subpar materials, as the team members gradually familiarize themselves with the task. The wastage of wood begins to diminish significantly. Gradually, a growing number of qualifying planks come into existence. Once the quantity of planks reaches a certain threshold, Sanshu directs everyone to begin utilizing them to craft the short bow arms. This process is relatively straightforward. It merely requires shaping the planks into thinner strips, creating a form that is slightly thicker in the middle and tapered at both ends, with notches carved at either end to facilitate the attachment of bowstrings in the future. Once the short bow arms are crafted, they undergo inspection by Baya, after which they are coated with the potion and placed in a dark corner to dry. Upon completion of this task, many individuals begin to exclaim that they are ready to become bowyers. More people start to flex their fingers or massage their arms, legs, and other muscles. The sensations of pain and soreness elicit grimaces from them. Their bodies are nearing their limits, yet other tasks await their attention. A substantial quantity of arrows must be produced. The The selection of arrow shafts typically adheres to certain standards. The wood must be processed to form elongated cylindrical shapes, followed by smoothing the surface. Naturally, the exploration team lacks a mature processing stage. Their primary material for arrow production consists of straight branches, as close as possible to the standard length and thickness of conventional arrows. Baya guides the team in crafting arrows, first stripping the bark from the branches to create the shafts. Next, they carefully slice the feathers with a knife, adhering them with the potion to create fletching. Finally, the arrowheads are lightly roasted to carbonize the wood, hardening it before tapering it to a fine point. The arrows produced in this manner cannot be compared to those of a professional army. Firstly, the selection of materials for the shafts is inadequate, and the fletching is substandard, entirely hastily constructed, yet one should not be overly critical. The feathers available to the exploration team are exceedingly scarce, most sourced from the chicken and bird feathers hunted by Baya that day, making every single one precious. The only consolation is that the potion concocted by Ziti adheres remarkably well. As for the arrowheads, they are utterly meager. There are no iron tips available that in practice. They would become unusable after just a few shots. Their lethality is naturally quite low, but they still pose a threat to ordinary beasts. Beyond arrow production, there are additional tasks. For instance, wooden shields approximately one person's height and relatively wide are assembled from tree trunks and vines, propped up to create a rudimentary low barricade, also known as a dot. Long ago, when humans attacked castles, such defensive structures were commonplace. In the present day, these constructions have long been outdated. Even if utilized, they are typically reinforced with a layer of iron plating. In addition to the wooden spears are also crafted. Exploration team members can wield these spears with both hands to stab flying squirrels from safe distance. However, this tactic is rather futile, as everyone understands that squirrels are remarkably swift and capable of gliding through the air, deftly maneuvering their tails to adjust their direction, displaying great agility. What everyone eagerly anticipates is the short BOW to BY evening. The stripped bark has thoroughly dried, and while marveling at Ziti's skills, the team begins to twist hemp rope. The technique for twisting the rope is also learned from Baya, involving a small trick. Initially, one divides a strand of fine fiber into two bundles, each of which is twisted counterclockwise. When the two bundles come together, they are twisted clockwise. This method results in a tightly woven rope that is difficult to unravel. The hemp rope will serve as bowstrings, with each short bow requiring at least 2 strings, one for regular use and one as a spare. By dinner time, sufficient bowstrings have been crafted. Much like at noon, dinner is bountiful, featuring game, which provides a rare treat for everyone. The following morning, Jean and the others rise early as an important task awaits, testing the bows. Having rested overnight, combined with Ziti's potion, the bows are now dry. Baya attempts to grasp both ends of the bow arms with 2 hands, applying force to bend it. Upon witnessing a considerable arc in the bow arms, he grins and exclaims, "Excellent, better than I had anticipated." Sangshu then uses Huangzhou. "I have a task for you. Carefully break this bow arm, but do so gradually." Huangzhou comprehends Sangshu's intent and promptly begins as the bow arm reaches its bending limit. It snaps with a crack, splitting into 2 segments. The onlookers immediately grasp the tensile limit of this rudimentary bow arm. Sangshu assesses, "It appears we can only use a single hemp rope as the bowstring." No one voices any objections. Occasionally, multiple hemp ropes may be combined to form a bowstring. However, after testing, it is deemed more appropriate to utilize a single rope considering the bow arm's resilience and limitations. Baya attaches the bowstring, employing a clever and secure knot. In an instant, the hunter's son nocks an arrow, taking aim at a distant target, and with a swift motion, releases the arrow. Everyone watches with wide eyes. It is evident that the arrow, originally aimed straight ahead, veers sharply to the upper left before descending to the ground. The range reaches over 50 paces, far from the target, veering off course. Yet, no one displays disappointment. Jean even nods slightly, recognizing that this is merely the beginning. Bows require fine-tuning. The crafted bow arms are rather rough and necessitate continuous refinement with knives and other tools. Additionally, adjustments must be made to the bowstring and arrows. Throughout this process, the short bow's accuracy will stabilize, and its range will significantly improve. Ultimately, after Baya's adjustments, the arrow successfully strikes the target 100 paces away, embedding itself to a depth of 2 fingers. Jin is quite satisfied with this outcome, that on one hand, this is not a composite bow, but a simple one, with the bow arms and strings sourced locally rather than meticulously selected on the other hand. The arrows lack iron tips, merely sharpened through carbonization and treated rather crudely. Achieving such performance is commendable, considering Jin's modest expectations. They are currently situated within a forest, not the vast expanse of a grassland, making longbows unsuitable. The exploration team members are not exceptional archers. Most are novices, and one should not expect them to possess accuracy at 100 paces, given the constraints of their environment and personnel. Having an effective range of 100 paces for the short bow is already commendable. The key factor is how many arrows they can release within that distance, that if they can shoot more than 3 arrows with a certain degree of accuracy, then the short bow project can be deemed successful and not be deceived by the mere 3 arrows. Their impact on the outcome of the battle is profoundly significant. One side remains unscathed, engaging solely in long-range attacks, while the other suffers attrition on the battlefield. A one-on-one or two-on-one scenario presents entirely distinct circumstances. The essence of military strategy lies in employing various methods to create a situation where the many confront the few, thus establishing an advantage in terms of manpower. Moreover, the flying squirrels are not the undead. As living beings, they possess morale. For instance, when Jin decisively eliminated the leader of the flying squirrels, the remaining members were thrown into chaos, scattering in disarray. The frequency of arrows released cannot be excessive. Too many shots would greatly deplete their stamina. They are merely temporary archers, and their physical prowess should be prioritized for close combat. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Subsequently, Jin entrusted the task of adjusting the bows to Baya. Huangzhou and Lanzhou possess only a limited degree of leadership skills, at most leading a small team in a charge on the deck of the ship. As for Jin, he is not adept at bow adjustments, and one cannot even mention Sangshu and Zidi in this regard. Baya, the son of a hunter, has average strength. Had he not fallen onto this island, he would undoubtedly have remained utterly unremarkable. However, under the current circumstances, he is able to shine, showcasing a glimmer of brilliance through his innate abilities. For him, this island harbors great peril, yet it also presents immense opportunities. Ultimately, the scarcity of talented individuals among my subordinates is apparent. Those with even a modicum of skill, like Baya, are bound to stand out. Jin sighed inwardly. Baya led several individuals in bow adjustments, while the remaining members were not idle. Huangzhou continued hunting, with the primary objective not being the acquisition of food, but rather aiming for wildfowl to collect feathers. Lanzhou persistently scouted around the colony of flying squirrels. Wooden shields and hunter traps were gradually being crafted by the team, alongside the production of hemp ropes woven from tree bark, with shorter lengths designated for bowstrings and longer ones for binding, such as in the construction of shields. The stockpile of hemp ropes steadily increased. Though seemingly inconspicuous, it proved highly practical, and one could predict how long they would remain on this island, thus necessitating the accumulation of hemp rope as much as possible. According to Sangshu, hemp rope has a remarkably broad range of applications. Beyond its inherent utility, when combined with other hemp ropes, it can be woven into nets. Such nets can carry items, form coverings, and be fashioned into grass shoes. Sangshu also participated, providing a rudimentary loom. This loom consists of several small wooden stakes inserted into the ground. Arranged in 2 rows. In one row, stakes are spaced out, secured by a horizontal stick. Once the stakes are looped with string, they form numerous parallel vertical lines. While lifting the horizontal stick, half of the stakes are elevated, causing half of the vertical lines to rise as well. At this point, the lone horizontal line is inserted at the angle formed by the lifted stakes. Once the vertical lines are lowered, one horizontal line and several vertical lines are compactly arranged, completing the basic weaving motion. Repeating this action dozens or even hundreds of times will yield a piece of fabric. This loom is exceedingly primitive, and its efficiency pales in comparison to those found in the Empire. The disparity is akin to that between the ground and the heavens. A person laboring for half a day can only produce a piece of fabric no larger than one's backside. However, It indeed conserves substantial manpower and resources, achieving a far higher productivity rate than pure manual labor. The expedition team members utilizing these looms marveled at Sangshu's profound knowledge. Yet, Sangshu informed them that this loom was derived from his studies of the orc tribes. Compared to the human empire, although the orcs inhabit the wilderness, they predominantly exist in tribal forms, with a generally low standard of living and productivity. Such looms are commonplace among the orc tribes. Regarding Ziti, she primarily focuses on poison manufacturing. Jinjin explicitly instructed her to create a toxin that can either dissipate naturally or vanish through boiling or roasting. Alternatively, this poison should be effective solely against flying squirrels, posing minimal risk to humans. After all, Jinjin's hunt for flying squirrels necessitates obtaining food. Should the poison be too potent, even if it kills the flying squirrels, their meat would be inedible for the entire expedition team. The losses would far outweigh the gains. The current circumstances are exceedingly rudimentary. Ziti can only attempt a meager experiment, and she requested the need for live flying squirrels. Jinjin then discreetly set out with Lanzhao to scout the flying squirrel colony, while Sangshu remained at the camp to oversee operations. Once the bow adjustments were complete, Baya led the group in trial shots. As evening fell, the leaders convened once more to exchange insights. Jinjin and Lanzhao had captured 3 live flying squirrels, all of which were handed over to Ziti. Conversely, Huangzhao had no prey at all. Hunting relies not only on combat prowess, but he also lost several iron arrowheads. These iron tips are exceedingly precious, as each loss is significant. However, they did not return empty-handed. Huangzhao's group, after failing in their hunt, ventured further afield in search of fortune, ultimately discovering a small grove of bamboo. Bamboo is an exceptional resource. With the segmented stalks serving as natural water containers, bamboo can be fashioned into rafts and sharpened into traps. On the 3rd day, shoot! Huangzhao commanded, and numerous arrows whizzed through the air. Several rudimentary targets were set up 120 paces away. The targets bore concentric circles drawn with charcoal, yet few arrows found their mark. The rings on the targets were somewhat small, akin to the size of a flying squirrel. However, in actual combat, the goal is to shoot the flying squirrels, which are in constant motion. Thus, the results of this archery practice were utterly unacceptable. Your stance is incorrect. Keep your back straight, arms extended, steady, steady. Why are you trembling? Huangzhao assumed the role of instructor, his brow furrowed with immense pressure. Comparatively, the team's finest archer is undoubtedly Jinjin, followed closely by Baya, whose skills surpass even Huangzhao's. After all, for Baya, archery is a lifelong skill essential for survival. Hunters do not engage in direct confrontation. It is merely a means of subsistence. Besides hunting dogs, hunters primarily rely on traps and bows. An exceptional hunter, when faced with a large beast they cannot hunt, will choose to retreat or cease their efforts. Huangzhao and Lanzhao excel in close combat, often preferring crossbows over bows for ranged attacks. Having survived on the ship, they specifically trained in archery. After Huangzhao's dismal hunting results the previous day, Jinjin assigned him the role of temporary instructor. In a bid to redeem his reputation, Huangzhao exerted great effort. When it comes to training others, Huangzhao is indeed a more reliable choice. Though his archery skills are slightly inferior to Baya's shooting relies more on instinct. A raw and unrefined approach. Huangzhao has at least undergone training and understands the principles of archery. The process begins with rigorous individual practice, followed by forming a volley to shoot. Present, they cannot even establish the most basic volley. Jinjin, observing the training, felt a rising sense of urgency, though he concealed it well. Today, Baya replaced Huangzhao as the leader of the hunt, with the primary target still being wildfowl, as the expedition team requires more feathers for arrow fletching. No one expected him to procure sufficient food. Individual hunting carries significant risks and is inherently inefficient, largely relying on fortune. Within the empire, the life of a hunter is quite arduous. Thus, the saying goes, the hunter fares worse than the herdsman, and the herdsman worse than the farmer. Under normal circumstances, hunters struggle to secure enough nourishment. Farmers cultivating the land enjoy a more stable existence compared to hunters and herdsmen, ensuring a higher quality of life. Although hunters may seem to have access to meat, The vast majority of forests and mountains are noble territory. Hunters who poach without permission face severe punishment if caught in the expedition's current predicament. They can only rely on large-scale hunting to meet their food needs. The day's training persisted from dawn until dusk. After dinner, the expedition members lacked the energy for conversation and promptly fell into slumber within their tents. In Jinjin's tent, Sangshu wore a serious expression as he reported the grim situation. Master Jinjin, our food supplies are dwindling rapidly. At this rate, we will not last many days. The complexion of Jinjin was pale and his mood remarkably tranquil. This state of being puzzled him greatly. Over the past couple of days, his previously restless emotions had gradually settled. He had adapted to the pressure, and in turn reassured Sangshu. We must train in archery. This matter cannot be rushed. We can only grit our teeth and persevere. Without a foundation in archery, embarking on battle would yield no benefit. Indeed, such arduous practice would deplete physical strength, thereby increasing food consumption. Yet this expenditure of food and enhancement of archery skills would ultimately result in a reduction of casualties in future skirmishes. This was exceedingly advantageous, I understand, my lord. Sangshu nodded, though he added, but with our food depleting rapidly. Everyone is acutely aware of this situation, and there is much concern amongst the team. Jinjin smiled softly. Then let us clearly communicate how much rations we have left, if necessary. Let each of them witness our food reserves with their own eyes. Sangshu's expression shifted slightly as he replied solemnly, I understand, my lord. On the fourth day, at the shooting range, despite their arms aching and displaying noticeable swelling, the exploration team maintained serious expressions, gritting their teeth and persisting in their rigorous training. They were all acutely aware of the food reserves within the team and comprehended their dire situation. They were all in a do-or-die scenario. Should their hunting efforts fail, annihilation awaited them. Under such pressure, everyone exerted themselves to the fullest, diligently honing their archery skills. Although the initial training results were disheartening, as they adapted, the accuracy of their arrows striking the target improved significantly. While arrows hitting the bullseye were still a rarity, most arrows managed to reach the target. Upon witnessing the stabilization of their archery results, Huangzhou promptly removed the fixed targets and replaced them with moving ones. These moving targets consisted of short wooden stakes tied with hemp ropes, the other ends of which were suspended from high branches. Once the stakes were elevated and released, they would sway under the trees. Huangzhou instructed the team to shoot arrows at the stakes. The results immediately plummeted, becoming even worse than before. No one complained. They all understood that in actual combat, a flying squirrel's movements would be swifter and more unpredictable than any wooden stake. Practice, incessant practice. Every moment of breath was cherished. During lunch, the team remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Many instinctively furrowed their brows, continually pondering and reflecting on how they could improve their archery, while resting in their tents. They even attempted the motions of drawing a bow, despite having no bow in hand. After training, team members took turns massaging each other's arms. Many found their arms too sore to lift. The swelling was widespread among all. Fortunately, there were potions provided by ZD. These potions, originally formulated for the extraordinary, were now diluted and applied to these ordinary team members, still yielding potent restorative effects, while utilizing both topical and internal applications. A single night's rest would allow their arms to recover significantly. At the tea dinner, the group was met with a meager broth, with scattered wild vegetables serving merely as a garnish. The team members' expressions changed markedly. Yet none spoke up. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Sangshu stepped forward. Jinjin's voice echoed from afar. Why is dinner limited to this? Jinjin seemed to question Sangshu. My lord, the food is insufficient, that we can only manage this. Sangshu replied. Jinjin countered, but I recall that there are still some reserves left. IT should not have come to this. My lord, those are the last of our rations, reserved for you and Lord Zedi. Bring it all out. My lord? Bring it out. Without sufficient nourishment, how can we muster the strength to train and fight? This exchange stirred the hearts of those who overheard, many displaying signs of emotional response. My lord, please allow us to engage. That very evening, some team members approached Jinjin, requesting to strike out. However, Jinjin declined their request. Training. You still require more training. On the fifth day, it was training, training, and more training. As evening approached, Jinjin assessed the results and was gratified to discover that within 10 arrows, 5 had successfully struck the target. The moving targets were considerably larger than actual flying squirrels, yet this performance met Jinjin's standards. He had never anticipated transforming each team member into a master archer. Such a feat was impossible within a short time frame. Each individual's innate talents inherently dictated their limits in archery. However, a barrage of arrows could compensate for inaccuracy. With this level of skill, they could produce a competent volley. By afternoon, Sangshu urged Jinjin. We can strike now, my lord. Wait a little longer, Jinjin insisted, his resolve growing ever firmer. This determination even surprised him. On the sixth day, after breakfast, Jinjin addressed the group. We have just consumed the last of our rations. Silence enveloped the group as they stood rigidly, fully prepared for this outcome. Jinjin's intense gaze swept across them. Now, who among you remains oblivious to our predicament? Step forward. No one moved. They remained rooted in place. Each face bore a grave expression, their chests rising as if containing molten magma, a long-suppressed battle spirit. An intense thirst for survival. Very well. You are all astute individuals, fully aware of the consequences should we fail. Over these days, Lanza had conducted comprehensive reconnaissance, and aside from the flying squirrel swarm, no other suitable targets were apparent. If we conquer them today, they will become our sustenance. If we fail, we shall become their prey. I, Jinjin, as a paladin and the sole heir of the Bonjin family, shall stand with you. I will lead you through hardships, overcoming obstacles and harvesting victory. Follow me. Let us seize glory. The morale soared, unified in purpose. The team set forth, quickly arriving at the designated battlefield. This battleground had been meticulously arranged, with the most conspicuous features being low barriers woven from vines and bamboo branches. These barriers were interconnected, forming an extensive defensive line. For the flying squirrels to breach this line, they would need to take flight, thereby granting the team an excellent opportunity for shooting. This defense consisted of 3 layers. Under normal circumstances, a river would serve as a natural barrier, requiring no laborious setup, which would be ideal. However, there was neither a river nearby, nor were the rivers on this island particularly safe, often harboring constrictor vines. This golden tier magical plant had been encountered not only by Jinjin, but also by Sangshu's exploration team, who had paid dearly for their encounters. Under Jinjin's command, Lanza ventured forth alone, quickly vanishing from the group's view. Most members formed a battle array, a simple formation arranged in a horizontal line, facilitating the efficacy of their ranged firepower. Sangshu and Ziti stood behind this line, at Jinjin's side. Jinjin began a silent prayer. O great Emperor of Light, my God, you are wise and mighty, always able to seize victory on the battlefield. You are the God of knights, the God of war, the God of triumph. Please grant me victory. I shall adorn your throne with glory and the blood of our enemies. O God, please heed my call. Yet, the deity did not respond. Jinjin sighed inwardly. Typically, in the face of battle, paladins would engage in prayer, and the great Emperor of Light would usually respond, bestowing divine protection upon them. However, ever since Jinjin's awakening, he had prayed numerous times, yet the great Emperor had remained silent. This was precisely why Jinjin refrained from publicly praying. For should divine intervention fail to manifest, it would inevitably leave a negative impression on others, leading them to believe that this paladin had fallen out of favor with the divine. Thus, even before the battle commenced, the morale of their side would be undermined and shaken. The current outcome was not unexpected for Jinjin. He felt fortunate for his wise decision. The morning sunlight pierced through the rosy dawn. The forest gradually bathed in sunlight, the deep emerald green slowly brightening. The air remained icy, and as everyone breathed, visible white mist escaped their lips. As time passed, the chirping of birds grew increasingly abundant. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight from the front, breaking free from the treetops and soaring into the sky. Lan Zheo's figure reappeared before the crowd, sprinting with all his might, closely followed by a throng of flying squirrels. Chattering noisily, among which several emanated the aura of bronze-level beasts, the formation stirred slightly, then fell silent once more. Jin Jin's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, invigorated by Lan Zhao's provocation, which proved highly successful. In the next moment, Jin Jin called out, "Prepare!" The exploration team had long been ready, instantly drawing arrows and knocking them on their bowstrings, their movements synchronized. They all pulled back their bows, poised to shoot. "Fire!" Jin Jin shouted again. The team members immediately released their arrows, and in an instant, the bowstrings vibrated as all the arrows shot forth. Lan Zhao did not halt his steps upon seeing the arrows flying towards him. He promptly dropped to the ground and rolled. A flying squirrel leader missed its mark, crashing to the ground and sending grass and small clods of soil flying, creating a small pit in the earth. Using the momentum from his roll, Lan Zhao quickly sprang to his feet, this time raising a shield that had already been prepared and set on the ground. And arrows struck Lan Zhao's shield. Instead, the barrage of arrows coalesced into a layer that eliminated several flying squirrels. One flying squirrel leader lunged at Lan Zhao's back. Hearing the commotion, Lan Zhao swiftly turned, raising his shield in a sweeping motion, which sent the flying squirrel sprawling. Ready to shoot. Wait for the right moment. As the flying squirrels crossed the vine obstacles, Jin Jin commanded once more that a dozen arrows formed another layer of sparse barrage. Intermingled with several iron short arrows shot from crossbows, the arrow barrage arched gracefully through the air, accurately landing among the flying squirrel horde that a few wooden arrows struck Lan Zhao's shield and his leather armor, causing him no harm. The crossbows were in the hands of skilled marksmen, ensuring they did not hit Lan Zhao. The remaining arrowheads were wooden, with only the tips charred and sharpened through carbonization. These wooden arrowheads posed little threat to Lan Zhao, nor did they significantly endanger the flying squirrel leaders, yet they could still injure ordinary flying squirrels. With this layer of arrows, several flying squirrels fell to the ground, some dying on the spot while others cried out in pain. After 2 rounds of shooting, more than 10 flying squirrels had lost their combat effectiveness, collapsing during their charge. The flying squirrel horde began to scatter. Most continued to pursue Lan Zhao, while a few directly attacked the formation. "Prepare," Jin Jin spoke again, "Fire." During the third volley, the movements of the crowd became uneven, although an arrow barrage formed in the air. It was noticeably less cohesive and dense than before. However, given the proximity of both sides, the arrows still inflicted considerable damage upon the squirrel horde. Baiya and Huang Zhao simultaneously aimed their crossbows at the flying squirrel leader. Although the leader was struck by an arrow, it merely impeded its movement without causing injury, instead igniting its ferocity and increasing its speed. There were 2 leaders in total. One targeted Lan Zhao, while the other charged towards the formation. "Free combat," Jin Jin ordered, then drew a dagger, his arms exerting tremendous force as he hurled both daggers simultaneously. The 2 flying squirrel leaders were struck by daggers almost simultaneously, crashing to the ground and rolling a few times due to inertia, subsequently lying still. Vivid red blood swiftly flowed from their fatal wounds, spreading across the surrounding grass at this distance. It was well within the range of Jin Jin's throwing prowess. Jin Jin's physical prowess was astonishing, his throwing strength far surpassing that of a crossbow. With the leaders gone, the squirrel horde immediately descended into chaos. The team members fired freely. Only a few flying squirrels managed to reach the front lines, only to be simultaneously pierced by several wooden spears. After a brief struggle, the remaining flying squirrels scattered in disarray. "We have triumphed." Both flying squirrel leaders fell at the hands of Lord Jin Jin. "Such might, my lord." Lan Zhao returned to the formation, his shield and shoulder armor embedded with wooden arrows. Jin Jin merely cast a cursory glance, instantly recognizing that Lan Zhao had sustained no injuries. He patted Lan Zhao on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. All credit goes to your command, my lord," Lan Zhao replied, bowing respectfully. Everyone understood that the key to their victory lay with Jin Jin. His dagger-throwing skills were astonishing, having eliminated the 2 most threatening flying squirrel leaders and thoroughly demoralized the horde. "Let us take a brief moment to regroup before continuing the hunt," Jin Jin commanded. "Yes, my lord," the team members responded in unison, their morale soaring even higher than before the battle. The way they regarded Jin Jin had transformed, their previous doubts and concerns dissipating. After all, Everyone knew that Jin had gambled everything on this hunt. No one could predict the outcome, and even with his noble status and being a knight of the temple, success was not guaranteed. Should he fail, the entire exploration team would face collapse and annihilation. And as their leader, Jin would bear the brunt of the responsibility. Yet now, having achieved a resounding victory in their first formal hunt, all worries were swept away. The previous skepticism regarding Jin's decisions had now transformed into acknowledgement of their wisdom and decisiveness. After all, Lord Jin was a knight of the temple. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, to serve under Lord Jin is truly my fortune, Huang Zhao lamented. Following Lord Jin, we shall surely embark on a new journey. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Jin imbued with reverence. This small victory had earned them genuine recognition of Jin's leadership. Jin had preliminarily fulfilled his promise, proving capable of leading them to triumph and glory. Not merely speaking empty words, "My lord, I knew that for you." This would pose no challenge. The nearby ZD smiled, her amethyst eyes revealing traces of affection. Song Su exhaled a breath of relief, reflecting, in this way, the entire exploration team has turned peril into safety. Their previous situation had felt akin to teetering on the edge of a cliff, one foot already hanging in the void. Now, with a complete victory, although their provisions were not significantly replenished, the result lifted everyone's spirits, tightly binding the team around Jin, their sole core. However, just as morale soared and celebrations erupted, an uncanny noise suddenly echoed from the distant woods. The incessant chattering of flying squirrels grew louder and closer. The fleeing squirrels had indeed attracted a large force. Ah, so many flying squirrels, they're charging towards us. How could we have stirred such a multitude of squirrels? We were merely on the outskirts. In an instant, the exploration team fell into chaos. Jin suddenly burst into laughter. The panicked exploration team members were drawn to his mirth. Jin then bellowed. "With me here, what is there to fear? No matter how many flying squirrels there are, they will merely become our sustenance. Follow my command, regroup, and eliminate these squirrels." "Yes, my lord." The crowd responded in unison. The formation quickly re-established itself. Jin focused his gaze into the distance, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. His physical prowess surpassed the average person's, allowing him to see further and clearer. At this moment, a swift glance revealed 7 flying squirrel leaders and over 100 ordinary flying squirrels surging forth. Surely, all the squirrels had emerged from their nests. Indeed, the ferocity of beasts is unfathomable. Jin harbored no thoughts of retreat. Such a scenario was anticipated. Prior to the hunt, Jin and his companions had contemplated numerous possibilities. The worst-case scenario was that the blue algae, upon first attracting the flying squirrels, would alarm the entire community. Now, having achieved a minor victory, Jin had bolstered his prestige, solidified his position, and elevated the morale of his team. It could be said that following this small triumph, the entire team had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to before. This was already commendable. "Prepare, shoot," Jin commanded. Upon hearing the order, the group's expressions turned grim, and they swiftly nocked arrows and drew their bows. A thin veil of arrows descended, and immediately, several flying squirrels tumbled to the ground. The onslaught of flying squirrels was overwhelming and dense. Thus, this round of volleys yielded the highest number of casualties ever recorded. However, the horde of flying squirrels was vast, and with none of their leaders having fallen, their ferocity was only incited further, erupting into a cacophony of shrill cries, their speed of assault seemingly increasing. Many faces paled in response. After this wave of fire, they discerned the situation clearly. With so many flying squirrels present, even shooting 7 or 8 times might not suffice to eliminate them all. Moreover, given the proximity and speed of the flying squirrels' attacks, it was evident that not even 5 or 6 volleys could be managed in time. Rapidly, a second volley followed. Then a third. "Fight freely," Jin ordered thereafter. The rain of arrows largely compensated for the lack of accuracy. Yet now, at such close range, the archer's precision would greatly enhance, making the simultaneous fire counterproductive, particularly for the more skilled marksmen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. arrows sliced through the air, striking into the swarm of squirrels. The horde chattered and screeched in a frenzy, their numbers seemingly undiminished. The proximity of the swarm brought immense pressure. Many felt their hearts racing, their movements faltering, losing their usual composure. Some struggled to knock arrows, while others dropped their arrows, leaving their bows unstrung. Huangzhou, in a moment of instinctual desperation, exerted all his strength, snapping the limbs of his short bow in fury as he discarded the broken weapon. "This wretched bow," he cursed, quickly drawing another short bow. Due to the poor craftsmanship of short bows, everyone had a spare ready for such circumstances. As for the crossbow, its firing speed could not compare to that of the short bow. When the battle commenced, there was simply no time to reload. It had to be set aside. Zheng Jin continued to shoot arrows with unerring accuracy. However, the short bow's power was insufficient, its draw weight too low. After several shots, Zheng Jin could feel the bow in his hands growing limp. He promptly discarded it and reached for another spare. In a short span, Zheng Jin had exchanged 3 short bows. Alone, he had slain over 20 flying squirrels. Yet, the remaining squirrels were still numerous, at least 50 in number, more than 5 times that of the exploration team. While the ordinary flying squirrels were manageable, the real concern lay with the 7 flying squirrel leaders, none of whom had perished, a troubling predicament. The powerful iron arrows from the crossbow could not harm these leaders, let alone the short bows. Zheng Jin felt as though a colossal stone weighed upon his heart. He understood all too well. Should this swarm break through, the exploration team would suffer catastrophic losses. The foremost flying squirrel leader breached the range of Zheng Jin's flying daggers. In an instant, a fierce glint flickered in the youth's eyes, and he forcefully thrust his arm. The dagger sliced through the air with astonishing speed, and all present beheld a flash of brilliance. The projectile struck true, impaling the flying squirrel leader, which had been airborne, sending it hurtling away with even greater velocity. After crashing to the ground, it lay lifeless. The sight sent a tremor through the hearts of the onlookers, yet there was no time for celebration. For the horde did not pause for a moment. The remaining flying squirrel leaders surged forward into the front lines. They were all bronze-tier beasts, and upon crashing into the exploration team, they clawed and bit with ferocity. The unfortunate exploration team members fell, their bodies lifting clouds of grass and branches, yet no blood or flesh was shed. It turned out that those standing at the forefront were merely puppets. These effigies, stuffed with straw and fashioned into human shapes, had been imbued with a concoction created by Zidi to deceive the squirrel's sense of smell. Sanshu had discovered through dissection that the flying squirrel's vision was rather poor, relying primarily on their olfactory sense. Given their low intelligence, these puppets successfully attracted a wave of attacks. The multitude of ordinary flying squirrels pounced upon the straw figures, with each puppet drawing the attention of 10 or more squirrels. While the lesser ones attracted 5 or 6, observing the horde congregating, Zheng Jin decisively commanded, "Set fire!" Zidi had long prepared for this moment before the battle commenced, and she immediately sprang into action, hurling the potion. The vial shattered upon the rocks, its contents spilling onto the grass, mixing with the previous concoction. In an instant, feeble flames ignited, swiftly escalating into a serpentine blaze, engulfing the front line and creating a wall of fire. The puppets within the flames blazed fiercely, emitting thick smoke. Some flying squirrels screeched in agony from the flames, while others choked on the smoke, their sensitive noses amplifying their suffering. Almost all the flying squirrels fled in a panic. Scattering in all directions, the pressure on the exploration team diminished drastically. Even though some flying squirrels still charged toward them, their numbers were few, and they were primarily seeking refuge from the flames. What awaited them were arrows. Nearly half of the flying squirrels fell to arrows mid-flight. Baya, Huangzhou, and Lanza performed admirably under the circumstances, yet Zheng Jin remained motionless, like a statue. Suddenly, a flying squirrel leader burst through the wall of fire, entering his line of sight. Without hesitation, Zheng Jin's dagger shot forth, striking the leader squarely in the eye. The creature plummeted to the ground, rolling several times before succumbing to death. However, as this leader fell, the remaining leaders charged forth from the flames. They emerged unscathed, The ordinary flames posed no threat to them, and even the smoke merely caused discomfort. The flying squirrel leaders charged relentlessly. Witnessing this, Sangshu and Zidi's expressions shifted dramatically. There were still 4 flying squirrel leaders remaining. All of them were bronze-tier beasts. Although Lanza and Huangzhou were also bronze-tier warriors, facing a flying squirrel leader one-on-one was perilous. Humans and beasts were fundamentally different. The combat strength of human extraordinary beings predominantly stemmed from the use of battle chi and magic. Yet, in the current environment, there was no way to summon battle chi. While battle chi could subtly enhance a human's physical attributes, when compared to beasts, those attributes appeared inadequate. Humans inherently possessed more delicate skin and fragile bones than beasts. Huangzhou and Lanza, relying solely on their innate qualities, were certainly outmatched by these flying squirrel leaders. It is worth noting that even after death, ordinary blades could not sever their skin or bones. If Lanza and Huangzhou were thus, the other ordinary members were no match for the flying squirrel leaders. Should the leaders breach the ranks, it would inevitably result in catastrophic casualties. The sole glimmer of hope rested upon Jinjin. It depended on whether this esteemed paladin could swiftly eliminate these flying squirrel leaders. Sangshu's eyes shimmered with concern as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Now was not the time to continue concealing one's strength. My lord. Sangshu gazed at Jinjin, silently encouraging him that he was a wise man, understanding that in such an island environment, only by aligning with the strong could one hope for greater survival. Thus, he had actively orchestrated and facilitated the entire exploration team's allegiance to Jinjin. Jinjin took a deep breath. He was acutely aware that everyone anticipated his performance. However, he could not summon his battle chi. The battle's intensity was escalating, and time was running out for Jinjin. He had only one opportunity to launch his flying daggers. It would be a decisive strike. Jinjin's gaze was sharp and resolute. He plunged his hands into his cloak, each grasping 2 daggers. In the next moment, he thrust both arms forward, unleashing all 4 daggers simultaneously. The force of the flying daggers surpassed that of the crossbow. Each dagger was remarkably precise, striking their targets in the blink of an eye. As the elder with gray whiskers gasped in astonishment, he beheld the leaders of the flying squirrels collapse in unison. Jinjin had decisively secured victory. It is done that a surge of exhilaration coursed through Jinjin's heart, his countenance remaining as steadfast as iron, betraying no emotion. Yet his muscular arms trembled subtly with exertion. The recent strike had drained him entirely, showcasing the remarkable skills he had regained through the restoration of his memories. That a profound, tingling, and aching sensation permeated his arms. Since the onset of battle, Jinjin had unleashed a torrent of arrows, followed by a flurry of throwing daggers. Each throw was a testament to his utmost strength, aimed at vanquishing the flying squirrel leaders. At this juncture, he had nearly reached the limits of his youthful stamina. It is worth noting that these daggers were mere ordinary weapons. The reason he had succeeded in slaying the squirrel leader lay solely in his astonishing precision in targeting its fatal weakness. Coupled with the terrifying speed and force of his relentless throws, it resolved. 4 strikes for hits. The group of flying squirrel leaders had been unable to compel Jinjin to reveal his true prowess. He was truly formidable. The morale of the crowd surged, cheers erupting, when suddenly one of the fallen flying squirrel leaders sprang back to life. It darted across the ground with such velocity that it left a faint afterimage in its wake. Simultaneously, its life force erupted, no longer merely bronze tier, but now black iron tier. Be cautious, Zidi shrieked. This particular flying squirrel was exceedingly cunning. Its true power was black iron, yet it had masqueraded as a bronze entity. It possessed a unique ability to conceal its aura, evading detection by Lan Zhao. It was the leader of this flying squirrel colony. In that moment, Jinjin sensed the chilling breath of death once more. To recount, he had dealt with numerous magical beasts before: the silver-tier, blue-haired evil wolf, the monkey-tailed brown bear, and the blade spider. However, he had defeated the blue-haired evil wolf due to an opportune moment, aided by the turbulent river's constrictor vines. The encounter with the monkey-tailed brown bear had come when it was severely injured. Even so, Jinjin had nearly lost his life, narrowly escaping with his existence intact. Slaying the blade spider had been a stroke of luck as well, as the spider had been caught off guard, and Jinjin's own transformation had allowed him to strike its vital point. In terms of raw strength, Jinjin was by no means a match for the silver spider. The human body is inherently fragile. In comparison to ferocious beasts, humans lack sharp claws and fangs, thick fur, robust physiques, and bones as hard as iron. Typically, humans cannot outrun dogs, cannot breathe underwater like fish, nor soar through the skies like birds. Nevertheless, Jinjin's ability to overpower a bronze-tier leader astonished Songxue, leading him to speculate that Jinjin might possess golden tier cultivation. The greatest advantage of humanity lies in its intelligence. Humans can wield their intellect to create and utilize tools. Although they forge swords to rival the claws of beasts, they also develop magic and fighting spirit to enhance their own capabilities. Yet, on this island, the use of low-tier magic and fighting spirit is prohibited. Magical beasts cannot employ their innate abilities but retain their fierce and powerful physiques. Without fighting spirit or magic, human frailty becomes glaringly evident. Thus, a Black Iron tier flying squirrel leader certainly poses a lethal threat to Jinjin. Its speed surpassed many, and it was exceedingly agile. Even ordinary swords could not inflict significant harm upon it. However, Jinjin still possessed weapons crafted from the blade spider's fangs. What was truly terrifying, however, was not its agility or its claws, but its capacity to unleash devastating currents of electricity. Jinjin furrowed his brow. As the crisis loomed, he discovered that he possessed a remarkable quality of a seasoned warrior. The more dire the situation, the faster and clearer his thoughts became. He had already attempted to harm the Black Iron tier flying squirrel leader with throwing daggers, but to no avail. The weapon in Jinjin's hand, the blade spider's fang, was the most effective means to slay it. Yet the electrical discharge from the flying squirrel could instantaneously claim Jinjin's life, unless he could summon his fighting spirit in an instant, with fighting spirit to shield him. He could withstand the electrical onslaught. A fierce glint flickered in Jinjin's eyes. Fighting spirit. He desperately needed fighting spirit. Holy Emperor, my God, hear the prayers of your devotee. Allow me to awaken my former memories. Let me reclaim my fighting spirit. Jinjin cried out within his heart. Yet the divine presence remained unresponsive. Damn it. Jinjin gritted his teeth in frustration. Without fighting spirit, he could not defend against the electrical surge. Both combatants were offensively strong, yet defensively weak, reliant on who could first unleash their lethal attacks upon the other. Closer, even closer. Roar. Just as Jinjin prepared to charge, he suddenly heard a mysterious, beastly roar. Were there other magical beasts? Wait, that roar sounds somewhat familiar. In the next moment, Jinjin froze. He sensed a small, rounded orb nestled deep within his heart. This orb, no larger than a thumb, was a vibrant crimson. Its surface not smooth but resembling an exquisitely crafted walnut, adorned with intricate, winding patterns. Yet in terms of texture, it bore a subtle translucency, akin to crystal, seemingly emanating a luminous glow from within. The red orb quivered slightly, releasing waves of invisible power. These potent energies permeated his bloodstream, swiftly coursing throughout Jinjin's body, sending tremors through his chest. The bloodlight emanating from the orb quickly diminished. Jinjin's arms, once in excruciating pain, began to rejuvenate with the influx of this power. Muscles swelling and expanding rapidly. His garments and arm guards creaked under the strain. Although covered by clothing, Jinjin distinctly felt the dense black fur. His bones and muscles transformed from mere human arms into a pair of powerful bear-like limbs. In an instant, not only had Jinjin's arms returned to their former state, but they were now several times stronger. What is this sensation? Jinjin's heart raced. This feeling was reminiscent of when he had ambushed the silver spider, and his hands had undergone a transformation. However, this time, it was not his hands but his arms that had changed. There was no time to ponder further. Jinjin drew a dagger and hurled it with all his might. With a soft pop, the sound was merely the result of his vigorous motion shattering the air. The flying dagger pierced through the atmosphere, emitting a sharp whistle. The onlookers witnessed a brilliant silver line flash through the air, accurately penetrating the Black Iron leader squirrel before losing momentum and embedding itself deep into the grass. The once charging Black Iron leader squirrel tumbled backward, falling to the ground, motionless. Its head had been thoroughly pierced, blood quickly saturating the surrounding grass. The battlefield fell silent. No flying squirrel remained. The horde of squirrels panicked and scattered in disarray. Victory! This was a resounding triumph. Zhenjin, Zhenjin, Huangzhou, and Lanzhou led the crowd in jubilant cheers. Sangshu, the paladin, marveled and pondered, but what had just transpired? His entire arm had expanded significantly. Was it some secret technique? Could he have harnessed fighting spirit? Did he employ some method to temporarily bypass the island's constraints? What was the cost? What tier of fighting spirit did he possess? Golden fighting spirit. Although Zhenjin had previously insisted at Sangshu that he could not wield fighting spirit, at that time, Zhenjin had merely just taken command of the exploration team. Sangshu speculated that Zhenjin had concealed his true strength due to his distrust of others. Zidi remained silent, her gaze filled with admiration and affection directed at Zhenjin. Everyone understood that allowing a black iron leader squirrel to charge into their ranks would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Yet, Zhenjin single-handedly saved them all. Undoubtedly, he was a hero. From beginning to end, he had maintained control of the battlefield. He was a competent leader. The members of the exploration team felt a profound sense of joy and pride of being led by the esteemed Zhenjin. However, Zhenjin furrowed his brow slightly. The wondrous sensation had vanished, reminiscent of the previous occasion. That enigmatic, intangible force had dissipated entirely, and the youth's arms returned to their original state. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped him. Fatigue surged like a relentless tide. Zhenjin maintained a stoic expression, striving to conceal the void and exhaustion he felt, while internally he found some solace. This time, the anomaly in his arms remained concealed beneath his armor and garments, sparing him the need to explain to others. However, this relief quickly faded, replaced by an intensifying sense of perplexity. It seemed that the source of my transformation was indeed that blood-red orb residing within my heart. What could it possibly be? It feels akin to a magical beast core. With this thought, the youth chuckled at himself. How could a human possess a magic crystal? Only magical beasts have cores. The cheers of his companions grew ever more fervent. And Zhenjin surveyed his surroundings, suppressing his myriad doubts, and issued a command to clean the battlefield. The flames blazed fiercely, yet under the influence of the potion provided by Zidi, the inferno quickly subsided. Huangzhou and others scoured the charred battlefield, occasionally pausing to lift the corpse of a flying squirrel. Due to the fire's onslaught, the carcass was entirely blackened, its surface carbonized. Huangzhou patted it, causing the charred exterior to crumble away, revealing the well-cooked red flesh beneath. Taking a deep breath, Huangzhou was immediately engulfed by the rich aroma of meat. Another piece of fine meat. Huangzhou beamed with delight, scanning the battlefield and exclaiming, "This is precisely the kind of hunting I adore." In recent days, he had ventured out to hunt alone, yielding scarcely any results. Mastering the skills of a hunter was no simple feat. Huangzhou had spent his life at sea, and his experiences hunting in the forest brought back memories of his clumsy and arduous early days aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Lanzhou was attending to the only black iron-level flying squirrel leader. Having collected only a small portion of its blood, Lanzhou, after some preliminary processing, was struck by a thought and picked up the flying dagger that had slain the black iron leader. As he examined the dagger, Lanzhou couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The entire tip of the dagger had become deformed, losing all semblance of sharpness. It was solely due to the force of the throw that this ordinary dagger had acquired the power to slay a black iron magical beast. Lanzhou's gaze toward Zhenjin was now imbued with deep reverence. The spoils of the battlefield were substantial. It could truly be described as a bountiful harvest, and everyone wore smiles of joy. The bloodstains on the battlefield and the completely charred, inedible flying squirrel meat were all properly dealt with, ensuring that no other ferocious beast would be lured by the scent of blood and flesh. The exploration team returned victorious to their camp to continue processing their spoils. Night fell, the campfire crackled to life, and the group gathered around, discussing the day's bounty. Witnessing such an abundance of food brought a profound sense of security to the team members. The thoroughly deformed flying dagger circulated among them. Indeed, it was an ordinary dagger that had slain a black iron magical beast. Lord Jinjin is truly formidable. They mused that I believe he must have unleashed his fighting spirit at that moment. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed such terrifying power? I am eager to learn of Lord Jinjin's true prowess. Surely, he is not merely at the bronze or black iron level. At the very least, he must be a silver knight, wielding silver fighting spirit. Silver fighting spirit at such a young age. Jinjin is undoubtedly a genius. It is even possible he is at the golden level. After all, none of us have witnessed Lord Jinjin's fighting spirit firsthand. If he is indeed golden, that would be even more alarming that T.O. follows such a figure. Our future is undoubtedly bright. They reflected that their current service under Jinjin was a consequence of their shipwreck. Under normal circumstances, how could they have had such an opportunity? If we could continue to follow Lord Jinjin, perhaps when he becomes the Lord of Baisha City, I might become a magistrate there. By heavens, I desire nothing more than to be the guard at the city gate. In the past, I endured much vexation entering the city. Now, I would be the one at the gate, giving others a taste of their own medicine. The thought of it elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd. The success of the hunt had earned Jinjin the admiration of all. The exploration team unanimously believed that Jinjin's prospects were exceptionally bright. People naturally gravitate towards benefit and shun harm. Many began to openly express their desire to follow Jinjin, a sentiment that would have been unthinkable previously. This, indeed, was another layer of reward. Kangxis sat in a corner, observing the lively discussions and laughter around him, fully aware of the implications. His gaze was fixed on the dagger, circulating among the others. Recalling the scene from the battlefield, Kangxis pondered. At that moment, Jinjin's arms had visibly swelled, unleashing a terrifying force. The bloodline of the Baitian family stemmed from the legendary magical beast, the Golden Needle Queen. This bloodline was not particularly renowned for its strength. Had he employed some secret technique of fighting spirit? The dagger eventually found its way into the hands of Baya. Gazing at the dagger, Baya's eyes sparkled with hope. This is what it means to be a knight. I, too, wish to become such a person. Hey, Baya, have you finished looking? If you have, hand it back to me. This dagger holds great significance. It shall be a treasured heirloom for my family. Huangzhou teased. Baya reluctantly returned the dagger. Filled with reluctance. Regardless of the continent or race, all admire the strong. This admiration easily transforms into loyalty. It seems that Huangzhou and Lanzhou, these two brothers, have fully resolved to pledge their allegiance to Lord Jinjin. Aspiring to become his loyal retainers, Kangxis remarked meaningfully to Zidi. Zidi, seated beside Kangxis, glanced at the tightly knit circle around the campfire, then began to shake the potion in her hand. These two brothers possess poor aptitude. If they have no opportunity in the future, the bronze level will likely be their limit. However, based on my understanding of Lord Jinjin, he would never mistreat any follower. I could see this point. Zidi turned her gaze to Kangxis, emphasizing, regardless of whether this follower possesses extraordinary abilities. Kangxis immediately grasped the implication behind Zidi's words, giving a wry smile and shaking his head. An old tree, no matter how much sunlight it bathes in, will not bloom anew in spring. The color of the potion in Zidi's hand gradually changed, and she rose. I have matters to attend to. Zidi returned to her tent, while Jinjin remained in contemplation within his own. His face was etched with deep concern. Still unable to sense it, Jinjin had exerted every effort to imprint the peculiar feeling of the transformation in his memory. Yet this did not enable him to actively sense the core within his heart. It was as if it did not exist at all. Instinctively, Jinjin placed his palm against his left chest, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart, his brow furrowing. No, I did indeed discover something at that time. There's indeed something akin to a magic crystal growing within my heart, appearing to coexist with it in a most natural and harmonious manner. Why can't I sense it? Previously, I was able to sense it quite clearly. What is lacking, and why? Jinjin fell into deep thought. He yearned to uncover the means of harnessing the crystal core. Currently, he was unable to channel his fighting spirit. This anomaly could exponentially enhance his combat abilities, proving immensely beneficial. During the first transformation, he had slain the silver-level blade spider, that time. He had felt the wondrous surge of blood. The second instance involved the flying dagger, slaying the black iron leader. Not only had he sensed the flow of blood, But he had also further perceived the mysterious core within his heart. It was the invisible power emanating from the core that coursed through his blood, ultimately infusing his arms with strength. Thus, my previous assumptions were misguided. The true reason lies not with the blood, but with this magic crystal. This power is neither fighting spirit nor magic. It is truly remarkable. Jinjin marveled. He continued to attempt to analyze these two experiences. As it stands, I currently have no way to actively trigger the transformation. So, what exactly triggered this ability during the two instances? What is the commonality between the two transformations? For the first time, I found myself teetering on the brink of life and death, as forgotten memories surged forth, stirring a tumult of complex and intense emotions within me. On the second occasion, I confronted the black iron-headed mouse, apprehensive of its electric strike capabilities, resulting in a palpable tension as I faced the looming specter of mortality. The most significant commonality between these two experiences lies in the imminent threat of death that I encountered. Consequently, a myriad of emotions arose: nervousness, anxiety, fear, resolve, and a murderous intent. Among others, if emotional stimuli are the catalyst for these transformations, might further stimulation enable me to master the ability to invoke such changes at will? My thoughts began to diverge. In both instances of transformation, I exhibited notable progress. The first time, I merely sensed the flow of blood. The second time, I delved deeper, uncovering the enigmatic crystal core within my heart. Moreover, the previous transformation yielded claws, while this time it manifested in my arms. That I speculated that the sites of transformation seemed to align with my subconscious, adapting to the most advantageous circumstances at hand. Could it be that I might gain control over this transformative ability, allowing me to alter my form at will in the future? Would a complete metamorphosis lead to a form reminiscent of a monkey-tailed brown bear? Furthermore, I observed that after the transformation, the luminous essence of the crystal core had significantly diminished. How many more transformations could it sustain? As I began to delve deeper into this inquiry, I found that some of my uncertainties were alleviated, yet new questions emerged. According to my plan, the exploration team needed 2 more days to recuperate. The construction of this campsite required considerable effort, and failing to utilize it effectively would be a grave waste. The surrounding area had also been secured. The flying mouse population had been hunted down, eliminating the sole remaining threat, thereby ensuring our safety. The carcasses of the flying mice needed further processing, and the members of the exploration team required continued practice in archery. Additionally, the previous hunt had depleted many arrows and a small number of short bows, necessitating replenishment. The successful hunt had greatly improved the circumstances of the entire exploration team. Now, I had ample time to forge superior ranged weapons. However, after careful consideration, I rationally decided to forego this idea. The following day, Sangshu approached me with a pleased expression. "Master, I bring good news. I have made a new discovery." I mused, aware that Sangshu had been examining the carcass of the black, iron-headed mouse. Perhaps having found a magic crystal within, Sangshu chuckled and shook his head. This black, iron-headed mouse does not possess a magic crystal. Its internal magical energy is also quite muddled. Shortly after death, all its magical energy dissipated completely. I pondered silently. The black, iron-headed mouse lacks a magic crystal, yet I possess one that bears a striking resemblance. Sangshu continued earnestly. It is as follows. My lord, I dissected the black, iron-headed mouse's stomach and found that it had just had a hearty meal before its demise. As a result, its stomach still contained a great deal of undigested food, including meat, bones, bird feathers, tree fruits, and grass leaves. Among these, I discovered a type of ground yam. My eyes flickered with interest. It seems this flying mouse is omnivorous, that we might consider excavating this ground yam. Sangshu nodded in affirmation. Not just the ground yam, my lord. I suspect that the nesting area of the flying mice may harbor a substantial food reserve. What leads you to this conclusion? I inquired. Through previous dissections and my recent studies of these mouse carcasses, I have observed that their digestive capacity is remarkably robust. Their gastric fluid can even corrode blades. Generally speaking, creatures with such formidable digestive abilities endure great discomfort when hungry, prompting them to consume items that are difficult to digest, such as stones. Yet, these flying mice did not possess such substances in their stomachs, indicating they have an ample food supply. Having thoroughly explored the surrounding area, I concluded that these flying mice not only have an omnivorous diet, but also exhibit food storage traits akin to those of squirrels. They venture out to gather food, and, when faced with hunger, can swiftly consume it to prevent their entire clan from succumbing to starvation. Excellent, I commended, patting Sangshu's shoulder in appreciation. I will delegate this matter to Lansao.my lord. Please allow me to accompany you. I am deeply intrigued by the specific structure of the flying mouse's nest. Sangshu made a modest request at an opportune moment. Certainly, I replied without hesitation, although safeguarding this elderly scholar necessitated additional manpower. I had repeatedly benefited from Sangshu's assistance since our initial acquaintance. Under the circumstances, I had no qualms about indulging the old scholar's thirst for knowledge. Upon returning to the camp, Sangshu wore a look of satisfaction. Their findings pleasantly surprised me. Just as Sangshu had surmised, the nests of the flying mice indeed contained a considerable stockpile of food. The abundance was such that when the exploration team raided the nests, many members remarked, "These flying mice live better than we do." While most of the food was inedible for humans, the quantity of ground yams, tree fruits, and the like amounted to a third of the flying mouse meat, providing a significant supplement to the exploration team's provisions. Ziti also made new advancements. Utilizing the gastric fluid of the flying mice, she crafted several corrosive acid agents. When iron swords came into contact with this concoction, they would become unrecognizable within mere breaths. With enough dosage, the soil could be eroded into a large cavity in no time. If paired with an aerosolized agent, a potent corrosive mist could be produced, rendering ordinary individuals within it incapacitated after just a moment of inhalation. Though the hunt for the flying mice met with great success, it depleted the last remnants of Ziti's incendiary agents. This corrosive agent emerged as a critical supplement, endowing the exploration team with a new means of combat that, of course, whether it was the previous incendiary agents or the current corrosive acids, they were not magical potions. Rather, they involved the utilization, purification, and enhancement of the inherent properties of materials. The effects of magical potions are far more pronounced, yet on this island, low-tier magical potions are ineffective as for me. I made no progress. I had to temporarily abandon my original line of thought and shift in another direction that I began to contemplate. How was the mysterious crystal core within my heart produced? Could it be a potion? This seemed the most plausible explanation to me. Otherwise, why would both transformations be linked to the monkey-tailed brown bear? As night fell, I summoned Ziti once more, subtly probing for details about the circumstances at that time. Ziti's responses failed to yield any new insights that I fell into deep contemplation. If the crystal core was formed due to an unforeseen event during Ziti's treatment of me, then consuming a potion might reactivate the core and provoke another transformation. What could have transpired? Do you believe there is some hidden danger? Ziti inquired. Nothing of the sort. I merely seek to understand, I replied with a smile, reassuring Ziti. It is getting late. We shall depart tomorrow. Please rest well. Ziti nodded, her eyes shimmering with hope. Master, with you here, I believe we will surely escape this island, that I affirmed. Not only must we leave this island, but we must also strive to gather support and rally a contingent to form a preliminary foundation. Otherwise, upon reaching Baisha City, it will be challenging for just the two of us to compete for the position of city lord against the others. Not blame yourself, Ziti. In truth, you have performed admirably this time. Ziti paused in surprise, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Master, your insight is truly keen to speak candidly. I detest this environment. It is exceedingly unfriendly to mages. The only way I can assist you is through potions. However, the current conditions are far too rudimentary. If only I had some alchemical tools, I believe I could promptly concoct poisons specifically targeting the flying mice that I sighed. Such is the reality. We have found ourselves stranded on this bizarre island, surrounded by lurking dangers. We are merely striving for survival, and anything could happen. All we can do is give our utmost effort. Good night. Good night. Ziti departed, and I still refrained from disclosing the truth to Ziti. On one hand, I did not wish for her to bear additional burdens of worry. She was already laden with self-reproach. Despite our brief acquaintance, I had discerned a certain pride within the purple-eyed maiden for individuals like her. I found it more effective to offer comfort rather than admonishment, as they possess the inherent drive to strive for excellence without the need for external pressures. On the other hand, I was also aware of Zeddy's capabilities concerning potions. Even if he disclosed the truth, Zeddy lacked the capacity to resolve this issue. Since Zeddy had concealed it the first time, Jinjin was indifferent to hiding it a second time. The mutation ability brought about by the mysterious crystal core, in Jinjin's view, was a trump card that could enable him to navigate perilous situations and confront formidable foes. However, it also harbored significant risks. Was this mutation truly harmless? How could a human heart possibly contain a crystal core? Would this foreign organ reject the body's other tissues? What kind of damage could an impulsive mutation inflict upon oneself? Would it result in physical disability or a corruption of bloodlines? Unable to sense the crystal core, the mutation remained uncontrollable. Was it because the core had only just begun to grow and had yet to fully integrate with his body? If the mutations occurred frequently, would he devolve into a beast, losing all semblance of humanity? There are not only concerns about his physical being and bloodline, but also apprehensions regarding the entire exploration team. Jinjin understood that the reason he could lead this group was twofold: his own strength and his noble status. He was an aristocrat, but more importantly, he was a knight of the temple. The latter identity was far more inspiring than the former. If Jinjin's mutation were to be discovered and labeled as monstrous, the advantages bestowed by this status would be significantly diminished. Although he had successfully hunted the rat swarm, Jinjin recognized that this victory merely pulled the exploration team back from the brink of annihilation. The journey ahead would undoubtedly present formidable challenges. Whether the exploration team could endure such trials remained uncertain. Jinjin hoped to prevent unrest within this small group. Thus, he chose to keep this secret buried deep within his heart, stifling any possibility of its dissemination at the source. The deep night in the forest was far from tranquil. The howls of wild beasts echoed frequently, their calls bizarre, some truly howling, others whimpering, and some resembling dry coughs. Jinjin knew he needed to rest well, for they were to set out early the next morning. Yet, as he lay upon his bedding, slumber eluded him. He resolved to summarize the insights he had gleaned over the past few days. Currently, it appeared that there were three major possibilities triggering the bodily mutation. The first was the life-or-death pressure that invoked an instinctive reaction from the crystal core within his heart. The second stemmed from the intense emotions he experienced under immense pressure. The third involved potions primarily composed of blood. The heart's crystal core was likely a consequence of the potion, and although he had not absorbed any external potion during the two mutations, there might still be remnants within his body. Jinjin sighed deeply. Despite having contemplated much, the current circumstances rendered him hesitant to experiment with any of these possibilities. On one hand, he lacked a secure guarantee. On the other, he bore responsibilities that forbade him from taking reckless risks that he needed to lead the entire exploration team, protect his fiancée E, and revitalize the Bonjin family. There was much for him to accomplish. Furthermore, after the mutation occurred, the crystal core would consume a substantial amount of magical energy, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness and fatigue afterward. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon him, Jinjin gradually drifted into a hazy sleep. Even in slumber, his brow remained slightly furrowed, as if he continued to ponder deeply in his dreams. It was unclear how much time had passed when, suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire tent collapsed. Jinjin awoke instantly. Although he had been sleeping within the camp, he maintained a vigilant mindset, allowing him to react swiftly. How could the tent have collapsed so suddenly? What had transpired? Grabbing the spider blade that lay beside him, Jinjin swung it fiercely. The razor-sharp edge effortlessly sliced through the fallen tent, allowing him to observe the chaos outside. In the next moment, he felt a jolt, his expression turning to one of horror. The howling winds roared in his ears, akin to a herd of beasts letting out a collective roar. Blasts of sand lashed against Jinjin's face. Sharp as daggers, the immense force of the wind tugged at him, pulling him in all directions, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to maintain their footing. Beneath him, the once firm grass had transformed into shifting sands. The ground was littered with sand, and the air was filled with swirling grains. The lush forest had vanished entirely. This was a desert in the dead of night. In the desert, the winds howled fiercely, and the swirling sands prompted the members of the exploration team to cry out in panic. Jinjin was momentarily stunned, but then a wave of realization struck him, and his heart raced as the word teleportation flashed through his mind. The teleportation had activated once more, and this time, they had all been transported to the desert. During his first experience with teleportation, he had been pursued by a swarm of fire wasps. The teleportation had moved him from the rainforest to the forest, indirectly saving his life. Now, this was his second encounter with teleportation, and, like the first, it had occurred without any prior warning. However, his luck had taken a turn for the worse this time. Not only had he been teleported to the desert, but he had also found himself caught in a sandstorm. He needed to gather everyone together as Jinjin opened his mouth to call out. Sand rushed in. Filling his mouth, he had no choice but to cover his mouth and shout as best he could, but his voice was drowned out by the wind. The winds intensified further. The sand struck Jinjin's body, sending waves of prickling pain coursing through him. The harsh weather had turned terrifying to a sandstorm. Upon realizing this, Jinjin's heart plummeted. "Ziti, wait for me." He had to cease his shouting, relying on his memory to push forward. With a whoosh, a tent was swept toward Jinjin by the wind, resembling a gray specter lunging down upon him from the darkness. With a swift motion, he sliced the tent in half, the two halves flying past him and vanishing into the whirlwind. All the tents in the camp were secured with wooden stakes driven deep into the ground. However, after being teleported, those stakes, once deeply embedded in the earth, now lay scattered upon the desert surface. Without their anchoring, the tents collapsed and were whisked away by the fierce winds. "This is bad," Jinjin thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. After walking for a moment, he discovered that he could not discern the correct direction. Upon arrival, there were no landmarks amidst the dark, sandy winds to indicate north, south, east, or west. Additionally, the tents were flying chaotically, the original layout of the camp utterly unrecognizable. Lastly, in the midst of the wind and sand, he could not rely on shouting to communicate with the other team members. Jinjin found himself at a loss. In the brief span of a few breaths, the wind's ferocity doubled. "Help me!" Jinjin suddenly heard a faint cry for help from above. He looked up sharply to see a shadow fleeting above him. Jinjin immediately realized that one of the exploration team members had been swept away by the hurricane. The wind had become so powerful that it could easily lift an adult off the ground. Instinctively, Jinjin reached out his arm, but in the blink of an eye, the stricken team member vanished into the swirling sands. There was no time to react. Ziti was the lightest among them. Her situation was perilous. With this thought, Jinjin felt a surge of urgency. "Ziti, where are you now?" As if in response to Jinjin's fervent thoughts, a white light suddenly illuminated the sandy winds to his left front. The white light blazed like fire, burning brightly in the dim view. On this island, low-tier magic and fighting energy were prohibited. Based on Jinjin's understanding of the exploration team, this white flame could only have been generated by a potion. And where the white flame burned was evidently Ziti's true location. "Clever," Jinjin silently praised, and immediately dashed toward the position of the white flame. Running was laborious. The terrifying winds could sweep away adults. However, Jinjin was a practitioner of fighting energy. Although he could not currently harness his energy, his training had enhanced his physical capabilities beyond the ordinary. In this dire situation, he managed to withstand the wind with great effort. But just as he was nearing the light, it suddenly extinguished. Had the potion lost its effect? "Ziti, wait for me." A subtle tremor coursed through Jin's heart, heightening his urgency. After advancing a few steps, a sudden rush revealed what appeared to be a colossal object hurtling towards him through the dim haze. The youth instinctively crouched and ducked to evade the oncoming menace. It turned out to be an enormous tree trunk, remnants stored within the camp, left over from the crafting of short bows and other equipment. The trunk, significantly heavier than an adult, was effortlessly swept away by the furious winds. Jin could no longer run. With each step, he had to forcefully press his feet into the sand, burying them to the ankles, merely to withstand the gale. Yet, more troubling than the hurricane itself was the barrage of grit that howled through the air. The grain stung against Jin's skin and face, inflicting acute pain. His eyes could not open fully, lest they be blinded, He squinted to peer through a narrow slit. Darkness enveloped him further, devoid of any light, rendering his surroundings almost entirely obscured. He was left to navigate solely by memory. Lacking any confidence in the accuracy of his direction, the might of nature loomed colossal, and in that moment, the youth profoundly felt his own insignificance. As time passed, a chill settled within Jean's heart. Despite having traversed hundreds of steps, he had yet to locate Zedi. Had she been whisked away by the tempest, or had he unwittingly veered off course? Oh, Divine One, Sage Emperor, what am I to do? Confusion and despair enveloped him like a suffocating cloud, stinging his nostrils and blinding his eyes. Within his chest, a flame seemed to ignite, a blaze of anger, resentment, and hatred. He had seized control of the exploration team, successfully hunted, and momentarily secured ample provisions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything had transformed into this. Was he destined to perish on this island? Was he to helplessly watch as those dear to him succumbed? One by one. Was the downfall of the Jean family imminent? No. How could I allow such a fate to unfold? Fueled by righteous indignation, the youth exerted every ounce of his strength. Yet, that invisible fate loomed above like a deity in the heavens. Occasionally glancing down at J.I.N.IT was as if it had spotted a rebellious ant and extended a finger, as imposing as a mountain, to press down upon him. Jean yearned to lift his head, but it felt increasingly heavy. He longed to straighten his posture, yet he was compelled to hunch over. Stooping low to inch forward, he wished to glare defiantly, to scream or roar, but in the roaring darkness, he could only close his eyes and mouth, feeling his way onward. The wind's ferocity continued to escalate. Soon, it reached a magnitude that demanded his utmost resistance. The youth sorrowfully recognized that at this moment, he could save no one, not even himself. He yearned to summon his fighting spirit, yet failed time and again. He sought to mutate once more, but no matter how frantically he tried, he could not sense the core within his heart. Perpetually thwarted in utter helplessness, he turned to the divine. "O great sage emperor, you who walk among mortals, your faithful servant now faces dire straits, as the light of knighthood is threatened by the sandstorm. Please hear my plea, show me mercy, and help me escape this predicament, that I may continue to walk the path you have ordained and display your might." Yet, the divine remained silent. The youth felt anger. He fought back, he mourned, he struggled. Ultimately, exhausted, he succumbed to unconsciousness. An expanse of boundless darkness engulfed him, but a mysterious beast's roar stirred him back to a flicker of awareness. Where am I? What is this place? Who am I? The darkness persisted. N01 answered him. Only the endless void remained. Wait, did I just hear the roar of a wild beast? Gradually, he recalled his identity as a knight and noble, known as Jean. With his fiancée, Izidi, the perilous island, the exploration team, the midnight teleportation, and the ferocious sandstorm, this realization dawned. His consciousness fully revived, and he became entirely aware. He then felt an unbearable weight pressing down from all sides, suffocating him. Could it be that I am buried beneath the sand? A wave of horror washed over him. N01 would willingly accept being entombed alive. Jean felt an overwhelming tension rising within him. However, he refrained from immediately opening his eyes or hastily rising. Instead, he remained calm and attuned to his surroundings. The training and fighting spirit had not only endowed him with exceptional strength, but also heightened his senses. He could see and hear more acutely than most. Although he could not see now, and the only sound was the frantic beating of his heart, he could discern where the pressure was greatest. Summoning all his strength, he struggled with his limbs. He fought desperately, for he understood this was his last chance for survival. The yellow sea of sand sprawled endlessly. Silence reigned, the wind absent. The sun hung high in the sky, lavishly pouring forth boundless heat and light. Dunes rose and fell like a series of peculiar tombs. Suddenly, from the shadow of one dune, sand began to cascade down with increasing intensity. Then, from the swirling yellow sands, a hand shot forth with startling force. This blood-stained hand, marred and battered, grasped at the air as if momentarily stunned. The next moment, however, it seemed to regain its senses. wildly clawing and pushing through the sand. First emerged a palm, then an arm, as the sandy cavity rapidly expanded, finally revealing a youthful head. This grimy visage broke free from the dune, the mouth stretched wide in a desperate gasp, exhaling the stale air from his chest before greedily inhaling the scorching atmosphere. With each violent breath, a few grains of sand were expelled from his mouth and nostrils. Cough, 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 following a fit of intense coughing. The youth finally regained his composure and opened his eyes. Although he was in the shadow of the dune, the scorching sunlight pierced his pupils, causing him to instinctively squint as he surveyed his surroundings. Despite having anticipated this, a weight settled in his heart. The desert. Indeed, he had arrived in the desert. He could only wonder if this desert was the same one that Sangshu and the others had previously traversed. The youth was none other than Jean. He had narrowly avoided suffocation. As he inhaled his first breath of air, the most perilous moment had finally passed. Jean took a moment to breathe, regaining a modicum of strength, and struggled to extricate himself from the yellow sands. Once he had officially escaped the predicament of being buried alive, he found himself devoid of energy to stand, collapsing directly to his knees. Gasping for breath while intermittently coughing loudly, he spat, the sand in his mouth tainting his saliva a pale yellow. He dug at his ears, blew his nose, and shook his hair, allowing the fine particles of sand to scatter around him. These actions lasted only a brief moment before Jean felt the limits of his stamina. Fear gripped him, prompting an immediate halt. Shifting from a full kneel to a half kneel, he understood the dangers of this island. Exhausting all his strength would be an utterly foolish endeavor, and a half-kneeling position would allow for a swift rise if necessary. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest breeze. The brilliant sunlight blazed down, roasting the tawny sands of the desert. As far as the eye could see, the landscape appeared unremarkable, a vast expanse of yellow, devoid of any hint of green. The only splash of color was himself. This golden-haired youth no longer resembled his usual handsome self. He was dirty and disheveled, covered in grime and appearing utterly disheveled. Jean surveyed the scene before him, ever vigilant, yet no movement stirred. His gaze swept across the area, finally settling upon the dune behind him, that he regarded this dune as one might a silent gravestone. With a mix of dread and relief, he realized that while he had been deeply buried in sand, he was not directly beneath the dune itself. He was not buried too deeply, which afforded him a slender opportunity to escape from the clutches of fate. He seized this chance with tenacity, ensuring he would not be entombed beneath the sandy tombstone of the dune. Thus, the youth involuntarily chuckled. Hee cough cough, hee. Having evaded peril for quite some time, it was only after confirming his safety that a wave of joy began to swell within his heart. This euphoric sensation intensified, permeating his being during the subsequent breaths, to the extent that his laughter grew louder, tears streaming down his face. He once again experienced the exquisite beauty of life. He cherished the preciousness of each breath. Especially after the suffocating ordeal in the gravel, he felt a tingling in his body, pain in certain areas, and at least one rib had surely fractured, causing each rise and fall of his chest to be accompanied by agony. Yet it was this very pain that filled him with immense delight. This was the joy of having survived a catastrophe, the exuberance of life itself. Endless and overwhelming, akin to a colossal wave unleashed by a tsunami, threatening to engulf him. In truth, this experience of surviving against all odds was not new to him. The first instance, strictly speaking, was the moment he had just awakened. The combat instinct nestled within him had helped him indirectly slay the silver beast, the blue-haired evil wolf. Everything transpired too swiftly. Of course, retrospection brought forth a myriad of emotions. Yet, he felt fortunate, with trepidation overshadowing joy. The second occasion was within a cave where he had succumbed to fiery poison. Yet he had bravely vanquished the silver-tear beast, the monkey-tailed brown bear. He was on the brink of death, and it was only through the utmost efforts of Ziti that he was rescued. In the struggle between life and death, he had fainted and awakened multiple times. Ultimately persevering to that moment, he discovered that even a common wildflower radiated infinite charm and beauty, captivating him for an eternity. The third instance involved the blade spider. Death loomed, He was unexpectedly drawn in by a sudden surge of memories. He believed he was destined to perish, only for his body to undergo an unforeseen mutation. This time, his survival was accompanied by a sense of suspicion and curiosity. The fourth instance was marked by the chaotic magical erosion brought on by Mutton, which nearly cost him his life. After his rescue, the young man felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration for his fiancée, Ziti. The fifth instance, the current calamity, brought him an unprecedented joy in surviving. What was the reason behind it? He pondered his emotions deeply and soon discerned the cause. It was the tribulation, the might of heaven and earth. Should it have been poison or a beast, he would still possess the capability to fight back. However, in the face of such ferocious sandstorms, what could he do but endure? To have survived was indeed a stroke of luck. If given a choice, he would rather confront the beast than the all-encompassing wrath of the tempestuous sands. It was this sense of powerlessness and helplessness that intensified his joy upon surviving. His life had hung by a thread, and to emerge unscathed was nothing short of a miracle. But what of Ziti and Sangshu? A question surfaced in his mind, gradually extinguishing the smile from his face. Emotionally, he reassured himself. These individuals must still be alive. Yet, rationality coldly informed him. Their chances of survival were grim, and if they did manage to return, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Inevitably, anxiety gripped him, mingling with a hollow hope. The jubilant emotions that had surged moments ago seemed to dissipate in an instant. What followed was an unwillingness to accept the situation. Under his leadership, the exploration team had finally hunted a horde of rodents, only to suffer a catastrophic blow just as they began to see progress. Fear engulfed him, and he faced once more with the ferocious sandstorm. Would he be fortunate enough to escape a second time? He felt lost and bewildered. What path lay ahead? Where should he go? The weight of it all pressed heavily upon him. He had once vowed to protect his fiancée diligently. Now, was Ziti alive or dead? If deceased, where lay her body? As the sole heir of the Bonjan family, he needed to compete to secure the position of Lord of Baisha City. Yet he found himself trapped on this island, teetering on the brink of death, wondering if he could ever escape and shoulder the burden of reviving his family. The tumult of emotions intertwined, rendering him breathless. Once more, in that moment, he felt utterly helpless and exceedingly weak. He yearned to suppress his feelings, recalling his identity as a knight of the sanctuary. Yet his tears fell silently. He did not wipe them away, but instead watched as they dripped onto the parched gravel, soaking into the sand and creating tiny depressions that struggled to expand. However, the moisture remained confined to an exceedingly small area, in comparison to the vast desert. No, the entirety of the dune, those tear pits seemed infinitesimal. Pitifully small, much like himself, he lamented. With a heartfelt sigh, he earnestly prayed, "O God, my magnificent and wise emperor, you are the deity among us, the eternal victor. I end this moment. Your knight, your devotee, your child beseeches your response. I implore your mercy to bestow upon me the correct path, to illuminate the way forward with courage." This prayer was unprecedentedly fervent and abundant in its expression that a venomous desert viper soon detected him. And this unfortunate youth quickly became its prey. The desert viper approached stealthily, its scales mirroring the color of the sand, moving in an S-shaped curve both swiftly and silently. As it closed in, the viper suddenly lunged at his back. Yet, in the next moment, without turning around, he reached out and caught the viper mid-air. The serpent opened its mouth wide, fangs bared, thrashing violently, yet its throat was firmly gripped by his hand. The snake, over half a meter long, coiled tightly around his arm. However, he remained motionless, his body and arm akin to iron, and no longer praying. He listened intently to the dying gasps of the viper. He remained silent, never lifting his gaze. So when the serpent was brutally strangled, it never beheld the visage of its nemesis. The sun rose higher and higher. The surface of the desert grew scorching, the distant air distorted by heat. A golden-haired youth emerged slowly from behind the dune, akin to a drop of water merging into the vast desert. This youth's visage was handsome, yet at this moment he was covered in dust. His garments tattered. Draped across his shoulder was the lifeless body of the desert viper, resembling a chain. This viper was unlike any ordinary snake. Its tail spiraled, reminiscent of a metallic spring crafted by goblins. On this accursed island, even a simple snake appeared grotesque. He shed no more tears. His expression turned blank. He had come to understand a truth. Perhaps the divine possesses compassion. Knights may harbor empathy, and humanity can show mercy. Yet, nature holds none. The scorching sun felt like a multitude of arrows raining down, scorching the entire desert. As he traversed under the sun, he felt akin to a fish on a heated iron plate. To avoid being cooked alive, he could only tread carefully in the shaded areas of the dunes. Even so, after a while, he felt a severe depletion of strength. Simultaneously, a hunger began to gnaw at him. He licked his lips, parched to the extreme, finding it difficult to swallow even a mouthful of saliva. Thirst gnawed at him. He remained as silent as iron, deliberately slowing his pace to stroll forward while calculating the passage of time. Having fainted, he was unaware of how long had elapsed. However, he had gone without food or drink for at least one night and half a day. Feeling hunger and thirst was entirely normal. Under ordinary circumstances, such a prolonged period without sustenance would undoubtedly lead to starvation and dehydration. Moreover, having endured a terrifying sandstorm that drained his physical strength and energy, the struggle between life and death had left his spirits severely shaken. His only sustenance now lay in the lifeless serpent draped over his shoulder. He cast a glance at the snake's corpse, silently contemplating his predicament. The island was treacherous, and survival in the wilderness was exceedingly grim. Previously, in the rainforest, he had encountered peril multiple times. Now, in the desert, resources were painfully scarce. In comparison, the bountiful rainforests are nothing short of paradise. Fortunately, during this period, whenever I find the time, I seek the guidance of Sangshu, who has imparted numerous survival techniques for the desert. Aware of the teleportation mechanism, Jinjin has long contemplated the possibility of being transported to the desert himself in the future to that end. He has made certain preparations that it would be ideal to locate an oasis, where I could promptly replenish my supplies of water and food. Encountering a cactus would also be beneficial, but it must be a specific type. According to Sangshu, many cacti are inedible and contain toxins. Moreover, digging up a cactus would require significant physical exertion and deplete the body's moisture. Acting recklessly could lead to dire consequences. The previous exploration team had also been teleported and found themselves stranded in the desert. They primarily relied on the food and water they had brought with them. In this regard, Jinjin had not been remiss in his preparations. Each day, he carried a certain amount of food and water with him. Even at night, while sleeping in the tent, he kept essential survival resources such as food, water, and weapons close at hand. For the exploration team, led by Jinjin, teleportation was both silent and inevitable. Any living beings or objects associated with the teleported life forms would also be transported. Thus, the entire team was sent together into the desert, with their clothing and equipment intact. This time, the entire camp that Jinjin had ordered to be set up was also teleported. However, no one anticipated that upon arriving in the desert, they would be engulfed and ravaged by fierce sandstorms. When Jinjin was awakened, his immediate thought was to rescue others, and in haste, he grabbed a knife and dashed out of the tent. Consequently, the food and water within the tent were swept away and buried by the storm. Jinjin did not even have the opportunity to don his leather armor, and the weapons fashioned from spider silk and limbs were reduced to the single one in his hand. Fortunately, despite being unconscious, I had clung tightly to my weapon, preventing me from falling into a predicament of being unarmed. However, my supplies of food and water were nearly depleted, that I must replenish these reserves. Without them, survival would be impossible. An invisible pressure silently accumulated within the young man's heart, and soon, this pressure began to mount, as if he bore an immense stone upon his chest. Growing heavier by the moment, Jinjin's breaths grew increasingly shallow, not merely due to the scorching air of the desert, nor solely because of his waning strength. The experience of surviving alone was entirely different from before, that a profound sense of reflection arose within him. He involuntarily slowed his pace and paused in the shadow of a sand dune, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. How long had it been? Surviving alone had gradually instilled a sense of tension within him. tightening his entire being involuntarily. A deep sense of loneliness enveloped him. There was no one to rely on, no one to hope for. He could only depend on himself. It felt as though he was the sole inhabitant of the vast wilderness. As if humanity had been extinguished, he had to face all difficulties and dangers alone. Perhaps I will die here, my flesh consumed by predators, leaving naught but white bones to endure the scorching sun by day and the chilling cold by night, ultimately to be ground to dust by the sands, vanishing entirely from this vast and indifferent world. Such similar thoughts incessantly emerged in Jinjin's mind, and no matter how much he tried to suppress them, they could not be quelled. That a thread of panic began to spread within his heart, rapidly expanding. Jinjin gritted his teeth, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. Sangshu had once warned him, according to his studies. Humans are inherently social creatures, requiring the company of others at the deepest level of their being. When one is forced to survive alone, particularly under the immense pressure of survival in the wilderness, it is easy to become tense and panicked. If left unchecked, these negative emotions could become a fatal threat. Even with ample food and water, and in a sufficiently safe environment, one could still lose control of their emotions, suffer a mental breakdown, hallucinate, and descend into madness. Now, the young man experienced this firsthand, and as he recalled Sangshu's theory, he gained a profound understanding. Remain calm. Remain calm. Do not panic. Jinjin forced himself to remain composed. Yet he found no success. "O God, my mighty emperor, you who possess the name of wisdom, your humble follower prays to you here. Please grant me the strength of spirit to no longer be weak, to no longer be anxious. Allow me to bravely tread the path you have illuminated, to glorify your name." But he prayed once more to his deity, yet the outcome was as he expected. There was no response from the divine. He simply sank down into the sand, gazing at the boundless desert. He watched the monotonous yellow stretch out before him, ultimately blending with the blue of the sky. The scorching sunlight caused the air to warp in a maddening dance. Suddenly, the youth felt as if the entire desert were akin to a seemingly calm, yet irreparably insane being. Here, he would inevitably be melted away, driven to madness. Jinjin, oh Jinjin, how have you fallen to such depths? How could you have descended to this state? You are the sole heir of the Baijin family. You are the betrothed of Miss Zidi, and yet here you are? The young man furiously questioned himself. The situation was dire, and he could barely protect himself. But what could he do? In the face of such self-reproach, he could only remain silent. After a long pause, the silent youth exhaled a heavy breath and muttered to himself, "Indeed, there's nothing worse than this, is there?" Then he managed a bitter smile. He found it strange that, in such circumstances, he could still smile. With that laugh, the anger and panic within him dissipated somewhat, replaced by a new wave of desolation, helplessness, and self-mockery. Miraculously, the youth, burdened with complex emotions, slowly began to calm down. Once composed, Jinjin surveyed his surroundings and swiftly realized the grave error he had committed. He had been overly focused on food and water, carelessly selecting a direction to walk, which in the desert was akin to seeking one's own demise. Perhaps in that moment, he had been so anxious that these emotions clouded his mind, compelling his body to act without thought. I should find the correct direction and maintain it. Without a clear path, my journey could easily become a vast circle in the desert. Worse than standing still. It was midday, without the guiding stars and moon of the night. Yet Jinjin possessed another method, one he had learned from Sangshu regarding how to discern direction. First, he would plant a stick into the ground and mark the tip of its shadow. After approximately 10 minutes, he would mark the shadow once more. The line connecting the two marks would indicate the north-south axis to AS, for which end of the line represented north and which represented south. That would depend on the position of the sun. The end of the perpendicular line where the sun is located would indicate south, with the opposite end indicating north. Jinjin was unaware of the topographical map of this island, but he clearly remembered that when the exploration team was teleported to the desert, Sangshu had chosen the due south direction. Thus, lacking any other basis for judgment, he decided to take a gamble and chose the southern path. Once more, he set off, attempting to evade the sun's rays. Walking along the sheltered sides of the dunes, His pace slowed considerably as he endeavored to conserve his strength. Frequently, he stopped to rest. I must conserve my energy. Trekking through the desert during the day depletes one's strength tremendously. More critically, after sweating, the body loses moisture in large quantities. The more one sweats, the closer one is to death. This was invaluable knowledge Jinjin had acquired during his discussions with Sang-Soo. Jinjin maintained his composure. The loneliness and pressure of survival spurred him on. Sharpening his senses and clearing his mind, he recalled the words exchanged with Huang Zhao earlier that time. When I first boarded the ship, I was still a novice. The initial period was incredibly arduous. I toiled on the deck all day, quickly succumbing to sunburn. First, it was merely an itch. It was impossible to resist scratching it with my nails. Subsequently, my flesh became painfully prickly, and clusters of blisters formed closely together. I began to experience a mild fever. My mind felt heavy throughout the day, and I could only lie weakly on the hammock. Then the mild fever escalated into a high fever, and I started to emit an unpleasant odor, causing the other sailors to shy away from me. Some even suggested to the captain that I should be cast away, believing I had contracted a contagious disease. Fortunately, my brother managed to procure some herbal remedies from the local natives during a ship's stop at an island. These herbs were said to be concocted from sea mud and local leaves. Upon application, a refreshing sensation washed over me, almost miraculous. Eventually, I endured it all. Since that time, I have never dared to underestimate the simplest rays of sunlight, and I hold the utmost respect for these ancient remedies. As I pondered this, I removed my outermost garment and fashioned it to shield my head. I was grateful that my undergarments were long-sleeved and full-length, minimizing the skin exposed to the sun. Despite my strength and physical prowess far exceeding that of the yellow algae, this was not the Phoenix Desert, and the likelihood of sunburn was low. Nonetheless, this precaution helped retain as much moisture within my body as possible. By afternoon, the sun's intensity had lessened from its midday blaze, though it remained unbearable that a young boy slowly climbed towards the summit of a low sand dune. Clearly intending to traverse it, he began his ascent from the dune's backside. Wielding a sword with a wooden hilt, its blade oddly shaped and seemingly hastily made, the boy used this long sword as a makeshift crutch to aid his progress. His physique was slight and not particularly robust. Clad in coarse linen undergarments, with long sleeves and trousers, he was barefoot. A layer of cloth covered his head, concealing his nose and mouth, leaving his eyes and golden hair exposed. It was none other than Jinjin. The dune's crest was just a few steps away, and, as the sun shone down, Jinjin squinted against the glare. He deliberately exposed his eyes, knowing he must maintain a good line of sight while simultaneously engaging his other senses, hearing, smelling, and feeling, to remain vigilant against any predators that might strike at any moment. The sunlight was blinding, and even his squinted gaze was met with spots of brightness. Jinjin did not immediately scale the dune, but paused close to the summit. Once his eyes adjusted, he continued his ascent. Upon reaching the top without encountering any danger, Jinjin gazed out across the vast expanse. Before him, the desert lay smooth and even, unlike the undulating dunes behind him. The boy couldn't help but sigh. This signified that he would have to laboriously traverse under the sun's relentless scrutiny. His eyes, a striking shade of azure reminiscent of the sky after rain, reflected a fleeting moment of confusion, soon replaced by a resolute determination. Continue onward, Jinjin murmured to himself. Suddenly his blue eyes gleamed with excitement. Food. Having trained in combat techniques, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and he spotted a spider not far away, rolling down the dune with the wind. He hurried down and effortlessly captured the creature. This spider was roughly the size of 2 adult thumbs combined, its body a tawny hue closely resembling the sand. Yet Jinjin's keen eyesight prevailed. The spider had 8 legs, all curled up, forming a spherical shape, allowing it to roll down the dune with ease. If it were forced to walk, it would require far more effort in this barren desert. Each form of life possessed unique survival strategies, and conserving energy was undoubtedly significant among them. Jinjin swiftly decapitated the spider. Shaking off the sand that clung to its body, he then placed the spider directly into his mouth, chewing it until it was finely minced and swallowed it whole. The decapitation was to neutralize any venom. Of course, this diminutive life form was far from lethal, its essence pale in comparison to that of bronze-grade creatures. Even if venomous, it posed no threat to Jinjin, who was at least silver-grade. Nonetheless, the boy wished to avoid adding any unnecessary burdens to his body. The flavor of the spider was unremarkable, lacking any roasting or seasoning, leaving an odd taste lingering in his mouth, throat, and nasal passages. The texture of the spider's exoskeleton was quite crisp, akin to withered twigs. Jinjin reflected that this crunchy sensation was reminiscent of other small insects he had consumed. This spider was not the first he had resorted to for sustenance. Along his journey, he had encountered a few others, spiders, scorpions, and nameless creatures, each meeting the same fate, heads severed from spiders and tails from scorpions, all succumbing to Jinjin's appetite. With each meal, he experienced a wave of nausea, yet he would never belittle these small lives. He was acutely aware that these tiny beings were crucial sources of hydration and nourishment. After traversing the desert for half a day, Jinjin realized he had not come across a single edible plant, but had instead discovered various small creatures. Though their flesh was minimal, they were invaluable for replenishing his water reserves. Jinjin cherished these morsels, understanding that even the smallest bits could accumulate into his lifeline for surviving and ultimately escaping this desert. Failing to appreciate these resources might mean he would fall short of his goal. Ultimately succumbing to the sands, he secretly yearned to encounter a cactus. As Jinjin continued his arduous trek, he stumbled upon a few scattered plants. Regrettably, none were cacti. These plants were small and stunted, leaving him uncertain of their species or edibility. He had tried approaching them cautiously, avoiding the needle-like spines, and discovered their roots deeply entrenched in the desert floor. Such roots allowed the plants to draw minuscule amounts of moisture from beneath the sand, yet posed a challenge for Jinjin to excavate. After attempting, he wisely chose to abandon the effort. Even if he succeeded in uprooting one, he had no guarantee it would be edible. Jinjin often found himself weighing the potential energy expenditure against possible gains, patiently comparing both outcomes, then calmly deliberating on his decisions. Clearly, recklessly digging up an unfamiliar plant posed too great a risk. Ultimately, Jinjin chose to forego it. This decision was not made lightly. Each time he passed by a desert plant, he was engulfed by doubt. Had he made a mistake? Perhaps this was a divine opportunity, a chance to escape his predicament, which he had chosen to forsake. Jinjin felt akin to a student in an academy, faced with an examination that determined his very survival, answering questions without anyone providing the correct answers. As time steadily progressed, the sun dipped lower in the sky. By evening, the sun resembled a crude man venting his fury through violent outbursts. This moment, the sun's rage seemed to dissipate, creating an illusion of gentleness. The air temperature became more bearable, though still uncomfortably dry, prompting Jinjin to consciously quicken his pace. He needed to cover as much ground as possible to compensate for previous losses. As the sun gradually descended below the horizon, the sunset's afterglow and the twilight sky were breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Jinjin could hardly appreciate the splendor. It felt like a warning from the sun. "Boy, for now, I shall spare you. Tomorrow, I shall return to torment you." At that moment, the air temperature plummeted rapidly. Jinjin began to feel the inadequacy of his thin garments as a chilling breeze swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The boy's heart sank slightly. The temperature differential in this desert exceeded his earlier estimations. This, too, was a test for him. Although he could endure it now, as time passed and his physical condition deteriorated, this temperature fluctuation could very well become a noose around his neck. The potential threat loomed ahead, but presently, the young boy's primary concern was quenching his thirst. The pangs of hunger and thirst were intensifying, far worse than when he had first awakened. The small creatures he had found along the way could scarcely satisfy Jinjin's appetite. In truth, it is less about sustenance and more akin to a psychological solace. Fortunately, Jinjin did not encounter formidable predators during his daytime journey. Yet therein lies his misfortune, for it also signifies a lack of opportunities to gather ample nourishment. At that moment, his neck was adorned with a peculiar scarf, the corpse of the desert viper he had previously slain. The young man tenderly caressed the snake's scales with his fingers, The cold sensation transmitted through his fingertips transformed into a warmth within his heart. This was the only food left in Jinjin's possession, one he had deliberately preserved that on one hand. As long as it remained, hope lingered within him that on the other, he remained acutely aware of the risks involved. Acting recklessly by consuming a large quantity of food could deplete his body's water reserves. The fact that the viper was venomous was of secondary concern. The anatomical structure of the viper dictated that its venom glands lay within its head. Once the head is severed, the venom is rendered negligible. Given Jinjin's constitution, even if he were to be poisoned, he feared not the venom of such a commonplace beast. However, it would be prudent to cook it over a fire first. After all, this island was peculiar and perilous, and should not be viewed through the lens of ordinary reasoning. Perhaps such a snake might harbor venom throughout its entire being. If that were the case, then my current predicament would be tantamount to willingly placing the scythe of death upon my neck. As the sunlight vanished from the horizon and night descended, another day came to an end. Jinjin gazed into the profound expanse of the sky, a sense of confusion and panic welling up within him. His situation was perilous and arduous. During the day, he had loathed and despised the sunlight, yet it provided him with a clear line of sight. Now, in the enveloping darkness, more predators would surely emerge. Jinjin took several deep breaths, attempting to regain his composure. Then, to his delight, he realized he had indeed succeeded. After his initial trials, he seemed to have made a qualitative leap in stabilizing his state of mind that he no longer felt the need to pray. Relying solely on himself, he could maintain his calm. Of course, he was well aware of the futility of prayer's results. His expectations of a response from the wise emperor had dwindled significantly. In the dead of night, the temperature plummeted, and white vapor began to billow from Jinjin's mouth and nostrils. The cold pierced him to the bone. Hunger intensified, tormenting the young man relentlessly. His stomach had long since protested, emitting rumbling sounds. Yet the sensation of thirst overshadowed his hunger. Jinjin felt as though his throat were ablaze. If there were a lake nearby, he would gladly submerge himself entirely, indulging in a long and refreshing drink. Water had been woefully scarce. Jinjin had once harbored hope for the flora of the desert. But that hope had evaporated. He had not even glimpsed a single cactus that on this moonless night. The sky was adorned with countless stars. Jinjin tilted his head to gaze at the celestial display. Feeling as though these distant lights radiated a sense of ruthlessness and indifference, as if they were silently observing his slow march toward despair, he strained to discern the constellations, hoping to confirm his direction. But he faltered in this regard. He was a complete novice. Thanks to his judicious strategies during the day, he still retained considerable physical stamina. The young man continued his solitary trek across the desert beneath the starry night. Unbeknownst to him, sand dunes began to reappear alongside him. What is that? In the haze of his vision, Jinjin discerned a beastly silhouette crouched at the dune's waist. He immediately halted, unable to suppress a deep breath. After the initial shock, a wave of joy began to spread through his heart. In the stillness of the night, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Kill it, then drink its blood. I am truly on the brink of dying from thirst. Jinjin shouted inwardly. However, the elation soon waned, giving way to hesitation and doubt. From afar, the creature appeared quite large. It seemed to be lying upon the sand, and even in that position, it towered over 2 meters high. At such a distance, he could not perceive its breath. Had it suppressed its presence, such a massive creature would undoubtedly face challenges in surviving the desert, which implied its formidable strength. If it were a silver tear, no, even a black iron tear beast, I would be in grave danger. On this perilous and isolated island, golden tear beasts were not uncommon. Jinjin hesitated for several breaths before making his decision that he resolved to strike. Without food and water, his condition would only deteriorate. The desert was vast and barren, unlike the lush rainforests. Should Jinjin forego this opportunity, the likelihood of encountering suitable prey in the future would be exceedingly slim. Thus, seizing the moment while he still possessed strength was the wisest course of action. Should he encounter peril, he could only hope for a sudden surge of latent abilities. Gritting his teeth, Jinjin crouched low, slowing his steps as he stealthily approached the massive beast. In the darkness, the creature's form appeared to huddle together. Motionless as he drew nearer, Jinjin's expression shifted slightly, the tension and wariness within him dissipating significantly. It turned out to be merely a large rock that he exhaled a breath of relief, striding toward what he had initially believed to be a beast. Although endowed with remarkable physical prowess, he was still fundamentally human, and his vision suffered greatly in the night. Had he been a dark elf, he would have discerned the truth long ago, avoiding such a misunderstanding. Jinjin examined the large rock before him. It was oval-shaped. Standing silently in the darkness, the surface gleamed faintly with a metallic sheen, yet was riddled with numerous pits, entirely devoid of smoothness. Strangely, from these minuscule pockmarks, a warm breath emanated continuously. Jinjin paused, the words of Tsangshu echoing in his mind. Could this be Jinma stone? Jinma stone is a composite of iron, gold, earth, and various other minerals. Depending on its origin, the composition and ratios of these elements may vary. The exploration team had previously encountered vast deposits of Jinma stone, and Tsangshu had initially surmised that these stones harbored rich veins of gold. Alas, extracting gold from the massive, weighty Jinma stone required specific methods. The exploration team lacked the means for such extraction. Their primary concern was self-preservation, followed by locating water and food to sustain their camp. Jinma stone often appeared in clusters, yet here lay but a solitary piece. Jinjin's fingers grazed the stone's surface. His emotions oscillating between disappointment and gratitude, he lamented the absence of food and water, but felt fortunate to have discovered a piece of Jinma stone. This stone, having baked under the sun during the day, absorbed heat and stored it within its core. Even in the bone-chilling depths of the desert night, the Jinma stone remained pleasantly warm. This alleviated a significant dilemma for Jinjin. His garments felt exceedingly thin in the frigid night air. Just moments ago, he had despaired over the lack of materials to kindle a fire. Now he could rely on this stone to retain warmth and shield himself from the harsh cold without needing to ignite a flame. Thus, the night passed. When Jinjin next opened his eyes, he found the first light of dawn gracing the horizon. He stirred his limbs slightly, discovering to his delight that his stamina had significantly recovered. He had rested well through the night. His body had enjoyed ample respite, and his spirit had calmed due to the extended duration of rest. What brought him solace was the realization that he had not succumbed to a deep, death-like slumber, but had remained vigilant, his senses alert. He had awoken 2 or 3 times during the night, stirred by the howling cold winds that exceeded his threshold of caution. After waking, he had quickly drifted back to sleep. This aspect pleased him greatly. It seemed that he had undergone such training or experiences in the past, allowing him to maintain both sleep and vigilance simultaneously. Achieving such a balance was no small feat. Jinjin gained a new understanding of himself. This time, Jinjin awakened to the sound of strange noises. The commotion originated from the northeast. The sound was peculiar, almost serpentine. The Jinma stone upon which Jinjin rested lay at the base of a dune. As the thought flickered in his mind, Jinjin slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the summit of the sand dune. Upon reaching the apex, he slowly extended his head, meticulously observing the surroundings. It was dawn, and the light was still rather dim. Initially, what caught his eye were clusters of golden granite stones. Hundreds of these stones were scattered, varying in size and distance, resembling chess pieces arranged upon the chessboard crafted by the dune. This undoubtedly corroborated Tsangshu's assertion that golden granite appeared in patches. The piece of granite where Jinjin resided was merely one at the very edge. Then, Jinjin's pupils constricted slightly. He beheld 2 groups of beasts confronting each other amidst the golden granite. One group consisted of green-skinned lizards, while the other was composed of golden scorpions. The lizards were as large as warhorses, whereas the scorpions were somewhat smaller. The lizards emitted a snake-like hiss, while the scorpions produced a rustling sound. Both parties attempting to intimidate one another. Jinjin's awakening was marked by the cacophony of these 2 sounds. A sense of trepidation gripped Jinjin's heart. He sensed the life force of these 2 ferocious beasts. Both the lizards and scorpions were at least of black iron grade, with the leaders of the beast groups being of silver tier. Excluding variations, a single silver-grade magical beast could pose a lethal threat to me. A sufficient number of black iron beasts could also lead to my demise. Zhenjin had yet to fully comprehend the principles of mutations. He was currently unable to harness his fighting spirit. Prayers yielded no response, and he bore no armor. The only source of solace was the weapon in his hand. However, this silver-grade weapon was also deteriorating over time. The limbs of the blade spider were indeed excellent materials for weapon crafting, but such materials required processing to stabilize the magical energy within and maintain their sharpness. Zhenjin had merely utilized them in a crude and unrefined manner. Without any treatment, as time passed, this spider-leg sword would grow weaker. Hence, Zhenjin refrained from taking hasty actions. Opting instead to crouch quietly and observe, he remained uncertain as to why these two beast groups were at an impasse. Regardless of which side it was, he was unwilling to provoke either. The youth, while stealthily peeking, silently prayed. If these two beast groups were to engage in battle, it might create an opportunity for me to procure some food. As if responding to Zhenjin's prayer, the two restless beast groups finally grew impatient and commenced their clash. However, it was not a grand-scale battle. Rather, the leaders of the beast groups leapt into the center of the battlefield for a one-on-one confrontation. Swish! The green-skinned lizard emitted an excruciatingly discordant shriek, then opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of thick green acid. The acid struck the golden scorpion directly. The golden scorpion promptly raised its massive pincers, shielding its eyes like a shield. Hissing sounds erupted as white vapor billowed from the surface of the scorpion's pincers. Zhenjin narrowed his eyes, keenly observing that some of the acid splattered onto the golden granite, corroding it within mere breaths to create fist-sized craters. If this were to spray upon me, bereft of protective fighting spirit, I would likely be reduced to mere bones in 2 or 3 breaths. What eased Zhenjin's heart was that after expelling the large volume of acid, the lizard leader immediately appeared to weaken and retreated voluntarily. Clearly, this acid was not its conventional means of combat. However, as the lizard withdrew, the golden scorpion advanced even more swiftly. The two entities rapidly closed the distance. The green-skinned lizard opened its mouth once more, emitting another bizarre cry, seemingly preparing to spray the green liquid again. Yet the golden scorpion, being more cunning, had already lifted its pincers in anticipation, blocking itself. Simultaneously, it raised its scorpion tail, which spanned at least 2 meters, and thrust it viciously. The scorpion tail was sharp, akin to the tip of a knight's lance. The lizard's head was directly pierced by the scorpion's tail, creating a deep circular hole that penetrated into its skull. This was a fatal injury. Having struck successfully, the golden scorpion promptly retreated, doing so with remarkable speed. From the circular hole above the green-skinned lizard's head, a mixture of white brain matter and light green blood gushed forth like a fountain. The lizard leader emitted an excruciatingly sorrowful scream. In its final moments, it unleashed a frenzied assault. The corrosive green liquid erupted once more from its mouth, indiscriminately spraying like a green beam of light. The massive golden granite, caught in the onslaught, was immediately engulfed in thick white smoke, emitting hissing sounds before melting away like snow under the sun. The lizardkin were also affected, plunging into chaos, with unfortunate ones screaming in agony. Some limbs were corroded, revealing white bones, while others frantically burrowed their eyes into the sand in a desperate attempt to save themselves. But a small number of golden scorpions also fell victim to the green liquid attack, their shells rapidly softening, leaving behind only the tips of their tails after a few breaths. Silver-gray golden scorpions could withstand the green liquid. However, most black iron golden scorpions could not endure it. Fortunately, the lizard's outburst lasted only a few breaths. Soon, the green liquid ceased to spray from its mouth. With the loss of their leader, the green-skinned lizards began to retreat. The golden scorpion group emerged victorious. Yet they did not pursue as Zhenjin had anticipated. After driving off the green-skinned lizards, the golden scorpions disregarded their corpses and gathered around the golden granite in small groups, to Zhenjin's astonishment. These golden scorpions began piercing the granite with their tails, collaborating to shatter the massive stones. Subsequently, they used their enormous pincers to crush the scattered pieces of granite on the sandy ground into smaller fragments. Finally, they consumed these granite fragments, incessantly chewing them. It turned out that these golden granites